My name is Ye Jin, and I was originally an ordinary office worker on Blue Star. That night, after get off work, I was at home playing the Asian Games game Honor of Kings with my friends. Just when the game was in full swing, the power in the room suddenly went out. When I woke up again, I found myself in a completely unfamiliar world. 10 years ago, a mysterious voice announced the arrival of the Game of the Gods to this world, and subsequently countless dimensional cracks appeared on the blue planet. From then on, everyone over the age of 18 received a mysterious key every month. The only use of this key was to open the dimensional cracks distributed around the world. Behind the dimensional rift, there lurks an unknown and terrifying monster. But at the same time, they also hide countless treasures. Rumor has it that some people have found holy water that can awaken people, secret manuals on martial arts, elixirs, and even legendary superpowers from the cracks. As a result, many people rose up overnight and became strong. But opening the dimensional rift is not without cost. Once the monsters inside are awakened, death becomes the norm. In today's world, humans are constantly awakening due to the resources in the dimensional rifts. The body I traveled through was already 18 years old and 3 months old, but due to cowardice, I had never tried to open a dimensional rift. The original owner's parents had already died in the monster invasion, and I was the only one left at home. Just as I was trying to make sense of the current situation, terror struck. There was a giant centipede lurking at the doorstep. The monster was dozens of meters long, twisting its huge body and climbing up the residential building little by little. It seemed that my life was in danger. In order to survive, I had no choice but to take a gamble and use the key to open the nearest dimensional rift. Fortunately, I actually activated the Time Traveler's plug-in ability, the Sky Eye, which allows me to directly see all the hidden objects in the dimensional rifts. So I quickly took out the key and opened the crack. A dazzling 7-color light flashed, making me dizzy for a moment. You obtained a treasure. A golden eyeball emerged from the crack. It was suspended, emitting a mysterious halo with ancient runes faintly engraved in it. I held the eyeball in my hand, but was surprised to find that it melted directly into my palm. It's living in my body. I was stunned. The palm of my hand felt slightly warm, and a crack appeared, and the eyeball suddenly appeared in my palm. The fragment of the heavenly eye of the true Lord Qingyuan Niaodao. Incomplete the fragment of the heavenly eye of the true Lord Qingyuan Niaodao, which is said to have terrifying power, can perform the heaven and earth opening eyes and destroy all things with divine light. Combat power, 150,000. You have merged the fragments of the Sky Eye, your genes have awakened, and your combat power has increased by 800. Before I could recover from my shock, I felt a drastic change in my body. My bones made a crisp, crackling sound, and my whole body felt sore and swollen, as if it was filled with strength. After a moment, I felt an unprecedented power filling my body. An information panel appeared in front of him. Name, Ye Jin, combat power, 925, ability, opening eyes of heaven and earth, 150,000. Item, none. However, the crisis was not over. The giant centipede made a piercing hiss and rammed into the residential building crazily, shaking it to the point of collapse. I took a deep breath, raised my palm, and aimed it at the centipede's head, and a fighting spirit surged in my heart that I had never felt before. Go to hell, I shouted, and suddenly urged the power in my hands. Open your eyes, heaven and earth. As I roared, a bright red line of blood slowly extended from the palm of my palm, as if it contained some unknown power, gradually surging and condensing. The next second, the mysterious golden pupil appeared. It shone with a blazing light, and every ray of golden light was engraved with ancient and obscure runes, revealing a majesty that transcended time and space. At that moment, I felt as if I was in the torrent of history. Boom! The golden light shot out like a sharp arrow, piercing through the wall. The originally solid structure turned into ashes in an instant. Then, the light swept across the giant centipede, and the monster, which was as big as a train, collapsed in just a moment, and its flesh and blood turned into billowing black smoke and disappeared without a trace. The giant beast fell down with a bang, and a line of virtual information appeared in front of him. You killed the wolf-level invading monster, the 10,000-foot thunder centipede. Obtain treasure, Thunder Cauldron. Thunder Attraction. Use the power of awakening to connect heaven and earth, attracting thunder to attack the target. Combat power value 25,000. Each use consumes 30% of awakening power, limited to 3 times. A ball of blue light condensed from the void, floated into my palm, and gradually turned into a purple-gold talisman. It exuded a dazzling light, with exquisite runes, and faintly flowing with the power of thunder. I stared at it in a daze. Is this really the real version of pie in the sky? But reality never allows people to indulge in beautiful dreams for too long. Crack! There was a crisp sound above my head, and the broken ceiling fell down, raising a cloud of dust. I suddenly woke up. This place could collapse at any time. I couldn't stay here any longer. Suppressing my fatigue, I ran as fast as I could, not even taking a closer look at the stairs, and rushed out of the crumbling residential building. I ran to the street and turned back to look. The whole building collapsed like dominoes. The walls collapsed, and the dust rose like a picture of the end of the world. I gasped, feeling mixed emotions. This world is full of dangers, and it is not easy to survive. But I don't want to die. To live, I have to become stronger. Looking at the only 2-dimensional keys left in my hand, a blazing fire ignited in my heart. Keys are the path to power and treasures, and these 2 are far from enough. I want more keys. I took out my phone and started searching for ways to get the key. Soon, several methods came into my mind. 1, the system gives you 1 key every month. 2, buy the key on the Security Bureau trading platform. 3, join the official organization's Security Bureau and complete tasks to get rewards. The Security Bureau, the official agency responsible for fighting invading monsters and managing awakened people, instantly became my target. Joining it will not only give me the key, but also information about dimensional rifts. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I made up my mind immediately. 2 hours later, I stood in front of the Wulin City Security Bureau headquarters. The egg-shaped building in front of me was magnificent and full of science fiction, like a miracle from the future. Walking into the hall, it was more lively than expected. Someone came to collect the information bonus. Someone is trading treasures. And there are more applicants like me. The Security Bureau obviously considers that some awakened people are unwilling to join, and also provides the identity of bounty hunter to facilitate individual people to take tasks. But I am different. I am here to apply for a formal job. There were quite a few people in line, each of them filling out forms or chatting to kill time. While I was waiting, I was thinking, are you really going to ask for your academic qualifications? 985 students stand on the right, and 211 students stand on the left. Finally, it was my turn. I handed the form to the pretty lady at the window, and she smiled sweetly. Hello, do you have the genetic testing documents with you? No, I answered truthfully, but I am awake. It's okay. We can do an on-site test. She pointed to the room next door. The test results will show your combat value. The genetic testing instrument looks like the MRI equipment in the hospital, but it is more advanced and has a cool sense of technology. The staff motioned for me to lie down in the machine. After a shot of medicine was injected, the instrument started working. The cold mechanical voice and the doctor's report came into my ears. The gene sequence has been reorganized, and the first gene gate has been opened. The gene dispersion rate is less than 0.3%, and the cell strengthening rate is over 75%. The combat capability value is 925. There was silence at the scene until a staff member suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This number is too outrageous." A few minutes later, I walked out of the testing room and asked eagerly, "Am I qualified?" The staff member came back to his senses with a satisfied smile on his face. Of course. The combat power of ordinary people is between 100 and 200, and the initial awakening is mostly between 300 and 500. The admission standard of the Security Bureau is 500, and you started with 925, which is the main force level of the field team. Hearing this, I felt proud, but I still asked directly, "Then can I start working?" The staff was slightly stunned by this, and couldn't help but complain in their hearts. This kid is really fierce. He can't wait to go to the battlefield just a few days after awakening. Isn't this just charging forward and giving away lives? Don't worry. He opened the drawer and handed me a mobile phone and 2 manuals. Newcomers need to be trained first. These 2 books, Application Manual for Primary Awakeners and Precautions for Basic Personnel, have simple contents. You can study them on your own first. I took the book and asked tentatively, "Can I start working after I finish studying?" The staff member held his forehead and explained helplessly, "The training includes the use of awakened power and basic regulations. There will be an assessment after 1 month. Only after passing can you officially take up the post." and apply for a higher position. I understand. I nodded, picked up the phone, and my eyes were full of eagerness to try. He took me to pick up my uniform and ID, and unexpectedly gave me a key. He smiled and added, "During the training period, you will get 1 key per month, and after you become a regular employee, you will get 3 keys per month." After leaving with the equipment, I couldn't wait to open the precautions for basic personnel. The Security Bureau is divided into 3 departments. 1. Field Team, responsible for city security, covering combat, visits, and intelligence gathering. 2. Special Service Team, specializing in frontline combat, dealing with powerful invading monsters. 3. Elite Mobile Team, top combat force, handling the most difficult high-level monster missions. Then I flipped through the Primary Awakener application manual. The book mentioned that the human body has 8 gene gates, and each time one is opened, the combat power will achieve a qualitative leap. There are also techniques on how to use awakened power to increase combat effectiveness, as well as a classification of monster levels, from the lowest level minions to the disaster level insects, wolves, tigers, ghosts, dragons, demons, universes, space, and gods. The higher the level, the stronger the monsters are, and the more minions they can bring. The Security Bureau's phone excited me even more. When the screen was turned on, information scrolled like a waterfall. Number 1001. Dimensional cracks appeared in the green belt of Tongjia Road. The fluctuations increased, requesting reinforcements. Number 492. A group of zombies appeared in Nanping Street. The number is 10 to 30, requesting support. The dimensional cracks in Qingafang have increased fluctuations. Please confirm with nearby personnel. This information was like a treasure map to me. I quickly located the crack in Qingafang and hailed a taxi. "Master, let's go to Qingafang." After arriving at the scene, I followed the instructions to look for cracks. It took some time, but I finally found it in a corner of the underground garage. When I stood in front of the crack, the system alert popped up. "High-risk aura detected. Combat power is not enough to match." I calmed down instantly, turned around and left, uploading the crack coordinates to the Security Bureau platform. This kind of high-risk mission should be handed over to professional field team members. I have to try my luck somewhere else before they clean up the crack. After the coordinates of the dimensional rift popped up, I quickly rushed to the target location. However, when I arrived, the coordinate had already been set up and the Security Bureau had gotten there first and handled the situation completely. Although I felt a little unhappy, reality did not allow me to be pretentious. I took a deep breath and decisively locked onto the next target. This time, I chose the rooftop of a residential building. Standing at a high point, the view is suddenly clear. Just as I was looking around, the system's prompt sounded suddenly. A dimensional crack was discovered, and a treasure was detected within it. The power of wood, endless life. Treasure. In an instant, my tiredness was swept away. I climbed up to the water tank on the rooftop and found the crack according to the instructions. I took out the key and opened it decisively. Obtain treasure. Rejuvenation, 5 elements wood magic. Heals the target and causes huge damage to undead creatures. The effect can be enhanced by absorbing wood attribute items. Healing skills? Although it doesn't have the expected attack power, but think about it. If one day he is badly injured and can be resurrected instantly, wouldn't that be a magical skill? Not to mention the chance to create the legend of Ye Jin is immortal. It's exciting just to think about it. Without further ado, I still had a few keys left, so I continued on my way. While searching for cracks all over the city, he helped to deal with some minor troubles. Experts who gathered to gamble in an abandoned factory, handsome men and beautiful women who were secretly doing business in a foot massage parlor. While cleaning up social garbage, he finally made new discoveries. A dimensional rift was discovered, and a treasure was detected within it, the breath of water. The moment the crack opened, a blue light shot up into the sky, and then a small flying sword emerged from it. It was surrounded by silvery white frost mist, and it was so cold that I shivered. Flying sword frost can attack and defend, release frost damage with freezing effect, combat power value 1800. Fuck, flying swords. As a veteran fan of fairy tales, this thing instantly touched my heart. Isn't the dream of flying with a sword prepared for this moment? I quickly grabbed it and couldn't wait to lock on the next location. There was only 1 key left, but I decided to continue. After all, it would be a waste to keep it. And this time, my luck was perfect. A dimensional rift was discovered, and treasures were detected within, edible. As the golden light flashed through the crack, a golden ginseng floated into my hand. 300-year-old golden ginseng. After taking it, it will improve your chi and blood and strengthen your cultivation. This shape looks like a best-selling product on Taobao. I complained as I took a bite. It was crunchy and delicious. In a moment, a warm current surged through my body, and my blood seemed to boil. Combat power increased by 200. The combat power value is over 1,000. Although it is not the top one, it is enough to make me a little proud. However, I had run out of keys, so I had to stop and find a place to rest. As night fell and the street lights were mottled, I walked in thought. I have to try my luck at the security bureau tomorrow and see if I can get some food and accommodation. As a time traveler, I still need to have some living security. However, the surroundings gradually became quiet, and the atmosphere began to become strange. It was obviously not the suburbs, but there was no one in sight. I felt a little alert. While I was thinking about it, footsteps suddenly sounded behind me. "Hey, this place has been evacuated. Why are you still here?" A rough voice came. I looked back and saw a team of field workers from the security bureau. The leader was a big bearded man with a big sword on his back. His face was full of fatigue, and it was obvious that he had just been through a fierce battle. "Don't be nervous. We're one of us." I took out my ID and handed it over. The bearded man took a quick look and nodded. "Are you new here?" This dimensional rift just broke out, and the ghost soldiers and a bug-level monster, the ghost general, just passed by here. Bug-level monster? My nerves tensed instantly. This thing usually has a combat power of over 10,000 and can recruit minions. It's simply disgusting. Just then, his team members suddenly shouted, "Captain, those guys are chasing us." The bearded man turned his head sharply, and a large shadow slowly emerged from the green belt of the street in the distance. The monsters wearing tattered armor and holding rusty weapons were stumbling towards us with a foul smell. "Get ready to meet the enemy," the bearded man growled. He looked back at me and said firmly, "Ye Jin, retreat quickly. This is not a mission you can participate in." "Oh," I nodded, pretending to be enlightened, but I was thinking in my mind, how can I sneak away quietly? Just like when I was a kid peeking into the bathhouse, I was cautious and my heart was beating fast. To be honest, Ye Jin, have only been in this dangerous world for less than a day, and now I am asked to fight these ghosts? What a joke. I haven't even had time to prepare myself mentally. The battles I've experienced in the past were just 5 people jumping over the tower and attacking the fountain in the game. At most, I would smash the keyboard to vent my anger. But would I really fight in real life? I can't do that. But reality always slaps me in the face. I just turned around and took 2 steps, and I found that the street behind me had been blocked by densely packed ghost soldiers. "Captain," I turned around with a sad face. "I can't retreat." The bearded field captain was obviously caught off guard, but he quickly calmed down and gave a decisive order. "Follow me. Don't fall behind. Leave the rest to us." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to command his team members to fight. I followed him obediently like a dog with its tail between its legs, watching these field team members charge forward recklessly. They knew how terrifying the enemy was, but they still brandished their weapons and fought hand-to-hand with the ghost soldiers. The blood and flesh intertwined with the steel blades, and the tragic scene deeply hurt my heart. Can I keep hiding like this? Not long ago, I made up my mind to become stronger. But what about now? They're fighting desperately on the front line, while I am hiding in the back to survive. Isn't joining the security bureau just to stop living a miserable life? Rejuvenation! I gritted my teeth and roared, and a green light suddenly surged out from my hands. Spots of light sprinkled down, and the team members who were touched immediately became refreshed, and even the wounds on their bodies began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ye Jin, can you heal?" The bearded captain looked at me in shock. "Yes, it's a skill brought by the dimensional rift rejuvenation." I pretended to be calm, but I was already very happy in my heart. The captain's face suddenly showed an ecstatic look. "Nanny, the security bureau actually found a new nanny. This is a rare species that is 1 in a million. With me in the rear to support, the team's combat effectiveness is instantly maxed out. Form a formation. Meet the enemy." At the captain's command, the team members' morale was boosted. They quickly formed a formation and frantically fought against the oncoming evil soldiers. The battle gradually tilted towards us, but just when the situation was improving, a shrill scream broke the situation. A field team member was hit in the chest by the evil soldier, bleeding profusely, and fell to the ground. Then a low sound of footsteps rang out in the night, making it hard to breathe. Duh, duh, duh. Under the moonlight, A ferocious figure slowly approached. The broken blood-red armor, the creaking metal boots, the long sword hanging from the waist, and the blue will-o-wisp burning in the eye sockets. It was the Ghost General. The captain's face instantly turned pale. The signal for help has been sent. But before the reinforcements arrive, the Ghost General cannot be allowed to step out of this area. Understood. The team members shouted and rushed towards the Ghost General again without hesitation. But the Ghost General was a bug-level monster with a combat power of 22,000. With a random sweep of the sword, the captain was directly blown away, and the others couldn't even get close and were knocked to the ground by the air wave. Rejuvenation. At the critical moment, I raised my hand again. A green light sprinkled down, and the fallen team members were revived with full blood one after another. The despair in the captain's eyes rekindled hope. With me here, maybe there is still a chance. However, the Ghost General soon realized the threat posed by me, his nurse, and suddenly accelerated and rushed towards me. "Protect Ye Jin," the captain shouted, but the Ghost General's speed was so fast that no one could react. The shadow of death loomed over me, and my breathing almost stopped. But at this moment, the fear in my mind was replaced by an inexplicable calmness. "What are you afraid of?" "I, Ye Jin, have decided to become stronger. The one who should die today should be you." Thunder attraction. I suddenly took out the talisman and activated it with a loud roar. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, thunderclouds rolled, and rolling electric currents roared in the air. Boom! The destructive thunder fell straight down, covering the Ghost General. In the lightning column, his figure struggled violently, let out a shrill roar, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. The lightning gradually faded, and only his charred body remained on the battlefield. In the silence, everyone stared at me blankly. I put away the talisman calmly on the surface, but I was already beaming with joy in my heart. The captain wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. Are all the new recruits nowadays so fierce? What was that move just now? The bearded captain came over and asked in amazement. Thunderbolt. I shook the talisman in my hand and said calmly, I got it from the dimensional rift, but it can only be used 3 times. The captain nodded, a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. It's a consumable item, it's really powerful, but it's gone once it's used up. So, it's reasonable to kill a low-health Ghost General with 25,000 combat power points. He smiled and held out his hand. Thank you for your hard work, Yin Ming. When your training period is over, we will be colleagues. I shook his hand back with a smile on my face. Ye Jin, so, can I leave now? Yin Ming nodded readily. The Ghost General has been eliminated. Leave the rest of the aftermath to us. As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly remember something and took out a stack of keys from his pocket and handed them over. You completed the task beautifully, and you also defeated the Ghost General. According to the rules, these keys belong to you. I looked and saw 10 keys. My eyes lit up immediately. Who would complain about having too many keys? I had used up all the keys just now, and now I have a full key. It is really amazing. Thank you, Captain. I took the key happily. This is what you deserve. Yin Ming smiled and patted my shoulder. After putting away the key, I said goodbye to him and looked up at the sky. It was already late at night. But this was a good thing for me. There were fewer people at night, and it was most convenient to rob the treasures of the dimensional rift. Anyway, my house collapsed, so I might as well continue to do things tonight. Opening the Security Bureau's information platform, I quickly locked onto the target. Dimensional rift discovered. Evil spirit aura detected. Evil spirit? I smacked my lips and gave up decisively. This kind of thing should be left to those with a tough life. Keep refreshing. Dimensional rift discovered. The breath of ancient beasts from the Shanhaijing was detected. Strange beasts from the classic of mountains and seas? I frowned. It would be okay if it's a weakling liking you. But what if it's a tough one like Xiongqi or Taodai? I'd better run away. After 2 consecutive failures, I was a little discouraged. Just when I was thinking about whether I should go back and take a rest, a new notification suddenly popped up on the information platform. Information from the main station. Dimensional cracks and fluctuations have appeared on the Babu Bridge, and the fluctuations are extremely unstable. Please ask the nearest field staff to investigate immediately. 8-step bridge? Isn't it right at my feet? My eyes lit up, and I quickly crossed the road and came to a river across the old city. When he looked up, the information platform immediately refreshed the screen. A dimensional crack was found, and a treasure containing the power of time and space was detected. A dimensional crack was found, and an edible treasure was detected. A dimensional crack was found, and a treasure full of deliciousness was detected. 3 cracks? I widened my eyes, surprised and excited. Multiple cracks mean danger, but also opportunity. This time, my luck was simply overwhelming. I opened the first crack without hesitation. A red light flashed, and a red fruit appeared in my hand. 300 years red fruit. After taking it, it can strengthen the blood and improve the cultivation level. Without thinking too much, I stuffed it into my mouth. It tasted extremely bitter, but soon, a warm current flowed through my body, and my strength increased significantly. Combat power increased by 1,000 points. In a good mood, I opened the remaining 2 cracks. Time and space retracing can retrace one's own status and position within 1 hour. Dragon pattern jade pendant. After wearing, combat power value increases by 2,000 points, lasting for 30 minutes. Time and space retracing made my eyes light up. Although this ability does not directly increase combat power, it is invincible in saving lives. As for the dragon pattern jade pendant, it is a magical tool that improves combat power. Excited, I looked down at the updated data on the screen. Ye Jin. Combat power, 2125. Abilities, rejuvenation, time rewind, eyes of heaven and earth, 150,000. Items, frost-coated flying sword, 1800. Dragon pattern jade pendant, 2000. Over 2000 combat power. I whistled, feeling overjoyed. However, my luck seemed to end there. After that, most of the dimensional rifts were marked as unmatched and extremely dangerous, and I reported them without even thinking about it. After all, I was just a weak and helpless novice. After struggling until dawn, I finally found a relatively reliable crack. Dimensional rift discovered. Ancient heritage detected. The moment the crack opened, a beautifully carved jade pendant fell into my hands. Dragon pattern jade pendant. After wearing, combat power value increases by 2,000 points, lasting for 30 minutes. I checked the light curtain data again and couldn't help but laugh. Ye Jin. Combat power, 2125. Abilities, rejuvenation, time rewind, eyes of heaven and earth, 150,000. Items, frost-coated flying sword, 1800. Dragon pattern jade pendant, 2000. After eating the red fruit and the golden ginseng, my combat power value directly exceeded 2,000 points. With the dragon pattern jade pendant, this number can soar to 4,000, which is simply the rhythm of beating ordinary monsters. I almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Being powerful is so wonderful. Although I only used 5 keys that night, every treasure was worth it, and my combat power increased several times. I was thinking about my next plan when my cell phone rang. Your dormitory is located in resettlement area number 3, building 6, room 302. The moment I saw the text message, I felt relieved. Finally, I have a place to live. Recalling the tragic situation before, the residential building I lived in was half collapsed by the 10,000-foot thunder centipede, and the rest was completely destroyed because I used the Sky Eye. The security bureau covered it, which really saved my life. If I didn't have this dormitory, I would be living on the street today, becoming the invincible wandering god of war under the overpass. If I met a female pervert, it would be okay if she was pretty, but if she was both 160 kilograms tall and heavy, I would be scrapped. Master, let's go to resettlement area number 3. I hailed a car and sat in the back seat. I was so sleepy after a night of tossing and turning, and now I just wanted to find a bed to catch up on some sleep. After driving for about an hour, I finally arrived at my destination. The number 3 resettlement area was a bit old, but the morning light shone on the clean ground, and the elderly took a leisurely stroll. The air was filled with the smell of fireworks, which was surprisingly warm. After finding Building 6, I climbed up to the 3rd floor with my luggage. Just as I was about to open the door of the next door 301 opened with a click. A man in a field uniform came out, looking about 30 years old, and walked downstairs without even looking up. "Hello!" I smiled and waved, pointing to the door of 302. "I just moved in, and I'm still in the training period." He glanced at me calmly, said nothing, and left. "You're so cool." I touched my nose and laughed it off. There are thousands of people in the world. Some are enthusiastic, and some are indifferent. There's nothing to be surprised about. I opened the door with the code in the text message, and room 302 came into view. It was a small one-bedroom apartment, about 30 to 40 square meters. Although the furniture was old, it was fully equipped with a refrigerator, air conditioner, and water heater. For a poor person like me, this place was simply heaven. Let's just make do with this. I stretched myself and fell asleep on the bed. I was so tired after a day of hard work that I felt like I was being tower dive-ed by 5 people. It was time to take a break. When I woke up again, the afterglow of the setting sun filled the room. I rubbed my eyes, ordered a takeaway, and checked the news. I had just taken a bite of the chicken leg when my smile froze when I saw a piece of news. The dimensional cracks in Wulin City have increased by 37%, and the possibility of monster invasion has greatly increased. The crisis of this city is becoming more and more obvious. The increase in the frequency of cracks means that higher-level monsters may appear more frequently, such as the tiger-level monster, which is rarely seen in 1,000 years, but now it has appeared 3 times in just 2 months. I must get stronger faster. I clenched my fists, feeling a sense of urgency. This world doesn't care about reason. It only recognizes strength. I threw away the takeaway box, put on my coat, and went out. I still had keys to use. Time was running out. I had to improve my combat power. The newbie missions of the Security Bureau are just right for me, such as visiting dimensional cracks reported by citizens. These missions are low in danger but can relieve the pressure on the main combat team members, which is perfect for me. I'm lucky today and have a good start as soon as I go out. A dimensional crack was discovered. An edible treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional crack. 1,000-year-old purple ginseng. I opened my eyes wide and opened the key in my hand without hesitation. A golden light flashed, and a golden purple ginseng appeared in my hand. I couldn't wait to take a bite, and a warm current instantly filled my body, and I felt an overwhelming sense of power. Your combat power value increases by 2,000. This operation is a huge profit. After getting the Millennium Purple Gold Ginseng, my combat power value doubled and exceeded 4,000 points. Luck is good, and I am destined to be unstoppable tonight. Second location. A dimensional rift was discovered, and a treasure was detected hidden inside, which is consistent with the yin-yang bagua. This hint made my eyes light up. A black and white light flashed, and in my hand there appeared an iron talisman engraved with the yin-yang fish pattern. Yin-yang fish talisman, a magical talisman made from Tai Chi yin-yang and the 8 trigrams. It has 3 uses, and its combat power is off the charts, 50,000. Don't underestimate it, because it looks inconspicuous. This thing can automatically attack once thrown out and can be called a hand-throwing weapon on the battlefield. I got 2 top-level treasures and was in a great mood. I casually reported no dimensional cracks found on the information platform and quickly locked onto the next target. The third location. A dimensional rift was discovered, and an ancient artifact was detected inside. It is soft, charming, and has a fragrance. This hint made me stunned. Soft? Scent? Antique? My mind was full of questions, but I still decisively opened the crack. The next second, I almost dropped my jaw in shock. A red belly band actually fell out of the crack. I took it subconsciously and smelled it. It was indeed fragrant. But what's the use of this thing? It looks like a useless decoration. Keep it as a souvenir? Thinking of this, I patted my chest and said, "No, Ye Jin, am a serious person." Then I silently stuffed the belly band into my arms and embarked on the next journey. Next, this time the crack was hidden at the corner of the street, but I saw a familiar figure from afar. The cool and aloof field worker from 301 next door. He was standing in front of the crack, staring intently. TSK, I got there first. I sighed, but according to the rules, he would not take any further action. At most, he would confirm the existence of the crack and report it. I took this opportunity to see what was hidden in the crack. Just as I was secretly calculating, the crack suddenly burst into a silvery light. Damn, he actually opened it directly. I was stunned, watching a few green-skinned monsters jump out of the crack, waving clubs and screaming. What's even more outrageous is that the guy actually opened the crack and ran away without even saying hello. Are you kidding? I held my forehead in my hands speechlessly, turned around and left quickly. Let the Security Bureau handle this mess. Newcomers getting involved? No need. The fifth location. A dimensional rift was discovered, and a treasure was detected hidden inside, with an extremely mysterious ancient aura. Ancient breath. Just by listening to the description, I knew it was a powerful weapon, so I opened the crack without hesitation. Dazzling golden light burst out from the crack, so bright that I could hardly open my eyes. Then, accompanied by a roar, a red spear slowly rose from the golden light. I grasped it, and information emerged. Projection of purple flame snake spear and fire spear. A legendary magic weapon. The tip of the spear can spit fire, disappear after attacking, and its combat power is 1,200,000. A million combat power points? I rubbed my eyes to make sure I was reading it right. Although this thing is one time, it can definitely turn the tables at a critical moment. Just as I was looking at the spear carefully, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in the palm of my hand. I looked down and saw that my third eye opened slightly, and a faint white light shot straight towards the spear. You want to absorb it? I thought. Although the sky eye cannot speak, there is a mysterious connection between us. The next moment, the heavenly eye emitted a ray of light, which completely absorbed the wisp of colorful, immortal power in the spear. The sky eye absorbed the immortal power from the projection of the purple flame snake spear and the fire spear. The sky eye's combat power increased by 50,000. The sky eye's combat power is now 200,000. Immortal power? I looked down at the heavenly eye in the palm of my hand, which was gradually calming down, then glanced at the projection of the purple flame snake spear and the fire spear in my hand, and a complex emotion flashed through my heart. It is common for immortal treasures to contain immortal power, but it is really intriguing that the heavenly eye can actually absorb immortal power and improve itself. However, the combat power of the purple flame snake spear and fire spear was reduced from 1.2 million to 1 million, which made people feel a little sad. But on second thought, this deal was actually not a loss. Why? It's very simple. The purple flame snake spear and fire spear projection can only be used once. It's a one-time deal, but the sky eye has merged with me, improving my permanent combat power in the true sense. The value of the two is not at the same level at all. Thinking of this, I waved the spear with satisfaction and watched it quickly shrink into a mini version of the magic weapon the length of a finger. I casually hung it on the keychain and hummed a song in a good mood. Good luck comes, that good luck comes. Good luck brings joy and love. The harvest of this night was really amazing. In addition to the speechless red belly band, I was like a cheat. 3 treasures plus a 1,000,000 level combat power artifact. A complete European emperor. Since my luck is so good, I might as well keep trying. I opened the information platform and prepared to lock onto the next dimensional crack. At this moment, a sudden message jumped into my sight. Main station information. A large number of mountain monsters appeared near Huayang Street. The center point is the bakery at number 22 Huayang Street. No rated monsters were found. Please send the nearest field team to annihilate them. Huayang Street? Isn't this where I was looking for the crack? I frowned, and the image of that arrogant neighbor flashed through my mind. Those mountain demons must have been released from the crack by him. But it's not right to issue an annihilation notice now. Under normal circumstances, he should have reported it immediately, and the Security Bureau should have sent people to clean it up. On closer inspection, things became even more bizarre. The release of annihilation information often meant a sudden invasion, which meant that someone had opened a crack without authorization, but did not follow up. In other words, he did not report it at all. Before I could investigate further, another message popped up. Main station information. A large number of night ghosts appeared in the Liani supermarket on Dongping Road. No rated monsters were found. Please send the nearest field team to destroy them. Dongping Road is near Huayang Street. The appearance of Shanqi and Yi Mei one after another is completely consistent with the characteristics of frequent cracks. My heart tightened, thinking about the strange phenomena in Wulin City recently. It is very likely that this is not the result of a natural increase in the number of cracks, but someone deliberately opened the cracks and left them alone. Just then I saw a familiar figure. Across the street, the cool man in his field uniform was striding toward an alley. And deep in the alley, there was a faint glow of a dimensional crack. Sure enough, he is causing trouble again. I quickly hid behind a box on the side of the road and watched him disappear at the end of the alley. This time, I will never let him continue to mess around. I took out my phone and used the Security Bureau's combat detection function to lock onto his location. Although this function is mainly used against monsters, it wouldn't hurt to try it on humans. 2 red dots quickly popped up on the screen. One was me, and the other was naturally him. Target combat power value detection. Target combat power value. 3,280. 3,280. More than 1,000 points higher than mine, but I have the Dragon Jade pendant, so I can hit 4,000 points. Although I may not have the advantage in a head-on fight, sneak attacks are my specialty. I quietly climbed up the alley wall, crouched in the dark, and watched his movements. I saw him take out a key, slowly approach the crack, and prepare to open it. The opportunity had come. I suddenly jumped down from the wall and pounced on him, who was completely defenseless. He obviously didn't expect a sneak attack and was caught off guard and knocked hard against the wall by me. Fighting spirit, I growled, and the dragon pattern jade pendant on my waist instantly activated. A circle of invisible waves spread out, and the air was filled with a majestic sense of oppression. Taking advantage of my fighting spirit, I punched him in the face, making him see stars. Then I quickly grabbed his hair and pushed him to the ground. Frost sword! As I shouted, the frost sword appeared and floated in the air. The coldness suddenly dropped, and a thin layer of frost quickly formed on the ground around us. The freezing effect was activated and his movements suddenly froze. Although I have the advantage in terms of combat power, I know that I cannot give him any chance to catch his breath. The Awakener may have other cards in his hand, so I must make a quick decision. The man was trapped by the frost and struggled violently, but under the crushing of absolute combat power, he was doomed to be unable to turn the situation around. Most of his body was frozen, making his actions seem futile. Without hesitation, I raised my arm and chopped the back of his neck with my hand, ready to get rid of this trouble quickly and efficiently. However, at this moment, the key in his hand was suddenly thrown towards the dimensional rift. Bah! The key sank into the crack accurately, and the edge of the crack immediately twisted wildly like a sawtooth, as if the mouth of a greedy, giant beast was about to swallow everything. A stench hit me in the face, making me sick. The next second, a tall, green-haired zombie king suddenly jumped out from the crack. The air around me suddenly condensed, and the feeling of oppression enveloped me like a substance, like the whisper of death. I quickly stepped back and took out my phone to scan. Green-haired zombie king, bug level, combat power 32,000. Insect level, combat power value exceeds 30,000. My scalp went numb for a moment. This kind of monster is not something that an ordinary field team can deal with. At least several teams need to work together. Escape? There's no time at all. The only choice is to fight. My breathing was a little rapid, but my heart was surprisingly calm. After the battle with the Ghost General, I already understood. In this world, only fighting can survive. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. When the green-haired zombie king smelled the scent of a living person, his eyes flashed scarlet light. He roared excitedly and suddenly leaped towards me. At the critical moment, I took out the talisman that I had kept in my chest, the yin-yang fish talisman. Black and white light instantly bloomed, covering the green-haired zombie king. When the talisman light fell, the huge zombie king let out a shrill scream, and white smoke came out of the rotten flesh, as if it was burned by flames. Suppress it, I roared, and the talisman turned into a huge yin-yang pattern, covering its head. Then, a black beam of light descended from the sky, locking it firmly in place. The zombie king struggled violently, but it seemed as if it was bound by invisible chains and could not break free. Its body began to disintegrate, and its rotten flesh and blood were evaporated by the light column, turning into a pool of foul-smelling mud. As it died, the cracks gradually closed and eventually turned into nothingness. You killed the insect-level invading monster, the green-haired zombie king, and obtained 2 treasures, Qingling pill and Qiushui sword. A pill and an ancient sword appeared in my hand. I glanced at the Qiushui sword and said, disapprovingly, "The sword energy is okay, but that's all. I have the Ningxuang flying sword. Qingling pill is the real treasure." I swallowed the pill without hesitation, and the warmth instantly spread throughout my body, and every part of my body was filled with strength. You took the Qingling pill, and your combat power increased by 2,000. This feels so good. I stretched and glanced at the status panel. Name, Ye Jin, combat power, 4,125. Abilities, rejuvenation, time rewind, eyes of heaven and earth. Items, autumn water sword, 1,000. Flying sword, condensed frost, 1,800. Yin-yang fish talisman, 50,000, 2 times remaining. Killing monsters and leveling up is one of life's greatest pleasures. Just as I was immersed in my pride, I heard hurried footsteps at the entrance of the alley. I looked up alertly, only to see a familiar figure approaching. Who? He's one of us. I reported him, I said after waving my hand. We looked at each other, both stunned. The other party turned out to be the field captain who fought side by side with me in the Ghost General War. Yin Ming. He waved his hand to signal the team members to wait, walked forward, and glanced back and forth between the unconscious man and the smelly mud on the ground. What happened? I shrugged and pointed at the man on the ground. He opened the dimensional rift recklessly, did not report the danger, and just released the green-haired zombie king. I suspect he is not simple. Green-haired zombie king? Yin Ming's face darkened. That thing's combat power is higher than that of the ghost general. Did you kill it? I was lucky. I used a talisman with a combat power value of 50,000. I scratched my head, feeling a little embarrassed. Yin Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he showed a weird smile. Your European physique is really jealous. Ye Jin, what is your current combat power? He suddenly asked. It just broke 4,000. I answered calmly. 4,000. Yin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. You are still in the training period, and your combat power value has exceeded 4,000? Field work is indeed complicated. Newcomers in the training period are usually responsible for basic visits and aftermath, and formal members will take on more assistance tasks. Only when the combat power value exceeds 3,000 will they be qualified to take on real combat tasks. My combat power value of 4,000 was obviously beyond the standard, and I entered the battle sequence directly. Yin Ming rubbed his chin and stared at me, muttering thoughtfully. The combat power value is acceptable, the nurse's ability is outstanding, and he can always get top-quality treasures in the dimensional cracks. He looked me up and down, as if he was thinking about something. Hey, Captain, what are you daydreaming about? I waved my hand in front of his eyes to pull him back from his thoughts. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. Yin Ming scratched his head, then waved his hand and said, Take this man back to the headquarters first, and leave the rest to the professionals. After returning to the Security Bureau headquarters, the arrested man was taken for interrogation, while Yin Ming and I sat in the lobby. I was bored and scrolling through the news, watching this bizarre world, and sighed in my heart that it was really outrageous. Just as I was about to click on a push notification about awakeners wearing red belly bands gain mysterious powers, Yin Ming walked out of the interrogation room with a document in his hand and called out as he walked, Ye Jin, come here. What's going on? Ilin David? That guy confessed. He said that he did open the dimensional rift maliciously and claimed to be a member of the Holy Knights. Yin Ming explained as he flipped through the information. The Holy Knights? I was confused. Well, it's a Western awakening organization. Every member is extremely powerful. 5 of the top 10 on the International Wanted list are from them. He said with disdain, but in my opinion, this guy can't even touch their toes. He is probably an imposter. I nodded in approval. So what should we do next? Don't worry about it. There will naturally be someone to investigate this matter. Yin Ming put away the information and suddenly gave me a meaningful smile. But we can talk about something else. What else? I was confused. Are you interested in joining my team directly? He smiled maliciously. Captain, I'm still in the training period. I couldn't help but remind him. That can all be arranged. Yin Ming waved his hand easily. To put it bluntly, the training period is for newcomers with low combat power to adapt. It is not necessary for super players like you. Besides, he moved closer and lowered his voice. Don't you want more keys? When I heard the word key, my interest was immediately piqued. Yin Ming smiled and explained. Newcomers in the training period can only do some basic work, and you basically have no chance of getting any rewards from missions. Even if you are promoted, you will only start out as peripheral aftermath. But if you join my team, you can directly take on combat missions. To kill a bug-level monster, you will get at least 10 keys. As he spoke, he took out a key from his pocket and handed it to me. This is the reward for you killing the green-haired zombie king last time. In addition, the reward will be given out after the interrogation of that guy is over. But you have to wait. I took the key and was very happy. Of course, the more keys, the better. Besides the key, what other benefits are there? I asked. Yin Ming looked proud. Official field staff members are given 3 keys a month, a salary of 20,000 yuan, 5 insurances and 1 fund, and 3 days off a week. The Bureau is short of manpower recently, and there are extra subsidies during special periods. You can choose any key or bonus. I raised my eyebrows. There have been special circumstances every day in Wulin City recently, right? Yin Ming laughed. Isn't this a good time to make money? If you join my team, I can give you some personal conditions. What conditions? I became interested. 5 extra keys per month, or a monthly salary of 300,000. Your choice. He held up 5 fingers with obvious temptation in his eyes. I was stunned for a moment. This offer was indeed very tempting. 5 keys meant that the benefits would be doubled, and a monthly salary of 300,000 yuan was a huge sum of money in the end times. Ming saw me thinking and added with a smile, "Money and keys are not a problem for me. I care more about the survival rate of the team. You can heal people and fight, so this investment is totally worth it." I nodded. "If I agree now, what do I need to do?" "You don't have to do anything. I'll submit the application, and it will be done in a few days." He patted my shoulder, his eyes full of expectation. "When you start working, we will be real comrades in arms." "Okay, then I'll go back and wait for notification." I also laughed, feeling secretly satisfied. Resources are the foundation of strength. With milk and resources, you can get by wherever you go. "Okay, go back and have a good rest." Ming waved his hand, his tone full of appreciation. "I'll wait for you to join me. Don't let me down, brother." Chapter 12. Ice Red Lotus. Ye Jin said goodbye to Ming and fell asleep as soon as he got home. After a whole night of hard work, I am really tired. The next day, when Ye Jin got up from the bed yawning, the sun was already shining on his butt. As usual, I ordered a takeout and turned on the TV to the news channel. Someone in Wulin City found a manual of martial arts in the Dimensional Rift. After practicing hard, they finally confirmed that the manual was about ancient massage. According to interviews, the person involved is planning to open the first ancient massage shop in Wulin City. A tiger-level invading monster, the nomadic Iron Cavalry, has appeared in Ulan-Hata City and is currently being hunted down with all our might. Congratulations! The wanted criminal Huang XX was arrested in a foot massage parlor. A citizen of Yilan City dug out a cooking spatula, and the food he cooked was so delicious that it spread far and wide, attracting friends from all over the world to visit the restaurant. It has now been rated as the world's only 4-star gourmet restaurant by Tire magazine. A famous Chinese football player opened a dimensional rift, found a ton of sea cucumbers, and achieved sea cucumber freedom. There's a lot of news from all over the place, most of which are related to dimensional rifts. Ye Jin paid special attention to the news in Wulin City and found that the news accounted for a high proportion. Although there were no major events, the number of news reports showed how frequent the dimensional rifts were in Wulin City. His own city was not peaceful, which made Ye Jin feel a sense of crisis again. Anyway, it would take 2 or 3 days for Ming to apply, and he had the key in his hand, so Ye Jin simply went out to look for dimensional rifts. In fact, in a way, the frequent appearance of dimensional rifts is also an opportunity. If it were another city, even if Ye Jin joined the security bureau and had the information provided by the information platform, it would be difficult to easily open a large number of dimensional cracks. Soon, Ye Jin appeared on the roof of a building. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected in the dimensional crack, full of delicious feeling. The kitchen god sugar jar, crystal clear, full of sugar, the best sugar in the world, but not sweet. Is this kitchen god poisonous? Last time it was salt without saltiness. This time it is sugar without sweetness. Is sugar without sweetness real sugar? The most important thing is that this thing is useless. Even if Ye Jin swallows the sugar jar with the sugar, it will not have any effect. Ye Jin looked helpless and rushed to the next location. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional rift, which seemed to be food. The kitchen god's expired buns. It used to be very delicious, but now it's spoiled. Maybe you can eat it? Who knows, you might not die from eating it. Ye Jin, why is it the kitchen god again? Is he trying to provoke me? This sugar jar, salt jar, expired buns? It would be better to give yourself a belly band. At least you can smell it in the dead of night. Pooh, a gentleman like me would never do such a thing. Ye Jin curled his lips and headed to the next location again. This time, Ye Jin chose a city area that is a little further away, otherwise the Kitchen God series might continue to appear. After running through 2 dimensional rifts in a row, Ye Jin finally got something. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional rift, which contained the power of the underworld. Ice Red Lotus. This is an ice lotus treasure born in the ice hell of the Stripping Pavilion, which is presided over by the King Chu Jiang of the Second Hall of the 10 Hells. It is said that it can freeze the soul. Ice Lotus can release frost to attack. Casting Hellflower Blooms can release a large number of ice lotuses to freeze the target in a very short time. The blood after the skin is torn apart will dye the Ice Lotus red. This is the origin of the Ice Red Lotus. Each use of Ice Lotus requires a 24-hour interval. The combat power of Frost Lotus is 50,000. If used at night, the combat power of Frost Lotus increases to 100,000. If used in extremely cold weather, the combat power of Frost Lotus increases to 200,000. After the dimensional rift opened, a silvery white frost spurted out. Immediately afterwards, an ice lotus condensed from the silvery white frost mist and fell into Ye Jin's hands. Ye Jin nodded with satisfaction. His luck finally improved. The regular combat power of the ice red lotus is 50,000, which can double to 100,000 at night, which is quite good. As for use in extremely cold weather, Ye Jin simply ignored it. The climate below -40 degrees Celsius can be called extremely cold. There are not many places in China that can reach the extreme cold standard, and the southern city of Wulin City is unlikely to be among them, unless some invading monster appears and creates this kind of climate environment. What surprised Ye Jin was that the sky did not move this time. The 10 kings of hell are also considered gods, so how come this ice red lotus has no divine power? Or is it that the combat power value is too low, not reaching the million level, so the sky does not look down on it? Ye Jin thought as he rushed to the next location. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional rift, which contained an ancient heritage. Ye Jin took out the key to open the dimensional rift. In the golden light, a portrait slowly floated out and fell into Ye Jin's palm. Portrait of Shintu, General Shintu at the left gate, wearing a silver helmet and silver armor, holding a steel fork with a solid iron point, with a face as white as lacquer, eyes close to ears, eyebrows pointing upwards, and a beard under his chin that is as thin as iron wire. Pasting the image of Shintu on the door can drive away evil spirits and ghosts. Ghosts with a combat power below 50,000 cannot be destroyed. Door hot. Ye Jin looked at the portrait in his hand. This thing had no combat power value because it was not used for attacking, but it was a good thing and could guard the house. 50,000 combat power could resist insect-level ghosts. Ye Jin carefully rolled up the scroll and continued looking for the dimensional crack. However, luck is something that comes and goes, and Ye Jin was not so lucky next time. Dimensional rift discovered. The breath of a ferocious beast is detected in the dimensional crack. It is very hot. Be careful not to be burned to ashes. Dimensional rift discovered. A magic weapon is detected in the dimensional rift. Maybe you can conquer it, or maybe you will be beheaded. There were monsters hidden in 2 consecutive dimensional cracks, so Ye Jin had to return empty-handed. But at this time, the cell phone that Ye Jin was carrying with him suddenly made a sound. Ye Jin took out his cell phone and looked at it. His eyes became serious. It was an alarm of monster invasion. Ye Jin quickly opened the information platform. Information from the main station. Overlapping cracks have appeared on the Avenue of Stars, and a large-scale monster invasion has occurred. The number has been confirmed to be no less than 500, including at least 1 wolf-level invading monster and a 3-headed worm-level monster. Field teams that are not on a mission, please rush to support immediately. Repeat that. Repeat that. The appearance of overlapping cracks means that a large number of invading monsters have appeared, which naturally means that this is not an ordinary monster elimination, but a fierce, massive battle. Chapter 13. Is it useful? Be persistent. Ye Jin was a little conflicted, wondering whether or not to go over. Wouldn't it be nice to just enjoy the treasure hunt? We are all civilized people. Why do we have to fight and kill each other all day long? Moreover, although Yin Ming invited me to join the team, I need to apply first. Am I considered an official member now? New recruits in the training period are not allowed to participate in combat. However, at this moment, Ye Jin's phone rang. It was Yin Ming calling. Ye Jin, have you seen the news from the headquarters? Yeah, I see. Go to the intersection on the south side of the Avenue of Stars, where it intersects with Huadong Street. There is a large Liani supermarket there. Gather there. Good. Come on. Don't worry about whether to go or not. Since Yin Ming had spoken as the team leader, of course Ye Jin had to go. Taking a deep breath to relieve the tension, and with a hint of excitement, Ye Jin quickly disappeared into the night. Avenue of Stars, outskirts. The Avenue of Stars is a very famous commercial street in Wulin City. Although it is called the Avenue of Stars, there are many friendly shops here, so the flow of people is quite good. When a large-scale invading monster appears, the first thing to do is to evacuate the crowd and then isolate the invading monsters. The good news: the evacuation is almost complete. The bad news: the onslaught of invading monsters is more violent than expected. Go up, break up the formation of those guys. Yin Ming shouted loudly. directing his team members to form a defense line. In front of them, there were about 20 or 30 burning ghosts, their bodies burning, rushing madly along the street. What was even more troublesome was that there were endless ghosts appearing behind them. There are only 4 people on Yin Ming's side. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Hold on. The other team members nodded and went to meet the burning ghost again. The blazing ghost is just a minion without level, an accessory when insect level and wolf level invading monsters appear. The field team can handle it easily. Although this is true, the saying a swarm of ants can kill an elephant still makes sense. Continuous fighting will make people feel tired. Drink! A light shout. Yin Ming held an ancient sword in his hand and chopped forward. Then, a burst of dancing sword lights suddenly appeared in front of him. The several burning ghosts that rushed to Yin Ming instantly turned into burning corpses and scattered on the ground. He supported his body with the sword and watched his chest rise and fall with gasps. "Boss, don't stop," a team member shouted. "There's also a burning ghost coming from the right corner." Yin Ming spat on the ground, cursed, and said, "It never ends." A team member came over carrying a huge axe and said, "Boss, why don't we retreat first? We have already completed the evacuation anyway." Yin Ming was a little confused. They had been fighting for an hour straight and were really tired. Retreating first was also a solution, but at this moment, a warmth suddenly surged from Yin Ming and the other 3, and a green halo appeared around them. In just a moment, Yin Ming and the other 3 felt their energy and spirits recovering rapidly, and the minor injuries on their bodies began to heal visibly. Yin Ming was delighted. "Ye Jin?" Ye Jin came from behind and waved his hand. "Go and fight again." Ye Jin's rejuvenation technique is very special. This is because rejuvenation techniques can not only heal injuries, but can also restore lost physical strength to a certain extent. As healing abilities are already rare, Ye Jin's rejuvenation skills are even more precious. Just like there are many ladies in a nightclub, but only a few top ones. After being healed by the rejuvenation technique, Yin Ming and his companions suddenly became full of energy. Under Yin Ming's command, they formed a battle formation again. Remember 2 things. First, don't let the opponent disrupt your formation. Second, protect Ye Jin. The wet nurse is Ye Jin's treasure, and nothing must happen to her. With Ye Jin, there is endurance. Is it useful these days? What matters is persistence. With the arrival of the burning ghost, the battle quickly continued. After Ye Jin cast a rejuvenation spell, he quickly entered combat mode. He formed a sword finger with both hands, and then there was a sound of sword vibration, and the frost sword broke through the air and flew towards the direction of the burning ghost. The next moment, along with the sword light across the sky, large flakes of frost fell from the sky and scattered all over. Those burning ghosts struggled instantly and wailed in pain. Their high-speed charge came to an abrupt halt, and the flames burning on their bodies also weakened a lot. Yin Ming was stunned for a moment and asked, "Is your flying sword of water attribute?" Ye Jin nodded. "Ice is similar to water." Yin Ming was immediately overjoyed. Ye Jin had given him so many surprises. The frost on the flying sword was obviously effective against the blazing ghost. Yin Ming said decisively, "Cover Ye Jin's attack." "Great. A good nurse who takes care of all the logistics and killing enemies." This is the legendary Violent Milk. Even if it's not F, it's at least E. But Ye Jin did not refuse. The restraint of the frost sword on the burning ghost was indeed very obvious. Moreover, this was actually effortless. The frost sword's sword-controlling attack was automatic, and Ye Jin did not need to worry about it at all. Because of the frost condensation sword, the people around Ye Jin also had some free time. One of the big guys smiled heartily and took the lead in extending his hand to Ye Jin. "Li Qi, welcome to join us." Li Qi took the lead. On the other side, a thin girl with twin ponytails and a pair of crossbows in her hands also raised her hand and signaled to Ye Jin. "Yin Xiao Xiao." A middle-aged man standing behind Ye Jin said with a smile, "Wang He, welcome to join our team." Ye Jin greeted them one by one and joined Yin Ming's team. These people would be his colleagues in the future. After about a quarter of an hour, the group of burning ghosts in front of them were killed. Everyone looked around, and finally no new blazing ghosts appeared. A group of team members are watching Yin Ming, and it is time for the captain to make the decision. "Keep going inside, things are not over yet." Yin Ming made a decision without much thought. "Xiao Xiao, you go to the front." Yin Xiao Xiao nodded. She was fast and had acquired an ability called danger perception in the dimensional rift, which allowed her to effectively and promptly detect the enemy. Therefore, she had always been responsible for exploring the way. As we moved forward, we could hear the sounds of fighting on other streets. Ye Jin said, "Don't we need support?" "Not needed for now." Yan Ming took out his cell phone. "When a large number of field teams are working together, a new communication channel will be established. If support or replacement is needed, a message will be sent in the channel, and the commander will also issue orders in it." Ye Jin nodded. The commander gives orders to the captain commands the team members, and they support and assist each other, so that everything will become orderly. Chapter 14D is nothing. There's a group of hanged ghosts ahead. After walking forward for a distance, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly jumped down from the building on the side. A hanged ghost is a ghost that was hanged. Yan Ming stretched out his hand to signal everyone to stop. Soon, a group of ghosts with their lower bodies made of smoke and floating in the air appeared. When they saw Yan Ming and his companions, they immediately rushed over to kill them. Ye Jin took out his mobile phone and monitored the opponent's combat power. Hang Ghost. No step. Combat power. 760. Li Qi smiled and said, "There's no need to monitor the combat power of these invading monsters. They're all minions. Usually, their combat power will not exceed 1,000 points. The only problem that's a headache is the number." At the same time, Yan Ming observed the hanged ghosts for a while, and then said, "There are not many of them, a total of 12. They should have been dispersed by other teams. Cover Xiao Xiao and Ye Jin and kill them directly from a distance." Ye Jin and Yin Xiaoxiao nodded at the same time, and then one used a flying sword and the other used a double crossbow to continuously shoot at the hanged ghost. Soon, those hanged ghosts couldn't even get close to the crowd and were killed. "I'm so tired." Yin Xiaoxiao's chest heaved. "Can't you let us rest for a while?" "Stop complaining," Yan Ming said. "Think about collecting the keys later, and you'll be happy." Yin Xiaoxiao pouted. "No, I haven't found anything good in the dimensional cracks recently. They're all invading monsters. I have to work overtime to deal with them. Fortunately, I haven't encountered any invading monsters with levels." Wani took out a few bottles of water from his backpack and threw them to everyone. "Drink some water." Yan Ming checked his phone and said, "The cleanup in the east has been almost completed and is moving towards us. The south is also finishing up. The monster swarm is under control. There shouldn't be much of a problem." Boom! As soon as Yan Ming finished speaking, a loud roar suddenly came from the front. A cloud of dust suddenly rose into the sky. Boom! 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 A heavy sound suddenly sounded, and the ground shook slightly. Wani was stunned and asked, "What happened?" His question was soon answered when, at the end of the street, a large flame suddenly appeared. The flames rushed into the sky and turned into a fire tornado. In a moment, a giant over 30 meters tall, with his whole body burning, suddenly stepped out from the fire tornado. Red Fire Demon. Ghost. Combat power. 1 million. When Yan Ming saw the combat power monitoring results, his face turned pale instantly. A ghost-level invading monster. Moreover, it is in the millions. This is obviously different from what was agreed upon. Isn't there only one wolf-level monster and one three-headed worm-level monster? Why would such a terrifying thing suddenly appear? This level of combat is not something that field service personnel should be participating in. It should be handled by the special forces or elite mobile forces. In front of the Red Fire Demon, they were as weak as ants. Run now!" As the captain, Yan Ming was the first to react and shouted loudly. "This is no longer a retreat, but pure escape. If you want to live, you have to run." At the same time, the Red Fire Demon had already raised his giant foot and then stepped down hard. Boom! The feeling of the sky falling apart. The Red Fire Demon stepped down and the ground exploded instantly. Countless cracks appeared and spread in all directions. A section of the street collapsed visibly, and the surrounding buildings continued to break and collapse. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ruins. At the same time, the rolling heat wave rushed forward like a typhoon passing through. Ye Jin and his companions didn't even have the chance to react. They were blown away the moment the heat wave swept over. Yan Ming was hit by a huge rock and spit out blood on the spot. Yin Xiaoxiao and Li Qi bumped into the guardrail beside them, and only by holding onto the guardrail with both hands did they avoid being blown away. While he was the worst off, when the terrifying air wave passed by, his waist was cut by something and his entire abdomen was bleeding. Ye Jin was not much better off. The moment the heat wave came, it felt like being hit hard by something heavy. Ye Jin instinctively grabbed the street lamp next to him, and the whole person was swept into the air by the air wave. It felt like a small boat drifting in the ocean in a storm. And all this happened just because the red flame demon stepped on it. The next moment, the red flame demon raised his legs again and took a step forward. At this moment, the feeling of death is looming. Ye Jin gritted his teeth. If he let the red flame demon get close to him, he would die, and everyone would die. In front of the burning giant, everyone seemed so small. But I don't want to die. The shadow of a spear appeared in Ye Jin's head. Projection of purple flame, snake spear, and fire spear. My last trump card. Maybe this is the only hope. As Ye Jin thought about it, he reached for the keychain at his waist. But at this time, why do monsters disturb the human world? Suddenly, an angry roar was heard in the sky, followed by the sound of a sword, and a silver-white sword light pierced through the sky. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look up into the sky. The sword light came extremely suddenly, like a long rainbow, breaking through the clouds and illuminating the night. The red flame demon raised his head and looked up into the sky. But he just took a glance, and the sword light came down from the sky and chopped off the head of the red flame demon. The next moment, time seemed to stand still. In a moment, snap! A crack suddenly appeared on the body of the red flame demon. The crack continued to spread and expand, and finally, the body of the red flame demon split into two halves, turning into countless fireballs that floated in the air. With one strike, the red flame demon, with a combat power of 1,000,000, beheaded. On a tall building not far away, a man in a Taoist robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. It's Mind Griang. Yen Ming was delighted as he got up from the ground and said, Heavenly Sword Mind Griang of the elite mobile force, a master with a combat power of over 2,000,000. He's here too. Ye Jin listened to Yen Ming's words, glanced at the tall building, and a bit of fascination appeared in his eyes. That sword is truly stunning. Only after seeing the strength of others can you better understand your own weakness. Just like after seeing E, you realize that D is nothing. When will I be able to reach this level? At this moment, Ye Jin was extremely eager to become powerful. At this time, Yin Xiaoxiao's voice sounded from behind. Captain, come and see Wang He. Wang He was the most seriously injured. He fell to the ground with blood all over his chest and could no longer stand up. Yen Ming suddenly became anxious. Ye Jin. Chapter 15, The 3 Bars of the Little Master Slide. Ye Jin didn't answer, but the rejuvenation technique had already been cast out. A light green halo enveloped Wang He's body, and the flowing blood soon stopped, but Wang He's face remained pale. Ye Jin said, the injury is too severe. Rejuvenation can only stop the bleeding and save his life. He still needs to be sent to the hospital for treatment. That's enough. This is Ye Jin's value. His existence can give others an extra chance to survive. Yen Ming said decisively, I'll take him to the hospital. But at this moment, there was a sudden muffled sound from the front of the road, followed by a large cloud of dust rising up. Soon, at the end of the street, a huge red bull appeared with 3 tails at the end, and flames burned at the tips of its tails. Red-fired demon bull. Bug level. When injured, combat power, 11,000. An insect-level invading monster. The red-fired demon bull? Yen Ming was shocked. I just checked the channel and saw that 3 teams were already conducting a joint encirclement and suppression. How did this guy get away? Ye Jin said decisively. You go and send Wang He to the hospital. I will handle this. Yen Ming asked worriedly. Can you do it? Don't worry. Ye Jin pinched out the yellow talisman and said, I can do it. Seeing the yellow talisman, Yen Ming instantly felt relieved. He almost forgot that in addition to being a wet nurse, Ye Jin was also exceptionally lucky. Yen Ming picked up the unconscious Wang He and said, Retreat. Moo. On the other side, the red-fire demon bull suddenly let out a long howl, and then not only the tail end, but the entire body was burning with flames. On the ground, when the red-fire demon bull stepped over, it instantly left burnt marks. The crazy red-fire demon bull was running for its life, and its speed was really too fast. It was clearly hundreds of meters away, just now, but in the blink of an eye, only a few dozen meters were left. Thunderbolt! Ye Jin held a yellow talisman in his hand and shook it. The talisman spontaneously ignited without wind and turned into ashes in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, thunder was heard in the sky. A large black cloud appeared out of nowhere in the sky, with countless electric currents swirling in it like long snakes, which looked quite terrifying. Ye Jin took a step forward and stretched out his hand to press forward. Kill! Ye Jin roared angrily. Boom! The thunder roars again. This time, along with Ye Jin's voice, a thunder as thick as a bucket suddenly came down from the sky and hit the running red fire demon bull hard. A miserable scream was heard. The red fire demon bull's charge stopped instantly. It fell to its knees on the ground and slid forward, eventually completely stopping moving. A burnt smell gradually spread in the air. You killed the insect-level invading monster, Red Fire Demon Bull. You got 2 treasures. Red Fire Essence. After taking it, it can stimulate awakening power and increase combat power by 300 points. Red Fire Bull Whip. It can be taken. As for the effect, maybe a man's dignity will grow a little? Ye Jin looked at the 2 things given from killing the Red Fire Demon Bull and immediately performed a Sichuan opera face-changing. Red Fire Essence? Good stuff. This is 3,000 combat power points. Red Fire Bull Whip? What the hell? I can get 3 bars for sliding on my knees. Do I need this thing to maintain my dignity? After getting rid of the Red Fire Demon Bull, Ye Jin looked around and found no other invading monsters. He then checked his phone. The CCTV has released information and is conducting the final search and cleanup. Although the leading invading monsters have been killed, the remaining minions may run away, hide in remote corners, or even enter buildings. Therefore, it is necessary to continue large-scale searches and clearances. This matter is not dangerous at all, because the most dangerous guy has been killed. As for the corpses all over the streets, there are naturally people dedicated to cleaning up the mess. For example, newcomers who are still in the training period will be asked to do this job. Ye Jin called Yen Ming to confirm that Wang He had been safely sent to the hospital. Yen Ming said, "The headquarters said that the teams participating in the battle tonight can rest for 2 days. You should go back to bed early. You must be very tired after tossing and turning all night. I will call you if there is anything else." Ye Jin nodded and agreed. Okay. I took a taxi home, walked through the deserted neighborhood in the early morning, and then Dimensional Rift discovered. 2 treasures were detected hidden in the Dimensional Rift, which are edible. Tianling fruit. After taking it, it can strengthen the blood and thus improve the cultivation. I can open a Dimensional Rift on the way home. How wonderful. As Ye Jin was thinking, a screen of light appeared before his eyes. Name, Ye Jin. Combat power, 8125. Abilities, Rejuvenation. Time Reversal. Eyes of Heaven and Earth, 200,000. Items. Ice Red Lotus, 50,000. Autumn Water Sword, 1,000. Frost Sword, 1,800. Dragon Pattern Jade Pendant, 2,000. Thunder Shadow, 25,000. Remaining times, 1. Yin Yang Fish Talisman, 50,000. Remaining times, 2. Shinto Portrait Purple Flame Snake Spear, Fire Spear Projection, 1 million. The combat power value is about to break 10,000. Moreover, I still have a lot of keys in my hand. After a good night's sleep, I can rest for 2 days. I can go around and see if I can prescribe some more tonics so that I can fight as soon as possible. While thinking, Ye Jin went upstairs and opened the door. After entering the bedroom, he threw himself on the bed and fell asleep. I could still hold on before going home, but as soon as my head hit the bed, I couldn't stop the tiredness. It felt like having fought with a ferocious old lady for 3 days and 3 nights. The huge body of the red fire demon appeared in Ye Jin's mind. The terrifying blow and the extremely heavy pressure made Ye Jin unable to let go for a long time. Although he has become stronger, he is also capable of killing insect-level monsters alone. However, there are many powerful invading monsters in this world, and you never know when you will face the threat of death. Ye Jin couldn't help but think of the sword of Ming Liang again. The invading monster with a combat power of 1 million was killed in 1 blow. So powerful that it's frightening. Oh, still need to work harder. As Ye Jin was thinking, he gradually fell into a deep sleep, and soon, snoring sounds were heard in the room. This sleep lasted from morning till midnight before Ye Jin was awakened by the urge to urinate. I glanced out the window and saw that it was pitch black. I took out my cell phone to check the time, and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, now is a good time to open the Dimensional Rift. Ye Jin got up, washed, took 2 loaves of bread from the refrigerator, then put on his coat and went out. Ye Jin was chewing on a piece of bread while browsing the information on the Security Bureau's main station. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Ye Jin always felt that there seemed to be a lot less information about the dimensional rift tonight. Could it be that because there was a large-scale monster invasion before, the frequency of dimensional rifts has decreased in the short term? Ye Jin scratched his head. In fact, the Security Bureau has been studying the patterns of the appearance of dimensional rifts. Unfortunately, no discoveries have been made so far. Chapter 16, Green Scale Python. Dimensional Rift Discovered. An extremely evil monster has been detected in the dimensional rift. Please be careful. The first dimensional crack started off badly, so Ye Jin had to rush to the next one. Dimensional Rift Discovered. It is detected that there is a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which contains extremely strong qi and blood. Dali Huanyang Pill. After taking it, it can make your blood and qi vigorous and turn you into a legendary big muscle man. Friendly reminder, big muscle will not increase combat power, but will affect speed, agility, and endurance. Ye Jin. Ye Jin had 3 question marks on his head. What the hell is this thing? It affects speed, agility, and endurance, but it's too much that you don't increase the combat power. Ye Jin thought about it while putting the things in his arms. Although Ye Jin thinks this thing is rubbish, who knows, there may be people who desire to have muscles as hard as granite and become a big muscle man. After all, who doesn't have a dream of becoming a fitness hunk? Put away your things and rush to the next dimensional rift point. Dimensional Rift Discovered. It is detected that there is a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which contains extremely strong qi and blood. Hiss. After arriving at the place, Ye Jin couldn't help but gasp when he saw the prompt that appeared. Coming again? I'm not interested in big muscular guys. Ye Jin hesitated for a moment, but finally took out the key to open the dimensional rift. Blood Bodhi can strengthen the qi and blood, thereby activating the awakening power in the body. As the dimensional rift opened, a large amount of red light like liquid spread out and finally condensed in Ye Jin's hand, turning into a blood-red Bodhi. This is good. Ye Jin was instantly happy. It was a serious thing, and moreover, it was the tonic that Ye Jin wanted most at the moment. The next second, Ye Jin threw the blood Bodhi into his mouth. You took the blood Bodhi, and your combat power increased by 300. The combat power value has exceeded 10,000. I have accomplished my small goal tonight. I feel so happy. However, there are still many keys, so Ye Jin will naturally not stop there. Dimensional Rift Discovered. A weak divine power was detected in the dimensional crack, but there were obvious signs of corrosion. Dimensional Rift Discovered. A monster is detected in the dimensional rift. Open it, and your spirit may be destroyed. My luck tonight is worse than I expected. Apart from the blood Bodhi, nothing serious has appeared, or they are all dimensional rifts inhabited by monsters. I looked at the sky, and it was almost dawn. While thinking about it, Ye Jin took out his cell phone and looked for the location of the next dimensional rift. Suddenly, a piece of information came into Ye Jin's eyes. Information from the main station. At Wulin Grandma Coffee Shop, Zaihetsi Street, number 77 Beishan Road, a citizen has opened a dimensional rift and a bug-level invading monster, the Green Scale Python, has appeared. Its combat power is 18,000. Please ask the nearest field team to rush to the rescue and destroy the Green Scale Python. The address is near Ye Jin, and I have some impression of the Wulin Grandma Coffee Shop, as if I have passed by there before. After Ye Jin recalled it, he immediately ran towards the coffee shop. Ye Jin is still confident that he can deal with 18,000 insect-level invading monsters. Although hunting invading monsters is dangerous, if you can complete the hunt, there is a chance that those monsters will drop treasures. There are risks, but there are also benefits. Ye Jin is not afraid of fighting as long as he can win. Suddenly, Ye Jin's thoughts stopped, and then he slid forward and stopped his body. There is a dangerous aura ahead. In the darkness of night, a huge snake head appeared from the corner of the street. It was as big as a millstone and held a woman in its mouth. The woman had been dead for a long time. Her body was a little broken, and her face had an expression of unwillingness and pain. Ye Jin's mind was a little dazed at this moment. At this moment, he once again witnessed the cruelty of this world. Ye Jin has witnessed battles and chaos many times. However, it was the first time for Ye Jin to see death at such a close distance. At the same time, it also made him more eager to become stronger. All four. Stay alive. A wish that should be simple, but has become a luxury in this world. At the same time, the green-scaled python also discovered Ye Jin at this moment and suddenly opened its mouth, and the female corpse in its mouth fell out. Immediately afterwards, the green-scaled python bared its fangs towards Ye Jin, and then twisted its huge body and charged towards Ye Jin. Click, click. The huge body rolled over the street, which continued to break into pieces, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. The vehicles parked on both sides were run over by the green-scaled python, making a crunching sound, and in an instant they were crushed into a pile of iron lumps. The huge noise brought Ye Jin back to his senses from his trance, and he raised his hand almost instinctively. A bloody crack appeared in Ye Jin's palm. An eye appeared there and slowly opened. A mysterious and ancient power, like a glance that lasts 1,000 years. The moment that I opened, the long river of time seemed to flow at this moment. It makes people tremble, it makes people shocked, it makes people terrified, it makes people afraid. Ye Jin held his wrist, pointed his sky eye at the green-scaled python, and growled, "Open your eyes, heaven and earth." With a loud bang, a golden light shone out from the eye of heaven, breaking through the darkness ahead and illuminating all directions. "Blast it for me?" As Ye Jin roared, the beam of light fell on the green-scaled python. The golden light surges and overflows. After the golden light enveloped the green-scaled python, it continued to shatter and turned into large halos that spread out in all directions. The green-scaled python kept rolling on the ground, and its huge body hit the guardrail on the street, which was instantly deformed. The street lamp broke with a creaking sound and collapsed. After a while, the struggling green-scaled python gradually lost its voice. That huge body was actually in the light. It will be destroyed. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, green-scaled python. You got 2 treasures. Green snake gallbladder. After taking it, it can stimulate awakening power and increase combat power by 2,000 points. Green scale snake mark. A hidden weapon made from the scales of a green scale python. It is extremely sharp and contains snake venom. A maximum of 12 missiles can be fired each time. The green scale snake mark that hits the target cannot be recovered. The combat power value of the green scale snake is 1,000 points per piece. You currently hold 46 green scale snake tokens. After killing the green scaled python, Ye Jin obtained 2 treasures, both of which were quite good. The green scaled snake gallbladder could increase his combat power, while the green scaled snake flag had a mediocre single target attack effect, with a combat power value of only 1,000. However, as long as the number is large enough, the power can be increased, but unfortunately, it is a consumable. Chapter 17, Awakening Power. Ye Jin reported the information to the headquarters, and then the follow-up personnel arrived at the scene to carry out relevant follow-up work. The identity of the deceased also needs to be confirmed, and then his family will be notified. If there are no family members, he will be burned to ashes and buried. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Ye Jin. After completing the handover with the aftermath personnel, Ye Jin prepared to stroll home and go to sleep. But at this moment, Ye Jin's cell phone suddenly rang. After looking at the incoming call, Ye Jin answered the phone. "Captain?" Yen Ming smiled and said, "Where are you? The dormitory?" "No, I'm outside." "Well, come to the headquarters." Ye Jin asked curiously, "What happened?" "Nothing." Yen Ming smiled and said, "We'll talk about the details after you get here." "Good." What could Yen Ming want from me? Ye Jin was a little puzzled, but judging from the other party's tone, it shouldn't be an urgent matter. As Ye Jin thought about it, he reached out to stop a car and headed to the Wulin City Security Bureau headquarters. After entering the hall, Ye Jin saw Yen Ming in the lounge area in the corner, drinking coffee and refreshing the news on a tablet computer. "Here." Yen Ming also saw Ye Jin and smiled and extended his hand to greet him. "Would you like something to eat?" Ye Jin nodded. "Sandwich and a glass of milk." Yen Ming smiled and nodded, then waved to the waiter. The rest area is not open to the public and can only be used by members of the Security Bureau. 3 meals can be eaten here for free, which is considered one of the benefits. When the waiter brought the food, Ye Jin couldn't help but said, "Captain, you have something to talk to me about." "Yes." Yen Ming nodded. "Your application to join the team has been approved, and the training period can be skipped directly. However, although most of the training content can be omitted, some training content is still very necessary." Ye Jin asked curiously, "For example?" Yen Ming said, "Use the power of awakening." Ye Jin recalled the book application manual for primary awakeners, and it did mention awakening power, but the concept was rather vague, and it mainly introduced some basic content. "Don't worry, I will teach you these. It's not difficult." Yen Ming smiled and said, "First, Let's talk about awakening power. You tell me what you know first. Breaking through the limits of the human body. Ye Jin recalled the manual and said, the human body has a total of 8 gene gates. Every time one is opened, the combat power value will have a qualitative leap. So, the 8 gene gates represent the 8 stages of human limits, and the so-called awakening power is to continuously break through the gene gates and break the limits of the body. Yan Ming smiled and nodded. It seems that you have carefully read the primary awakener application manual, but these are just the basics. In fact, the awakening power is more complicated. Ye Jin made a gesture to show that he was listening carefully. When you fight normally, especially when you use treasures, do you feel that the power in your body is being drained? The most intuitive feeling should be fatigue, excluding those one-time consumable treasures. Ye Jin scratched his head. Captain, I don't fight very often. The few times I fought, I relied on the disposable consumable treasures you mentioned. Yen Ming rolled his eyes and said, I really envy you guys who are so lucky. You can do whatever you want when you have so many treasures. What about when you use the rejuvenation technique? Ye Jin thought about it for a moment, then nodded and said, I do feel tired, but it's not very obvious. That's right. Yen Ming smiled and explained. Except for the one-time consumable treasures, other treasures, abilities, martial arts, etc., will consume awakening power during use. When you consume too much, you will not be able to use those treasures and abilities. Ye Jin blurted out, It's the blue stripe. Your summary is very accurate. Yen Ming pointed at Ye Jin and praised. As for the application of awakening power, there are many techniques. The 3 most basic ones are called Chi He, isolation, and volume explosion. Ye Jin suddenly realized. Captain, you asked me to come here to teach me how to use the awakened power? Yes. Yen Ming nodded. However, for now, I can only teach you from theoretical knowledge. Why? The combat power of ordinary people is between 100 and 200. Usually after the initial awakening, the combat power should be between 300 and 500. But this is just the standard for awakening. The awakened power of the newly awakened awakener is very weak. In your words, the mana bar is very low. Yen Ming spread his hands. It's like a girl who has never experienced the world. It's meaningless for you to teach her any posture. She can't grasp it. To learn the application skills of awakening power, the minimum standard is the level of the first gene gate, which is 10,000 combat power. Oh, that's not a problem. Ye Jin said, I already have 11,000. Ah? Yen Ming was surprised and asked, Didn't you only have 4,000 the last time you dealt with the green-haired zombie? Ye Jin spread his hands and said, I found something from the dimensional crack, and my salary went up by a few thousand. I also killed a green-scaled python last night, and my salary went up by 2,000. Did you kill invading monsters again yesterday? Well, an unlucky guy opened a dimensional rift, and an invading monster appeared. I happened to be nearby, and went to deal with it after receiving the information from the main station. Yen Ming smiled bitterly and said, I'll give you another month, and I'll give you the position of captain. What are the requirements to be a captain? Ye Jin had no intention of snatching Yen Ming's position, but he was very curious about the standards for being a field team leader. The combat power value is between 15,000 and 50,000. This is a hard requirement in terms of strength. In addition, there are certain requirements for achievements, such as hunting invading monsters, capturing wanted criminals, etc. Of course, this matter is flexible. After all, not all awakened people who have just joined the Security Bureau are newcomers. Some are very strong, so the requirements in other aspects will not be so strict. These days, strength is the hard truth. Ye Jin nodded to show that he understood. Just like as long as you are pretty enough, men won't care about your skills. On the other side, Yen Ming continued. Originally, I wanted to teach you some theoretical knowledge first, but I didn't expect that your combat power value has exceeded 10,000. My preparations are useless. Let's end it today. I will make some preparations and then teach you the application skills of awakening power. Okay. Ye Jin smiled and said, Thank you, Captain. Yen Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. Since you called me Captain, these are what I should do. Chapter 18 Trading Area. Ye Jin said goodbye to Yen Ming, but did not leave the Security Bureau immediately. Instead, he looked towards the transaction area. Then a light screen appeared in front of him, and he took a look at his information. Name, Ye Jin. Combat power, 11125. Abilities, rejuvenation, time reversal, eyes of heaven and earth, 200,000. Items, Vigorous Resurrection Pill, Ice Red Lotus, 50,000. Autumn Water Sword, 1,000. Frost Condensed Flying Sword, 1,800. Dragon Pattern Jade Pendant, 2,000. Yin Yang Fish Talisman, 50,000. Number of times remaining, 2. Shinto Portrait, Green Scale Snake Mark, Purple Flame Snake Spear, Fire Spear Projection, 1 million. In fact, trading is one way to improve your strength. Ye Jin now has quite a few and used items in his hands. The Autumn Water Sword, the Flying Sword Condensed Frost, the Shinto Portrait, and the Green Scaled Snake Emblem can all be used for trading. Even after his combat power exceeded 10,000, the 2,000 combat power value and fighting spirit of the Dragon Pattern Jade Pendant are not very important. Wouldn't it be nice to exchange a bunch of change for a whole bill? In addition, Ye Jin has more than a dozen keys in his hand, which also serve as capital for the transaction. Ye Jin entered the trading area while thinking. In the center of the trading area is a huge circular counter with a total of 12 service windows. The consignment service is provided here. There are more than 30 large screens around, and the words rotating on them are all consignment items. However, this consignment service does not accept barter transactions. Generally, unwanted treasures are exchanged for keys, and then the keys are used to continue opening dimensional rifts. Or you can just exchange money directly. Keys are about strength, money is about life. When you go to a nightclub to find a girl, you can't ask her if she wants the key. She might spit in your face. After passing the consignment area, there are many shops around. Some of these shops specialize in purchasing treasures and then selling them, while some also have consignment sales. When there is business, the owner will call the owner of the treasure. Of course, they will charge a commission, and it's double. The Security Bureau will also charge a commission. Otherwise, the Security Bureau is not stupid, so why would they provide such a guaranteed trading platform for the awakened ones? Further away, there is an auction area, but Ye Jin is not very interested in this. Ye Jin had something that could be used to enter the auction house, but he couldn't sell it. And the things sold by the auction house, whether to exchange for keys or to make money, would not be enough in Ye Jin's pocket. Therefore, Ye Jin decided not to make things difficult for himself. A naked and stunning beauty is lying in front of you, but you can't afford to pay. How uncomfortable it would feel. It's better not to look at her. Ye Jin decided to go shopping in the store first. If there was nothing good to exchange, he could leave his things in the consignment area in exchange for the key. Anyway, I can see the clues of the dimensional rift. As long as I have enough keys, I can always get good things. In fact, Yen Ming was amazed at Ye Jin's luck, but in fact this matter had nothing to do with luck. It was just because other people had 10 keys and they could not guarantee that they could open 10 treasures. But Ye Jin can, and that's why Ye Jin's combat power increases so fast beyond Yen Ming's imagination. At the same time, Ye Jin was looking at the dazzling array of treasures on the shelves and was about to check the effects one by one to see if there was anything he needed, when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his palm. Ye Jin quietly lowered his head and glanced at the palm of his hand. A crack appeared in the center of the palm, and the heavenly eye was faintly visible. Ye Jin whispered, "Have you sensed what you need?" The heavenly eye opened and closed, as if responding to Ye Jin. Ye Jin nodded and walked forward slowly. When he reached the corner, the stinging feeling came again. Ye Jin understood and looked at the things in front of him. It was a tattered piece of armor, pure gold in color, with a roaring tiger pattern carved on the chest, and 2 roaring dragons on the shoulder armor. Unfortunately, many of the armor plates were missing. Compared with the upper body, the armor skirt of the lower body is even worse, with less than 1/3 of the armor leaves, giving it a ripped style. Ye Jin glanced at the sign which read Nameless Armor and the combat power value. Huh? There's no combat power value written on it. Ye Jin looked at the boss who was taking a nap at the door. "Boss, what is the effect of this thing? What's the combat power value?" "I don't know. That thing has no combat value and no effect. However, the dimensional cracks it produced are very interesting. A month ago, multiple dimensional cracks appeared in Wulin City, and tiger-level monsters invaded. This armor was produced from the many accompanying dimensional cracks at that time. Treasures that appear in overlapping dimensional cracks are usually of higher quality. Although there is no basis for this, it is a consensus among everyone. It can only be said to be the experience gained from long-term fights against monster invasions. How do you sell this thing? 5 keys. Isn't it expensive? This thing is useless. If it's useless, why do you want it? The boss smiled and said, "Well, at least it's really useless to me. 3 keys. The price can't be lower. Otherwise, I would rather throw it away as a decoration." "Deal." Ye Jin thought about it, then nodded. I'll see if there is anything else I want. Please. Ye Jin continued walking forward along the counter, and at the same time couldn't help but look at the boss a few more times. This boss is not ordinary. When Ye Jin walked into the store, the boss was dozing off and had not opened his eyes. However, without opening his eyes, he knew that a customer had come to the store, and he also knew exactly what Ye Jin was asking about. The ability to perceive. Ye Jin murmured, then stopped and picked up a golden coin from the counter. His eyes suddenly lit up. How much is this? The gold coin was about the same size as an ordinary coin, with a star pattern printed on it. Wishing coin. A magical object condensed from dreams that can fulfill the user's wishes. When you hold a treasure with multiple effects, you can make a wish to the wishing coin, and the wishing coin will fulfill your wish, and the effect you want will appear. You can only make one wish every 24 hours. If you are willing to break the wishing coin, you can make a second wish and specify a treasure with multiple effects, so that all its effects take effect at the same time. Ye Jin looked at the wishing coin in his hand and liked it more and more. This is a miracle thing. What are the so-called multi-effect treasures? It's very simple. The Ice Red Lotus is a treasure with multiple effects. Under normal circumstances, its combat power is 50,000, 100,000 at night, and can reach 200,000 in extremely cold weather. The combat power values in these three different situations are not decided by Ye Jin. However, Ye Jin has wishing coins, which can trigger the effects of extreme cold weather and allow the Ice Red Lotus to reach a combat power value of 200,000. If Ye Jin is willing to let the wishing coin break after being used only once, then the three effects can take effect at the same time, and the combat power of the Ice Red Lotus will increase to 350,000. To put it bluntly, having only one wishing coin is actually useless. However, this thing becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. If you can find the right items to match it with, its upper limit will be infinite. The focus is on development. Just like a little girl will eventually become a seasoned young woman. Chapter 19, this is called Love. That's a consignment item, 300,000 or 10 keys. How much can this thing be worth? Special items are very useful in the hands of useful people, but worthless in the hands of useless people. You can give a price that you can accept. 5 keys. That's impossible. The minimum is 8 keys. If you can accept that, I can make a phone call and ask for you. I don't have enough keys. Ye Jin took out the dragon pattern jade pendant and threw it at the boss. How much can this be worth? The boss still didn't open his eyes. He casually stretched out his hand and caught the dragon pattern jade pendant. 2 keys. Okay, you can call. The boss finally opened his eyes, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. After a while, the boss called and said, "It's done. You can take it with you. If you have anything you want to sell, you can put it on consignment with me, or I can buy it directly." Ye Jin thought about it and took out 4 items: the Qiu Shui sword, the Fei Jianning Shuang, the Shintu portrait, and the Qing scaled snake mark. The boss stepped forward to take a look and couldn't help but smile. You have quite a few good things in your hands. The Autumn Water Sword and the Flying Sword Ning Shuang are both 2 keys. I can give you 8 keys for all the 42 green scale snake marks, and the portrait of the door god. The boss held his chin and thought for a while, then finally shook his head. This thing has no combat value, but it doesn't mean it's useless. It's considered a special type of treasure. People who want it will be willing to pay a good price for it. Those who don't want it are worthless. I suggest you put it here for consignment. Ye Jin nodded. Okay. Ye Jin was not worried about any problems. This was the store of the Security Bureau headquarters. As long as the other party was not mentally ill, he would not be able to do anything to him. After settling the bill, Ye Jin took the armor and gold coins and left, going straight to a lounge for field staff. The next moment, Ye Jin's heavenly eye opened. In an instant, a 7-colored stream of light burst out from Ye Jin's palm and wrapped the armor. The armor began to melt like water and was eventually absorbed by the Sky Eye. The Sky Eye absorbed the immortal power from the 5-grain star armor, increased the combat power of Sky Eye by 50,000. The combat power of Sky Eye is 250,000. 5-grain star? The purple ribbon fairy robe protects me, and the Yin Yang treasure mirror shows its power? Ye Jin showed some surprise. This is actually Yin Hong's armor. The people whose names are on the list of gods are naturally immortals, so it is normal for their immortal powers to be absorbed by the heavenly eye. From this perspective, the armor is indeed not an ordinary item. Unfortunately, it was obviously damaged too badly and can no longer be used. That would be pretty good as the food for Sky Eye. As for the wishing coin, Ye Jin felt that the 8 keys were a great bargain and couldn't understand why the original owner of the wishing coin wanted to consign them. Of course, it is also possible that the treasures required to match the wishing coins are indeed difficult to find. Currently, the only thing that Ye Jin can match with the wishing coins is the ice red lotus. If the other party has had the wishing coins for a long time but has not been able to find a matching item and they are just gathering dust, then they may indeed be thinking of selling them. Just like you have been a bootlicker for the goddess you admire for many years, but she won't even look at you. It would be better to use the money you would have spent on being a bootlicker to find a girl to talk about life. Ye Jin left the security bureau while thinking. Although 11 keys were used to buy armor and wishing coins, Ye Jin also sold things that were of no use to him, so he didn't use many keys altogether. Keep looking for treasures. Ye Jin took out his mobile phone and opened the information platform, and quickly locked the location of a dimensional crack. Half an hour later, Ye Jin arrived at the location of the dimensional rift, and then dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional rift, which seems to be a weapon. After a flash of silver-white light, a willow leaf flying knife appeared in Ye Jin's hand. Xiao Li's fucking flying knife. Xiao Li's flying knife is unparalleled in the world, never misses. As Xiao Li's fucking flying knife, it is also unparalleled in the world, never misses. Ye Jin. What a great flying knife of Xiao Li. He never hits the target, but he is worthy of being called unrivaled in the world. Slipped away, slipped away. Turning around and leaving, Ye Jin rushed to the address of the next dimensional crack. The location where the dimensional rift appeared this time was not just hidden, but extremely hidden. Just like that small shop in the extremely quiet alley, with a faint red light flashing. Only if you put in all your effort can you see the girl there. So, where is the dimensional rift this time? The answer is the elevator shaft. Ye Jin climbed the maintenance ladder for a long time before he found the dimensional crack. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack. It was scorching hot and seemed to have the power of a spirit beast attached to it. Ye Jin took out the key to open the dimensional crack, and then a large amount of flames surged out from the dimensional crack. The air around them suddenly became scorching hot. The surging flames condensed into a fire dragon in the air, which twisted for a moment before falling into Ye Jin's palm. It was a red roulette wheel with 3 crescent blades around it, and a pattern of a red dragon crescent in the sky on the back of the blades. Fire Dragon Flag. The flag emits flying smoke and flames, and its brilliance is like a rare treasure. It pierces the heart of the general, and the horse falls into the dust. The Fire Dragon mark contains the power of the red dragon. When thrown, it can attract the red dragon soul to accompany it and burn all targets on the attack path. The Fire Dragon mark can directly transform into a red dragon to attack. This move needs to be used every 1 hour. The Fire Dragon flag has a combat power of 80,000. Fire Dragon mark? Ye Jin scratched his head, feeling that it sounded very familiar, but he couldn't remember the details, so he didn't want to think about it too much. Anyway, something with a combat power value of 80,000 must be a good thing for Ye Jin at the moment. While thinking about this, Ye Jin returned along the iron ladder, trying to leave the elevator shaft. But at this time, a black light suddenly appeared under the iron cable. A black crack appeared out of nowhere, constantly wriggling, looking extremely hideous. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which was full of wood attribute. Wood spirit fruit. After taking it, it can stimulate the wood attribute aura, improve the healing ability, and increase a certain amount of cultivation. Ye Jin couldn't help but laugh, as a dimensional rift happened to be formed. This was actually delivered to my door? Isn't this just like a girl coming to your door and telling you that it's free? This is called love. Ye Jin casually put the cucumber-like fruit into his mouth and started biting it. It tastes okay, but a bit bitter. You have taken the wood spirit fruit, and the effect of your rejuvenation has been enhanced to a certain extent. You have consumed the wood spirit fruit, and your combat power has increased by 500 points. Chapter 20, Corpse. Wulin City Security Bureau Headquarters Interrogation Room. There was only a table and a chair in the dim room. There was a man sitting on the chair. It was Ye Jin's former neighbor, Huang Xing. The middle-aged man called the other person's name, then turned the desk lamp around and pointed it at the other person. The glaring light made Huang Xing feel uncomfortable. He closed his eyes and shook his head. However, his hands and feet were shackled, and his body was fixed to the chair. leaving Huang Xing with nowhere to escape. You said you were from the Holy Knights? The middle-aged man sat halfway on the table, his face full of disdain, and picked up a document. Huang Jin, 25 years old, awakened when he turned 20, and then used his abilities to steal, rob, and injure people. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison. During his sentence, he caused injuries to others due to fighting, and his behavior was bad, so he was sentenced to an additional year and 6 months in prison. The middle-aged man closed the documents and slammed them on the table. Do you think I'm stupid? The middle-aged man suddenly raised his voice. After you awakened, you spent most of your time in prison and never left China. How did you become a member of the Saint Knights? Huang Xing lowered his head, like an ancient gypsy, studying his fingerprints. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. There are currently 11 known members of the Saint Knights, each of whom is a wanted criminal in the top 100 of the international bounty list. The weakest of them has a combat power of over 1 million. The middle-aged man said this and spread his hands with a look of disdain. What level are you at? You're pretending to be a knight of the Holy Order? You're not even worthy of shining their shoes. Bullshit. Huang Xing finally reacted, struggling and shouting at the middle-aged man. I am a member of the Holy Knights, I am. The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders, and his expression became more disdainful. Huang Zhun gritted his teeth and roared. Just wait. I will turn this city upside down. By then, I will be able to become a member of the Holy Knights. They promised me that. The middle-aged man keenly grasped the key point. Who promised you this? What did they ask you to do in Wulian City? As long as you do it, they will absorb you. Is that what you mean? Huang Xing seemed to have suddenly regained his composure, gave up struggling, and became obedient again. It's too late. Huang Xing's eyes showed a bit of madness. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, Wulian City will become hell today. Wangjiang Building, elevator shaft. Ye Jin pried the elevator door open with force and then climbed out of the elevator shaft. I'm so tired. Ye Jin took a breath. Why is it that monster invasions are so hard to guard against? The places where the meta rifts appear are sometimes really weird. Even if the Security Bureau detected the fluctuations caused by the appearance of the dimensional rift, it would only be limited to a small area. It would be really difficult to find such a strange place. After sitting on the ground and taking a short rest, Ye Jin saw a screen of light appear in front of his eyes. Name, Ye Jin. Combat power, 16125. Abilities, rejuvenation, time reversal, eyes of heaven and earth, 250,000. Props, vigorous resurrection pill, Xiao Li's fuck flying knife, ice red lotus, 50,000. Yin Yang fish talisman, 50,000. Remaining times, 2. Fire dragon mark, 80,000. Purple flame snake spear fire spear projection, 100,000. Climbing out of the elevator shaft, Ye Jin dusted off the dust on his body and walked towards the hall. And, just as Ye Jin stepped into the hall, dimensional rift discovered. The dimensional crack was filled with an evil aura that was so strong that it seemed to be about to overflow. At the location of the gate, a black light spread out, and then a dimensional crack appeared, constantly wriggling. Almost instantly, the receptionist started screaming, and the crowd around her was in chaos. Ye Jin was stunned for a moment. What was going on? According to the information platform, there is only one dimensional crack in this place. It was temporarily open before, and now it is temporarily opened again? And is this dimensional rift about to open? Not good. Ye Jin took out his ID and held it high, shouting, Everyone, calm down and leave in an orderly manner. As Ye Jin spoke, he grabbed a security guard. Is there any other exit here? The security guard pointed to the back and the side. There is another door at the back and a fire escape on the side. Evacuate the crowd, Ye Jin shouted, and then directed everyone to evacuate. The evacuation was not very difficult. The security guards were also very experienced and helped direct the crowd. After all, it has been 10 years since monsters invaded Blue Star. Over the past 10 years, many people have become accustomed to this kind of life. In such a world, everyone needs to learn how to survive. At the same time, the dimensional crack suddenly burst into light, and then a foul smell began to spread in the hall. The first monster walked out of the dimensional crack. Its clothes were tattered, its skin was blue-gray, its whole body was covered with ulcers. It emitted a foul smell, and pus was dripping from its body. Ye Jin quickly took out his mobile phone and turned on the monitoring function. Corpse, no step, combat power, 820. Good news, there are no leveled invading monsters. Bad news. There seemed to be too many corpses. Within the dimensional rift, rotten corpses appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen corpses came out, and corpses could still be seen walking out of the dimensional rift. The crowd, which had been relatively orderly, suddenly became chaotic. "Don't make a mess," Ye Jin yelled to maintain order. "If there is a mess, no one can leave. Line up and go out the back door. I will take care of it here." As Ye Jin spoke, he leaped forward and punched the head of a rotten corpse. With a bang, a dull sound appeared. The power of Ye Jin's punch was so strong that it actually blew the corpse's head away, and it rolled in the air and landed on the side. No tension like in the past. It has been quite a while since I came into this world. The horror of those monsters, the fear of death, the perseverance of those powerful human beings. Ye Jin has seen it all. If that's the case, then what reason is there for him to retreat? Moreover, after eating the Qingling fruit, Ye Jin's current combat power value exceeds 16,000. What reason is there to be afraid of these rotten corpses whose combat power value does not exceed 1,000? While thinking, Ye Jin punched again, still the head. Standing in front of Ye Jin, the moment his fist hit him, the corpse's head exploded in half. Countless pieces of meat scattered and fell to the ground. The air was filled with a bloody smell. But there is a kind of refreshing feeling. Ye Jin took a deep breath and quickly pounced on the next rotten corpse. Chapter 21 Chaos has arrived. At the same time, Ye Jin's battle is still going on, and everywhere in this urban area. Countless dimensional cracks continued to appear, almost synchronously. No one noticed that the appearance of these dimensional cracks was a bit strange. When each dimensional crack appeared, ripples would appear first. However, the appearance of these dimensional cracks did not cause ripples of space distortion. On the contrary, they were accompanied by a faint glow. The information platform of the Wulin City Security Bureau has become a mess. Information from the main station. A dimensional rift has appeared at the intersection of Lakeside Street. A large number of zombies have invaded. Please ask the nearest field team to rush to deal with it as soon as possible. Information from the main station. A giant snow toad, a bug-level invading monster, has appeared in Honey Rainwater City, number 110, Lakeside Pedestrian Street. Its combat power is 12,000. Please send the nearest field team to destroy it. Information from the main station. A dimensional crack has appeared on the third floor of the Beautiful World Mall on Lakeside Street. A large number of monsters have invaded. Please ask the nearest field team to rush to deal with it as soon as possible. Information from the main station. A dimensional crack has appeared at the intersection of Hubin Street and Donyang Street. A large number of ghost soldiers have invaded. Please ask the nearest field team to rush to deal with it as soon as possible. In just 10 minutes, dozens of dimensional cracks opened up in an urban area, most of which were hiding monsters, and they launched an invasion at the same time. Bang! Ye Jin kicked the last rotten corpse away, and it hit the wall behind him. The chest of the rotten corpse was kicked, and a dent was made, but the sternum was completely shattered by Ye Jin's kick. With the death of the last corpse, the open dimensional rift closed and quickly disappeared without a trace. Ye Jin straightened his clothes slightly and walked out of the building. There was no one around, and everyone on the first floor had been evacuated. Ye Jin walked through the parking lot and took out his phone to report the situation, but at this moment, dimensional rift discovered. An ancient artifact was detected hidden in the dimensional rift, which seems to be a handicraft. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which contained the breath of destruction. The sudden reminder made Ye Jin stunned for a moment. What's going on? The Security Bureau had not monitored it today. How could there be so many cracks that suddenly appeared? You don't even have to look for them yourself. They just come to you one by one. It's like the goddess you've been pursuing for years suddenly comes to you to confess her love for you, and she even brings her group of girlfriends with her, saying that they can serve you together. While thinking, Ye Jin walked towards the dimensional rift that appeared in the parking lot and took out the key from his pocket. Thousand-year-old bamboo tickler. A tickler made from thousand-year-old bamboo. As for its function, probably just tickling. Ye Jin, whose tickler is made of thousand-year-old bamboo. Besides, the purpose of a tickler is, of course, to tickle the itch. Isn't this just like taking off your pants to fart? It's complete nonsense. Ye Jin complained, then took the key and walked towards the next dimensional crack. A colorful light appeared, floating in the air for a while, and then condensed in front of Ye Jin. After a moment, the colorful light faded away, and a long sword box appeared on the ground. 7-color rainbow. Rainbow breaks, rain stops, autumn sky clears, mountains dyed with new green. 7 swords come out at once, and the 7 colored swords in the box come out to kill the enemy. 7 rainbows piercing the sky. 7 swords can be combined into one to attack enemy targets, doubling their power. 7-color streamer array. Surrounds the body with 7 swords for defense. Lasts for 3 minutes, and each use needs to be separated by 10 minutes. The combat power of the 7-colored rainbow is 28,000 points. Flying swords, 7 of them. Ye Jin felt comfortable instantly. This thing was much more practical than a tickler. Ye Jin grabbed the sword case and put it on his back, thinking happily. But at this time, a scream suddenly rang out, which made Ye Jin stunned, and then he quickly ran out of the parking lot. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the parking lot, Ye Jin saw a security guard being pinned to the ground, and the one pinning the security guard down was actually an invading monster. It looks like a wolf or a dog, has 3 tails, and its back is covered with spikes. Ye Jin quickly took out his mobile phone and turned on the monitoring function. Yixiao Wolf. Bug level. Combat power, 31,000. Insect level, invading monsters. Before Ye Jin could react, the Yixiao Wolf smelled the scent and raised its head, looking at Ye Jin with bloodshot eyes, then used its limbs to fly up. Fire Dragon Flag. The Yixiao Wolf came quickly, but Ye Jin reacted even faster. He took out the Fire Dragon Flag and threw it forward. The air around suddenly became scorching hot. Sparks appeared one after another and made crackling sounds. The Fire Dragon mark spun forward, and the scorching flames wrapped around the blade, making the Fire Dragon mark look like a circle of fire. The next moment, the Fire Dragon Flag and the Yixiao Wolf met in the air. Puff! The sound of flesh being torn apart was heard. In midair, the Yixiao Wolf's sharp claws were unable to block the Fire Dragon mark and were easily cut off. Then, the Fire Dragon mark hit the Yixiao Wolf's head. In an instant, the Yixiao Wolf's body was split into 2 halves and fell from the air with a bang. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, Yixiao Wolf. You got a treasure. Wolf King necklace. When you were the power of the Wolf King to fight, you can feel the endless power. Wild power. When wild power is triggered, the combat power value increases by 500 points. The duration of the wild force is 60 minutes. After each use of the wild force, there must be a 12-hour interval before the next use. Ye Jin looked at the necklace in his hand. It was made of wolf teeth, and the effect was very direct. It was the same as the dragon pattern jade pendant that Ye Jin sold. However, compared with the dragon pattern jade pendant, the Wolf King necklace is obviously a high-end version. The dragon pattern jade pendant only increases the combat power by 2,000, and it can only last for half an hour. The Wolf King necklace not only increases the combat power by 5,000, but also lasts for an hour. Ye Jin put on the Wolf King necklace and came to the security guard. Are you okay? Ye Jin pushed the security guard lying on the ground, but got no response. Then he reached out to feel the other's breath and finally sighed. There is no need to use rejuvenation techniques. At this time, there was a noisy sound coming from the front. Ye Jin stood up and quickly went to look for the sound, then was stunned. After walking onto the main road, you can see that it is filled with cars parked in a haphazard manner. Large groups of people have abandoned their cars and are rushing through the gaps between the cars in a panic, or directly climbing onto the cars and running away quickly by stepping on the roofs. Then, boom! At the front of the road, a roar sounded. The thick flames and black smoke spread in all directions, and the charred car body was blown directly into the air. Chapter 22. Some things need to be done by someone. Something happened, and it was a big one. Ye Jin quickly jumped onto the vehicle and walked forward on the roof. Soon, a large number of invading monsters appeared in front of Ye Jin. Those invading monsters were black wolfhounds with jet black hair all over their bodies and a tuft of red on their foreheads. The claws were extremely sharp, and the moment they jumped onto the vehicle, they easily tore the car shell apart. What's even more terrifying is the number. When I looked up, I saw that there were hundreds of them densely packed together. Phantom Wolf. No step. Combat power. 960. Ye Jin quickly took out his phone, but just as he opened the information platform, he found the main urban area of Wulin City is in chaos. In the main urban area, representing the city center, dimensional cracks inexplicably appeared everywhere at this moment. A large number of monsters invaded, and wars continue to break out. Even the messages on the information platform have been flooded with messages at this moment. Ye Jin glanced behind him and then looked forward. There is a phantom wolf in front and a crowd behind. Oh, can't retreat. Ye Jin has seen the cruelty of this world, chaos, and death. Ye Jin just wanted to survive. So, Ye Jin wanted to run. But can you really run? If you run away, those people behind you will be dead. Ye Jin was struggling internally, but at this moment, a crisp cry was heard. When he turned around, he saw a little girl falling to the ground. The little girl's father was terrified, but he still stopped immediately, pushed away the crowd around him, and protected the little girl. At that moment, Yan Ming's words suddenly flashed through Ye Jin's mind. This is how the world is. Some things have to be done by someone. Suddenly, a phantom wolf stepped on the roof of the car and pounced forward, showing its fangs and with sticky saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. The sharp claws sparkled silver under the sunlight. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. So close. The little girl's father's eyes were filled with fear, but even so, he immediately hugged his child in his arms and protected her with his body. For that father, death was so close. Then, puff! The crisp sound of a sword rang out. A sword light comes from the west. In midair, the ghost wolf hadn't even had time to react before its body was pierced by the sword light. The huge impact even sent the ghost wolf's body flying 4 or 5 meters away. Hearing the wolf's screams, the father opened his eyes. On the roof of the car in front of him, Ye Jin was standing there, supporting a sword box with his right hand. 7 swords of 7 colors surrounded Ye Jin, looking extremely dazzling. Let's go. Ye Jin looked back and said, I'm here. Thank you, thank you. The father felt like he had survived a disaster. He stuttered as he thanked Ye Jin, picked up the child, and ran away. On the other side, the death of its companion seemed to arouse the ferocity of the ghost wolf. It roared madly and then rushed towards Ye Jin. I won't let you pass. Ye Jin looked deep, patted the sword case, and shouted in a low voice, 7-color streamer array. In an instant, 7 7-colored flying swords flew towards Ye Jin, formed a circle around Ye Jin, and then began to spin rapidly. One after another, the ghost wolves pounced on Ye Jin frantically, and then, puff, 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 the sound of flesh being torn apart continued to ring out. As soon as those phantom wolves pounced in front of Ye Jin, their bodies were chopped into pieces, broken limbs flew everywhere, and the blood splashed, even forming a blood mist. Ye Jin growled. The 7-colored flying sword surrounding Ye Jin continued to swing away. At this moment, Ye Jin was like a meat grinder. As long as the darkness around him approached, it would be chopped into pieces in an instant. Oh! At this time, a wolf howl was heard. The ghost wolves that were besieging Ye Jin were actually slowly retreating. Not far away, an extremely strong black wolf jumped onto the roof of the car, obviously the leader of the surrounding ghost wolves. 6-eared wolf. Bug level. Combat power. 23,000. There are insect-level invading monsters. Ye Jin was not too surprised, as normally invading monsters of a certain level would appear with their minions. With a large number of phantom wolves gathering around, it is inevitable that there will be a leader. And at the moment when the ghost wolf made way, the 6-eared ghost wolf suddenly moved and jumped quickly on the roof of the car. Bong, bong, bong. The body of the 6-eared ghost wolf was extremely heavy. Every time it stepped on the body, the vehicles would be crushed, looking extremely terrifying. However, Ye Jin's expression remained unchanged, and he spread out his palms. In Ye Jin's palm, a silver-white ice lotus was spinning. A large area of frost invaded, and then the rotating ice lotus slowly bloomed. Ice red lotus. Bloom. Ye Jin roared angrily. A large piece of frost suddenly appeared without any struggle and rippled forward. In an instant, white frost fog covered everything in front. There was a slight chill in the air. After a while, the frost gradually dissipated. In front of Ye Jin, all he could see were ice flowers, and countless frosts covered everything in front of him. The 6-eared ghost wolf was still in the motion of leaping and pouncing, but it would never be able to land again in its lifetime, because his body has turned into ice. Including the ordinary ghost wolves around them, they have now completely turned into ice sculptures. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, 6-eared phantom wolf. You got a treasure. Phantom wolf crystal core. Absorbing the power in the crystal core can stimulate awakening power and increase combat power by 300 points. There was a black crystal in Ye Jin's hand. As a tonic that can directly increase combat power, Ye Jin naturally had no hesitation and used it quickly. After dealing with the six-eared phantom wolf, the road ahead became unobstructed. Ye Jin jumped out of the car and walked forward. Ye Jin was looking at the information platform of the General Security Bureau while simultaneously browsing the local breaking news on a split screen. The information platform was constantly flooded with news, making Ye Jin feel dizzy. It would be easier to understand the situation by reading the news. At 13:15 today, a large number of dimensional cracks appeared in the Lakeside District, which is the center of the main city. It is reported that at least thousands of monsters have invaded, and the number is still growing. The Security Bureau has fully dispatched combatants to participate in the battle and eliminate the invading monsters as soon as possible. At present, the Security Bureau has blocked off the city and sent a large number of combatants to the battlefield, but the attack range of the invading monsters has spread from the Lakeside District to Dongyang Street, Linhu Street, and the Wulin Art Square area. In addition, dimensional cracks are still constantly appearing, and the number of invading monsters is still increasing. Citizens are requested not to approach. A large number of invading monsters have appeared. According to incomplete statistics, the number of injured people has exceeded 1,000, and the death toll has reached nearly 100. Was this a sudden attack, or was it a premeditated man-made disaster? According to the revelations, this monster invasion was most likely planned by a criminal organization. Chapter 23, Netherworld Claw. Ye Jin finally understood what was going on, and was more or less a little confused. I was still lamenting yesterday that after the appearance of the terrifying red fire demon, the frequency of dimensional cracks seemed to have eased a bit. However, the peace did not last long before a large-scale monster invasion occurred. No wonder the Security Bureau has studied the patterns of the appearance of dimensional rifts for so many years, but has not made any progress. It seems that there is really no pattern to this thing. At this time, Ye Jin's phone rang. It was Yen Ming calling. Hey, Ye Jin, have you checked the information platform? Everyone is going crazy. Of course I know. Do we need to gather together? No assembly. Yen Ming said, I am still in the hospital. Because there are wounded, we were not mobilized to join the battle. Other teams have already rushed over, and the Special Forces team has also been dispatched. You should be careful and don't get close to those areas. Ye Jin smiled bitterly and said, Captain, I'm near the Lakeside Beauty World shopping mall. Ah, what a coincidence. I was in this area when the monsters invaded. Yen Ming was speechless. He had always thought that Ye Jin was lucky. As for this time, was it good luck or bad luck? Then be careful. Yen Ming thought for a moment. If it doesn't work, find a way to withdraw. Give me a position, and I will bring people to pick you up. Okay, thank you, Captain. Ye Jin nodded. I can still handle it for now. Ye Jin hung up the phone. Yen Ming may not be a great captain, but he is definitely a good captain. Ye Jin thought and looked around. My current location is near the center of the main urban area. According to the news reports, the invading monsters have spread to the surrounding areas. In other words, even if Ye Jin wanted to withdraw, it would not be that easy. Perhaps by going back in time? Ye Jin murmured something, then shook his head. The upper limit of event backtracking is 1 hour. Even if we backtrack now, there is a high probability that we will fall back into the elevator shaft. We can only walk and see for now. Ye Jin thought as he walked forward. Then, dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, revealing the power of the underworld. Suddenly, Ye Jin received a hint about the dimensional rift. A large number of monsters invaded, and a large number of dimensional cracks appeared out of nowhere. If there is any benefit, it is that the dimensional cracks that appeared do not only contain monsters, but also treasures. There are more dimensional cracks, more monsters, and naturally, more treasures. Ye Jin took out the weapon and opened the dimensional rift. Netherworld Ghost Claw. Call upon the awakened power in the body to transform into a ghost claw from the depths of the netherworld. The interval between each attack of the Nether Ghost Claw is 0.5 seconds. The phantom attack of the Nether Ghost Claw can create up to 3 ghost claws at a time. The combat power of the Nether Claw is fixed at 30,000, plus a 25% bonus to the user's combat power. When using the Nether Claw at night, the user's combat power bonus is increased to 50%. Ye Jin looked at the Netherworld Ghost Claw. A combat power value of 30,000 was not bad. But soon, Ye Jin had a flash of inspiration and realized that the value of the Netherworld Ghost Claw was not just that. My current combat power is 16,000, so the 25% bonus is 4,000. So the total is 34,000. If it is at night, the bonus of the Nether Ghost Claw will increase to 50%, which is 38,000. The extra bonus is what makes the Netherworld Ghost Claw so terrifying. Moreover, the Netherworld Ghost Claw is not a purely external force. The Netherworld Ghost Claw is performed by calling upon the power of awakening, so it can be completely understood as a way of using the power of awakening. It's your own ability. It's your own moves. External forces are always just external forces. The best things are those that can improve your own abilities. While thinking, Ye Jin walked quickly forward. After leaving the main road, Ye Jin planned to evacuate via the square not far away. Although according to the news reports, monsters have appeared in that square, but from the route point of view, leaving from the square is the fastest route. But at this time, there was a sudden flash of light in the sky, causing Ye Jin to look up at the sky. It was a golden light, like a golden sunset, which spread out in all directions and covered the entire city like a huge hemispherical light shield. What's going on? Ye Jin was totally confused. What was going on? As Ye Jin thought about it, he took out his mobile phone and looked at the Security Bureau's information platform, and then he understood. Information from the main station. Since there are too many ordinary citizens in the city center, it is difficult to evacuate them. The battle to annihilate the invading monsters is too difficult. Currently, the Treasure Babwa Cloud Light Paw has been used to relocate all ordinary citizens within the treasure's coverage area, and the invading monster activity area has been blocked. Message from the main station. Teams arriving at the battle area. Please enter the battlefield as soon as possible and annihilate the invading monsters in the city. The code name of this operation is City Hunt. Message from the main station. Teams that have received private messages, please wait in the designated peripheral area and cooperate with medical personnel to treat the injured. Ye Jin finished reading the information and then looked at the light shield around him. This thing is actually a treasure? There are more than a dozen streets in an urban area, and the population is conservatively estimated to be over 1 million. How can it be relocated just like that? Ye Jin couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. The thought of it was terrifying. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional rift, which can be eaten. At this moment, a sudden reminder disrupted Ye Jin's thoughts. Looking forward, a faint light appeared, and then a dimensional crack appeared. Ye Jin came back to his senses, stepped forward to open the crack, and then a Ganoderma lucidum appeared in his hand. 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma. After taking it, it can strengthen the chi and blood, thereby improving the cultivation level. You took the 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma, and your combat power increased by 2,000. In that dimensional rift, supplements such as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum are considered some relatively common treasures, and can also be understood as relatively low-level treasures. Of course, it mainly depends on how much the combat power can be improved. Ye Jin was quite satisfied that the 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma lucidum could improve his ability by 2,000 points. After eating the Ganoderma lucidum, Ye Jin planned to move on, but at this moment, with a loud bang, there was a sudden loud explosion from a shop ahead, and then the glass window was blown to pieces with countless pieces of glass scattered on the street. The next moment, a group of people in field team uniforms rushed out of the store, and almost everyone was injured. However, the opponent's expression seemed relaxed. The explosion just now should have ended their battle. Ye Jin didn't hesitate and walked straight forward to cast a rejuvenation spell on the other party. Chapter 24. Didn't you say that you would only play a supporting role? Green halos were scattered in the air. The field staff were stunned at first, and then overjoyed. Boss, my injury has recovered. My legs don't hurt anymore. Several field members were moving their bodies, looking very excited. The leader of this field team was a woman who looked to be about 30 years old. She was average-looking with a very obvious scar at the corner of her eyebrow. However, her legs were so long that they looked like they were real. They were slender and straight, and she looked very old. The woman was also the first to notice Ye Jin. Who are you? One of our own. Ye Jin took out his ID and handed it to the other party. Ye Jin? So she's Lao Yan's man. The woman smiled and held out her hand, sighing. Ye Jin stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. Healing ability? Ye Jin nodded. Xiaoying then looked around again. Where's Lao Yan? Why are you the only one here? There were injured members in our team, so we didn't participate in this operation. I just happened to be in a nearby shopping mall. Xiaoying nodded. Do you want to join us? We are preparing to withdraw. Withdraw? Aren't you going to annihilate those invading monsters? The Special Forces team has entered the scene. Xia Ying explained. This monster invasion is larger than expected, otherwise they wouldn't have used treasures like the 8 diagrams Cloud Light Pa. It is said that not only did several tiger-level monsters appear, but they also discovered a secret realm formed by the mutation of a dimensional rift. Ye Jin asked curiously, "What is the secret realm?" Xia Ying was stunned for a moment. "Newcomer?" Ye Jin said honestly, "I guess so. I just joined the field service not long ago." Xia Ying nodded. There are monsters and treasures hidden in the dimensional rift. In addition to these two situations, there is another situation called a secret realm, which means that monsters and treasures exist at the same time. The number of monsters hidden in the secret realm is unimaginable, and it is usually difficult to kill them all. The only way is to enter the secret realm and destroy the core of the dimensional rift, so that the dimensional rift closes and the secret realm disappears. At the same time, the number of treasures hidden in the secret realm is usually in the plural. There have even been cases where more than 2-digit treasures have been found. It can be considered a mixture of pain and joy. Xia Ying said this while spreading her hands. But it doesn't have much to do with us. It's not a situation that the field team members can handle. Ye Jin nodded. At this time, a team member behind Xia Ying suddenly shouted, "Boss, there is a message for help just in the amusement street ahead. Reply to them and rush over now." After Xia Ying finished speaking, she looked at Ye Jin. Ye Jin said, "I'll go with you." Xia Ying seemed to be very decisive in her actions. She motioned Ye Jin to follow behind and then shouted to all around, 2-1-2 formation, forward." Xia Ying led the team forward and soon arrived at the location of the rescue team. Xia Ying stretched out her hand to signal the team to stop and look around for the other party, but at this time, with a loud bang, a loud noise suddenly occurred. The door of a game room on the side suddenly collapsed, and then a giant beast about 5 or 6 meters tall jumped out. Ye Jin took out his mobile phone and turned on the monitoring function. The beast. Wolf level. Combat power. 61200. Wolf level invading monster. After the evil beast rushed onto the street, it roared loudly towards the game hall behind it. The next moment, a golden sword energy shot out from the game room and slashed the evil beast. A field team took advantage of the situation and approached the evil beast. The field team had obviously fought many battles with the evil beast. Every member's face showed fatigue, and they all had more or less injuries on their bodies. When the other team's captain saw Xia Ying, he immediately shouted, "Xia Ying, help!" Xia Ying did not make a move, but Ye Jin did. A rejuvenation spell was cast on the entire opposing team. 3-2 formation, attack. Xia Ying shouted loudly. Remember to protect Ye Jin. A nurse is a popular item in any team, not only because it greatly increases the survival rate, but also because it increases the endurance during combat. Ye Jin, you just need to be responsible for the treatment and assist us in the battle. Xia Ying gave Ye Jin another instruction. Good. Ye Jin nodded in agreement. Soon, the two teams were entangled with the evil beast together. However, that evil beast was too strong. Facing the attack from two teams, he was not afraid at all and raised his arms and swept them fiercely. A strong wind suddenly blew around. Almost in an instant, everyone around was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. The only ones still standing were Xia Ying and another field team leader. The two were relatively strong, but the next moment, the evil beast's fist attacked and hit Xia Ying hard. With a puff sound, Xia Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Another field team leader held a huge bronze shield in his hand and raised it up with force when the beast's fist attacked. Bang! A heavy voice sounded. The field team leader kept backing away, and after a few steps, he was able to stabilize himself. And at this moment, Ye Jin's rejuvenation technique came over. The green light floated in the air, and dots of light spread and fell on everyone. The breath of life. The crowd, who had just stopped moving, suddenly became energetic again. Xia Ying was overjoyed. Old Yin was so lucky. He didn't know where he found this boy, but it was really useful to have a wet nurse. Go again! Xia Ying shouted and took the lead to rush towards the evil beast again. The evil beast was extremely violent. With a wave of its arms, it could easily break monuments and split rocks. If one was not careful, one would be hit by its arms and fly backwards immediately. Then, rejuvenation. Ye Jin cast another rejuvenation spell and waved his hands. Go fight again. Everyone immediately became energized and went into battle again. In a way, the rejuvenation technique is truly against the will of heaven. As long as Ye Jin's awakening power is sufficient, and as long as he does not suffer serious fatal injuries, the rejuvenation technique can turn the opponent into an indestructible cockroach. After this happened several times, the evil beast finally lost its patience and became even more violent. Suddenly, a large amount of green light appeared on its body. The evil beast's body kept squirming, and then, to everyone's astonishment, it actually split into two clones. Some field team members quickly took out their cell phones. The beast clone, bug level, combat power, 15,000. The next moment, the evil beast clone suddenly jumped up and pounced towards Ye Jin. Obviously, the evil beast also realized that if it didn't kill Ye Jin first, there would be no success today. Xiaoying immediately turned around and shouted, "Ye Jin, be careful." Xiaoying wanted to retreat to protect Ye Jin, but at this moment, the evil beast suddenly punched out and slammed down towards Xiaoying. With a loud bang, the ground was shattered and debris flew everywhere. On the other side, Ye Jin looked at the evil beast clone that was coming towards him. Hey, didn't you say you would only play supporting? Looking at the evil beast clone that was coming towards him, Ye Jin flipped his wrist and a fire dragon emblem appeared in his palm. Chapter 25 Evacuation. Red Dragon. Ye Jin let out a low roar, then threw the fire dragon flag forward with force. As the fire dragon flag flew, flames shot up into the sky in an instant. Burn it! As Ye Jin shouted, flames suddenly ignited on the fire dragon mark. As the fire dragon symbol spun, the flames became more and more intense, and the air around it became hotter and hotter. The heavy pressure and the burning flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. In a moment, the flames surged and pushed forward, quickly covering a large area, and then turned into a ferocious fire dragon. The fire dragon roars. In an instant, the fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the evil beast clone directly into it. Almost in an instant, the evil beast clone struggled painfully in the flames and was burned to ashes. However, the fire dragon transformed from the fire dragon symbol did not stop. After killing the evil beast clone, it continued to move towards the evil beast's body, giving the opponent no chance at all. Puff! The fire dragon hit the evil beast's body, creating a big hole in its chest. The beast that was howling just now looked down at its chest, blood continuously flowing out from the large hole that had been pierced through it, and finally, thump! The huge body fell down and hit the ground heavily. You killed the wolf-level invasion monster, the evil beast. You got 2 treasures. Source of misfortune, the core of the evil beast. After taking it, you will be plagued by misfortune, such as eating instant noodles without seasoning packets, and your girlfriend will always have her period. The soul of the evil beast can be transformed into awakening power, and the combat power value is increased by 300 points. Ye Jin, what a vicious curse this is. It's okay that my girlfriend always has her period, but I don't have one anyway. How can I eat instant noodles without the seasoning packet? However, the beast soul increasing its combat power by 3,000 is still pretty good. After absorbing this thing, my combat power is almost 20,000. On the other side, Xiaoying was dumbfounded. Where is the wet nurse you promised me? Why is the wet nurse better at fighting than me? Where did Lao Yin find such a monster newcomer? So milky and fierce. At this moment, the sound of a propeller suddenly came from the sky. It's the evacuation helicopter. Another field captain said to his team members, "Use the signal gun." A field team member pulled out a flare gun and fired it into the air. Soon, a helicopter appeared above their heads with a huge iron cage hanging below. After slowly descending, the co-pilot waved to everyone to get into the iron cage, and then took off again. Xiaoying couldn't help but ask, didn't they let the field team evacuate on their own before? Why did they send out a rescue helicopter? 10 minutes ago, the information platform released news that the dimensional crack in the central area has transformed into a secret realm. The combat power of the monsters coming out of the secret realm is over 5,000. It can be estimated that there will be more than 50 insect-level and wolf-level monsters. There is also a high possibility that there are ghost-level invading monsters hiding in the secret realm. Their strength will not be weaker than the red fire demon that suddenly appeared a few days ago. This level is completely beyond the ability of field staff to participate. After the field captain finished speaking, he reached out and punched Ye Jin on the chest. You're a good boy. It was thanks to you that we were able to deal with the evil beast this time. Ye Jin smiled shyly, then looked outside the iron cage through the gap. Looking down at the entire city from the air, you can better appreciate how cruel this sudden large-scale monster invasion is. The entire city was filled with burning black smoke, and traces of fighting could be seen everywhere. The broken streets, burning buildings, and piles of ruins were all shocking. In the outer area near the edge of the light shield, there were many stretchers covered with white cloth, all of which were field members and special service members who died in the battle. And what else can we do except sigh? This is fake. The moment you join the Security Bureau, it is like dancing with death. No, not only the people in the Security Bureau, but everyone in this world is facing death every day. The longer Ye Jin has been in this world, the more he feels how important it is to be alive in this world. Then, Ye Jin couldn't help but clench his fists. I will definitely survive. Suddenly, there was a roar coming from a distance. A gigantic golem suddenly appeared, taller than the surrounding buildings that were dozens of stories high. It swept across with its huge palm, and after hitting the building was broken into pieces. But in the next moment, a ray of sword light broke through the sky, spanning the world, like a rainbow, piercing through heaven and earth. It was the master of the elite mobile team whom I met last time. The heavenly sword roars. The sword light, like a long rainbow, slashed at the golem's body. Horrible cracks appeared, and the golem's body began to collapse, turning into countless pieces of rubble that fell to the ground. One after another seemed to be knocked down, turning into large ruins. The ground collapsed, forming a bottomless pit. Ye Jin took a deep breath. This kind of battle was indeed not something he could participate in right now, but Ye Jin believed that in the future, you can do it yourself. At the same time, the helicopter had reached the edge of the light shield and landed on the periphery. As soon as the iron cage was opened, someone shouted to everyone inside, "Don't just stand there, come and help. If you can still fight, go and kill the invading monsters outside. If you can't, come and help carry the stretcher, bandage the wound, or do anything else." After the man finished shouting, he trotted away without waiting for everyone's response. "We'll get together again when we have a chance after this." Xia-Ing led her men away quickly. Her team was still relatively healthy and could continue to hunt down any escaped fish on the periphery. Ye Jin came to the area where the wounded were, raised his hand, and threw out a rejuvenation spell. The next moment, the wounded sitting on the ground groaned in comfort one by one. If you didn't know this, you would have thought they had entered some software hardening engineering institute. A medical staff member looked at Ye Jin and asked, "Do you have the ability to treat him?" Ye Jin nodded. "Follow me, they're still wounded over there." Ye Jin was instantly captured and forced to do hard labor. He moved among the wounded and constantly used rejuvenation techniques to treat everyone. An hour later, Ye Jin fell to the ground exhausted. The feeling of exhaustion is hard to describe, as if the whole person has been hollowed out, just like an ant who is as fierce as a wolf in her 30s and as fierce as a tiger in her 40s, and will not stop until she has squeezed every last bit out of you. That feeling is not only physically exhausting, but also mentally. This reminded Ye Jin of the awakening power that Yan Ming had told him. In the words of the time, the blue bar was empty. The good news is that Ye Jin has measured the limit of his milk supply. Currently, the upper limit of how many times he can use the rejuvenation technique is probably 18 times, and then he will become like a dead dog that has been drained dry. Chapter 26, I Seem to See Grandma. The lakeside district in the center of Wulin City has been invaded by a large-scale monster. The death toll has been controlled, and a large number of buildings have been destroyed. The initial estimate of the loss is more than 30 billion. At present, many places have launched material rescue to Wulin City to help Wulin City overcome the difficulties. According to the Security Bureau's feedback, after a large-scale monster invasion of Wulin City, a dimensional crack has transformed into a secret realm. The Imperial Capital Security Bureau said that it will take this matter seriously. If necessary, it will dispatch personnel from the Imperial Capital to Wulin City to assist. The light shield of the Bagua Cloud Light Pa diverted the citizens and built a barrier to seal off the city, promptly and effectively controlling the invading monsters from spreading to the entire Wulin City. However, the monster invasion is far from over. The field team evacuated and was responsible for clearing the outer areas, assisting with the follow-up work. The special service team was responsible for clearing the central area. Even Wulin City's highest level team, the elite mobile team, entered the scene to deal with the secret realm that appeared. Ye Jin is also very busy, but he is very busy. Ye Jin's mission was to provide treatment. After all, treatment ability was extremely valuable at this time. So, wherever there are wounded people, there is Ye Jin. The security bureau was also generous, subsidizing 3 keys every day, which replenished Ye Jin's constantly consumed keys. Besides, this is a perfect time to look for treasures. There are a large number of dimensional cracks, a large number of invading monsters, and naturally a large number of treasures. Most people are still very restrained. They dare not open the dimensional rift easily at this time. Otherwise, what should they do if a large number of monsters are released before they are completely killed? But Ye Jin doesn't need to restrain himself. He just needs to choose not to open those dimensional cracks that hide monsters. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure with a sacred aura was detected in the dimensional rift. Mechanical scarab, made by hollowing out the body of a giant scarab. The mechanical scarab can fly in the air and shoot at targets. The mechanical scarab's attack has a sacred effect, which is effective against evil creatures. The mechanical scarab has a combat power of 20,000 points. In the dark alley, Ye Jin opened a dimensional crack. After a flash of white light, a palm-sized scarab appeared in Ye Jin's hand. Made of pure metal, many small metal parts can be seen on both sides, giving it a full punk style. The advantage is that this thing can be used right away. The downside is that the combat power value is average, only about 20,000 points. Something is better than nothing. Ye Jin made a summary and then left the alley. 5 minutes later, Ye Jin appeared in front of the next dimensional rift. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional crack. It has a strange smell. If your nose is not so sensitive, it is not bad. Boots of swiftness. A pair of beautiful-looking combat boots. When out of combat, your movement speed increases by 30%. When in combat, the movement speed of swiftness boots decreases to 10%. Ye Jin looked at the military boots that appeared in front of him, and then, vomit. Ye Jin turned his head away and started retching. This boot of swiftness is a good thing. If you can beat him, fight him. If you can't beat him, run away. It will make you feel happy for a while, and it will make you feel happy all the time. But the smell of 10-year-old salted fish emanating from the shoes is really a bit. Vomit. Ye Jin couldn't help but spit out again when he was halfway through his thought. What a sin. Ye Jin felt that if he smelled this sour smell too much, he would probably meet a villain, but the speed-increasing effect of the wind boots was really quite good. While thinking, Ye Jin continued to rush to the next dimensional rift location. Dimensional rift discovered. A monster has been detected in the dimensional rift with a faint underworld aura. So do you want to twist its head off? A dimensional rift that hides monsters. Under normal circumstances, Ye Jin would have just turned around and left, but in these turbulent times, this dimensional rift would be a hidden danger. Let's solve it while we're at it. Ye Jin opened the dimensional crack, and then a jade-colored skeleton drilled out from the dimensional crack. Jade skull. Bug level. The combat power value is 11,000 points. After the jade skull came out of the dimensional crack, it discovered Ye Jin's breath and immediately flew towards Ye Jin. Then, bang! Ye Jin suddenly punched out. The moment the fist hit the jade skull's head, the head suddenly exploded. At present, the insect-level monster with a combat power of more than 10,000 is no longer a problem in Ye Jin's eyes. After dealing with the jade skull, Ye Jin rushed to the next dimensional crack. 5 minutes later, a new dimensional crack appeared in front of Ye Jin. This is the only benefit of the large-scale invasion of monsters. There are many remaining dimensional cracks, and several can be found in one area. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure is detected in the dimensional crack. It seems to be a spiritual fruit, but it has the breath of wisdom. You may not be able to catch it. Spiritual fruit? Ye Jin likes these things because they can directly increase combat power. It is simple, direct, and straightforward. Only children would be affectionate with each other, while mature women would just give out their hotel room number directly. But what does it mean that we may not be able to catch it? Can the fruit run? Ye Jin opened the dimensional rift while thinking. The next moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, brushed past Ye Jin, and landed on the wall next to him. Ye Jin looked sideways and saw that it was a fruit that looked like ginseng. Its roots turned into hands and feet. After stepping on the wall, it actually ran very quickly. It really is a fruit that can run. Is it a fruit spirit? Ye Jin was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This guy ran away. What will I eat? Don't run. Ye Jin immediately shouted and rushed towards the wall. Who would have thought that the fruit spirit could not only run, but was also extremely agile? The moment Ye Jin pounced, he suddenly flew into the air, somersaulted in the air, and avoided him directly. Bang! The next moment, Ye Jin hit his head against the wall and then covered his nose involuntarily. The fruit spirit stood behind Ye Jin and actually jumped up and down, slapping him continuously with the hands made of roots, as if mocking Ye Jin. Oh my god, I was actually laughed at by a fruit spirit? Ye Jin suddenly raised his arm and swung it backwards. When the fruit was about to hit him, it jumped up again and even did a split in the air. Then, the fruit spirit landed on Ye Jin's head, kicked hard, jumped back onto the wall, and rolled around there holding its belly. Damn, I was really fooled by a fruit spirit. Ye Jin cursed, leaped onto the wall, and grabbed the fruit spirit with both hands. Just when he was about to catch it, the fruit spirit suddenly lowered its body and slipped directly under Ye Jin's crotch. And then, bang! The fruit spirit jumped upwards. Ye Jin's eyes suddenly widened, and he fell from the wall while covering his vital parts. At that moment, Ye Jin seemed to hear the sound of beating eggs. At that moment, Ye Jin seemed to see his grandmother. With his body tilted, Ye Jin fell directly from the wall and fell to the ground. The fruit spirit had no intention of escaping, but instead wandered around Ye Jin, as if waiting for Ye Jin to get up and continue to catch it. It was not until Ye Jin lay on the ground motionless for a long time that the fruit spirit slowly approached. At this moment, Ye Jin suddenly moved, turned over, and reached out to grab the fruit spirit. This grab was quite sudden, and the fruit spirit seemed to be frightened, but at the critical moment, the fruit spirit shrank its body, dodged it, and then jumped onto the wall again. Chapter 27: Ginseng Fruit. After climbing up the wall, the fruit spirit began to pound its belly and laugh at Ye Jin. But at this moment, Ye Jin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Go back in time. At that moment, time reversal started and Ye Jin's time went back to 10 minutes ago. At that time, Ye Jin was also standing on the wall. Got you! Ye Jin stretched out his hand suddenly, grabbed the fruit spirit, and without giving it a chance to struggle, quickly stuffed it into his mouth. You have taken the ginseng fruit, and your combat power has increased by 25,000 points. If you take ginseng fruit, your injuries will heal faster to a certain extent. You took the ginseng fruit and gained a little bit of magical power. Ye Jin was shocked when he saw the prompt. Ginseng fruit? The thing of Jinyuan Daxian? This is the best of the best. Not to mention the last two effects. It directly increases the combat power by 20,000. This is higher than my current combat power. Okay, just 2 words. Awesome. As Ye Jin was thinking, a screen of light appeared before his eyes. Name: Ye Jin. Combat power: 50190. Abilities: Rejuvenation, Time Rewind, Netherworld Claw, 30,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Heaven and Earth Eyes Opening, 250,000. Items: Vigorous Resurrection Pill, Xiao Li's Fuck Flying Knife, Ice Red Lotus, 50,000. Yin Yang Fish Talisman, 50,000. Remaining times 2. Fire Dragon Mark, 80,000. 7 Color Rainbow, 28,000. Wolf King Necklace, 5,000. Mechanical Scarab, 20,000. Swift Boots, Source of Doom. Purple Flame Snake Spear Fire Spear Projection, 1 million. My combat power value finally broke 50,000. Otherwise, why do we say that opportunities and risks coexist? Before the large-scale monster invasion, Ye Jin's combat power was less than 20,000. Keep going, keep going. Ye Jin sighed and immediately planned to go to the next dimensional crack. Ye Jin was rewarded for killing the 6-eared phantom wolf and the evil beast. Now he is given 3 more keys every day. He has stockpiled more than 30 keys and can never use them all. Ye Jin thought as he walked out of the alley. This time the dimensional rift was a little far away. Ye Jin walked for half an hour before reaching the destination, and dimensional rift discovered. It has been detected that there is a treasured magic weapon hidden in the dimensional crack. It is extremely powerful. If you can subdue it, it will become your supreme helper. But if you can't subdue it, don't worry, you will be hacked to death at most. Ye Jin, I hate this kind of thing the most. If you can't get it, just say so. It says it's powerful and you'll be hacked to death. Isn't this just teasing yourself? Ye Jin sighed, turned around, and ran away. With such ambiguous things, it is not impossible to try your luck. Maybe the demon soldier thought I was handsome and gave in to me. Just like the courtesans in ancient brothels, who were as beautiful as flowers, but there were always blind men who fell for scumbags, thus losing both money and their bodies. But now is an extraordinary period. Ye Jin thinks it is better not to bring out something that suggests terrifying power and is uncertain whether it can be subdued. It is better to be safe in times of trouble. Soon, Ye Jin entered a clothing store and found another dimensional crack behind the shelf in the corner. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which seemed to have the feeling of Taoist yin and yang. Tiangang Ichi Ju, a Taoist practice method that harmonizes with the heaven and earth and integrates the awakening power within the body. One of the Taoist methods is Tiangang Fighting Qi, which increases the combat power by 500 points and increases the combat power by 5%. The second method is the Qi Sword Finger, which transforms the awakened power in the body into true qi and attacks with the sword finger. After practicing Tiangang Ichi Ju, you cannot practice other cultivation methods. Wow! Practice technique. There are many treasures in the dimensional rifts. Which category is generally recognized as the best? It's a practice method. The principle is the same as that of the Netherworld Ghost Claw. Practicing martial arts is something that directly increases one's own combat power, rather than external force. And just like healing abilities are very rare, cultivation techniques are even rarer than healing abilities. However, Ye Jin didn't want to use it. If you practice this thing, you can't practice other cultivation methods. What if you can find a better one? The value increased by Tiangang Ichi Ju is not very high. Sell it. Ye Jin thought about it and decided to sell this thing. After all, he could see the clues of dimensional rifts, and the probability of him getting better cultivation methods in the future was very high. Ye Jin casually put the things away and was about to leave to look for the next dimensional crack when the phone rang. "Hello, Captain. Ye Jin, where have you been?" A strict voice came from the other end of the phone. "We agreed to take a break, but you haven't been seen for 2 hours. Come back and help." "Captain, even the donkeys in the production team don't have so little rest time. Aren't you busy? Hurry up." "Okay, I'll be right back." Ye Jin hung up the phone and had to give up looking for the dimensional rift and stroll back to the periphery of the light shield. When they arrived at the location, Yen Ming was directing the medical staff to bandage the wounded and then carried the more seriously injured onto stretchers and sent them to the hospital for treatment. After seeing Ye Jin, Yen Ming hurriedly said, "Come over here and cast a rejuvenation spell." "Come on." Ye Jin agreed and quickly cast a rejuvenation spell over. Having healing abilities is especially popular at times like this. If you want to disrupt the overall situation, why would you subsidize Ye Jin with 3 keys every day? You know, other field staff members are given a key every day. Yen Ming pointed to the side and said, "There are 2 more groups of wounded soldiers over there. Go and treat them as well. Remember to do what you can. At least save 2 rejuvenation spells for emergency use." "Okay, got it." Ye Jin fulfilled her responsibilities as a battlefield wet nurse to the end. After they finished treating the man and returned to Yen Ming, a truck stopped beside them. Li Qi poked his head out and said, "Captain, the supplies have arrived." Yen Ming nodded. "How many cars are there?" Li Qi said, 2 cars. "Well, hurry up and go." Bagua Yongwangpa relocated millions of people from the entire urban area. Resettlement was a problem, and water and food were also problems. Fortunately, we have resources from other cities, so there is no problem for the time being. After watching Li Qi drive away, Yen Ming said, "Take a break. How's the Qi and harmony method I taught you going?" Although everyone is busy, there's always time to rest. Therefore, Yen Ming also took the time to teach Ye Jin the 3 basic application skills of the awakening power. Among them, the skill of using Qi is actually a skill of using the sustainment of awakening power. Perceive and form the awakening power in the body into a vortex, then release it one by one, and then absorb it. After forming a cycle, the endurance of the awakening power can be enhanced. Ye Jin smiled and nodded. "Not bad, although it's not very fluent yet, but I have learned it roughly." Yen Ming patted Ye Jin on the shoulder and said, "Come on, when you get used to it, I will teach you the second technique, the partition." Chapter 28 just cried out. Ye Jin smiled and nodded. In all aspects, Yen Ming is a good captain. In addition to being approachable, he is also very approachable. "Doctor, where is the doctor? Come and save him. Someone come and save him. Where are the people? Where are they?" At this time, shouting voices rang out. Not far away, A man in a Special Forces uniform walked out of the light shield, holding another man in a Special Forces uniform in his arms, and shouted loudly to all around. Yin Ming and Ye Jin stood up and walked towards each other. Ye Jin said, "Let me do it. I have the ability to heal." Thank you, thank you." The man quickly put his companion down. His companion was seriously injured, with a penetrating wound on his ribs that completely pierced his body, and there was a high probability that his internal organs were damaged. Ye Jin couldn't cure this degree of illness, but he might be able to keep the patient alive by using rejuvenation techniques. As Ye Jin was thinking about it, he was about to use the rejuvenation technique, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. The other person's face was very pale, and he did not move after being put on the ground. In fact, the blood on the wound had already coagulated for a long time. Ye Jin couldn't help but reach out and feel the other person's pulse. The man urged Ye Jin loudly. "Hurry up, didn't you say you could treat him? Save him quickly." Ye Jin hesitated for a moment and said, "But he is dead." No matter how powerful the rejuvenation technique is, it is impossible to bring a dead person back to life. "You're talking nonsense." The man was instantly furious, pushed Ye Jin to the ground, and yelled, "Who did you say was dead? Tell me, who the hell did you say was dead?" Yin Ming stepped forward and said, "Brother, we understand how you feel. Calm down. Roll." The man pushed Yin Ming away madly, and then tried to pick up his companion again. Someone, is there a doctor? Give me a car. Give me a car. I want to take him to the hospital." The man roared loudly, but his foot tripped and he fell to the ground. The next moment, tears suddenly welled up in the man's eyes, and he knelt on the ground and banged his head on the ground. "Brother, it's my fault for not protecting you. It's my fault. I'm not worthy of being your captain. It's my fault." The man knelt there and cried bitterly. Ye Jin wanted to go forward to comfort her, but was stopped by Yin Ming. "Forget it. Let him cry." Yin Ming sighed. "I should have known this day would come when I joined the security bureau," Yin Ming said as he put a cigarette into his mouth. "Either someone else sends me away, or I send others away." Yin Ming sighed. "It's better to cry." Ye Jin was silent, regarding the cruelty, helplessness, and sadness of this world. He has experienced this more than once. Ye Jin always felt that if you see some things more often, you will get used to them. But can you really get used to it? It's not that easy. Habits are never enough. Change is the truth. I won't let anyone send me away. I will live. Ye Jin looked at Yin Ming seriously and said, "I won't send anyone away either. I will help them live." Yin Ming couldn't help but laugh, patted Ye Jin on the shoulder, and didn't say much. Gather. There are invading monsters. Those who can fight, gather here immediately." Something happened. Yin Ming was shocked and pulled Ye Jin. "Let's go." The two of them walked quickly forward and took out their mobile phones to open the Security Bureau's information platform. News from the main station. Someone opened a dimensional rift at Tiantian Stationery Store outside Dongping Street. Lakeside, and a bug-level invading monster, the Thunderfang Demon, appeared. The monsters that followed the Thunderfang Demon were Thunderhowl beasts, numbering between 200 and 300. Please ask the nearest field staff to rush in and destroy them immediately. You're still causing trouble at this time, letting the invading monster out. Did your head get caught in the door? Yin Ming couldn't help but curse. A large number of dimensional cracks appear, and a large-scale monster invasion occurs, which will inevitably lead to the appearance of a large number of dimensional cracks containing treasures. Moreover, since there has been a large-scale monster invasion, it means that a large number of dimensional cracks have opened and invading monsters have appeared. In this case, the probability of finding treasures in the remaining dimensional cracks will increase invisibly. This is indeed a good time to open the dimensional rift and collect treasures. Not everyone can resist this temptation. Soon, more than 20 people gathered temporarily. Since it was a temporarily assembled team, there was naturally no division into small teams, but instead they worked together to clear out the area. Of course, a commander was still needed, and finally an old field captain named Huang Jun was elected. After all, an experienced field worker represents a lot of experience, and experience is very important. It's like a novice going to find a girl. He may not even be able to find the door, while the veteran next door is already thinking about which posture to use today. Moreover, Huang Jun has a square face and thick eyebrows and looks honest and resolute. Just looking at this face gives people the feeling that he is a very steady commander. The captain is in front and the team members are behind. Huang Jun said loudly. Although there are a lot of them, most of them are minions. As long as the formation is not messed up, There will be no problem. After Huang Jun finished speaking, he waved his hand violently. Follow me. Huang Jun took the lead and stepped forward into the light shield. More than 20 people walked in a mighty manner. After about 10 minutes, Huang Jun stretched out his hand to signal everyone to stop. The shops and street lights ahead were flickering, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, and you could vaguely see some electric current flowing through the metal guardrails on the side of the street. Here they come. Huang Jun was indeed experienced. Based on these details, he determined that there were thunder roar beasts hiding nearby. He decisively shouted loudly, "Stand in position and prepare to meet the enemy." Sure enough, just as Huang Jun finished his words, the glass window of a small building on the side suddenly shattered, and a thunder roar beast suddenly jumped out. The thunder roar beast was shaped like a tiger and was azure blue in color, but it had a wolf's head and there was electric current wrapped around its body. Thunder roar. No step. Combat power. 920 points. With its fangs and claws bared, the thunder roar beast rushed straight towards Huang Jun. Huang Jun took out a silver roulette wheel and threw it out without saying a word. The roulette wheel was spinning in the air, and the moment it hit Thunder Roar Beast, it split Thunder Roar Beast's body into two. But this is just the beginning. Following the appearance of the first Thunder Roar Beast, the second, third, and fourth appeared. Countless Thunder Roar Beasts rushed out from all directions. Some were in alleys, some were inside buildings, and they quickly pounced on the crowd. Huang Jun shouted again, "Keep close to each other. The captain stands on the outer circle, and the others stand on the inner circle. First resist the opponent's attack, and don't get carried away and leave the formation." Huang Jun's judgment and command were both very good, and there was nothing wrong with them. Everyone followed his instructions. The next moment, accompanied by the charge of Thunder Roar Beast, a group of field staff quickly fought with the enemy. The battle begins. Chapter 29: Thunder Roar Beast. Ye Jin followed Yin Ming. The sword Yin Ming used was the ancient sword that Ye Jin had seen before. The ancient sword was quite extraordinary. The moment it was unsheathed, its sharpness was revealed. Then, Yin Ming raised his hand and swung the sword, and then a crescent-shaped sword energy appeared. With a puff, the body of a Thunder Roar Beast was instantly cut into two pieces. It is easy for a field captain to deal with levelless minion monsters. Ye Jin was not idle either. He directly activated the wild power of the Wolf King necklace, increased a wave of combat power, and then threw out the silver mechanical scarab. The mechanical scarab flew out of his hand and immediately flew in the air. Thump, 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 thump. The mechanical scarab unfolded a pair of small gun barrels on both sides and began to attack the Thunder Beast in front. Although the mechanical scarab is very small and the bullets it shoots are as small as rice grains, the bullets of the mechanical scarab are blessed by holy light and are very powerful. Just like you can't laugh at someone when you see him being short, maybe he is actually very durable. Moreover, the most convenient thing about the mechanical scarab is that it attacks automatically and does not require Ye Jin to control it at all. As for accuracy, please, there are so many thunder beasts around us. If we can't hit them at this time, how can we talk about accuracy? If they can't even get in, how can they reproduce? In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the mechanical scarab's sweeping fire, several Thunder Roar beasts fell in front of Ye Jin. Yin Ming looked at the mechanical scarab in surprise and said with some envy, "Did you find something good again?" Ye Jin smiled and said, "It's okay, just a little thing." "Is this powerful thing small? I feel like it can fight against any insect-level invading monster with a combat power below 20,000. Yin Ming couldn't help but complain, "How come you were so lucky? Are you lucky?" Ye Jin smiled. If others open 10-dimensional rifts, they may only find treasure in one-dimensional rift, and they still have to spend time and energy to deal with the invading monsters that appear in 9-dimensional rifts. It is even possible that you may lose your life in it. But Ye Jin can see the dimensional crack prompts. If he opens 10-dimensional cracks, he can get 10 treasures. What others can do with 100 keys, Ye Jin can do with just 10. Of course, Yin Ming didn't know Ye Jin's secret, so he naturally just thought that Ye Jin was lucky. Yin Ming said, "If you have anything you don't need, take it out and show it to me. We are all brothers, and we should keep it to ourselves. I will not treat you badly, including the money and the keys." Ye Jin blinked his eyes. "Really? Do you want to practice the technique?" Yin Ming was stunned for a moment. "Don't be ridiculous. You have all these things?" "No joke, it's real." Yin Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. "Ye Jin, if you really have it, just use it yourself. Cultivation techniques are very rare and valuable. They can directly improve personal strength. Some cultivation techniques can also help you better master the use of awakening power. Ye Jin didn't want something better, but there was no way to argue about it. So he said directly, I already have it, we can't practice at the same time. Real? I swear on my virginity. Then bring it to me later. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a price higher than the market price. Yen Ming showed a look of joy on his face. He had no shortage of money, so he had no shortage of keys. However, having a key did not mean he could get good things from the dimensional rift. A cultivation technique is such a rare thing that even if the price is higher than the market price, you will still make a profit if you buy it. Okay, let's talk about it after we deal with the Thunder Roar Beast. The Thunder Roar Beast had already launched 2 charges, but was blocked both times. There were at least dozens of Thunder Roar Beast corpses lying densely around the crowd. Huang Jun stood at the front and shouted, Everyone be careful. According to the news from the main station, there is a bug-level monster called Thunderfang Demon. Don't get ambushed. The people around agreed, with serious expressions, and did not take it lightly. Ye Jin was quite relaxed. The mechanical scarab was enough to withstand the charge of the Thunder Roar Beast. He even had time to help Yen Ming. Ghost Claw of the Netherworld. Ye Jin growled, called upon the awakened power in his body, then stretched out his hand to the side and made a fist. Ye Jin could feel the awakening power flowing in his body, and then it transformed into an extremely sinister aura. That is the breath from the abyss. That is the breath from the underworld. The next moment, a cloud of black smoke rose about 5 or 6 meters ahead, and the shadows of some skulls appeared. Then, a huge green hand at least 3 meters away emerged from the ground out of thin air and grabbed a Thunder Roar Beast. Puff! The Netherworld ghost hand squeezed the Thunder Roar Beast's body hard and turned it into a puddle of mud. Large amounts of blood and flesh scattered around. Yen Ming was envious again. This kid's luck is incredible, right? He has so many such rare things as cultivation techniques and has also found such powerful moves. I should give the position of captain to Ye Jin. At the same time, Ye Jin threw a rejuvenation spell over everyone's heads. Everyone was immediately excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. There was actually someone with healing abilities? The Thunder Roar Beast is naturally easier to deal with. They are just minions to begin with, and now they still have some power left, so what is there to be afraid of? When the Thunderfang Demon comes, he will trample everyone to death. However, as time went on, people gradually began to notice that something was wrong. Huang Jun frowned and said, We should have killed more than 200 Thunder Roar Beasts, right? As Huang Jun spoke, he glanced around. The area was densely packed with the corpses of Thunder Roar Beasts. In order to avoid too many corpses affecting the offense and defense, the formation was even moved forward a little. However, the surrounding Thunder Roar Beasts seemed endless. They kept appearing and attacking, as if they were not decreasing at all. Old Huang, could it be that the information from the headquarters is wrong? A field captain said, I know that we have sent drones to monitor the outer areas from the air. In theory, there should be no problems, but there are so many buildings. If some of the Thunder Roar Beasts hide in the buildings, the drones will not be able to see them. That makes sense. Report the information to the main station first, Huang Jun said, and then shouted to the back. 2 people came out from the back, go around the alley on the side where no Thunder Roar Beast appeared, and find a high point to check the situation. After Huang Jun finished speaking, he casually pointed at 2 people, who happened to be Ye Jin and Yen Ming, because their positions were close to the alley on the side. Others, take cover and let them pass. Everyone adjusted their direction. After Ye Jin and Yen Ming looked at each other, they left the team without any unnecessary words and ran quickly to the side. They jumped over the guardrail on the side of the street and ran into the alley. Chapter 30, Thunder Zone. There was no Thunder Roar Beast in the alley. After reaching the end, Ye Jin and Yen Ming discovered the reason. This alley is a dead end. Superior. Yen Ming quickly ran to the wall, leaned his back against it, and crossed his hands at his waist. Ye Jin understood what he meant, stepped on Yen Ming's palm, and jumped up, grabbed the top of the wall, and flipped over. Yen Ming shouted from the bottom of the wall. What's the situation? Ye Jin looked at the street on the other side, smacked his lips, and said, It's a bit weird. Although the Thunder Roar Beast was not seen on the other side of the street, Ye Jin had a feeling something was wrong. The street lights on the side of the street were constantly flickering, and the sign of the store next door was also constantly flickering, and suddenly, with a snap, the light bulb of the street lamp suddenly shattered. You could see a current running up and down the lamp pole. Golden sparks kept flashing on the iron railings on the street. This scene is a bit similar to the previous one when Thunder Roar Beast appeared, which makes people feel a little uneasy. Suddenly, Yan Ming suddenly shouted at Ye Jin, "Ye Jin, watch out." Ye Jin looked up into the sky, suddenly, and saw a huge bird swooping down from the sky. The bird looked like an eagle, with golden feathers standing up one by one, making it look like a flying hedgehog. Yellow electric current was wrapped around its body, and when it flew through the air, there was a sound of surging electricity crackling. Ye Jin quickly took out his mobile phone and turned on the combat power monitoring function. Thunderbird, bug level, combat power, 23,500 points. Insect level, invading monsters? Wasn't it agreed that there would be only one Thunderfang demon? The Thunderbird was moving at an extremely fast speed. It swooped down from the sky and turned into a yellow electric current that headed straight towards Ye Jin. Ye Jin quickly reached out and shouted in a low voice, "Ghost Claw of the Netherworld." The awakening power transformed into dark energy, and black mist floated in the sky. Then a huge ghost claw stretched out and grabbed the Thunderbird. But just when he was about to catch the Thunderbird, it suddenly did a 360-degree somersault in the air and avoided him. This guy, so fast. Ye Jin licked the corner of his mouth. The speed of the Thunderbird was faster than he had imagined. Moreover, the anti-air attack of the Netherworld Ghost Claw was not as effective as he had imagined. The time required for concentration slowed down the attack speed. However, Ye Jin does not only have this one trick. 7-color rainbow, unsheath. Ye Jin took off the sword case on his back, and then 7-colored sword lights appeared and flew into the air. The Thunderbird was suddenly thrown into disarray. No matter how fast it flew, could it be faster than a flying sword? Ye Jin shouted again. 7 swords become one. The 7-colored sword lights merged into one, forming a 7-colored long rainbow, slashing towards the Thunderbird. With a puff, the Thunderbird's body instantly split into two. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, Thunderbird. You got a treasure. Thunderwing Feather. It comes from the wings of the Thunderbird. It gathers the core of lightning and can release a lightning to attack the target when swung. Thunderwing Feather's combat power is 6,000 points. Ye Jin looked at the feather and put it in his arms, thinking it was just a small toy. Ye Jin bent down, stretched out his hand, and pulled Yan Ming up. After climbing up the wall, Yan Ming also frowned and said, "Didn't we agree that there would only be one wolf-level Thunderfang demon? Where did the Thunderbird come from?" Ye Jin spread his hands. "What should we do now?" Yan Ming looked around and pointed to an office building. "Let's go there and occupy a high point to observe the surrounding situation. By the way, report the appearance of the Thunderbird through the information platform." Ye Jin nodded. Although he is probably a better fighter than Yan Ming now, Ye Jin is very clear that he is far inferior to Yan Ming in terms of experience in handling things. But just as they took out their cell phones to report the Thunderbird situation, the phones in their hands first sounded the alarm. The two were shocked and quickly opened the information platform. Information from the main station. Emergency message broadcast the dimensional crack that appeared in the Tian stationery store outside Dongping Street. Lakeside is not an ordinary monster invasion, but a thunder area hidden in it. Thunder attribute invading monsters will continue to spawn in the thunder area. Currently, the thunder area is centered on the dimensional crack and is spreading to the surrounding areas. The danger level is currently unknown. Please go to the team that annihilates the Thunder Roar Beast and evacuate immediately and return to the outer area. Main station information, urgent news broadcast repeat. Main station information, urgent news broadcast repeat. Ye Jin and Yan Ming looked at the information platform and looked at each other in surprise. Yan Ming sighed. It's a troubled time, and troubles are coming one after another. Ye Jin nodded. Shall we go back? Yan Ming said. The headquarters has already sent out the message, so we can only retreat. Let's go. There is no need to occupy any high ground to observe the situation. Let's go back and find other people. Boom! Yan Ming's words had not yet fallen. A loud thunder suddenly interrupted his words. The loud noise also caused Ye Jin and Yan Ming to look back. It was an extremely terrifying lightning column composed of thousands of azure electric currents, and was so thick that it required 4 or 5 people to hug it. Pillars of lightning fell from the sky, as if piercing through heaven and earth. Under the influence of the electric current, the exterior walls of the surrounding buildings continued to crack, revealing dense cracks. Not good, Yin Ming gasped. It's the area where Huang Jun and the others are. After looking at each other, the two jumped off the wall and ran back in a hurry. But this time, it wasn't so easy, as a large number of invading monsters appeared in the alley. Those invading monsters were like bats, about the size of 2 palms, with electric currents wrapped around their bodies. The bat's body is made of lightning. Thunderbat, no step, combat power 70 points. A fairly weak invading monster, whose combat power is even lower than that of ordinary humans. But the number is very large. Those Thunderbats seem to have flown out from the lightning column, surging, circling, and dancing in all directions. When they discovered Ye Jin and Yin Ming in the alley, they blocked the entire alley in almost an instant. Ye Jin and Yin Ming did not dare to be negligent. They still understand the principle that ants can kill elephants. If one girl is not enough, then they can use a group of girls. There are only tired oxen, but no plowed land. Yin Ming looked around, then drew out his ancient sword. No place to hide, kill. The moment Yin Ming finished speaking, he raised the ancient sword in his hand and slashed forward. A crescent sword energy slashed forward, then split into 3, covering the entire alley horizontally. The moment it advanced forward, the Thunderbats exploded and died, turning into arcs of lightning that fell to the ground. Chapter 31. Where is the protection of the wet nurse? Those Thunderbats were indeed very weak, and Yin Ming cleared a path for them with just one sword. However, the number of those Thunderbats was terrifying. Yin Ming had just found a way out when Thunderbats swarmed down from all directions and quickly blocked the gap. This way. At this time, Ye Jin found a window in the alley, smashed it hard, and then got into the house. Those lightning bats followed unwillingly, but because there were too many of them, they all crowded at the window, and then, with a loud bang, the bodies of the Thunderbats exploded, making a loud roar and causing a section of the wall to collapse. Ye Jin and Yin Ming quickly walked through the building and returned to the original street. Then they both gasped. The terrifying lightning column pierced through the ground, and a huge pit with a diameter of at least 15 or 16 meters appeared there. In fact, the lightning column was still spreading in all directions. As the lightning column spread, everything around it was naturally annihilated in an instant. The deep pit on the ground continued to expand, and the surrounding buildings, vehicles, and all public facilities were reduced to ashes the moment they were engulfed by the lightning column. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone move! At this moment, Huang Jun was shouting loudly, ordering everyone to retreat. But the situation is obviously not very good. A thunder domain is formed, and a lightning pillar descends. Let the number of thunder roar beasts increase. Along with the surge of thunder and lightning, countless thunder roar beasts continued to emerge from the lightning column and charged towards the crowd frantically. Huang Jun also saw Ye Jin and Yin Ming at this moment and shouted, "Come here quickly, I will cover you." Huang Jun's weapon was a double-headed halberd. The moment he threw it forward, the double-headed halberd kept spinning, creating ripples in the air, killing the thunder roar beast in front of him and helping Ye Jin and Yin Ming open a gap. Ye Jin and Yin Ming quickly climbed over the street guardrail and ran towards the large group. "Kid, get some treatment." Ye Jin nodded and cast a rejuvenation spell. Large patches of green light appeared, falling and dispersing like snow. When the halos fell on everyone, a comfortable feeling instantly came over them. The energy and spirit that had been exhausted by the long battle was restored a lot at once. The feeling of fatigue was obviously alleviated, and some minor injuries on the body also healed quickly. Huang Jun nodded with satisfaction. "Boy, what's your name?" "Ye Jin." "I'll remember you." Huang Jun nodded and said, "I'll recommend you for merit when we get out." After Huang Jun finished speaking, he waved his arms. "Don't stop. Keep retreating, carve a hole, and kill your way out." After Huang Jun finished speaking, he shouted loudly, "Be careful to protect Ye Jin. Being a wet nurse is still a pleasant experience." But at this time, a scream suddenly rang out. A field team member screamed loudly as his entire left arm was chopped off. Blood splattered all over the ground. On a building not far away, a monster stood there. It looked like a human figure, but it only had an outline. Its body was completely hidden in the blue electric current, and its weapon was a spear made of electric current. Thunder Fang Demon. Wolf level. Combat power 61,000 points. The Thunder Fang Demon finally appeared. And with the appearance of the Thunder Fang Demon, the surrounding lightning pillars seemed to become more agitated. Countless electric arcs flashed, and large amounts of electric currents surged in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the scattered electric currents turned into thunder roar beasts, which rushed in madly from all directions, and there were thousands of them. Hold on, you must hold on, Huang Yun shouted loudly. But can you really hold on? There were simply too many thunder roar beasts, not to mention there was also a thunder fong demon eyeing them covetously. Ye Jin did not continue to resonate with the sky eye. The current situation did not allow him to be distracted. The leaping thunder roar beast blocked out the sky and the sun, and when one looked up, it was all pitch black. Ye Jin couldn't help but complain. Where is the promised protection of the nanny? Bang! Ye Jin slammed the sword case behind him towards him. Seven-color rainbow, unsheath. Buzz! The buzzing sound of the sword soon rang out. The sword case opened to both sides, forming a fan shape. Then 7 swords of 7 colors broke through the air. 7-color streamer array. Ye Jin gave a low shout, and the 7-colored sword light formed a sword formation around Ye Jin, circling and slashing quickly. The sound of flesh being torn apart was heard. Blood mixed with flashing arcs of lightning was splashed, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. The number of thunder roar beasts around has obviously increased. They charged forward like waves, one after another. 7 treasures fire lotus. Huang Jun threw out a treasure, which was an oil lamp in the shape of a lotus. The oil lamp hung in the air, as Huang Jun continued to infuse his awakening power into it. Red-hot flames rose from the 7 treasures fire lotus, spread out in all directions, and directly built a wall of fire around it. Those thunder roar beasts charged forward fearlessly, but the moment they passed through the wall of fire, their bodies caught fire and quickly turned into ashes. At this point in the battle, no one was holding back, and all their best skills and hidden treasures were brought out. If we continue to struggle in this area of thunder, everyone will be doomed. After Huang Jun used a wall of fire to block a large number of thunder roar beasts, Yin Ming also took out a golden square seal. Even though Yin Ming's personal combat power is not high, he is rich. The power of paying players lies in the fact that they always have unexpected goodies in their hands. As Yin Ming threw the golden seal into the sky, brilliant golden light spread out instantly. A huge golden virtual seal appeared in the air. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. The huge golden seal that appeared was more than 10 meters long, and then it fell heavily downwards. Boom! A huge golden seal fell from the sky, and in a flash, a large number of thunder roar beasts were crushed into meat paste. Huang Jun waved his hand again and said, "If you don't want to die, get moving and rush forward." Right now, the threat to everyone is not just the thunder roar beasts coming from all directions, but also the thunder domain that is constantly spreading behind them. Everyone knows that once they are caught in the thunder domain, things will become more troublesome. Sizzle. The Thunder Fong demon attacked again, raised the spear made of electric current, and threw it hard. With a loud bang, a piece of the firewall was blown off, and the 7 treasures fire lotus hanging in the air also fell down. Seeing that the lightning spear was about to hit Huang Jun, Ghost Claw of the Netherworld, Ye Jin stretched out his hand forward, and the awakened power quickly transformed into a dark aura, turning into a huge ghost claw, which collided with the flying lightning spear. With a loud bang, the ghost claw and the lightning spear exploded at the same time, turning into countless lightning arcs and smoke that scattered in all directions. At that moment, Huang Jun felt like he had survived a calamity. Chapter 32, I Won't Let Anyone Send Me Away. The lightning spear was only half a meter away from him. If Ye Jin had not acted in time, his head would have been pierced by the lightning spear. Ye Jin, thank you. You are welcome. Ye Jin curled the corners of his mouth at Huang Jun, then raised his palm and held up an ice lotus. Ice red lotus. Bloom. Ye Jin hummed softly, and then the ice red lotus bloomed with a silvery white light. The next moment, a large piece of frost appeared and spread out in all directions. Wherever the frost passed, the thunder beasts that were approaching were instantly turned into ice sculptures and were frozen there. Then, snap! The ice surface made a crisp sound, countless cracks appeared, and then it completely shattered. But at this moment, the Thunder Fong demon moved again. The Thunder Fong demon leaped suddenly. The leap was more than 10 meters long, and he landed directly in front of Ye Jin from the roof. Sizzle! The Thunder Fong demon clasped his hands together, electricity surged in his palms, and a new thunder spear gradually took shape. Yen Ming swung his sword and slashed out sword energy, while Huang Jun threw out his double-headed halberd. The Thunderfang demon was not afraid at all. He swung the thunder spear in his hand, shattering the sword energy and knocking the double halberds away. The next moment, the Thunderfang demon raised the thunder spear and threw it forward with force, while Ye Jin shook his wrist, and the fire dragon flag slipped out from Ye Jin's sleeve and flew forward. The air around suddenly became scorching hot. The fire dragon flag is burning fiercely. In the flames, a dragon roar sounded up to the sky, and then a fire dragon condensed into shape. Seeing the lightning spear coming, the fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and actually swallowed the lightning spear into its stomach. Then it continued to move forward at the same speed as the Thunderfang demon. Boom! The roar of the explosion sounded. The moment the fire dragon collided with the Thunderfang demon, the Thunderfang demon's body exploded directly, causing a thunder explosion. The ground was cracked by the explosion, and a piece of it broke instantly, and thick black smoke rose into the sky. The shattered body of the Thunderfang demon turned into large arcs of lightning, flying towards the sky, looking extremely brilliant. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, Thunderfang demon. You got 2 treasures. Thunder gun. A thunder gun condensed from lightning, which can be thrown to attack. The power of the thunder gun is 25,000 electricity. The number of times the thunder gun can be used, 3 times. Lightning crystal core, the essence of lightning. By absorbing the power of lightning, the combat power can be increased by 300 points. After killing the Thunderfang demon, Ye Jin obtained 2 treasures. With more good things in hand, Ye Jin's vision has also improved. The lightning gun. It's usable, but not that great. However, the lightning crystal core can increase the combat power by 3,000, which is pretty good. Yen Ming patted Ye Jin on the shoulder. You are awesome. Stop talking nonsense, Huang Jun said loudly. The thunder zone is getting closer. The lightning column was still spreading, and there was no sign of the number of thunder beasts around decreasing. Everyone's faces were solemn. If they couldn't get out, they might all die here. Ye Jin took a deep breath and ran forward with everyone. While running, Ye Jin took out an iron talisman and held it up. Rinyang Fist Talisman. In an instant, black and white light spread out in Ye Jin's hands. The black and white light was like smoke and fog. After rising into the air, it continued to condense. Finally, a huge yin and yang fish pattern appeared in the black and white light. Kill! Ye Jin growled and stretched out his hand to press forward. The next moment, a huge black and white beam of light dropped from the sky and shone down. In an instant, when the black and white light fell on the thunder roar beasts, black smoke continued to emerge from their bodies, and then they fell to the ground one after another. Eventually, the body completely dissolves and is annihilated. But at this moment, boom! The horrifying roar sounded again. The lightning column emitted the sound of thunder explosion again, spreading wildly in all directions. The lightning column looked extremely terrifying, filled with a horrific aura of destruction, as if anyone who stepped into it would be reduced to ashes. It's too late, Huang Jun muttered to himself. The speed at which the lightning column spread increased again, covering a large area in an instant. The world inside the lightning pillar has turned into azure blue. Everything around was covered in electric current. In the distance, thunder kept striking and falling, hitting the ground and creating deep pits one after another. Suddenly, sizzle. The sound of surging electric current was heard, and then the surging electric current around began to condense, constantly transforming into various lightning monsters through lightning. Thunderbird. No step. Combat power. 770 points. Thunder roar. No step. Combat power. 920 points. Thunder golem. No step. Combat power. 1220 points. At the moment when everyone was completely engulfed by the lightning pillar, all places visible to the naked eye were occupied by various thunder beasts, the number of which was several times more than that outside the lightning pillar. It's over. Someone had a mental breakdown and fell to his knees, muttering, "We can't get out. We're all going to die here." Huang Jun cursed and slapped the man on the head. "Don't be so pessimistic. It's not over yet. We still have hope." Huang Jun shouted to comfort everyone, but the effect was minimal. There were too many thunder beasts in front of them, making it difficult to muster the will to fight. Ye Jin took a deep breath and wanted to rush out. It seemed that there was only one way. Ye Jin looked at his palm. "I'll lead the way," Ye Jin shouted loudly. Everyone rushed forward together. We will definitely be able to fight our way out. Ye Jin raised his hand as he spoke. Yan Ming asked worriedly, Ye Jin, what do you want to do? Ye Jin smiled at Yan Ming and said, Captain, I said I won't send anyone away. Eye in the sky. Open. A golden light bloomed in Ye Jin's palm. The third eye in the palm of his hand suddenly opened, and then countless golden beams of light shot out from it. The various monsters that had just rushed to Ye Jin were pierced through the moment they encountered the golden beam of light. Their bodies were pierced and turned into arcs of lightning, which scattered in all directions. Everyone was frightened by this attack. The power is really too terrifying. There were tens of thousands of thunder beasts, but under the illumination of the golden beam of the sky eye, they were defeated with just one strike. That is, reduced to ashes. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ye Jin. Such terrifying power. She's actually a wet nurse? The legendary violent nanny, right? Huang Jun was the first to come to his senses and shouted in great joy. Charge, charge, charge. Charge quickly. We can get out. When everyone heard this, they were immediately delighted, and the hope of living burned in their hearts again. But at this moment, roar! There was a roar from the front. The falling electric arcs seemed to be pulled by some force and quickly gathered together again. Soon, a thunder dragon appeared in the air. Chapter 33, 8-9 Mysterious Skills. Thunder Dragon Phantom. Tiger. Combat Power. 200,000. The thunder dragon roared and opened its mouth in midair. Then a thunderball condensed in the mouth of the thunder dragon phantom and continued to grow larger. A tiger-level monster. The hope that had just been ignited seemed to be extinguished in an instant. How could this be a monster they could handle? Everyone seemed to see themselves being torn to pieces in an instant at this moment. But keep running, Ye Jin shouted loudly. Trust me, keep running. Ye Jin held his wrist, pointed his sky eye at the thunder dragon phantom, and growled, Open your eyes, heaven and earth. The heavenly eye cannot be used lightly because it consumes a huge amount of awakening power. Every time it is used, one will become extremely tired and unable to fight again. However, as Ye Jin's strength increased, his awakening power became more and more abundant. Now, Ye Jin is able to use his heavenly eye for the second time. With a loud bang, the scattered golden beams of light suddenly gathered together and quickly condensed into one. The golden light seemed to have crossed eternity, spanned the long river of time and space, and came here from the extremely distant past. Mysterious and scary. At the same time, the thunder dragon phantom let out a dragon roar again, and then raised its head. The thunder ball spurted out and turned into a pillar of lightning that fell down and collided with the golden beam of light. One blue and one gold. The two beams of light collided with each other, and circles of waves spread out in all directions like ripples. Under that wave, the space seemed to be torn apart, and the surroundings were constantly shaking. Just from the impact of the wave, countless cracks appeared on the surrounding buildings. And then, boom! A building more than 10 stories high suddenly exploded, turning into countless pieces of rubble that collapsed and hit the ground with a loud noise. The surrounding ground continued to explode, and countless huge rocks rolled up and smashed in all directions. The vehicle parked on the side of the road suddenly exploded, with flames and black smoke rising into the sky. In the blink of an eye, countless ruins appeared on both sides of the street. The terrifying impact lasted for several minutes. The lightning pillar of the Thunder Dragon Phantom finally lost its strength and was pushed back bit by the sky eye. Then, boom! Completely exploded. The lightning pillar of the Thunder Dragon Phantom was completely shattered, but the golden light that opened the eyes of heaven and earth was still moving forward. The golden beam of light hit the Thunder Dragon Phantom, completely piercing through it and causing arcs of electricity to fall. You killed the tiger-level invasion monster, Thunder Dragon Phantom. You got a treasure, Thunder Explosion Stone, a stone formed by the essence of thunder, capable of performing thunder explosions. While the thunder explosion kills the enemy, it also contains a terrifying aura of destruction, which can cause damage over a large area. Thunder Explosion's combat power is 85,000. The number of times the Thunder Stone can be used, 3 times. Hope is back. Everyone ran forward quickly. After Ye Jin collected the Thunder Explosion Stone, he followed closely. But at this time, Dimensional Rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which was stained with an extremely mysterious ancient aura. The sudden reminder made Ye Jin stop. Only then did they discover that there was a dimensional crack at the place where the Thunder Dragon Phantom died. That dimensional crack was obviously much larger than ordinary dimensional cracks, and was surrounded by terrifying electric currents. An indescribable aura came from the dimensional rift. Mysterious, distant, and powerful. It was difficult for Ye Jin to describe the feeling, but the moment he saw the dimensional crack, Ye Jin felt that his entire body was attracted by the dimensional crack. You got a treasure. Baju Xian Gong, a martial art in myth and legend that can reach the sky and escape the earth. If you master Baju Xian, you can dominate the world. The 8-9 mysterious skills are divided into 9 levels. Level 1, Level 3, and Level 6. At the Level 6, one can obtain a magical power. Currently, the magical power obtained is Vajra Indestructible. After the 8-9 mysterious skills have been cultivated to perfection, the 3 magical powers can be combined into one, giving you a glimpse into the mysteries of the 8-9 mysteries. Indestructible. Ignore 50,000 combat power, plus attacks below 50% of your own combat power. The combat power of the 8-9 mysterious art is 2,000 for the first level, 4,000 for the second level, 8,000 for the third level, 16,000 for the fourth level, 32,000 for the fifth level, 64,000 for the sixth level, 128,000 for the seventh level, 256,000 for the eighth level, and 512,000 for the ninth level. In addition to the fixed combat power value, the first level of the 8-9 Profound Art permanently increases the practitioner's combat power by 25%. The third level permanently increases the practitioner's combat power by 35%. The sixth level permanently increases the practitioner's combat power by 50%. And the ninth level permanently increases the practitioner's combat power by 100%. Since you have learned the 8-9 mysterious skills, the Sky Eye's combat power has increased by 500,000. Your Sky Eye's current combat power is 750,000. Ye Jin stared at the 8-9 Profound Art for a long time, and finally uttered 2 words, "Damn it. But I am uneducated and can only travel around the world with a simple sentence." Soon, a light curtain appeared in front of Ye Jin's eyes. Name, Ye Jin. Combat power, 68190. Abilities, Rejuvenation, Time Rewind, Nether Ghost Claw, 30,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Heaven and Earth Eyes, 750,000. 8-9 Mysterious Skills, first level, 2,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Items, Ice Red Lotus 50,000. Yin Yang Fish Talisman 50,000 remaining times. 2. Fire Dragon Mark 80,000. 7 Color Rainbow 28,000. Wolf King Necklace 5,000. Nether Ghost Claw 30,000 plus 25. Mechanical Scarab 20,000. Thunder Wing Feather 6,000. Thunder Spear 25,000 remaining times. 3. Thunder Explosion Stone 85,000 remaining times. 3. Purple Flame Snake Spear Fire Spear Projection 1 million. Ye Jin took a look at his own information and finally felt like he was exploding. With the help of the 8-9 Profound Art, Ye Jin's combat power value has soared significantly and is approaching 70,000. This means that Ye Jin can kill any insect-level invading monster alone. Ye Jin can deal with some wolf-level invading monsters by rolling up his sleeves. Just like the girl serving tea and water in a nightclub, she finally made it and became a high-class girl serving tea and water. Of course, the biggest gain is definitely the 8-9 Profound Art, which is the most advanced cultivation method in mythology and legends. Secondly, Sky Eye has greatly increased its combat power. Moreover, the indestructible Vajra is also very pleasing to the eye. From now on, I will no longer be a wet nurse, but an invincible wet nurse. Hey, Ye Jin, what are you doing? Go away. Yan Ming noticed that Ye Jin had not caught up with him, so he quickly turned around and called out. Here it comes. Ye Jin came to his senses and immediately ran to catch up with everyone. The surrounding lightning was still condensing into a thunder beast, but perhaps because the Thunder Dragon Phantom consumed too much power, the speed at which the thunder beast condensed was obviously much slower. After a moment, the light shield of the Bagua Cloud Light handkerchief finally appeared in front of everyone. There was joy on everyone's face. Finally, alive. Chapter 34. Calm down. Medical team, come and provide treatment. After everyone ran out of the light shield, they all collapsed on the ground exhausted. The surrounding field staff shouted loudly, and then medical personnel came in and began to examine everyone and treat those who were injured. Ye Jin reached out to stop the medical staff who were examining him. I'm fine, go see other people. The medic nodded and quickly moved on to the next person. Ye Jin turned around and glanced at the lightning in the light. Yen Ming put his hand on Ye Jin's shoulder. Are you okay? No. Ye Jin smiled and said, What about you? Yen Ming lay on the ground with his arms outstretched. It feels so good to have lived another day. Everyone got 3 days off, or you can understand it as a day to recuperate. At the same time, the Special Forces officially entered the Thunder Zone and began to kill the Thunder Beast monsters in the Thunder Zone and tried to control the spread of the Thunder Zone. Of course, with the light shield of the 8 trigrams Cloud Light Pad, it is almost impossible for the Thunder Domain to break through the barrier. Yen Ming was lying on the rocking chair, with gauze wrapped around his left hand, and threw an apple into his mouth. But a large area of Thunder Domain is blocking the outer area, and logistical support will become very troublesome. Ye Jin sat on the sofa on the other side and couldn't help but ask, It's been almost 10 days since the city was blocked. Haven't we gained anything? Yen Ming shook his head and said, If the Rift's secret realm is not closed, there will be a continuous flow of invading monsters. The Special Forces can only control them through hunting. If we want to calm down this matter, we have to see when the Rift's secret realm can be closed. Ye Jin sighed. Why is there a sudden large-scale monster invasion? What bad luck? This seems to be man-made. Yen Ming lowered his voice and said, It has something to do with you. Remember the guy you caught last time? Ye Jin was stunned for a moment. The one who maliciously opened the dimensional rift didn't deal with it himself and didn't notify the security bureau? Yen Ming nodded. I now believe that the boy is a member of the Holy Knights. Didn't you say last time that his level was too low? But if he was the one who did this, the standard would be quite high. But can this kind of thing be done by humans? We can use treasures. A friend of mine from the Special Forces told me that according to their investigation, this large-scale monster invasion was probably caused by some kind of treasure that was used by humans to cover up the dimensional cracks, making it impossible for the Security Bureau to detect them. Moreover, this method of covering up can temporarily seal off the monsters when the dimensional cracks are opened, and eventually release them at the same time, which led to the large-scale monster invasion. Ye Jin held his chin and thought. Yen Ming patted Ye Jin's shoulder and said, Don't think about it. This matter has become so serious that we definitely don't need to worry about it. Ye Jin nodded. By the way, Captain, do you still want this thing? As Ye Jin spoke, he took out the Tiangang Ichiju. Is this the cultivation method you mentioned? Yen Ming took the Tiangang Ichiju and took a look at it. The joy on his face could not be concealed. Very good. Yen Ming smiled and said, Give me a price. Do you want money or the key? Of course it's the key. Yen Ming thought for a moment and said, If you sell this thing, 30 keys shouldn't be a problem, but cultivation techniques are always in short supply. We are all family, so I will never let you suffer a loss. I'll give you 50 keys. Do you think it's okay? Sure, no problem. There is no reason to disagree with this. It's like you find a girl and just want to have sex once, but she offers to spend the whole night with you. Can you still say that you are not good enough and can't stand a whole night of sex? The way Ye Jin looked at Yen Ming was as if he was looking at a wrong person. Captain, I actually have something good. Look, this is the Vitality Rejuvenating Pill that can turn you into a powerful muscular tyrant. You've all heard of Xiao Li's flying dagger, right? What about Xiao Li's fucking flying dagger? Do you know about the kitchen god sugar jar? I guarantee that if you buy this thing, you will never get diabetes in your life. Don't like sweets? That's okay. I still have a salt shaker here, even though it's not salty. If you think these are not good enough, take a look at this thing, the legendary source of bad luck. If you have a grudge against someone, throw it to him. He will eat instant noodles without seasoning packets for the rest of his life. He will always buy shoes with his right foot, and his wife will have her period every day. Yen Ming was speechless. Don't you have anything serious in your hands? Yes. Ye Jin took out the Wolf King necklace. A Wolf King necklace that can increase the combat power by 5,000, not bad, right? Thunderwing Feather, 6,000 combat power. The Thunder Gun obtained by killing the Thunderfang Demon has a combat power of 25,000. However, it can only be used 3 times. The extra things Ye Jin had in his hands could only be sold or consigned, and then exchanged for more keys. So, it doesn't matter who you sell it to. Strict yet generous. When Yen Ming saw those things, he instantly became interested. I'm telling you, you're really lucky. Yen Ming picked for a while and finally took away the Wolf King necklace, Thunder Gun, Mechanical Scarab, and Yin Yang Fish Talisman. Add all these together, and I'll give you another 70 keys, which will make it an even number and give you 100 keys. Is that okay? No problem. Ye Jin is no longer a rookie now, and he knows very well that the price Yan Ming offers is very fair. The Wolf King necklace is worth about 10 keys. The mechanical scarab is more expensive and can be sold for 20 or 30 keys. As for the Thunder Gun and Yin Yang Fish Talisman, although their combat power values are very high, they are consumables with limited uses and their value is not that great. It is about the same if the two items can be exchanged for 30 keys. Therefore, Yan Ming acquired the property at a premium of at least 30%. By the way, let me tell you something. Yan Ming threw a cloth bag containing keys over and said, because things have been so turbulent recently, the lack of manpower in the Security Bureau has become more obvious, so a large-scale recruitment will be carried out. I plan to recommend you to be the captain to the field commander. Me? Ye Jin pointed at himself. Be the captain? Any questions? Yan Ming said with a smile. Although I don't know what your current combat power is, you killed the Thunderfang Demon and the Thunder Dragon Phantom by yourself. This strength is more than enough to be a field captain. But I've only been a field agent for a short time. Are you short of people? Compared to experience, strength is obviously more important. Ye Jin thought about it and felt that this suggestion was not bad. If he became the captain, he would have more say, be more free to open dimensional rifts, and make better use of the prompts of dimensional rifts. I talked to Huang Jun, and he is willing to recommend you. Yan Ming smiled and said, of course, you have to submit an application first, so you have to wait a few days. Okay, thank you, Captain. Chapter 35, Destiny dice. By the way, I have to go back to the Security Bureau headquarters. After chatting with Yan Ming for a while, Ye Jin suddenly remembered something. Yan Ming asked curiously, what are you doing back at headquarters? I had some stuff on consignment, and the boss called me. What Ye Jin sold on consignment was, of course, the portrait of the door god. However, the other party did not intend to give the key, but to exchange it for something. The shop owner was mysterious again and said that he would definitely like the other party's things and asked Ye Jin to find time to go there. Ye Jin could only say, man, you have successfully aroused my interest. Ye Jin was really curious about what kind of things he would definitely like. Arriving at the Security Bureau headquarters, Ye Jin went straight to the trading area. When the boss saw Ye Jin appear, he smiled and threw an object over. Take a look, I promise you will like it. Ye Jin reached out and grabbed it, and then found that what the other party threw over was a dice. The next moment, Ye Jin was overjoyed. Destiny dice. Maybe the god of destiny is a gambler? After all, this thing is probably his masterpiece. Use the destiny dice to change your destiny. When you throw the dice and the numbers are 1 to 3, the power of your attacks in the next 6 minutes will be weakened by 90%, 50%, and 30% respectively. The smaller the number, the greater the weakening. When you throw the dice and the numbers are 4 to 6, your next attack will be 4 times, 5 times, and 6 times more powerful respectively. The bigger the number, the higher the multiplier. Each time you roll a number of 4 or above, you will use up one of the destiny dice. The remaining number of destiny dice, 6. Ye Jin looked at the boss excitedly and asked, wishing coin. From a literal point of view, the destiny dice is actually not that great. It just weakens the probability by half and doubles the probability by half. Although the weakened value is far lower than the doubled value. But the weakening will last for 6 minutes, and the doubling is calculated based on times. So, if I have to give an evaluation of this thing, it is either super awesome or super terrible. However, it is another matter that Ye Jin has the wishing coin. Before using the destiny dice, Ye Jin can make a wish for a 6, which will give it 6 times the power. My own purple flame snake spear and fire spear projection has a combat power of 1 million. If it is multiplied by 6, it will be 6 million. From today on, I dare to fight dragon-level monsters. Of course, it's better not to be tough if you can. After all, the projection of the purple flame snake spear and the fire spear can only be used once. If the destiny dice rolls a number above 4, the number of times will be consumed, and it can only be used 5 times. Therefore, the combination of the dice of fate will become a powerful trump card for oneself, but it cannot be a conventional means. Ye Jin decisively took the dice and said, exchange it for the portrait? Yes, if you agree, I will call him. Of course, since you said so, I will definitely like it. To be honest, Ye Jin felt that the destiny dice was much more valuable than the door god portrait. It could even be said that they were not on the same level. However, The destiny dice, like the wishing coins, need to be used in combination and will become stronger when facing a stronger opponent. If the owner of the destiny dice does not have any powerful means, the destiny dice is useless. After all, your attack with a combat power of 1,000 multiplied by 6 is only 6,000. There is even a 50% chance that it will fail. It's no surprise that the other party wants to sell it. The boss picked up the phone and said to Ye Jin, "I have a new batch of goods here. You can take a look and see if you are interested." "Good." Ye Jin agreed and walked around the store while the boss was on the phone. "Compared to the last time I came, many things on the shelves have been updated. But the combat power values of most things are in 4-digit and 5-digit units, which is somewhat disdainful to Ye Jin today." Just as he passed the corner, Ye Jin suddenly felt a slight pain in his palm. Ye Jin couldn't help but be stunned. The heavenly eye is sensing something again? Ye Jin looked to the side, and it was a familiar position, except that In Hong's 5-grain star armor used to be placed there. This time, what was placed in the corner was a piece of wood, fragments of a splitting axe. In mythology, Erlang Jinjuan rescued his mother at Taosan Mountain and used the axe to split Taosan Mountain. The agarwood and other things were all leftovers from his uncle. The handle of the mountain axe cannot be used and has no combat power value. Ye Jin showed an expression of realization. No wonder the heavenly eye reacted. It turned out to be Guanko Erlang's thing. Although it was a bit disappointing that only the axe handle was left, Ye Jin still called out to the boss, "Boss, how much is this thing?" "What do you mean?" "The piece of wood." The boss walked into the shop, picked up the wood, and looked confused. "Where did this come from?" Ye Jin was speechless. "You don't know what's in your own store? Maybe it was packed in when the goods were purchased. Otherwise, why would I leave a piece of wood here?" The boss smiled and said, "You want it? How many? 5 keys or 150,000? Ye Jin almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the boss's face. "You just said you didn't know what this thing was?" "Yes." The boss smiled and said, "But since you want to buy it, it means that this thing must be special. Is it possible that every night I feel lonely and unbearable, so I need a stick?" The boss spread his hands and said, "Do you think I believe it? You are cruel." Ye Jin said, 2 keys, no more. "Make a deal. Why don't you just do it? Aren't you afraid that this thing is very valuable? Anyway, I don't know what it's for. I'm satisfied just by making money. Is there anything else I need?" Ye Jin gave the boss a thumbs up. This good attitude was quite good. Then Ye Jin pointed to a treasure on the top shelf. "Give me the lowest price for that thing, the one with 30 keys. Palm Thunder. It is said to be a secret technique of Mao Shan that is not passed on. Have you ever heard of the name of Shi Jian, the king of thunder and lightning? Use the awakened power in the body to transform it into lightning and release it from the palm to attack. Each hand can release at most 1 Palm Thunder at a time, and the interval between each release of Palm Thunder is 0.5 seconds. The combat power of Palm Thunder is fixed at 30,000, plus a 25% bonus to the user's combat power. Ye Jin took a fancy to Palm Thunder in order to make up for the shortcomings of Netherworld Ghost Claw. The Netherworld Ghost Claw is good in every way except that its attack speed is a bit slow. It takes a certain amount of lead time to form the Netherworld Ghost Claw each time. But what if I learned Palm Thunder and used it to attack alternately? In the process of alternation, the consumption of lead time can be made up so that the attacks can be connected with each other. The slow attack speed of the Netherworld Ghost Claw is naturally not a problem. Chapter 36, Teaching Skills. "Oh my, this is good stuff?" Ye Jin interrupted the boss. "Just tell me the lowest price." "Old customer, 28 keys to take away." 15. "Hey, bargaining is too much." "Boss, the general cultivation method only has 20 to 30 keys. Palm Thunder is just a move. Moreover, this thing is different from ordinary treasures. Ordinary treasures can be sold if they are no longer needed. The keys can be recycled to stop losses, but once you learn the moves, you can learn them forever. But this is a growth-type move with a percentage bonus. As long as you are strong enough, you can exert greater power. It is the same as practicing a martial art. Take away 25 keys at a flat price. I really can't do any less. Make a deal." Ye Jin exchanged 100 keys from Yenming. Now that he was wealthy, he was too lazy to argue with his boss. The boss suddenly had the urge to beat his chest and stamp his feet, thinking that he should have persisted a little longer. Just like the goddess you have been pursuing for many years, maybe if you persist a little, you can make her become the mother of your child. If that doesn't work, maybe if you persist a little, you you can get a night of romantic encounter with her. But since the deal had been made, it was too late to regret. He could only take the key and hand the Palm Thunder book to Ye Jin. Soon, the booklet turned into a blue halo and entered Ye Jin's body. Many images of the use of Palm Thunder emerged in Ye Jin's mind, the most important of which was the technique of how to use the power of awakening to transform it into thunder and lightning. After a moment, Ye Jin rubbed his fingers and a trace of electric current appeared. Ye Jin immediately nodded with satisfaction. The boss leaned over and said, "Is there anything else you need? I have a lot of good stuff here." "Not for now. I'll find you later if I need you." Ye Jin said goodbye to his boss and left the security bureau headquarters. Seeing that it was almost evening, Ye Jin decided not to go back to the war zone. The commander had given him 3 days off anyway, so Ye Jin went straight home to sleep. Dimensional rift discovered. A monster was detected in the dimensional rift. It seemed very violent. However, you should be able to tame it into a puppy. When he returned to his neighborhood, Ye Jin suddenly heard a prompt, and then he was happy. How could a dimensional crack appear in this place? All the people living in the resettlement area are members of the Security Bureau. What's the difference between this and a beautiful woman taking off all her clothes and running into a den of bandits? Unless she is Spring 30 Lady, she will only be hee by 30 big men. Since he had seen it anyway, Ye Jin might as well just deal with it. When arriving at the dimensional rift, Ye Jin took photos and kept them for record. After all, the key to open the dimensional rift had to be reimbursed by the logistics department. Then Ye Jin used the key, and then a huge palm slapped out from the dimensional crack. Man-eating wolf. Bug level. Combat power. 21,000 points. Although the man-eating wolf was a wolf, it looked more like a Pekingese. It was extremely huge, almost 2 meters tall. After coming out of the dimensional crack, it opened its mouth and bit towards Ye Jin. Ye Jin had no intention of moving at all. He glanced at the man-eating wolf and curled his lips. King Kong is indestructible. The next moment, the man-eating wolf bit Ye Jin and then began to howl. The moment the sharp teeth bit Ye Jin, they shattered instantly. Although they were clearly biting Ye Jin's body, it felt like they were biting an extremely hard rock. Ye Jin wiped his face with disgust. "Damn it, it's all saliva." Ye Jin said this while casually raising his hand. Palm thunder. With a sizzling sound, a stream of electric current shot out from the palm of his hand and hit the man-eating wolf. The wolf let out a howl, and its whole body began to twitch instantly. In a moment, the man-eating wolf was lying on the ground. Its body had been charred black. "Unfortunately, I didn't get the treasure." Ye Jin took a photo and posted it on the information platform, and naturally the logistics personnel would come to clean up the body. After returning home, Ye Jin practiced Chi-Hi for a while, then fell onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sunlight came in through the window, waking Ye Jin up. Yawning, Ye Jin got up, brushed his teeth, and turned on the TV. Wulin City continues to be in crisis. Since the secret realm was opened, a large-scale thunder field has appeared in Wulin City. I would like to advise the residents of Wulin City to be cautious when opening dimensional rifts in the near future, so as not to make their loved ones cry. A man in the Magic City gained the ability to change his gender from a dimensional rift. He has now transformed himself into a beautiful young lady and defrauded 27 men, all of whom spent the spring dawn with him. Therefore, I would like to remind all men again that when you go out, not only women, but men too must protect themselves. The Wulin City Security Bureau is currently facing a shortage of staff and will soon be conducting a large-scale recruitment expansion. Those who are interested can log in to the Security Bureau's information platform or the Security Bureau's official website for inquiries. A man in Wuqing opened a dimensional rift and obtained Guan Eri's sword. The martial saint has returned, and China is mighty. A tiny dimensional crack was discovered in the North Sea yesterday. It was only 8 centimeters long, but the risk of opening it cannot be ruled out. The news from all over the place is a mess, with all kinds of content. As for Wulin City, the content was quite unified, all talking about the isolated war zone, the destruction of the secret realm, and the emergence of the Thunder Domain. In addition, some newspapers raised the issue of humanity. The appearance of a large number of dimensional cracks and large-scale monster invasions were all man-made. It is obvious that someone in the Security Bureau leaked the inside information to the media. However, Ye Jin thought this was normal. When Huang Xing was arrested, no one believed that he had anything to do with the Order of the Holy Knights. To put it bluntly, he was treated as a little scoundrel. and the confidentiality was very poor. Who knew that such a thing would happen later? In fact, even now, the senior officials of the Security Bureau felt that Huang Xing had problems and had taken him seriously, but they still did not regard him as a member of the Holy Knights. The Knights of the Cross belong to the Western forces. They have never had any record of taking action in China, let alone recruiting Chinese people. While thinking about this, Ye Jin turned off the TV and went out to find Yan Ming. During the 3-day vacation, Ye Jin made an appointment with Yan Ming to practice the second of the 3 basic moves of the awakening power, because Ye Jin had already practiced the first move, Qi He, quite proficiently. In the training ground of the General Security Administration, Yan Ming held a map of human acupuncture points and hung it on a shelf. Isolation, as the name suggests, means to isolate the power of awakening. Yan Ming paced and said, "The application of this skill mainly lies in 2 aspects. The first aspect is concealment, lurking, and sneak attack. Many invading monsters are aware of the awakening power. Secondly, awakeners can also sense the awakening power. What should we do if we want to avoid being sensed? It's very simple. That is to block the awakening power. As for the second aspect, it is to curb the use of treasures." Chapter 37 Emergency. Ye Jin sat upright, playing the role of a good student, and raised his hand honestly. Yan Ming really enjoyed the process of being an honest person. He pointed at Ye Jin with his pointer and said, "Speak. I understand the first aspect of its application, but I don't quite understand the second aspect." Ye Jin asked curiously, "Why do you want to contain treasures? To contain other people's treasures, or to contain your own treasures?" "Of course it's mine. How can I stop someone else's treasure?" Yan Ming rolled his eyes and took out a treasure. This thing is called a beam gun. It can fire a beam to continuously attack the target for 15 seconds. The combat power value is 8,000 points. So, the question is, what if you kill the opponent in 5 seconds? This? Ye Jin scratched his head. Change the target? What if there are no other targets? Yan Ming smiled and said, "You can only wait to attack. In this way, the awakening power that is continuously output for 10 seconds will be wasted. If it is a short battle, you can't see the difference, but in a long battle, every bit of awakening power needs to be cherished." After Yan Ming finished speaking, he pointed at Ye Jin. "You have this problem. When you were in the Thunder Realm, the damage from your attacks on the Thunder Roar Beast was overflow, but in fact, as long as you can kill those minions, it's fine." Yan Ming pointed to the human body diagram and said the method of isolation is very simple. Use the acupoints in the human body to block the flow of awakening power. Ye Jin nodded, and then began to practice according to the instructions on the human body diagram. "You practice slowly here." Ye Jin asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Yan Ming made a drinking gesture. "It's a rare holiday. Of course I have to go and have a drink with the girls. The training is not difficult anyway. Practice makes perfect." "All right." Ye Jin spread his hands and watched Yan Ming leave. For the next 3 days, Ye Jin spent his time training partition techniques. The technique of partition, as Yan Ming said, is not that difficult. After 3 days of practice, Ye Jin has almost mastered it. From then on, it is still a matter of practice makes perfect. With more practice and more use, he will naturally be able to master it. And Ye Jin's vacation is over. The Security Bureau of Wulin City is currently very short-staffed, so having 3 days off is a godsend. Ye Jin's task after returning to work is to be on duty. After all, although the matters in the secret realm are very important, the dimensional cracks in other urban areas of the city cannot be ignored, so daily patrols are still necessary. However, due to lack of manpower, some teams have been disbanded. Previously, they patrolled as teams, but now they patrol as individuals. Of course, not everyone is assigned this way. Only some strong members in the field are assigned this way. Ye Jin can kill insect-level invading monsters alone, so he naturally has the qualifications to do so. At the same time, in Yan Ming's words, this is also an opportunity for Ye Jin. His performance when acting alone is the best time to demonstrate his personal abilities, which will help his application to become the captain be approved. Ye Jin is quite concerned about this matter. If he can really become a field team leader, he will have much greater freedom of action, and it will also be easier for him to find dimensional rifts. As Ye Jin was thinking, a prompt suddenly appeared. Dimensional rift discovered. There is some Yin attribute in the cracks, and there is also a smell of decay. Evil spirit? Rotten? Ye Jin grinned. Zombies. Ye Jin took photos for record, then opened the dimensional rift. There were indeed a dozen zombies, but they were all level-less. He killed them and reported to the information platform, then headed to the next dimensional rift. Dimensional rift discovered. There are some intoxicating smells hidden in the crack detection. I believe you will love it. Ye Jin? The intoxicating stink? Ye Jin opened the dimensional crack, and then a bowl of stinky tofu appeared in front of Ye Jin. The chef's stinky tofu. It smells bad but tastes delicious, making people unable to stop. It's like a 40-year-old woman, although not beautiful, but she has good skills. Stinky top? Well, it is indeed an intoxicating smell. Unfortunately, it's just food and has no additional effects. Ye Jin casually threw a piece of stinky tofu into his mouth. It was worthy of being the stinky tofu made by the god of cooking. It was really delicious. While thinking about it, Ye Jin picked up the phone again. Information from the main station. Number 332 Qingchun Road. Someone has opened a dimensional rift, and a large flame has appeared. Please evacuate nearby personnel immediately and prevent the fire from spreading. Before Ye Jin had time to check the address of the dimensional rift, he saw a message for support. Youth Road? It's right next to it. Qingchun Road is only 2 streets away from where Ye Jin is. Throwing the remaining stinky tofu into his mouth, Ye Jin immediately rushed to the scene. 30 minutes later, Ye Jin arrived at the intersection of Qingchun Road. It's so hot. Before arriving at the scene, Ye Jin felt a wave of heat coming towards him. It seemed like it was winter one second and scorching heat the next. The rolling heat wave hit his face, and in an instant, large amounts of sweat flowed down Ye Jin's face. The evacuation of the crowd has begun, and field team members are standing on both sides of the street, directing the crowd to leave in an orderly manner to avoid a stampede. Ye Jin stepped forward and took out his ID. One of us. An outside staff member took the certificate, looked at it, nodded, and said, "Go to the front and help. There are enough of us here." Ye Jin nodded, jumped directly onto the roof of the shop next to him, and jogged forward. The further I ran, the stronger the burning sensation became, and suddenly, with a whoosh, the cloth piled at the door of a shop on the side suddenly caught fire, causing the evacuated crowd to scream. "Don't panic, keep moving forward." A field worker stepped forward to put out the fire and shouted to the crowd, "Be careful not to get hurt." After taking a look, Ye Jin continued to move forward. About a quarter of an hour later, there were finally no more people being evacuated in front of him. Ye Jin. At this time, Ye Jin suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked down and saw Huang Jun and his team standing on the street below. Ye Jin jumped down from the roof. "Captain Huang, why are you here?" Huang Jun looked around. "Are you alone? Where's Lao Yin?" "He is in the Lakeside District, busy with logistical support outside the Thunder region." Ye Jin spread his hands and said, "I am on patrol duty and happen to be nearby." "I remember now. Yen Ming recommended you and submitted an application for captain. You are now qualified to serve alone. It is also a test of your personal ability." Huang Jun blinked at Ye Jin and said, "I also co-recommended and signed that application." Chapter 38. The Indestructible Power of Diamond. While Ye Jin was greeting Huang Jun, he did not delay his business and kept walking forward. The heat wave was becoming more and more obvious, and some flammable materials could be seen burning around. After the greetings, Ye Jin got to the point. "Captain Huang, what's going on ahead?" Huang Jun's expression suddenly became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "The situation is not good. Someone opened a dimensional crack, and there is a flame hidden in the crack. The flame is actually nothing. There are many strange things in the dimensional crack, but that flame is not ordinary. How unusual is it? To deal with this situation, we just need to close the dimensional rift, and the way to close the dimensional rift is to kill the invading monsters that appear with the flames." Huang Jun sighed. "As a result, now let alone killing the invading monsters, the flames can't even get in." A field team member next to Huang Jun said, "The captain of the first field team to arrive is called Jiaozhua. His personal combat power is 48,000, and his strength ranks among the top 10 among the field team captains." As they were talking, they had already arrived at the place. Number 332 Qingchun is a school. Standing at the school gate at this moment, you can see that the entire school is covered in flames, burning madly, and the fire is still spreading to the surroundings. However, there were no casualties. After the dimensional rift appeared, everyone in the school was evacuated first, and then it was opened. At this moment, there was a team of field staff standing at the school gate. The team leader was a tall and thin man with a resolute face and distinct facial features. Perhaps because it was too hot, he was shirtless and had taken off his coat, and tied it around his waist. It should be Zhao Zuo, who was among the top 10 field team captains. Old Huang, Zhao Zuo, and Huang Jun were obviously old acquaintances. When he saw the newcomer, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. Why are you the only team to support us? This Wuxia sect can't be helped by just a few of you. You can't get in, so I know I can't get in either. Huang Jun took out 4 talismans. The headquarters asked me to bring the Water Dragon Flow talisman. This should be able to stop the spread of the flames. Special agents are being dispatched, but it will take some time. After all, there is a shortage of people everywhere right now. In the field team, Zhao Zuo is considered to be the ceiling combat force below the field commander. Therefore, if Zhao Zuo doesn't work, then in all likelihood we'll have to ask the special services to take action. Zhao Zuo urged, then hurry up. Huang Jun nodded and asked someone to take 4 talismans and stick them in the 4 directions of the school. When the 4 talismans were affixed, a dragon roared into the sky, and then water dragons rose up from 4 directions at the same time. Water continued to flow down from all around the water dragon, trying to extinguish the flames and prevent them from spreading. But, boom! The 4 water dragons took shape and kept spraying water. But instead of stopping the fire, the moment the water fell, a loud explosion suddenly sounded in the sea of fire. Immediately afterwards, the blazing flames became even more intense. What's going on? Zhao Zuo was anxious. Old Huang, are you sprinkling water or oil? Huang Jun was also dumbfounded. The headquarters is also aware of Zhao Zuo's strength. Even his team cannot deal with it, so they will definitely have to send a special forces team. However, currently 50% of the special forces are dealing with the secret realm, 30% of the special forces are killing the invading monsters, and the last 20% of the special forces are resisting the Thunder Zone. There are no special forces members on standby at the headquarters. Therefore, the support order Huang Jun received was to take 4 water dragon and wave talismans to delay time and wait for the special forces to arrive. But now not only is it useless, why is it making the fire even more fierce? Ye Jin found a bottle of mineral water from somewhere, squatted at the school gate, and poured it on the flames. As a result, the palm-sized flames shot up high in an instant. It's not the problem with the 4 talismans. Ye Jin said, this flame is very special. It is not afraid of flames at all. It burns more vigorously when it comes into contact with water. What should we do now? Zhao Zuo frowned, reported to the information platform, and asked the special agents to hurry up. Huang Jun licked his lips and said, no matter how fast we try, we can't make it in an hour. The special forces are busy in the lakeside area right now. Can we send more people to build the earth wall? Can we hold on for a while? What the hell? Zhao Zuo said anxiously. The temperature around us is rising. Didn't you see that some of the flammable materials on the road have already caught fire? The daylily has cooled down in an hour. The fire is out of control. Ye Jin took off his coat. Let me try. You. Huang Jun asked worriedly. Ye Jin, can you do it? This is not something that can be accomplished by just fighting. First of all, you have to be able to withstand it. It's all about defense. Defense. Ye Jin smiled and said, actually, I'm okay. As Ye Jin spoke, he jumped and climbed over the school gate. Moving forward, the surrounding flames seemed alive and quickly rolled towards Ye Jin. A burning sensation swept across the body, and even before the flames reached the body, one could feel a noticeable stinging pain. Then, Ye Jin's pants caught fire. Ye Jin jumped up and down quickly, slapping the fire to put it out. He hadn't married yet, so he must not let it get him in trouble. Indestructible. The flames on his pants hit his face. Ye Jin let out a low shout, and then a golden halo appeared on his body, wrapping Ye Jin inside. The burning sensation and the stinging sensation disappeared instantly. The surrounding flames continued to roll towards Ye Jin, but when they came into contact with the golden halo, they were instantly bounced back. Ye Jin's face lit up with joy. He had originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that the Vajra indestructibility of the 8-9 profound arts was really hard. This is no longer a damage reduction, but a direct no damage. Those flames were totally unable to break through the Vajra's indestructible defense. Ye Jin turned around and waved. I'm going in. After Ye Jin finished speaking, he walked towards the teaching building. Although the flames continued to sweep and formed a wall of fire in front of Ye Jin, trying to stop Ye Jin from moving forward, Ye Jin didn't even intend to dodge and just walked past it. Huang Jun and Zhao Zuo were both dumbfounded. Is it that simple? After a long while, Zhao came back to his senses and looked at Huang Jun and said, "Old Huang, who is this guy? I tried my best to rush forward for only 100 meters before, but was forced back." Huang Jun spread his hands and said, "A new monster in Yan Ming's team. This guy can even kill the Thunder Dragon Phantom. I originally thought he relied on treasures, but now it seems that he really has the ability." On the other side, Ye Jin had already entered the teaching building. Then, dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, revealing the breath of heaven and earth, and an extremely hot burning feeling. Chapter 39, Three-Legged Golden Crow. Ye Jin looked towards the corridor, which was completely covered by flames, but there was no sign of the dimensional rift. Walking along the corridor in the third classroom, Ye Jin finally found the dimensional rift. Take out the key and open. Sunlight cannon. Made from ancient plants, it can absorb sunlight to attack. The sun cannon needs to be charged before use, and the charging time is 12 hours. Unable to charge on cloudy days. During combat, you can turn on the sunlight amplification, which increases the power by 1% per second, with a maximum of 25%. If there is no sunlight, the sunlight amplification cannot be turned on. The combat power of the sun cannon is 150,000. Sun cannon can be used 3 times. Looking at the sun cannon in his hand, Ye Jin's first reaction was, "Pea shooter?" The sun cannon looks like the pea shooter without eyes in Plants vs. Zombies, which looks quite funny. The second reaction was, "Awesome. This thing has a combat value of up to 1.5 million, which is higher than Nez's Fire Spear Phantom. Moreover, the combat value of 1.5 million is only the fixed combat value. The energy storage can also increase by 25%, which means the upper limit of combat power is 187,500. However, it is more troublesome to use and needs to be charged in advance, which is not possible on cloudy days. At 1% per second, it takes 25 seconds to reach the maximum limit. It is definitely not useful in a one-on-one fight. What fool can stand there and wait for you for 25 seconds? But the merits outweigh the flaws. Violence is king, and ghost-level invading monsters can be defeated in seconds. After putting away the sunlight cannon, Ye Jin continued to move forward. This time the meta rift was not opened, which obviously had no direct relationship with the Sea of Fire. I went all the way up to the second floor but didn't find the target. However, I did gain some other things. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, revealing the breath of heaven and earth, and an extremely hot burning feeling. Hunter chopping knife. In ancient times, there was a butcher who killed hundreds of people to get their blood, and finally forged this knife, hence the name. If you are injured by this knife, any healing medicine or recovery ability will be ineffective within 1 hour. The white slash blade contains boiling demonic blood, which can transform into a blood blade to attack. The combat power of the 100 slash blade is 120,000. Dimensional rift discovered. A mysterious aura is detected in the dimensional rift. You may hate it, but you cannot deny that it is refreshing. Refreshing? Ye Jin thought this thing was pretty good. If he encountered some invading monsters that could attack mentally, this thing would be very useful. Vomit. While thinking, Ye Jin pressed against the wall and vomited. When the dimensional rift opened, the smell was almost the same as that of the boots of swiftness. 9,000 years old underwear. According to legend, a pair of underwear from a man who is 9,000 years old has unparalleled strength and is the supreme master of the martial arts world. However, he just doesn't like to wash his underwear. But at least this thing can refresh your mind, and it will definitely not give you syphilis, right? To you, uncle, this is more than just a refreshment. Ye Jin not only feels like he is going to see his grandmother, but also his ancestors. Quickly pack up your things, leave this damn place, and go up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Found it! In the center of the corridor, Ye Jin found his target, a red dimensional crack wrapped in flames floating there. The dimensional crack was open, and the surrounding flames were extremely violent. I thought that if this dimensional crack could be resolved, the surrounding sea of fire would naturally dissipate. However, there is only one way to close the dimensional rift, which is to take away the treasure inside or kill the invading monsters that escape. But now, where's the monster? Ye Jin thought about it and looked around. Suddenly, boom! The wall on the side suddenly collapsed and fell towards Ye Jin, and then a black shadow rushed out. The invading monster was actually a giant bird with golden flames burning all over its body. It looked like a crane, but its feathers were pure gold. What was even more amazing was that it had 3 legs. Three-legged golden crow? The legendary sun? Ye Jin was stunned. This thing is a divine beast. How can he fight it? At the same time, Ye Jin also understood why the flames could not be extinguished. That flame is the flame of the sun god. Can water extinguish the sun? Of course not. Ye Jin took out his cell phone while thinking about it. The mobile phone specially made by the security bureau was very sturdy and was not melted, but it was a little hot to the touch. Three-legged golden crow phantom. Tiger. 225,000. Ye Jin Song breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just an illusion. At the same time, the three-legged golden crow let out a cry, then opened its mouth and spewed a breath of sun divine flame towards Ye Jin. This time Ye Jin didn't dare to resist. The three-legged golden crow has a combat power of nearly 200,000, and the solar flame it spews out is much stronger than the surrounding sea of fire. Even the 8-9 profound art cannot withstand it. However, Ye Jin has other tricks. Sky High. Ye Jin shouted in a low voice. Open. Ye Jin's palm moved forward, and then a crack appeared in his palm. The heavenly eye gradually revealed itself, and then there was a bright, golden light all around. Beams of golden light shone in all directions, and the sun god flame that was rolling towards Ye Jin was shattered in an instant, turning into countless flames that scattered on the ground. The next moment, their eyes met, and Ye Jin actually saw a hint of fear in the eyes of the three-legged golden crow. His own sun god flame was actually broken? Those eyes, why do they look so familiar? And at this moment, the scattered divine light suddenly merged into one. You evil creature. Ye Jin growled and pointed his palm at the three-legged golden crow phantom. Open your eyes, heaven and earth. The panic in the eyes of the three-legged golden crow phantom became even stronger. It finally remembered why that pupil looked so familiar. The true lord of Qingyuan Niaodao, Erlang of Guankou, Yang Jian. In the past, Yang Jian's mother Yao Ji was imprisoned in Taosan. The Jade Emperor sent 10 golden crows to burn Yao Ji to death. Yang Jian was furious and went to Taosan alone. With one move, he killed 9 of the 10 golden crows. Let me ask, how could the three-legged golden crow phantom not be afraid when it sees the heavenly eye? But I'm afraid it's too late. The three-legged golden crow phantom spread its wings and tried to escape, but found that when its heavenly eyes opened, there was golden light in all directions. A mysterious atmosphere flows around, as if it came across the long river of history and landed here. The next moment, smoke came out of the three-legged golden crow phantom, and it continued to struggle. The phantom that had already condensed into a solid entity was now shattered into pieces and dispersed by the divine light. If I were to come to this world someday, I would kill you. I would kill you. The phantom of the three-legged golden crow kept crying, and finally its body exploded, turning into large flames and scattered. You killed the tiger-level invasion monster, three-legged golden crow phantom. You got a treasure. Sun god flame. One of the 36 legendary divine flames. Only the three-legged golden crow can control it. You have absorbed the sun god flame, and your combat power has increased by 30,000 points. Your body is tempered by the flames of the sun god, and your 8-9 mysterious skills are upgraded to the 2nd level. Chapter 40. You're so sexy. Outside of school, Huang Jun and Zhaozhu paced back and forth, looking quite anxious. Zhaozhu couldn't help but ask, "Is that kid any good?" Huang Jun scratched his head. "Maybe it's okay. Besides, isn't he the only one who can withstand the sea of fire and go in there?" But being able to withstand the sea of fire doesn't necessarily mean we can kill the invading monsters inside. Zhaozhu said anxiously, "We were careless. We shouldn't have let him take the risk alone. In this situation, we can't go in and rescue him even if we want to. Don't worry, be safe." Huang Jun took a deep breath and took out his cell phone and said, "At least there is no message from him asking for help, so it's safe." At this moment, a cough suddenly came from the black smoke floating on the street, and then a young man who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old walked through the smoke while coughing. The man was very handsome, with soft features, but not effeminate, just rather androgynous. Or, to put it more intuitively, this man is very handsome. The man was wearing a security bureau uniform, but unlike Huang Jun and Zhao's uniform, it was a black uniform with gold thread and a gold star medal on his chest. That's the SWAT uniform. My last name is Nan, and my name is Nan Rong. Nan Rong came up to Huang Jun and Zhao and showed his ID. I'm here to provide support. Can you briefly tell me about the current situation? Zhao stepped forward and said, this flame is very strong. I tried to enter, but I could only get about 100 meters before I couldn't resist and retreated. The headquarters sent someone to send the water dragon flow talisman to temporarily suppress the flame, but it was useless. The water would make the flame more violent. However, a field brother has entered now, but the situation is unclear. The water dragon and waves talisman cannot suppress the flames. Has any field staff gone in? Nan Rong frowned. I'll go in and take a look now. But at this time, before Nan Rong finished speaking, a deafening roar suddenly came from the front, attracting everyone's attention. Looking up, I saw that a piece of the top floor of the teaching building was actually shattered. A beam of golden light shot straight into the sky, piercing through heaven and earth, and even shattered a piece of the clouds in the sky. The golden beam of light lasted for about half a minute before gradually dissipating. And at the moment when the golden beam of light dissipated, the sea of fire that covered the entire campus began to extinguish at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wisps of black smoke continued to rise from everywhere, and eventually gradually subsided. Nan Rong laughed and said, it seems that the field worker you mentioned is more capable than I thought. I don't need to do anything. The phantom of the three-legged golden crow died, the dimensional rift closed, and the burning flame of the sun, God, naturally subsided. About 5 minutes later, Ye Jin walked out of the teaching building. Zhao and Huang Jun hurried forward. Ye Jin, are you okay? Nothing's wrong, Ye Jin said. The invading monsters inside have been dealt with, and the dimensional rift has also closed. There shouldn't be any problems. Nan Rong also came up at this time, stretched out his hand and said, hello, my name is Nan Rong. Ye Jin instinctively shook hands with the other person, his eyes fixed on the other person's uniform. Someone from the Special Forces? Nan Rong said, now that the matter has been resolved, I will go back. I've been a bit busy lately, so I will leave the aftermath to you. Is that okay? Of course, Zhao was said quickly. Thank you for your hard work. I wasn't tired. I didn't do anything. Nan Rong smiled at Ye Jin. Thank him, and let's go. Nan Rong left in a hurry. He had originally planned to resolve the matter quickly and then leave. There were still many things to deal with in the secret realm, and his companions were still fighting. He just received an assignment from the headquarters and left temporarily to deal with the problem. Unexpectedly, it was a wasted trip. Of course, it is a good thing if we can avoid wasting time. Watching Nan Rong leave, Huang Jun patted Ye Jin on the shoulder and said, are you really okay? Don't be so stubborn. If anything happens, Yin Ming will fight me to the death. Ye Jin smiled and said, it's really okay. Okay, then why don't you go back and rest first? Huang Jun said with a smile, you take care of the fighting, and the trivial matters afterward will naturally be left to us. That's fine. Ye Jin similait. The losses this time were quite tragic. The school was definitely destroyed. The high temperature of the sun god flame also caused considerable damage to the surrounding streets. There were a lot of things that needed to be cleaned up. Even if it was just handing over to the cleanup team, it would be very troublesome. Who likes to do troublesome things? Ye Jin said goodbye to Huang Jun and Zhao and left along the street. Zhao looked at Ye Jin's back and sighed. Young people are really formidable. Don't you watch the news? In the past year, the frequency of dimensional cracks in various places has obviously increased, and it has been particularly obvious in Wulin City in recent months. Therefore, there are suddenly a lot more powerful guys. The guys in the Special Forces team are also very young. If we old guys don't work hard, we may really be eliminated. After Huang Jun finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Let's call the recovery team first. On the other side, as Ye Jin walked out, a light curtain appeared in front of him. Name, Ye Jin. Combat power, 101190. Abilities, rejuvenation, time rewind, nether ghost claw, 30,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Palm thunder, 30,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Heaven and earth eyes, 750,000. 8-9 mysterious skills, second level. 4,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Items, ice red lotus, 50,000. Fire dragon mark, 80,000. 7-colored rainbow, 28,000. Thunderstone, 85,000. Remaining times, 300 slashing sword, 120,000. Purple flame snake spear, fire spear projection, 1 million. Sunlight cannon, 1.5 million. Remaining times, 3. A look of joy appeared on Ye Jin's face. After absorbing the sun god flame, the 8-9 profound art was upgraded to the second level. With the double blessing, his combat power finally broke through 100,000. 100,000 is a threshold because it means that Ye Jin has opened the second genetic gate. If opening the first gene gate does not produce much noticeable change, then opening the second gene gate will make the change more obvious. The awakened power in the body became more abundant, just like the capacity of a water cup has increased by several liters and can hold more water. It was like the friction between a man and a woman created intense sparks, and thousands of words finally turned into that one sentence. You are so sexy. That feeling is kind of great. But at this time, Ye Jin was thinking happily when the phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was Yin Ming calling. Ye Jin, remember to come to the Security Bureau headquarters at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 41, Commander. Ye Jin was confused. Why did Yin Ming look for him? However, since the appointment is for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I don't think it's a very urgent matter. While thinking about this, Ye Jin returned home, ordered a takeout, practiced his partitioning skills for a while, and checked the news. An awakener in South City opened a dimensional rift and found a pill. After taking it, his whole body became ulcerated. I would like to remind everyone that the medicines obtained from dimensional rifts must be tested for toxicity by the Security Bureau before they can be taken. People who are living a good life opened a dimensional rift today, and a mutated dragon-level monster caused by nuclear wastewater appeared. Currently, 1/3 of Ramen City has been reduced to ruins. It's commercial time now. One hit will cost you 999. If you're my brother, come and hit me. I'll be waiting for you in the dimensional rift. The next day, Ye Jin appeared at the Wulin City Security Bureau headquarters on time. When Ye Jin arrived, Yin Ming was already waiting in the lounge area. After seeing Ye Jin coming, he waved and took him out of the hall. Your application has been approved. I will take you to see the commander now, and then do a combat power test. There are 3 commanders in the field who are responsible for the overall coordination of the field teams. Yin Ming is under the command of Wang Yuanyang, who is known to be the most capable of the 3 commanders. This is because Wang Yuanyang was originally the captain of the special service team, and later transferred to the field to become a commander. Soon, walking into the office at the end, Ye Jin saw Wang Yuanyang. He was about 50 years old with a thin face, gray hair, and obvious wrinkles on his face, but he was full of energy. To use the words that Yin Ming had once taught, Ye Jin could feel the surging power of awakening from Wang Yuanyang. The little old man in front of me is very strong. Yin Ming saluted Wang Yuanyang, then said with a smile, he is Ye Jin. Don't be so reserved. Wang Yuanyang smiled and took a look at the information. When the field team entered the Thunder region, were you the one who killed the Thunder Fong Demon and the Thunder Dragon Phantom? Wang Yuanyang flipped through the information and nodded with satisfaction. You also perform daily tasks well and are very efficient. Wang Yuanyang was suddenly stunned. Did you also solve the fire incident yesterday? Yeah. Ye Jin scratched his head, just happened to be nearby. It's quite interesting. In terms of combat performance, it's pretty good. Wang Yuanyang closed the information and said, let's go and test the combat power. In fact, the mobile phones of the General Security Bureau can monitor the combat power value. However, compared with regular instruments, there will definitely be errors. Therefore, the archival data must be based on instrument data. Familiar room, familiar instruments. Ye Jin had been here once when applying for the job, so he was naturally familiar with the place. He cooperated with the medical staff to inject the medicine and then lay down on the instrument. Wang Yuanyang stood in front of the instrument, watching the values on it change constantly. The gene sequence has been reorganized. The second gene gate has been opened. The gene dispersion rate is less than 0.1%. The cell strengthening rate exceeds 80%. The cell activation rate is 175%, and the gene alienation rate is less than 0.35%. Wang Yuanyang looked at the screen in front of him, and then looked at Yin Ming with a strange face. You recommend him to be the field team leader? Are you kidding? I'm not kidding, Yin Ming said weakly. Is your combat power not up to standard? Wang Yuanyang turned the screen around. Look for yourself. Yin Ming stared at the screen for a moment, then rubbed his eyes and asked, is the machine broken? As Yin Ming spoke, he counted the numbers on the screen again. Combat power value 101,190. Yin Ming took a breath and said, 100,000? At this time, Ye Jin stepped down from the instrument, pushed the door open, looked at the 2 people who were looking at each other, and asked in confusion, what happened? Wang Yuanyang was the first to come back to his senses and cough lightly. Ye Jin, I'm sorry, you can't be the field captain. Ye Jin was stunned. Are the requirements for field captains so high? How could he not meet them? He didn't think Yin Ming was that strong. Could it be that his legendary money ability paved the way? Ye Jin felt a little disappointed, as if he met his goddess many years after graduation. But she said, sorry, you don't have enough money. But at this time, Wang Yuanyang spoke again. I will send your information to the special service. Ah, you have opened the second gene gate, and your combat power has exceeded 100,000. This is the standard for Special Forces members. Wang Yuanyang spread his hands and said, it is not appropriate for you to stay in the field. Of course, the number of special service personnel is much smaller than that of field service personnel. In addition to the standards for combat power, there are also many other standards and requirements. However, this is a special period and the special service team is already overloaded. Compared with a field team leader, adding a special service officer is obviously more valuable. For Wang Yuanyang, Ye Jin's appearance was definitely a pleasant surprise. Similarly, for Ye Jin, it was also a pleasant surprise. It was definitely a good thing to directly bypass the field team leader and become a special service member. You know, special agents have much more freedom than field agents. The Special Forces also have a dedicated channel on the Security Bureau's information platform. Some dimensional cracks with strong fluctuations will only release messages in the Special Forces exclusive channel. This means that Ye Jin will encounter more powerful invading monsters and have more opportunities to find more powerful treasures. Ye Jin, do you know the current situation of the Special Forces team? I know a little bit, Ye Jin said. Either they are conquering the Secret Realm, or they are resisting the Thunder Realm. Yes, compared to the field service, the special service is more short of manpower. After all, the field service can still recruit some new people for emergency response, but the special service cannot. So, I will submit your information as soon as possible and complete the review. Wang Yuanyang said, however, given the current situation, I cannot arrange a team for you. You can only act as a supplementary staff for the special service for the time being. Ye Jin asked curiously, what do I need to do? City support, Wang Yuanyang explained. The reason why the special forces are short of manpower is that all the people have been transferred to the Secret Realm and the Thunder Domain, but the daily patrols have become very short of manpower. Or to be more direct, there is simply no one. Didn't you solve the fire incident on Qingshun Road yesterday? Ye did. The security headquarters had no special agents on standby, so we had to transfer a special agent from the Thunder region to rush over. Wang Yuanyang smiled and said, I didn't expect that by the time I got there, you had already solved the problem. Ye Jin suddenly realized. To put it simply, my mission is to provide support for the difficult situation yesterday. Yes, that's right, Wang Yuanyang said with a smile. The normal salary for special agents is 200,000 yuan a month, 10 keys a month, and a car. But in this extraordinary period, I can increase your salary to 300,000 yuan a month with 20 keys. We are currently short of people, so your tasks will be very heavy. I can give you extra subsidies. If you solve a dimensional rift, I will give you a key. If you solve 10 invading monsters with levels, I will let you go to the logistics department to pick a treasure. Ye Jin's eyes lit up. The normal salary was only slightly higher than that of field workers, but this subsidy was so tempting. It was truly a case of more work, more pay. Wang Yuanyang smiled and said, so, are you willing to join the Special Forces? Ye Jin nodded. Of course. Special Forces make it easier for him to find dimensional cracks, and now the subsidies are so tempting that Ye Jin can't find any reason to refuse. Wang Yuanyang glanced at his watch and said, then go to the lounge and rest for a while. I will submit your information for review now. Chapter 42, Riding on the Beloved Electric Donkey. Ye Jin and Yin Ming stood up, said goodbye, and left the office. In the corridor, Yin Ming patted Ye Jin on the shoulder and said, you are amazing, kid. I never thought that you have reached the standard of a special service member. You didn't tell me earlier, which made me become a clown. I even recommended you to become the field captain. Ye Jin spread his hands. I didn't know what the standards for special services were before. That's right, Yin Ming said with a smile. I have nothing to do anyway, so let's go to the lounge. I'll teach you the last move of the 3 basic moves of awakening power. After all, you will be a special agent in the future. If you don't even learn the basics, you will be laughed at. Good. The two entered the lounge, and Yin Ming quickly found the human body map. The name of the last move is Quantity Explosion. Yin Ming explained. As the name suggests, you should be able to guess the effect of quantity explosion. Ye Jin added, release all the awakening power at once? If Chiha is to prolong your endurance, and Baidu is to increase the number of times through intervals, then Liangbao is the final sprint. In 4 words, just do it. Correct. Yan Ming used a pen to mark the body. The practicality of the volume explosion is not high, but it is very important because in a life-and-death crisis, it can allow you to burst out unimaginable strength, whether to continue fighting or to escape. According to the Security Bureau's tests, a mass explosion can usually triple the combat power in a short period of time, but this data is not fixed. Currently, someone has experienced a mass explosion that has increased their combat power by 12 times, but that person died afterwards. Their genetic sequence was completely messed up, and their body exploded directly. So, you have to know when to stop. This move will cause irreversible damage to the body. Don't use it if you can avoid it. As for the duration, it is generally between 7 and 15 seconds. The longest one has been 32 seconds. This is the limit of what the human body can endure. Now let me teach you how to explode. Yanming patiently explained the details of the explosion to Ye Jin until the evening, when Wang Yuanyang called the two back to the office. Ye Jin, this is your new ID, and this is your new uniform. Also, your phone has been enabled for Special Forces. From now on, you can use the Special Forces exclusive channel. Your identity is just as I said before. At present, since we cannot assign you a team, you can only serve as a supplementary personnel and carry out the task of supporting the city. Once the matter of the secret realm is resolved, you will be reassigned. Good. Then welcome to the Special Forces. Wang Yuanyang stood up and shook hands with Ye Jin with a smile. When leaving the Security Bureau, Ye Jin took a look at the uniform he had changed into. It felt a little unreal that he had become a special agent. Ye Jin, I'm leaving first. Yanming said to Ye Jin, I still have to go to the hospital. Wang He is being discharged today. Would you like me to go with you? No need. You just joined the special service. Get familiar with it first. Okay. Ye Jin smiled and said, please say hello to Wang He for me. Yanming smiled, then walked up and gave Ye Jin a hug. He actually felt it was a bit unreal. He had never expected that this little brother who had just joined his team would actually become a Special Forces member. Do a good job. After the hug, Yanming punched Ye Jin's chest hard, then waved and left. After watching Yanming leave, Ye Jin took out his mobile phone and studied it as he walked forward. The functions of the Special Service exclusive channel are not much different from those of the public channel of the information platform, and the functions are almost the same. However, the Special Forces exclusive channel will be much quieter, and some useless information will be filtered out. After all, there is no need for the Special Service to intervene in matters that can be handled by field staff, and there is no need to put the relevant information in the Special Services exclusive channel. However, the exclusive channel is actually a supplement. It does not mean that the information on the public channel will be invisible if there is an exclusive channel. While studying, Ye Jin quickly locked onto a dimensional crack. That dimensional crack appeared on both the public channel and the Special Service exclusive channel at the same time, because the detected fluctuations were very strong. If it was an invading monster, it would most likely be a disaster-level invading monster rather than a minion. Moreover, the address was right on the way back, so Ye Jin naturally didn't mind stopping by to take a look. Besides, I'm a car owner now. Then, Ye Jin walked into the parking lot with the keys in his hand and was stunned for a moment. The graceful lines, streamlined design, and cool shape. Damn! Ye Jin held the car keys and said speechlessly, a small electric scooter. Ye Jin was convinced. So, this is what he was given as a car? Although electric cars are also considered cars, but Ye Jin was constipated for a long time. But he sighed and rode on his beloved electric donkey. Half an hour later, Dimensional Rift discovered. A ferocious aura from hell is detected in the Dimensional Rift. So do you want to try to tame it into a puppy? It's not a treasure, but most likely a disaster-level monster. So the mission will be a failure. Ye Jin sighed, took a photo for record, and then opened the crack. If it was a minion, Ye Jin would not bother to care about it. But since it was a disaster-level monster, he still dealt with it. Otherwise, he would not be able to handle it after the field work started, and he would have to come over to support it himself. Ye Jin took out the key to open the crack, and then a large green flame burst out from the crack. Cerberus, bug level. Combat power, 39,000. In the green flames, a huge outline appeared. It was a huge dog with bared teeth and smelly saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. As expected, there were invading monsters of catastrophic level. After the hellhound appeared, it lowered its head and opened its mouth to bite Ye Jin. Indestructible, Ye Jin let out a low shout, and a drifting golden halo appeared on his body. Then, the hellhound bit Ye Jin's body, and there was a sound of metal collision. Most of its sharp teeth were broken in an instant. Ye Jin didn't waste any time and punched the hellhound's head directly. With a bang, the hellhound's head was visibly sunken, with large amounts of blood and brain matter splattering out. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, Hellhound. You got a treasure. Raging Demon, an item created by using a curse to carve the power of the demon into a unique card. After use, your combat power will be increased by 50%. After use, temporarily gain super fast regeneration ability. After use, the demon will temporarily gain the ability of Dark Devouring, which allows the demon to forcibly devour a target whose combat power is not higher than its own, and make up for its own awakening power. It can devour at most one target. The Raging Demon's combat power changes according to its own combat power. Raging Demon use times 1. Along with the death of the Hellhound, a wisp of black smoke rose from the green smoke, and then turned into a card and fell into Ye Jin's hands. The card was completely black, with a double hexagram pattern on the back and a devil's head on the front. Although I didn't get the treasure directly, the drops from monsters were pretty good. While thinking about it, Ye Jin took a photo of the Hellhound and uploaded it to the information platform, and at the same time notified the follow-up team to deal with it. At the same time, Wang Yuanyang was stunned when he saw the information appearing on the computer screen. Killed a bug-level invading monster so quickly? Young people nowadays. Wang Yuanyang smiled and picked up the tea and said, "They are very energetic." Chapter 43, Three-Faced Beast. Wulin City Security Bureau Headquarters, Interrogation Room. Huang Xing sat in front of the table. Although his hands and feet were handcuffed, he had an unshakable smile on his face. A middle-aged man in a suit sat in front of Huang Xing, his face full of gloom. How many of his colleagues have been sacrificed by this guy? How many residents are now homeless? If possible, he wanted to cut Huang Xing into pieces immediately and throw him out to feed the dogs, but he couldn't do that. Tell me about your intentions. Why did you do this? Who instructed you to do this? And how did you do it? Did you use treasures to hide the dimensional rift? How did you avoid our dimensional rift fluctuation detection? The middle-aged man asked several questions, but Huang Xing laughed even more happily. I don't know. Huang Xing laughed. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, Do you think I dare not do anything to you? Okay, I can tell you, Huang Xing said with a defiant look on his face. The Saint Knights have God's guidance. We will eventually be on the right path and usher in changes in the whole world. As servants of God, we will eventually become supreme. Bang! Before Huang Xing could finish, the middle-aged man punched the table impatiently. No matter how many times I ask, this guy in front of me always looks like this. He either knows nothing or he talks nonsense, and I have no idea what he is talking about. You know what? You are just a discarded pawn. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Even if I want to believe that this matter has something to do with the Holy Knights, you are just trash that they threw away after they used you up because you are sitting here right now, and they are nowhere to be found. Huang Xing smiled and said, Maybe. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and really wanted to punch this guy in the face. But at this moment, hurried footsteps were heard. Bang! The door of the interrogation room was pushed open, and a woman gasped and shouted, Hurry up, there is a fire, it's on fire. Yawn! The sun was high in the sky, and the warm sunlight shone in through the window, causing Ye Jin to slowly open his eyes and yawn. A new day. First day, as a member of the Secret Service. Ye Jin resisted the urge to sleep in, got up, made a glass of milk, then took out some bread and turned on the TV. A man in Luching was 1.9 meters tall and weighed 300 kilograms. Unfortunately, he released a succubus into a dimensional rift. After one night, his weight dropped to 150 kilograms. A large-scale invading monster has appeared in the Arctic village. A three-city alliance team has been formed to jointly suppress it. Yesterday, the Wulin City Security Bureau headquarters suddenly caught fire. Fortunately, the fire brigade was dispatched in time to avoid major losses. The specific cause of the fire is still under investigation. Ye Jin was stunned when he saw the news. The Security Bureau headquarters burned down? What is going on? While thinking about this, Ye Jin took out his mobile phone and checked the Security Bureau's information platform. It was operating normally and there was no relevant news. Ye Jin scratched his head. If that was the case, it shouldn't be a big deal. After stuffing the rest of the bread into his mouth, Ye Jin got up, changed his clothes, and went out. Since it's not a big deal, just go about your work as normal. On the first day of becoming a special service member, Ye Jin was still very excited. After going out, Ye Jin quickly locked onto the first dimensional crack. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, revealing the aura of the 5 elements, which seemed to be thunder or water. Ye Jin took out the key to open the crack, and the next moment, a large area of lightning burst out from the dimensional crack. The violent lightning lasted for about half a minute and finally began to condense, turning into a small azure bead and falling into Ye Jin's hand. Thunder Spirit Pearl, a rare treasure condensed from the essence of thunder between heaven and earth, with the power to destroy heaven and earth. When holding the Thunder Spirit Pearl, if you perform a thunder attribute attack, its power will be increased by 50%. Use the Thunder Spirit Pearl to communicate with heaven and earth, and draw destructive thunder to attack the target. The combat power of the Thunder Spirit Pearl is 300,000. Ye Jin's eyes lit up. Good stuff. The combat power of the Thunder Spirit Pearl is not low, and it can also strengthen one's palm thunder, which is great. After collecting the Thunder Spirit Pearl, Ye Jin rushed to the next dimensional crack. Dimensional rift discovered. The stench of wild animals was detected in the dimensional rift. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was spiritual power in the dimensional rift. Perhaps it was a dead, powerful person. Can you kill his ghost? Ye Jin rushed around, solving dimensional cracks everywhere, collecting treasures and killing monsters. If there was a prompt that he couldn't kill, then we can just leave it aside for now. Ye Jin was unable to report this matter. He couldn't say that he could see the clues of the dimensional rift, right? Moreover, there is actually no point in reporting it. There is simply no manpower to handle it at the moment. We can only pray that the dimensional rift will not be open for a while, and then the headquarters will temporarily keep the dimensional rift under control according to the situation. Information from the main station. At the billiard hall at number 27 Huaguang Road, after the field team opened the dimensional rift, a wolf-level invading monster, the 3-faced beast, appeared. Its combat power is 69,000. Please ask the nearest special agents to rush to the scene for support. The sudden appearance of support information and the invading monsters with a combat power of nearly 70,000 were indeed not something that the field staff could deal with. But nearby support. What's nearby? I'm the only one doing this job for now. Ye Jin sighed, got on his electric scooter, and rushed to the scene. When Ye Jin arrived at the scene, the crowd had already been evacuated. This kind of dimensional rift opened by the field team must have dealt with safety issues first. As for where the invading monsters are, Ye Jin looked around, and suddenly there was a loud noise. The second-floor window of a small building on the side suddenly shattered, and then a 3-headed monster suddenly jumped out. The monster had a tiger's body and a human's face, and its 3 heads represented joy, sadness, and anger respectively. As the 3-faced beast fell to the ground, Yan Ming's figure appeared behind the broken window. Ye Jin? What a coincidence! What a coincidence! Ye Jin stopped the small electric stove and said, I'm the only one responsible for the city support now. I'm so busy. Yeah, I almost forgot about this. Roar! The 3-faced beast was very dissatisfied that the 2 people suddenly ignored him and just started chatting. He roared directly, and then a hurricane blew up around him. Large amounts of sand and dust were flying, and they condensed into wind blades that blew towards Ye Jin. Ye Jin tilted his head and then took a deep breath. Indestructible. The next moment, a golden halo suddenly bloomed on Ye Jin's body. Chapter 44, The Mystery of Fire. Clank, clank, clank. The crisp sound of metal clashing continued to ring out. Those wind blades slashed at Ye Jin's body, but could not break through Ye Jin's defense at all. On the contrary, after hitting Ye Jin, those wind blades instantly shattered into pieces. With a sizzling sound, without saying a word, Ye Jin raised his hand and blasted a palm thunder forward. The combat power of this palm thunder is similar to that of the Netherworld Ghost Claw, but its attack is much faster. Almost in an instant, the thunder broke through the air and hit the 3-faced beast, and a piece of the ground was shattered. Layers of air waves rolled up around and spread out like ripples. The 3-faced beast was hit by the ripple-like energy and flew out, tumbling and hitting the ground hard. Sudden heavy blow. The three-faced beast was also furious, roaring, trying to get up from the ground. But at this moment, Ghost Claw of the Netherworld. If he used the Netherworld Ghost Claw directly, he might not be able to catch the three-faced beast due to the speed at which the Netherworld Ghost Claw gathered. However, with the Palm Thunder attacking first, this attack must win. A huge Ghost Claw rose from the ground, grabbed the three-faced beast, and bound it firmly to the ground. The next moment, Ye Jin leaped up, and the fire dragon flag slipped out of Ye Jin's sleeve and was thrown out with force. With a puff, the sound of flesh being torn apart was heard. As the fire dragon flag passed by, the body of the three-faced beast was directly split into two. You killed the wolf-level invasion monster, the three-faced beast. Ye Jin was speechless. He didn't even have any treasure. How unlucky he was. It seems like I've been feeling a bit unlucky lately. Should I try on a pair of red underwear? While thinking about it, Ye Jin took out his mobile phone to take a photo and uploaded it to the information platform. At least the achievement would be counted. Yanming walked downstairs at this time. The entire team was there in addition to two other field teams. Li Qi and Wang He couldn't help but punch Ye Jin. You are really good. You'll become a special agent. Yin Xiaoxiao said from the side. I'll have to rely on you to take care of me from now on. Ye Jin smiled and casually cast a rejuvenation spell on everyone. With the strength of Yanming's team, it was still quite difficult to hold back the three immune beasts. It was only with the combined efforts of the three teams and the strength of their numbers that they were able to hold on, but everyone was more or less injured. After killing the three beasts, everyone dispersed. Yin Ming did not leave, but quietly hooked his arm around Ye Jin's neck and whispered, Something happened at the headquarters. Do you know? I know. I saw it on the news. It's on fire. To be more precise, it was set on fire. Ah? A look of surprise appeared on Ye Jin's face. Setting fire to the Security Bureau headquarters? Are you not afraid of death? Yin Ming lowered his voice and said, Huang Xing is dead. Ye Jin was confused. Huang Xing? Who? The guy you caught claimed to be from the Holy Knights. Ye Jin showed an expression of realization. He did have an impression. To be honest, the reward for catching that guy has not been paid yet. It's not that the headquarters is refusing to pay, but the interrogation of that guy has not made any progress, so it's difficult to determine the credit for this incident. I originally thought he was just a small fry, but he turned out to have caused a big incident, and now a group of special forces are still fighting in the secret realm. Yin Ming said, the fire was set to kill him and silence him. We were interrogating him when the fire started, so we had to take him back to the cell. When the fire was put out, he was dead at the door of the cell. The two brothers who escorted him also died. Ye Jin asked curiously, How do you know so clearly? I happened to be at the headquarters last night. When the fire started, I helped put it out. Yin Ming took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. But when the fire hydrant of the Security Bureau did not automatically release water to put out the fire, I knew something was wrong. So what should we do now? I don't know. Yin Ming shook his head. This matter has something to do with you, so I mentioned it to you. Anyway, the commander said that the boy is a fool. He was used as a knife by others. Naturally, he should be thrown away after he is used. After Yin Ming finished speaking, he flicked the cigarette but to the side. Let's go. Yin Ming waved his hand. Go ahead. Ye Jin agreed and waved to Yin Ming. This matter. Ye Jin thought about it for a moment and then became too lazy to think about it anymore. The secret realm was still there, and the light shield of the Bagua cloud light pavement had sealed off the city for almost 20 days. The matter was so serious that it was beyond the control of Yin Ming and Ye Jin. To put it bluntly, the field special agents are the frontline thugs. It is the commanders who should be concerned about this matter, and it is something that the Security Bureau manager should be worried about. Just your own thing. Ye Jin got on his electric scooter and drove onto the road. You know what, this little thing is pretty fun to ride a lot. On the way to the next dimensional crack, Ye Jin actually bought a pair of red underwear. And then, Dimensional Rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the Dimensional Rift. It seems to be a secret book. You got a treasure. Mysterious Palm. A very vicious palm technique. The palm force is like an overwhelming force. An extremely cold internal force will rush into the body, making the whole body cold to the bone in an instant. The injured person will have a dark green five-finger palm print on his body. The cold poison enters the body, and the touch is cold, just like touching a piece of ice. Mysterious Palm has a fixed combat power of 15,000. The additional combat power of the Mysterious Palm is 5% of the personal combat power. The red underwear method is really effective. This time a treasure was produced, but the item is ordinary and Ye Jin feels that he has no need for it. However, it is a skill, and it is directly linked to one's own combat power. It has a certain growth potential, and its value is still very high. It should not be a problem to sell a dozen keys. Then look back and see if Captain Yin, the enemy of Ping Yi, wants it. While thinking, Ye Jin packed up his things and rode his electric scooter for a stroll again. It was not until dark that Ye Jin returned to his dormitory. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Ye Jin was awakened by the alarm clock. I made some instant noodles for breakfast and turned on the TV to watch the news as usual. An awakened person in Yangqing dug up a box of ancient cumin-flavored fish bubbles. It was confirmed that this item should be an ancient protective measure. This incident also gave inspiration to related companies. In the future, they will launch cumin mutton flavor protective measures, braised beef flavor protective measures, and spicy pork head flavor protective measures. A ghost-level invading monster, Fantian Jiao, appeared in the imperial capital. After 3 hours of fighting, it was finally killed. China is mighty. The Thunder region that appeared in Wulin City a few days ago has been suppressed, and the exploration of the secret realm has reached the final critical moment. I believe it will be closed soon. The Wulin City Security Bureau was attacked last night. Someone set fire to the bureau maliciously, causing burns to many people, including a serious criminal. All the injured have been sent to the hospital for treatment. Ye Jin was licking his noodles when he heard the news and looked up at the TV. Chapter 45, Demon Sword. There was a photo next to the news. Although it was blurred, the so-called mosaic was just a black bar covering the eyes. Anyone who had met Huang Xing before would be able to tell at a glance that the person was him. Didn't Yan Ming say that guy was dead? Ye Jin murmured something, then quickly came to his senses. So that's what happened. Ye Jin guessed that this piece of news should be a trap, deliberately telling the other party that you have not succeeded. Huang Xing is still alive. If you want his life, then find a way to take it again. Using a dead person as bait is a pretty clever idea. Then, the news that the Thunder Realm was suppressed and the Secret Realm was about to be conquered should also be false, right? Was it also false news spread to lure the other party? But it has nothing to do with me. Ye Jin stood up and threw the instant noodle bucket into the trash can. Although this matter had something to do with him, Huang Xing still caught him himself. But Ye Jin is a fun-loving person right now, so he'll just have fun with this matter. Go out and ride your beloved electric scooter. Ye Jin's job is still to find dimensional cracks, but today Ye Jin has a goal. That is, demonic soldier. That demon soldier was discovered by Ye Jin before, but the hint of a dimensional rift indicated that it was extremely powerful and might be chopped into pieces. But now Ye Jin has become stronger, and there has been no news or information about the emergence of demon soldiers recently, which means that the dimensional rift may not have opened yet. Besides, if the magic weapon is just left there and someone opens it, it will pose a great threat. Therefore, Ye Jin plans to give it a try. Even if he cannot collect it, he will have to destroy it. Sure enough, when I arrived at the place on my electric scooter, the dimensional crack seemed to be a little bigger than before, but it was still there. Dimensional rift discovered. It has been detected that there is a treasure magic weapon hidden in the dimensional rift, which possesses extremely strong magic power. Maybe you can try to subdue it? Looking at the prompt that appeared, Ye Jin's face lit up with joy. Sure enough, the content of the prompt had changed. Worth a try. While thinking, Ye Jin took out the key and opened the dimensional rift. Buzz! The moment the dimensional rift was opened, Ye Jin heard the buzzing sound of the weapon vibrating. The next moment, a black light suddenly shot out from the dimensional crack. Ye Jin was startled and quickly jumped to the side to avoid the attack. The sword lights crossed and were only a few centimeters away from Ye Jin's neck, making Ye Jin feel like he had survived a calamity. Looking up into the sky, the demon weapon turned out to be a 3-foot broadsword. The sword body and hilt were purple-black. In the center of the sword body, there were golden characters that were obscure and seemed to be very ancient. There was always black smoke lingering around the magic sword, which looked very evil. The two sides looked at each other for a moment, and then the magic sword suddenly turned around and turned into a sword light. "Want to run?" Ye Jin shouted. "Get down here." Ye Jin stretched out his hand and activated the Netherworld Ghost Claw, grabbing towards the magic sword, but he missed the attack, and the magic sword dodged it easily. Ye Jin immediately picked up the sword box hanging on the small electric stove and threw it into the air with force. In midair, the sword box opened, and a 7-colored rainbow danced, transforming into 7 sword lights that surrounded the magic sword. The magic sword was not afraid at all and slashed directly forward. 7 swords become one. Ye Jin shouted softly, and the 7 sword lights merged together and turned into a rainbow light to greet them. Ding! There was a crisp sound of conflict, followed by an explosion of rainbow light, and the 7 flying swords of the 7-colored rainbow broke into pieces at the same time. Ye Jin couldn't help but be shocked. Is he so cruel? The next moment, Ye Jin felt extremely distressed again. The 7-colored rainbow was broken and shattered directly. At this moment, Ye Jin seemed to see his goddess getting into a BMW and walking into the small hotel. Under the dim light, the old big bed creaked. It hurts so much. After cutting off the 7-colored rainbow, the magic sword seemed to have no intention of fighting and turned around to escape. Stop! If you destroy my flying sword, you will have to pay me back with yourself. While shouting, Ye Jin took out the fire dragon flag and threw it into the air. The air around it instantly became scorching hot, and as the fire dragon symbol rotated, the flames condensed into a fire dragon, soaring up and chasing after the magic sword. The magic sword looked at the fire dragon coming, shook in the air, and then the sword body began to glow. A virtual giant sword that was 10 meters away was condensed and chopped down with force. It was just a moment, just a glance. The fire dragon transformed from the fire dragon symbol was actually split in half by the magic sword. The fire dragon flag that lost its flame fell from the sky and hit the ground. So cruel. Ye Jin narrowed his eyes. This magic sword is quite something. In this case, we can't hide it anymore. We have to be ruthless right away. On the other side, the demon sword tried to escape twice in a row, but was intercepted by Ye Jin each time, which seemed to have angered the demon sword. This time, the magic sword did not continue to escape, but turned into a purple-black sword light and fell from the sky, as if to kill Ye Jin. Then let's see who is more ruthless. Ye Jin raised his palm and shouted towards the sky. Open your eyes, heaven and earth. In an instant, countless golden lights burst out from Ye Jin's palms. A bloody crack slowly opened in Ye Jin's palm. The eye of heaven appeared and stared at the magic sword falling from the sky. Golden halos were floating around, and in each halo there was an obscure ancient character hidden. That golden light had an extremely mysterious and distant feeling. Then, with a loud bang, with an exploding sound, a beam of golden light shot out from the eye of heaven and soared straight up to the sky. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were shattered when they came into contact with the golden beam of light. Around Ye Jin, the ground continued to shake and cracks appeared one after another. The magic sword was illuminated by the beam of light, and the illusory sword light shattered in an instant. The black smoke lingering around the magic sword gradually became dim. The magic sword began to rush around, trying to break free from the golden beam of light. But no matter which direction it went, it could not escape the comfort of the golden beam of light. Gradually, wisps of white smoke emerged from the blade of the magic sword. The magic sword struggled even more violently. This lasted for at least half a minute, and the struggling magic sword finally calmed down. Surrender. If you don't surrender, you will be destroyed by Ye Jin. Demon sword. The demon sword in mythology is the sword worn by the demon lord when he was young. The sword contains the magic power of the demon lord. The magic sword's attack methods are slashing, flying the sword, and sword energy. Using the magic sword can turn you into a demon. All injuries on your body and your awakened powers will be instantly restored, but you will lose your mind for a short time, and your mind will be controlled by the magic sword. The power of the magic sword, normal state, is 200,000, and the power of the magic sword, demon state, is 500,000. Ye Jin's face lit up with joy. It's done. Chapter 46, Chaos. Ye Jin stretched out his hand forward, and the magic sword flew down from the air obediently and fell into Ye Jin's hand. Ye Jin weighed the magic sword and found it quite handy, as if it had no weight. He could swing it, control the sword, and even directly cut out sword energy. A combat power value of 200,000 under normal conditions is considered quite impressive. When in the demonic state, the amount of energy can surge to 500,000. However, the fact that he would lose his sanity after being possessed by the devil made Ye Jin feel a little headache, but when he thought that all the injuries on his body and the awakening power would be instantly restored after being possessed by the devil, it felt very tempting. It is indeed a magic sword, which makes people very confused. Ye Jin couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time felt a little curious. This is just the sword that the demon lord of the demon realm wore when he was young, but it has already reached this level. Then, how terrifying would the magic sword used by the demon lord be when he grows up? While thinking, Ye Jin rode away on his electric scooter, wondering whether he should go find Yin Ming as well. The dimensional crack of the magic sword was right near the Thunder Domain, and according to the date, Yin Ming should be in charge of patrolling the periphery of the Thunder Domain today. While Ye Jin was thinking about it, boom! Suddenly, there was a roar coming from the distance, and then Ye Jin felt the ground beneath his feet shaking constantly, as if there was an earthquake. Ye Jin quickly stopped the electric scooter and looked up into the distance. What's going on? In the center of the city, a pillar of light suddenly rose into the sky. In the sky, large clouds of dust were shattered, as if a hole had been poked in the sky. Then, boom, boom, boom. The loud roar continued to sound, and then a building that was at least 20 or 30 stories high collapsed in front of Ye Jin. That is the famous Beauty World shopping mall in Wulin City. It has been located in this city for nearly 40 years. It is considered an iconic landmark in Wulin City. But now, just collapsed like that? It was not only the Beauty World shopping mall that collapsed, but also the surrounding buildings, which continued to collapse as the earthquake occurred. In the middle of the road, the towering overpass suddenly broke in the middle and fell down. Ye Jin was also stunned for a long time, then exclaimed, "Oh no! Beauty World shopping mall? Isn't that the center of the lakeside city? That is to say, the location of a secret place." Ye Jin had bad thoughts and felt that something was going to happen. While Ye Jin was thinking about it, the alarm on his cell phone sounded. Ye Jin took out his cell phone and took a look. He gasped. It was an emergency alert for a major disaster. This level of disaster alert would usually only be issued when there was an invading monster of at least ghost level or above. Ye Jin quickly entered the Security Bureau's information platform. Information from the main station. The secret realm of Lakeside City has experienced a violent dimensional crack fluctuation. The current situation in the secret realm is unclear, but a large number of invading monsters have rushed out of the secret realm. Large-scale dimensional cracks have been detected in the surrounding areas again, and the number is 3 times that of the previous monster invasion. There should be a large-scale monster invasion again. All combatants are requested to go to the scene to meet the enemy as soon as possible. Main station information. Repeat. Main station information. Repeat. All information in the public channel was blocked, and the urgent message was repeated. And just when Ye Jin was reading the news, boom! Amid the loud explosion, a huge crack appeared on the ground, and a large amount of thunder shot up into the sky, transforming into a thunder golem that was more than 10 stories high. Every time the golem moved his hands, thunder would surge. With a casual sweep of his hand, large pieces of thunder would fall to the ground and smash the ground to pieces. Something happened in the direction of the thunder zone. At this moment, Ye Jin suddenly remembered the news he saw in the morning. The thunder region that appeared in Wulin City a few days ago has been suppressed, and the exploration of the secret realm has reached the final critical moment. I believe it will be closed soon. Either the press officer is possessed by a bad luck spirit, or someone is behind this. The news came out in the morning, and now there is trouble? Coincide? You're kidding. This is even faker than the sweet words the ladies in nightclubs say to those fat bosses. While thinking about this, Ye Jin rode his electric scooter again and headed out. But at this time, boom! There was a loud noise in the corner of the side building, and then a piece of the roof collapsed, and a huge rock fell towards Ye Jin. Palm thunder. Ye Jin quickly raised his hand and pointed it towards the sky. Then a bolt of lightning struck into the air, smashing the falling debris into pieces. However, at the moment the rubble broke, a monster suddenly jumped out from behind. The monster looked like an ape, with white hair all over its body and 2 horns on its forehead. It held a long stick in its hand and smashed it down towards Ye Jin on the head. White-haired horned ape. Bug level. The combat power value is 31,000 points. Bang! The white-haired horned ape's stick hit Ye Jin's head, making a metallic clanging sound. Ye Jin touched his forehead. It doesn't hurt or itch. As Ye Jin spoke, he drew out the magic sword and swept it towards the white-haired horned ape. The white-haired horned ape was very agile and quickly jumped away and climbed up the wall. But that magic sword is no ordinary item. Like the heavenly eye, it can resonate with Ye Jin and sense each other. This also means that the magic sword possesses a certain level of spiritual awareness and wisdom. And the magic sword is very violent. After all, it is a devil's sword. After the attack missed, Ye Jin didn't even need to swing the magic sword. Large amounts of black smoke gushed out from the sword. The black smoke went towards the white-haired horned ape like a rope at a terrifying speed. It caught up with the white-haired horned ape in an instant and tied it up tightly. Then, sword energy breaks through the air. A purple-black sword energy broke through the air, making a whistling sound, and then slashed the white-haired horned ape. With a puff, a large amount of bright red blood spurted out, dyeing the white hair of the white-haired horned ape red. And then the body of the white-haired horned ape was split into two. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, the white-haired horned ape. You got a treasure. Horn stick, a stick in the hands of a white-haired horned ape. The combat power of the horn stick is 3,500 points. It's so easy. Ye Jin snorted, got on his beloved electric donkey, and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a pitch-black leopard with 3 tails walked out from the box in front. A cry was heard in the sky, and then a big golden bird landed on the street lamp. Boom! At the end of the street, the ground exploded. The ground became like a swamp. The soil squirmed and turned into 2 demons over 3 meters tall. Behind Ye Jin, a flame rose up and condensed into a human shape. The air around him continued to rise at this moment. Hiss! Ye Jin bared his teeth and said, "Brothers, is it too late for me to take back the words easy and relax now?" Chapter 47, Let Go of the Scorpion. Ye Jin felt like he was going crazy. 5 disaster-level invading monsters appeared at the same time. Is the end of the world really coming? Is this urban area really no longer safe? At the same time, the monsters that appeared made the magic sword in Ye Jin's hand become manic and tremble constantly, as if trying to make Ye Jin enter a demonic state. Shut up and be quiet. Ye Jin ignored the magic sword. This guy always wanted to murder me. Being in a demonic state is powerful. But what if you lose your mind? Besides, they're just a group of insect-level invading monsters. It's not like we can't handle them. Looking at the 5 monsters around him rushing towards him at the same time, Ye Jin raised the ice-red lotus without hesitation. Click, click. In an instant, the sound of ice suddenly sounded. Countless frosts appeared at this moment, freezing the ground. The silvery white frost mist turned into a cold wave, surging in all directions. As soon as the invading monsters leaped up, large pieces of ice appeared on their bodies. Then, their bodies were completely covered by frost. In the blink of an eye, they were frozen into ice sculptures. Then, Ye Jin stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! With the crisp sound of snapping fingers, the ice sculptures suddenly shattered and turned into a pair of scattered ice cubes. The crystal-clear ice chips flew up and down, which looked extremely beautiful. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, Mud Demon. You killed the invading monster, Flame Demon. You got a treasure. Flame Gun, a spear made of condensed flames. The combat power is 1,500 points. After killing the 5-headed insect-level invading monsters, Ye Jin got on his electric scooter again and rode along the way, while quickly refreshing the information platform. Soon, Ye Jin realized that things had gotten serious. The strategy for the secret realm has been ongoing, and the news this morning was not completely groundless. At present, the strategy for the secret realm has indeed made considerable progress. The invading monsters have been kept under control in a relatively stable state, and the core of the secret realm has been found, and they're trying to find a way to destroy it. Everything is moving in the right direction. But 15 minutes ago, the core of the secret realm suddenly changes, causing the invading monsters in the secret realm to collectively run wild, catching the Special Forces team off guard. Moreover, due to the changes in the core of the secret realm, a chain reaction occurred, and a large number of dimensional cracks appeared again in the entire urban area, resulting in a new round of large-scale monster invasions. On the other side, a large number of invading monsters appeared on the outskirts of the city. The light shield of the Bagua Young Wangpa was constantly under attack. The field team re-entered the scene to clear out those monsters. The war begins again. Then, Ye Jin scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Since the Special Service team has been operating in the secret territory, Ye Jin, as a temporary Special Service supplement, has not yet reported to the Special Service team. But in terms of identity, even if he is a supplementary personnel, He is a special service member, and the field staff has no control over Ye Jin. As Ye Jin looked at the commands on the information platform one by one, he found that none of them seemed to have anything to do with him. Forget it. I don't know who to look for at the Secret Service. Let's go to the outer area to look for the commander first. Ye Jin thought about it, made a quick decision, and rode the small electric stove forward. At the same time, loud noises continued to occur around. The scale of this monster invasion is even more terrifying than before. Invading monsters appear everywhere in the city. Amid the loud explosions, buildings can be seen collapsing constantly. It was at this time, Ye Jin saw a figure rising into the sky in the thunder area in the distance. Wang Yuanyang. The figure rising into the sky was none other than the field commander, Wang Yuanyang. Behind Wang Yuanyang, there is a pair of metal wings shining with 3 colors, allowing him to fly in the air. After going up into the sky, Wang Yuanyang crossed his hands. Then a silver light flashed in his hands, and then a spear appeared in Wang Yuanyang's hand. With a sudden force, Wang Yuanyang threw the spear forward. The spear turned into a long rainbow and hit the thunder golem in front with unparalleled momentum. A big hole was blasted in the chest of the thunder golem. It opened its mouth and roared angrily. Lightning as thick as a bucket struck down and continuously hit the surrounding ground, blasting it to pieces. Wang Yuanyang did not stop the car, but raised his hand and slapped the thunder golem. In the sky, a huge hand formed by golden light appeared, covering the sky and the sun, and it was even bigger than the thunder golem. With a loud bang, half of the thunder golem's body was smashed into pieces. That's amazing. Ye Jin couldn't help but admire. Yan Ming did tell Ye Jin about Wang Yuanyang's situation. As a field commander, you don't actually have to be able to fight, and combat power is not a criterion for evaluating commanders. After all, the abilities a commander needs are command and dispatch. Even among the 3 field commanders of Wulin City, one is not an awakener, but an ordinary person without any combat power. Wang Yuanyang is an exception. He used to be the captain of the special service team and was later transferred to the field as a commander. In Yan Ming's words, his immediate superior is a master with a combat power of hundreds of thousands. Ye Jin didn't quite believe it at first. After all, Wang Yuanyang looked kind and amiable, like an easygoing elder. As for the demeanor of a master, Ye Jin didn't see that at all. However, Ye Jin now believed it. This man was not just a master. He was simply a devilish muscle man. The most terrifying creature in the Thunder Domain is the Thunder Golem. Now that Wang Yuanyang has taken action personally and is not at a disadvantage, it is definitely good news. This means that they should be able to hold out for a while, and won't be able to let the invading monsters break through the light shield of the Bagua Cloud Light Pa. With the light shield there, even if there is another large-scale monster invasion, it can at least be controlled. But if the light shield is broken, those invading monsters will rush out of the city and spread throughout the entire Wulin City. Then it will be a big trouble. At this moment, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. Ye Jin withdrew his gaze from Wang Yuanyang and the Thunder Golem and looked forward. They were a team of field workers who were now locked in a tough battle against a gigantic black scorpion that was at least 3 meters long, with its tail swaying in the air, flashing with faint light. The field team has already entered? There's only one team. Isn't this a bit too deep? Ye Jin murmured something, then took out his cell phone to monitor the combat power of the invading monster. Black Scorpion. Wolf level. The combat power value is 71,000 points. The wolf-level invading monsters are really hard for ordinary field teams to deal with without some powerful treasures. As Ye Jin thought about it, he twisted the handlebars and rushed forward on his electric scooter. Let go of that woman. No, that scorpion. Let me take over. Chapter 48, Invincible Iron Underpants. The group of field team members heard the sound and looked in the direction of Ye Jin, and were stunned for a moment. What's going on? The legendary little E-Donkey Rider? On the other side, Ye Jin was speeding all the way, and with a flick of his wrist, the fire dragon flag was thrown out by Ye Jin. The scorching breath spread out, and the fire dragon flag spun rapidly, like a huge circle of fire, passing over the back of the phoenix-tailed black scorpion. The next moment, time seemed to stand still. A few seconds later, snap! The hard black shell of the phoenix-tailed black scorpion shattered, revealing a red line of fire, and then the body suddenly split into 2, with large amounts of dirty blood spurting out. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, phoenix-tailed black scorpion. You got two treasures. Scorpion tail arrow. An arrow made from an extremely sharp scorpion tail. It is very powerful and has an absolute penetrating effect. The scorpion tail arrow has a combat power of 90,000. Scorpion tail arrow can be used once. Requires a bow to be equipped as a weapon. Scorpion venom sac. A scorpion venom sac with extremely toxic venom. If the combat power is below 50,000, the person will be killed instantly. When the combat power is above 50,000, it can strengthen the power of awakening and increase the combat power by 5,000 points. Combat power value is over 50,000. Ye Jin decisively threw the black scorpion's poison sac into his mouth. Your combat power increases by 5,000 points. After dealing with the phoenix-tailed black scorpion, Ye Jin looked at the field team members and asked, "Why are you here? Have the field team members entered? Is the team moving?" The captain of the field team was a woman of some age, with the frost of time on her face. However, she had a good figure and temperament, and she looked very heroic when she stood there. After hearing Ye Jin's question, the woman did not answer directly, but asked, "Why are the special forces here?" Ye Jin took out his ID. A temporary replacement, a special agent who was just appointed 2 days ago. "Oh, you are the new monster in Yanming's team, right? He mentioned you before, and everyone thought he was just bragging. I didn't expect you to be so amazing." The woman smiled and returned the ID to Ye Jin. "By Xinglian, captain of the field team number 3325, we have been ordered to recover the unmanned remote control machine." Unmanned remote control machine? Bai Xinglian said, "The current situation is unclear. If we want to know the situation immediately, we can only rely on the drones hovering nearby. However, those monsters appeared too suddenly, and some drones were shot down immediately. However, the memory cards inside contain recordings, and those things are very small. If it is not intentional damage, even if the drones are shot down, the memory cards are likely to be intact." Ye Jin nodded. "Do you need my help?" Bai Xinglian's face lit up. "It would be great if you could help." As Bai Xinglian spoke, she took out her cell phone and turned on Bluetooth transmission. "What I sent you is a map of the area. The commander has dispatched a total of 10 teams to recover the equipment. All of them are equipped with locators. The green dots on the map are moving, and the red dots are where the drones crashed." "I understand." Ye Jin put away his phone. "Be careful." Bai Xinglian nodded. "You should be careful too." Ye Jin started the electric scooter again and continued to move forward along the street in a zigzag manner. Ye Jin hadn't received any orders at the moment, so this happened just by coincidence. The location of a red dot was quickly determined, but when they arrived at the place, they did not see the destroyed unmanned remote control, but instead discovered a dimensional crack. Dimensional rift discovered. An extremely hard object was detected hidden in the dimensional crack. Ye Jin's face lit up with joy. Could it be protective gear? Ye Jin now has all kinds of treasures, but they are all offensive. He doesn't have any protective gear. And then, invincible iron underwear, made of Arctic iceberg iron, indestructible and unrivaled in the world. Mom no longer has to worry about me walking alone at night. Friendly reminder, this underwear is for men. Ye Jin had a black question mark face on his face. Is this thing a protective gear? He continued to move forward in silence. After a moment, Ye Jin finally saw the target, an unmanned remote-controlled aircraft hanging on a telephone pole. Ye Jin quickly fished the things down and took away the memory card. I rode on my electric donkey to the next destination, but at this moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. When Ye Jin looked around, he saw a black dragon suddenly appear in the distance, soaring into the air, coiling on top of a tall building, and roaring continuously in the surroundings. Fuck, things like this have been released. Ye Jin couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling that the matter was becoming more and more serious. At the same time, outside the city, in the headquarters tent, Wang Yuanyang shouted angrily while holding a walkie-talkie. "Where is the support? Tell me, where is the support? Do you know how many invading monsters there are outside? At least thousands of them have already killed their way around the light shield." "What?" "The special service team is blocking the secret realm, so it's impossible for them to provide support." "Who told you to ask for special forces support? Send me an elite mobile team." "Commander." At this time, a field team member rushed into the tent and shouted loudly. "Something big has happened. Ghost-level invading monsters." Wang Yuanyang dropped the walkie-talkie, walked out of the tent, and looked into the distance. Then he froze there. Above the tall building in the distance, a black dragon was hovering. "Ghost level?" invading monsters with combat power exceeding 1 million. Ye Jin rode his electric scooter happily and quickly collected 5 memory cards. Then he took a look at his mobile phone and found that the rest of the memory had been almost collected. The few remaining red dots were too far away from him. Take the memory card back first. While thinking about it, Ye Jin turned around and left. But at this time, a black dimensional crack appeared in front of Ye Jin. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional rift, which seemed to be an ancient book. Ye Jin took out the key and opened the dimensional rift. After a flash of light, a booklet appeared in Ye Jin's hand. Flying Thunder God. Use the power of awakening to transform into lightning, forming a thunder circle area. Being in the area, you will be continuously attacked by lightning. In the field, you can create a lightning phantom clone to cooperate with you in attacking. The combat power of the lightning phantom clone is 50% of the user's combat power. You can use instant teleportation to switch positions with the lightning phantom. The duration of Flying Thunder God is 3 minutes, and the interval between uses is 60 minutes. The combat power of Flying Thunder God is equal to the combat power of the user. Ye Jin's eyes lit up. Something good had come out. He hurried to learn it. The booklet turned into a blue light and entered Ye Jin's body. Then, images appeared in Ye Jin's head, showing every move used by Flying Thunder God. Chapter 49, What to Do. After learning Flying Thunder God, Ye Jin continued to move forward with a hint of worry on his face. The number of invading monsters is linked to the number of dimensional rifts. The number of treasures is also linked to the number of dimensional cracks. Therefore, even if you get the treasure, it is not a happy thing because there are still dimensional rifts opening up to find treasures, which means that the invading monsters are also increasing. Soon, Ye Jin drove through the street. Dimensional rift discovered. Flames from hell are detected. If the monsters hidden in the sea of fire are not killed, the hellfire will never go out. I advise you not to open this dimensional rift unless you are absolutely sure. There was a dimensional crack at the end of the street, and it was obvious that there was nothing good inside, so Ye Jin quickly went around it. Keep moving forward. The light shield is getting closer and closer. But at this moment, Ye Jin slammed the brakes on the electric scooter. Right in front of Ye Jin, there was a dense mass of invading monsters. Looking up, there seemed to be at least tens of thousands of them, all crowded together. The invading monster in the front kept roaring, then rammed the light shield frantically, trying to rush out. Ye Jin took a deep breath, then picked up the phone and called Yan Ming. Captain Yan, are the invading monsters rushing out? Yan Ming was stunned. How did you know? I'm behind those monsters. How did you get in there? This is a long story. Ye Jin asked. How is the situation over there? This is terrible. There are too many invading monsters. We can't stop them at all. There are cracks in the light shield of the 8 diagrams cloud light pad. If this continues, the light shield will break sooner or later. That will be a big trouble. The monsters here will rush towards the entire Wulin city. Ye Jin hesitated for a moment. Then, as if he had made a great decision, he gritted his teeth and said, I will lead those invading monsters away. Yan Ming was stunned for a moment. What? But Ye Jin did not continue speaking, but hung up the phone directly. Yan Ming once told Ye Jin that some things have to be done by someone. And now, it's time to do something. We must not let these invading monsters destroy the light shield. Otherwise, what awaits Wulin City will be. So many lives are lost. Ye Jin took a deep breath and suddenly made a move. A bolt of lightning from his palm slashed forward, instantly turning an invading monster into ashes. This attack attracted the attention of other invading monsters. A lion wolf covered with scales turned its head first and saw Ye Jin. The next moment, the lion wolf roared, turned around, and rushed towards Ye Jin. Immediately afterwards, countless invading monsters turned around and began to move towards Ye Jin. I'm going to kill you with all your pee. Ye Jin quickly turned around and ran away. Soon, Ye Jin was riding his electric scooter in front, and a large group of invading monsters were chasing him madly from behind. After Ye Jin looked back, he took out a stone from his arms. Thunder Explosion Stone. Ye Jin swung his hand and threw the Thunder Stone backwards with force. The Thunder Stone fell to the ground and kept rolling. The invading monsters behind didn't care at all and just jumped over the Thunder Stone and continued to chase. But at this time, sizzle. Electricity suddenly surged out of the Thunder Stone, flashing and crackling. Then, with a bang, a loud noise suddenly occurred, followed by a large amount of electric current, exploding in all directions. Almost in an instant, all the invading monsters around the Thunderstone fell to their knees. But the electric current did not stop there, but formed a chain, constantly jumping between the invading monsters. As the azure electric current surged past, large numbers of invading monsters kept falling to the ground, twitching continuously, and eventually lost their voices. Ye Jin's face lit up with delight. This thing is useful. What is the best way to deal with a large-scale invasion of monsters? Naturally, it is a large-scale attack. Obviously, Thunder Explosion is this type of attack. Without any hesitation, Ye Jin threw the remaining 2 Thunderstones towards the group of invading monsters behind him. The next moment, the sound of thunder exploded quickly. The sound of surging electricity shook the sky, and the exploding current covered a large area. Even more, the condensation of electric current transformed into 2 lightning pillars that shot up into the sky, which was extremely terrifying. The chain electric currents spread out in all directions, continuously flowing through the bodies of the invading monsters. If you look down from the air, you will see an extremely terrifying scene. The invading monsters have electric currents wrapped around their bodies, and they fall down one by one like mowing the grass. Ye Jin slammed on the brakes and stopped the electric scooter. The invading monster in the front was wrapped in electric current and suddenly fell to the ground, slid on the ground, and rolled to Ye Jin's feet. You want to control me? It's not that easy. But at this time, in front of the light shield, a field team leader shouted with joy. Commander, those invading monsters have retreated, all of them. Wang Yuanyang walked to the front and frowned slightly. How could the invading monsters suddenly retreat? It's Ye Jin. Yin Ming came hurriedly, looking anxious. Ye Jin is inside the light shield. He has led those invading monsters away. At the same time, Ye Jin looked at the large number of corpses behind him. That thunder-blasting stone is indeed fierce. 3 thunderstones cleared out the invading monsters chasing after him in the blink of an eye. However, there was still a rumbling sound coming from farther away. Electric arcs kept jumping on the ground, countless sand and stones kept jumping, and then more invading monsters appeared behind Ye Jin. This was not beyond Ye Jin's expectations. Using chain currents, a large area could be covered. Even if the chain lightning was accompanied by the jump of electric current, its power would inevitably be reduced. However, even a weak attack would be enough, as long as it could lure the invading monsters over. Ye Jin quickly started the electric scooter and started riding again. As for how to deal with these invading monsters, Ye Jin naturally had a plan in mind. If we just lure away the invading monsters but fail to kill them, then it won't make much sense. It will only delay some time, and Ye Jin will have to sacrifice his life. Therefore, Ye Jin not only had to lure these invading monsters away, but also had to kill them all. There is only one way. As the electric scooter sped along, a dimensional crack finally appeared in front of Ye Jin. That dimensional rift that hides the hellfire. Go to hell, all of you! Ye Jin roared and accelerated forward. The moment he passed the dimensional crack, he took out the key and opened it. Almost in an instant, large amounts of green hellfire madly poured out from the dimensional cracks. Chapter 50, Hell Golem. The hellfire was extremely fierce. After gushing out from the dimensional crack, it spread wildly in all directions. Then, the flames that rose up were like a wave, colliding violently with the invading monsters rushing up from behind. In an instant, thousands of invading monsters were engulfed by hellfire. In the flames, countless invading monsters wailed and roared madly, but it was useless. Those hellfires not only burned their bodies, but also their souls. In the blink of an eye, as the hellfire spread, the invading monsters were constantly burned, struggling in the flames, and finally turned into ashes. Some invading monsters noticed the danger and tried to escape. But when I wanted to turn around, I found there was no way. There are simply too many. The invading monsters in the back were still charging forward. Even if the invading monsters in the front wanted to turn around and escape, they would be immediately knocked away and trampled, making the group of monsters even more chaotic. At this moment, Ye Jin had already abandoned the electric scooter on the side of the road and secretly climbed up a tall building. Looked down from above and watched the struggles of the invading monsters. Looking at the invading monsters that were constantly being annihilated, Ye Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Those invading monsters were finally eliminated. However, Ye Jin knew that things were not over yet. Ye Jin retaliated against the monsters in their own way, using the monsters in the dimensional rift to deal with the monsters. It is true that this method can kill a large number of invading monsters, but if the hellfire is not controlled, it will not be as terrifying as the Thunder Domain, but it will at least destroy a large area like the Sun God Flame did. Maybe it will also threaten the light shield of Bagua Yungwangpa. Therefore, after Hellfire helped Ye Jin deal with the terrifying number of invading monsters, it was Ye Jin's turn to deal with Hellfire. Boom! At this time, the dimensional crack made a loud noise and continued to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly expanded to more than 10 meters high. The next moment, a huge hand made of stone suddenly stretched out from the dimensional crack and smashed forward fiercely. A 3-story building was smashed into pieces in an instant by the giant palm and collapsed into ruins. Gradually, the invading monster carrying Hellfire emerged from the dimensional rift. It was a stone man about 15 or 16 meters tall, with a human-like outline and Hellfire wrapped all over his body. Every step he took would cause the ground to explode. The surrounding buildings seemed fragile in front of such a giant, and he can smash them to pieces with just a wave of his hand. Hell Golem. Ghost. Combat power is 1 million. An invading monster with a combat power of 1 million. Ye Jin couldn't help but grit his teeth. No wonder the prompt advised him to be careful. The ghost-level invading monsters were really terrifying. If you want to deal with this invading monster with a combat power of 1 million, even if you use the Sky Eye, you cannot kill it with one blow. And with Ye Jin's current combat power, if he cannot kill the opponent with one blow, the Hell Golem can turn around and blow away and burn Ye Jin to ashes without leaving any trace. Fortunately, Ye Jin licked the corner of his mouth. There is still a trump card. If he wasn't sure, Ye Jin would certainly not release this thing. After dealing with those small minions, they ended up releasing bigger guys to cause trouble. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Taking a deep breath, Ye Jin took off a pendant from the keychain on his waist. The name of that pendant is Projection of Purple Flame, Snake Spear, and Fire Spear. A purple-red light bloomed in Ye Jin's palm. The projection of the purple flame snake spear and fire spear, which was originally only the size of a toothpick, began to grow larger and larger, and soon became 2 meters long. Ye Jin held the gun in his hand, and the awakening in his body suddenly became restless. The next moment, Ye Jin raised the gun. With a whoosh, the projection of the purple flame snake spear and the fire spear began to burn, appearing red-hot and extremely cold. At the same time, the King of Heaven Vaisravana has given birth to Narajuva. All the gods are delighted. The king has given birth to a prince. All the people of Kapilavastu are also delighted. Behind Ye Jin, an ancient voice seemed to ring out, long and distant, spanning across eternity and coming here. A phantom gradually took shape behind Ye Jin. The phantom was wearing a set of precious armor, with a Chinkuan ring on his arm, a Hun Tian Ling around his body, and a Fenghua wheel under his feet. And then, the phantom stretched out his hand forward and grabbed the projection of the purple flame snake spear and fire spear in Ye Jin's hand. Because that was his weapon. He is the general of the 5 camps, the marshal of the central altar, and the demon-subduing heavenly lord. He is the famous third prince. Neza's shadow raised the flame snake spear and fire spear projection in his hand, and then, throw it hard. In an instant, the projection of the purple flame snake spear and the fire spear turned into a purple flame and fell from the top of the tall building downwards. When the purple flames broke through the sky seemed to be torn apart. A black line appeared there, moving along with the purple flame, and then cut the entire space apart. On the streets, the surging hellfire seemed extremely explosive. Hellfire was constantly rising on the body of the Hell Golem. As if sensing something, the huge Hell Golem turned around at this moment. Then, bang! The terrifying purple flame hit the head of the Hell Golem. The next moment, with a huge roar, the head exploded and turned into countless burning pieces of rubble, falling downwards. The huge body kept shaking, as if trying to support itself, but eventually it fell forward. Boom! Amid the huge roar, countless buildings collapsed. The fallen Hell Golem was like a small mountain, its body constantly burning and then gradually melting away. You killed the ghost-level invasion monster, Hell Golem. You got 2 treasures. Hellfire, the legendary dark flame from the depths of hell. You absorbed the hellfire, and your combat power increased by 50,000. Your body is tempered by the fire of hell, and the 8-9 mysterious art is upgraded to the 3rd level. Your 8-9 mysterious skill has been upgraded to the 3rd level, and you have learned a new magical power, the soul leaving the body. The soul leaves the body. E is in accordance with the heaven and earth, so it touches the way of heaven and earth. You can let your soul leave your body, travel the world, and spy on everything. When the soul is out of the body, performing the 8-9 mysterious skills can make the soul solid for fighting. The body is immortal, the soul is immortal. Nether Flame. The flame generated by the absorbed hellfire in the body can be integrated with the power of awakening. Casting Nether Flame will continue to consume awakening power. The fixed power value of Nether Flame is 150,000. The additional combat power of Nether Flame is 35% of its own combat power. Ye Jin looked at the notifications that were flooding the screen and couldn't help but smack his lips. An invading monster with a combat power of 1 million. It really is a lot. Chapter 51. No, I can't retreat. Ye Jin stood on the roof, spread out his palms, and a netherworld flame rose in Ye Jin's palms. Then a light curtain appeared in front of Ye Jin's eyes. Name, Ye Jin. Combat power, 156190. Abilities, Rejuvenation, Time Rewind, Nether Ghost Claw, 30,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Palm Thunder, 30,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Heaven and Earth Eyes, 750,000. 8-9 Mysterious Skills, Level 3, 4,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Flying Thunder God, Soul Out of Body, Nether Flame, 150,000 plus 35% of own combat power. Items, Magic Sword, 200,000/500,000. Scorpion Tail Arrow, 90,000. Invincible Iron Underpants, Sunlight Cannon, 1,500,000. Number of times remaining, 3. Ye Jin felt very happy. After absorbing the hellfire, his combat power skyrocketed to 150,000. The 8-9 Profound Art was upgraded to the 3rd level. He learned how to let his soul leave his body and gained a very powerful ability, the Flame of the Netherworld. Ye Jin's mood at this moment was just like when he was brought into a small hotel by a beautiful ant many years ago. Not only did he learn many positions, but the beautiful ant also threw 10,000 yuan on the bed afterwards. He was so happy. After laughing foolishly for a while, Ye Jin slapped his head suddenly. There is more business to do. Ye Jin hurried downstairs, picked up the electric scooter, and sped away. Since those invading monsters have been cleared, it naturally means that the road ahead is clear. So, Ye Jin can naturally continue to move forward. Soon, Ye Jin rode his electric scooter to the vicinity of the light shield. Ye Jin. Yan Ming had been waiting anxiously near the light shield. The moment the electric scooter appeared, Yan Ming couldn't help but shout out loud. Team leader. Ye Jin stopped the electric scooter with a smile. Yan Ming walked forward and gave Ye Jin a big hug. How did you do it? Yan Ming let go of Ye Jin and said excitedly, You were able to deal with so many invading monsters. That's so cool. Since Ye Jin came back alive, it naturally means that all the invading monsters have been eliminated. Otherwise, Ye Jin would have become food for those invading monsters. This is really unbelievable. There are tens of thousands of invading monsters. Just looking at them makes people feel their scalp tingling. How can they be wiped out in such a short time? I was just lucky. The dimensional rift in front of me opened up and a sea of fire appeared. I led the invading monsters over, and then they were burned to death. After Ye Jin finished speaking, his face became more serious, but the situation is still not good. When I came back, I still saw some invading monsters. They were probably not missed, but new ones. If this continues, they will gather again soon. You're right. Therefore, we can't just passively defend. We need to send out field teams to disperse and hunt the invading monsters to prevent them from gathering again. A voice was heard behind the two of them. When they turned around, they saw Wang Yuanyang walking towards them. The two wanted to say hello, but Wang Yuanyang waved his hand, indicating that they should stop being polite. Ye Jin handed the memory card to Wang Yuanyang. This is the memory card of the drone. What's the situation now? Wang Yuanyang said in a deep voice. Someone is causing trouble. Ye Jin said, the guy who was arrested last time? But hasn't he been detained at the Security Bureau headquarters? And Ye Jin stretched out his hand and scratched his neck. How can a dead person cause trouble? Wang Yuanyang said, For now, we can only assume that the guy has an accomplice, and that guy is just a pawn. No matter from his personal strength or past experience, he is not capable of causing such a big commotion. So, it is possible that the guy behind the scenes could not help but take action. Yin Ming cursed. Who did it? Could it really be the Holy Knights? Yin Ming's words had just fallen. A beam of light suddenly rose up not far away. The beam of light was extremely huge, connecting heaven and earth. Then a huge dimensional crack appeared, and a giant python crawled out of the dimensional crack. The giant python was over 100 feet long. As it rolled up its huge body, the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. On the other side, the black dragon coiled on the building opened its mouth and roared at the giant snake, making a dragon roar that shook the world. Dragons and snakes fight. But is that the end? There also seemed to be dimensional cracks opening up near the central area. Then a blood cloud gradually rose into the sky, covering a large area. Soon, the sky is slightly cool. The blood cloud brought down a bloody rain. The blood-red rain was not ordinary. After it fell, the surrounding ground, buildings, and everything else that was touched by the blood rain would begin to emit wisps of white smoke and continue to dissolve. In the streets and alleys, the roars of invading monsters continued to be heard. There are still many dimensional rifts opening. Countless invading monsters are still appearing. Even though Ye Jin used hellfire to kill a large number of invading monsters, it seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, looking up at the city in front of me, it is truly a doomsday scene. And at this moment, oh no, a large-scale invading monster was discovered in the East District. There is also a large-scale monster invasion directly on the lakeside in the central area. The lakeside garden in the north has been occupied by a large number of invading monsters. There has also been a large-scale monster invasion in Nanhu community. The worst hit area is the Sky City amusement park on the west side, which has been completely destroyed and is now in ruins. A logistics staff member from the command center came hurriedly and spoke to Wang Yuanyang. These are the images collected from the memory card of the drone, taken before the crash. The logistics staff said in a deep voice, "The invading monsters must have moved at present, and they may have arrived nearby." Wang Yuanyang was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "It is meaningless to worry about the person behind the scenes at this moment. There is only one thing we need to do, and that is fight to the death." As Wang Yuanyang spoke, he pointed behind him. "Look at that city. If the light shield of the Bagua Cloud Light Pa is destroyed, those invading monsters will rush into the city, and the city will be destroyed. Tens of millions of people in that city, old people, women, children, will all be slaughtered, including your family members, the people you love, and the people who love you. So, there is no other way except to fight to the death. We must not let those invading monsters break out of the light shield." The footage of Wang Yuanyang speaking was directly synchronized to the Security Bureau's information platform, and all the field team members saw it. Countless people clenched their fists at this moment, feeling their blood boiling. Retreat? No, we must not retreat. Wang Yuanyang took a deep breath and continued. Gather, set off, and hunt monsters. Chapter 52, The Demon Sword and the Electric Donkey, Rampage. The field team stationed outside the light shield quickly assembled under the command of Wang Yuanyang, and then began to enter the light shield from various positions to hunt down the invading monsters. Don't think that they are just small minions and nothing serious. When their number reaches a certain level, they can even be more terrifying than invading monsters with a combat power of millions. Why would Ye Jin rather release the Hell Golem? It's very simple. Even though the Hell Golem was a ghost-level invading monster with a combat power of up to 1 million, Ye Jin used the projection of the purple flame snake spear and the fire spear and killed the opponent in one shot. As long as you don't give the Hell Golem a chance to attack, you can still kill it. However, the projection of the purple flame snake spear and the fire spear might not be able to kill tens of thousands of invading monsters with one shot, because there are simply too many of them and the attack coverage is simply not enough. Therefore, we must never allow those invading monsters to gather together, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with them. The only way is to enter the light shield, keep hunting those invading monsters, and spread the battle to the entire urban area. In this way, those invading monsters will not have the chance to gather. Come back alive, the same as you. Ye Jin and Yin Ming looked at each other, then raised their fists and bumped them together. He got on the electric scooter and drove into the light shield. With Ye Jin's current strength, He can hunt invading monsters alone. Moreover, the more dispersed the manpower is, the wider the battle zone can be expanded. In fact, not only Ye Jin, Wang Yuanyang also separated the field team leaders who were strong enough in individual combat capabilities to act separately. Of course, this is more dangerous. But there is no turning back. Back in the city, Ye Jin drove along the street for a while and suddenly stopped the small electric stove. Ye Jin listened attentively and heard the rumbling sound continued. There are invading monsters, and there are quite a lot of them. This is not good news, as it means that the invading monsters have gathered to a certain extent. Well, there are only two choices. Break them up, or kill them all. Soon, rolling dust appeared at the end of the street, rolling up like a wave, and a large group of invading monsters slowly appeared. It seemed that there were at least 400 or 500 of them. Ye Jin took a deep breath and pulled out the magic sword. In ancient times, there was Zhao Zilong, riding a white horse and holding a silver spear, who went in and out 7 times. Today we have Ye Jin, the magic sword, and the e-mule, rushing around. Ye Jin's electric scooter ran very fast and rushed towards the group of invading monsters. 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Once within attack range, Ye Jin raised his sword and swung without hesitation. Kill! Ye Jin roared angrily. The attacking form of sword energy. Ye Jin swung his sword forward, and then a purple-black light burst out from the blade of the magic sword. The moment he swung, a sword energy broke through the air. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the sword energy passed, the body of the invading monster in front was instantly cut in half. The sword energy was unstoppable, and in an instant, blood mixed with broken limbs kept flying. After the strike, the magic sword kept shaking, as if telling Ye Jin, "Become a demon. Quickly become a demon. As long as you become a demon, you can kill all the little Karamis in minutes." Shut up! Ye Jin drusit. Behave yourself. This magic sword is quite powerful to use. After all, it has a combat power of 200,000 in normal state, and it has many attack forms, including close combat and long-range attack. The only problem is that this guy always wants to murder me, and he desperately wants Ye Jin to be possessed by a demon. After being scolded by Ye Jin, the demon sword had no choice but to be obedient. With a light shout from Ye Jin, it turned into a purple-black sword light and flew out. The sword light transformed from the magic sword fell into the group of monsters, constantly piercing through the bodies of those monsters, appearing invincible. In the blink of an eye, the magic sword slipped around and returned to Ye Jin's hand, and there were 20 or 30 more corpses in front of him. Holding the magic sword tightly, Ye Jin also encountered the group of monsters. A 6-eyed red leopard leaped up and pounced towards Ye Jin. The sharp claws shone with a faint light and looked extremely sharp, but ding! The moment the claw landed on Ye Jin, there was a sound of metal clashing and it was bounced away directly. Not to mention hurting Ye Jin, it didn't even leave a mark. Indestructible. The next moment, Ye Jin swung his sword and cut off the leopard's head. After the strike, Ye Jin did not stop and slashed with the magic sword again. A sword energy rushed forward and killed the invading monster in front again. Then, Ye Jin stretched out his hand and dragged him. A large piece of frost appeared in the palm, rolling around, and then an ice flower bloomed in Ye Jin's palm. Ice red lotus. As the ice red lotus bloomed, frost surged wildly in all directions, and then the surrounding invading monsters were frozen into ice. The next moment, the magic sword swept, and the frozen ice sculpture shattered. The group of invading monsters turned into ice chips, flying and scattering between heaven and earth. After getting rid of the group of invading monsters, Ye Jin did not stop and continued to move forward. Dimensional rift discovered. A broken formation was detected hidden in the dimensional crack, which seemed to have the aura of a god. There was a dimensional crack on the side of the road. When the prompt appeared, Ye Jin felt a slight pain in his palm. It was obvious that the heavenly eye had sensed it. Ye Jin stopped the electric scooter, took out the key, and opened the dimensional rift. Golden Turtle Ice Formation. This formation was set up by Yuan Jiao, one of the 10 Golden Turtle Celestial Lords. It has been damaged over the years and cannot be used as a formation. The Sky Eye absorbed the immortal power from the Golden Turtle Ice Formation, and its combat power increased by 50,000. The combat power of Sky Eye is 800,000. Ye Jin was still a little nervous when he opened the dimensional rift. After all, formations are considered to be relatively dangerous things in dimensional rifts. Someone once opened an illusion array and fell into it, reveling in it with countless fairies every night. When he was rescued, he was just skin and bones. After absorbing the immortal power, Ye Jin continued to move forward, and suddenly, boom! There was a sudden loud noise in front, and then a wall collapsed. It was a monster that looked like a lizard, but it walked upright. It broke through the wall and staggered out. Ye Jin raised the magic sword and was about to attack, but in the next moment, behind the broken wall, a figure suddenly jumped out. He was wearing a special forces uniform and holding a crossbow. He kept pulling the trigger at the monster. The man glanced at Ye Jin while attacking. Are you also a special agent? I don't think I've seen you before. I'm a new recruit, and I've only been a special agent for a few days. Ye Jin glanced at the other person, who was about 25 or 26 years old, had a short haircut, and a scar on his forehead. He asked in confusion, aren't the special agents attacking the secret realm? Special Service Team number 2778. My name is Chun. Our team is responsible for the Thunder Domain. After the death of the Thunder Golem, the core dimensional crack of the Thunder Domain was finally exposed and has been destroyed by us. Chapter 53. This glance brings peace back to the world. As the two were talking, the monster attacked again, roaring, and raised its palm to slap forward. Chun leaped up and dodged the attack while shouting to Ye Jin, leave this to me, you go now. Ye Jin nodded, started the electric scooter, and continued driving forward. After crossing the street, Ye Jin soon saw invading monsters gathering from all directions. Without any hesitation, Ye Jin took out the ice-red lotus again. Click, click! Bingjie's voice rang out, and a large cold wave appeared, spreading in all directions, freezing the road ahead and the invading monsters. The next moment, the magic sword was unsheathed again. With one sword strike, the frozen invading monsters were shattered and turned into ice chips that floated away, looking extremely gorgeous. But at this moment, a dimensional crack suddenly appeared in the cold wave. The edge of the dimensional crack kept wriggling like saw teeth, and it looked like a terrifying monster that opened its mouth and revealed its ferocious fangs. Then, bang! An arm suddenly stretched out and slammed into the ground, smashing it into pieces. Black smoke rose all around, and countless zombies emerged from the dimensional cracks, jumping and attacking Ye Jin. Ye Jin's eyebrows jumped as he looked at the zombie jumping in front of him. He raised his sword, and the magic sword brought out a purple light, beheading a zombie. Then he clapped his hands to the side. Palm thunder. The awakening power in the body flowed and turned into an electric current that struck out. With a loud bang, struck by the palm thunder, a zombie's body exploded directly, shattered into pieces, and was blasted into a pile of corpse pieces. Go! Ye Jin raised his hand, and the magic sword in his palm flew out. He entered the state of flying the sword and attacked. He flew across the sky and beheaded the surrounding zombies. But this is not the end. The ones who appeared first were just a group of younger brothers. There are catastrophic-level invading monsters hidden in that dimensional rift. Sure enough, when Ye Jin was thinking about it, a second purple arm stretched out and fell heavily to the ground. Then, he grabbed the edge of the dimensional crack with both hands and pulled it hard, cutting the dimensional crack open. Then a ragged zombie came out. White-haired corpse king. Tiger. Combat power value is 490,000. Ye Jin's face turned serious. It turned out to be a corpse king. Moreover, the combat power value of 490,000 is only 10,000 away from 500,000. This guy is not just an ordinary tiger level, but is infinitely close to the ghost level. Roar! After drilling out of the dimensional crack, the white-haired corpse king roared loudly and then leaped up. The leap was 7 or 8 meters, almost coming to Ye Jin. He opened his mouth, emitting a fishy smell, and then revealed 2 fangs. Blood, living people, blood. The white-haired corpse king uttered unclear words and approached Ye Jin. Ye Jin raised his hand and pointed forward without saying a word. The invading monster is close to the ghost level. It is too difficult to kill it with ordinary means, so Sky Eye. Open! A crack appeared in Ye Jin's palm, and the heavenly eye opened little by little, and then a large golden light bloomed. The zombies around suddenly began to howl. When illuminated by the golden light, black smoke continued to rise from their bodies. Then their flesh and blood continued to melt and soon turned into pools of blood. Then, Open your eyes. Heaven and earth. Ye Jin roared. The scattered rays of light instantly condensed into one. Time seems to have frozen at this moment. Everything seems to be still, quiet, and peaceful. The golden light seemed to have traveled across the long river of history and arrived here, illuminating all directions, mysterious and elusive. Then, the moment the white-haired corpse king was enveloped by the golden beam of light, he let out a miserable scream and struggled continuously. Countless white eyes appeared on his body, and his flesh and blood began to melt. While struggling, the white-haired corpse king reached out and pressed on the beam of light, as if he wanted to tear it apart and escape from here, but it was of no use. The moment the palms touched the golden light, the white-haired corpse king was flung away. He finally got up from the ground and looked down. He found that the palms had turned into blood. The white-haired corpse king kept roaring, but it was just helpless rage. Behind the palm was the body of the white-haired corpse king. The flesh and blood continued to melt away, and even the bones began to crackle, eventually turning into a pool of flowing blood. You killed the tiger-level invading monster, white-haired corpse king. You got two treasures, breath of Yin and Ming, the source of power of the white-haired corpse king, which can enhance the Yin and Ming attributes. Your nether ghost claw has a combat power of 80,000 due to the nether aura. Your nether flame has a combat power of 200,000 due to the nether aura. Huangquan guiding lantern. Huangquan ferryman's Huangquan lantern can attract Huangquan water. The water of the underworld descended upon the world, and thousands of corpses floated in the air. Huangquan Ending's combat power is 2 million. Huangquan guiding lantern can be used once. Ye Jin's face lit up with joy. The combat power of the Netherworld Ghost Claw and Netherworld Flame actually increased. There is also the Yellow Springs guiding lamp, which is also an extremely terrifying and useful item. It is a pity that it is a consumable and can only be used once. While thinking about this, Ye Jin put away the Huangquan lantern. Riding back on the electric scooter, Ye Jin wanted to leave but suddenly found something wrong. I looked up and was instantly shocked. The blood cloud that I had seen before was actually floating towards me. Is it because the sky I made too much noise and that's why I was attracted? The rain was extremely corrosive. The moment it hit the ground, wisps of white smoke would rise from the ground. Ye Jin looked solemn. It was just like many years ago when I followed the beautiful ant into the small hotel, stood silently in front of the door, and was unable to take the first step for a long time. We can't let this thing move forward. Compared to other invading monsters, the blood cloud is obviously more dangerous. The corrosive blood rain will obviously cause more obvious damage to the light shield of the Bagua Cloud Light Pa. This thing must be broken up. Ye Jin lowered his head and took a look at his palm. In that case, then, open your eyes again. Ye Jin took a deep breath and pointed his palm towards the sky. In the third eye that had not yet closed, golden light flowing like liquid appeared again. This glance lasts for 1,000 years. This glance opens up the world. This one glance will bring peace back to the world. Heaven and earth. The veins in Ye Jin's neck throbbed violently, and he roared, "Open your eyes." The golden halo that had not yet completely dissipated burst out with blazing light again and transformed into countless golden beams of light. The sky and the earth, at this moment, were completely dyed golden. Then, the eye of heaven opens again. A huge golden beam of light shot up into the sky. Chapter 54, it has to be the 9,000-year-old underwear. The golden beam of light soared straight up, piercing through heaven and earth. It seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Even the vastness of heaven and earth could not suppress the golden light. With a loud bang, the moment the golden beam hit the blood cloud, there was a huge roar. A hole was blasted in the center of the blood cloud, forming a huge vortex. The vortex slowly rotates, as if trying to condense again. Ye Jin gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. How could he fail at the last moment? "Open it for me!" Ye Jin gritted his teeth and roared, then moved his arm violently. The golden light swept across like an extremely sharp blade, directly cutting the blood cloud apart. With a loud bang, the blood cloud finally shattered completely and dissipated, turning into blood rain that continued to fall. Finally destroyed this thing, but it's not over yet. The blood cloud was not an invading monster, but something similar to the Thunder Domain and the Sun God Flame. It had no combat power and nothing would be gained by destroying it. In fact, the current destruction is only temporary. If the invading monsters carrying the blood cloud are not killed, the blood cloud will eventually condense again. Sure enough, the blood fell and formed a bloody puddle, and then in the puddle, one invading monster after another stood up. Those invading monsters were formed entirely of blood and transformed into human-shaped silhouettes, walking towards Ye Jin. Blood Rain Man. No step. Combat power. 776. Ye Jin supported himself on his knees, breathing heavily. Although the awakening power in his body has increased, he can already use the eyes of heaven and earth continuously. But after using it twice in a row, at least half of the awakening power will still be consumed. Although he can still fight, the feeling of fatigue has become obvious. The magic sword was suspended beside Ye Jin, circling around his body, as if to say, "You are already so weak. Why don't you become a demon?" As long as you become a demon, all injuries can be healed, and the consumed awakening power can be restored instantly. Hurry up, become a demon. Become a demon. At this moment, Mo Jin is just like the beautiful Aunt Minnie years ago, who told Ye Jin that there was a cat that could do backflips in the inn and invited Ye Jin to see it. Just like walking into a small hotel that year, this time, Ye Jin did not ignore the guy who wanted to murder me at this moment, but grabbed the magic sword. "So you want me to become a demon, right?" Ye Jin took a deep breath and said, "Okay, then I will become a demon for you to see." In an instant, the demonic energy lingering on the magic sword began to surge, and countless black smoke poured out from the sword. Being possessed by a demon, although the magic sword's combat power can surge to 500,000, and all injuries on the body and the awakened power will be instantly recovered, Ye Jin will also temporarily lose his sanity, and his mind will be controlled by the magic sword. Therefore, being possessed by a demon is actually a very dangerous thing. Ye Jin had no idea what he would do after becoming possessed by the devil. They might charge directly at an invading monster that they are no match for. When he sees his colleagues from the security bureau, he might draw his sword against them. In fact, if it happened under normal circumstances, the consequences would be even more disastrous, and Ye Jin might massacre the people. After all, this is a magic sword, and who knows what will happen if it controls you. At the same time, the demonic energy emanating from the magic sword began to invade Ye Jin's body. Ye Jin's awakened power was recovering, and it returned to its best peak state almost instantly. The magic sword seems very excited and will accept its own control from now on. "This body belongs to me." Ye Jin's consciousness was gradually becoming blurred at this moment, and he seemed to be about to lose his mind. And then, Ye Jin suddenly took out a pair of underwear from his arms. 9,000 years old underwear. According to legend, there is a 9,000-year-old underwear whose strength is unparalleled in the world, and he is the supreme master of martial arts. But he just doesn't like underwear. But at least this thing can refresh your mind, and it will definitely not give you syphilis, right? Ye Jin gritted his teeth with his remaining consciousness, then pressed his underwear to his face. And then, suction hard, that's sour. Ye Jin seemed to see all his ancestors. The lost sanity was restored in an instant, and the black smoke that surged into Ye Jin's body instantly broke out of his body and returned to the blade of the magic sword. It really is refreshing. Ye Jin sighed as he stuffed his underwear back into his arms. The magic sword was dumbfounded. How could it be played like this? This is a lack of martial ethics. Ye Jin didn't care about martial ethics or not. His awakened power was restored anyway. Well, of course, kill. Ye Jin slashed forward fiercely, and the magic sword slashed out a purple half-moon sword energy across the sky. The moment it flew forward, the bodies of those blood rain people were constantly chopped into pieces and turned into bright red blood again, scattered on the ground. Ye Jin roared and charged forward, rushing into the group of monsters. The magic sword in his hand flew up and down, constantly slashing around. Those blood rain people were just minions. Their combat power wasn't even over 1,000, and they were simply unable to withstand the power of the magic sword. Once hit by the magic sword, the body will be shattered instantly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bloody people were killed. But this is not the end either. Those blood rain people who have no disaster level can never be the culprits who caused the appearance of the blood cloud. Ye Jin threw away the sword and turned around to look. Sure enough, after the blood rain man was shattered, the blood kept wriggling on the ground, then slowly gathered together and condensed into a bloody human outline again. However, this time the human figure was a bit larger, about 5 or 6 meters long. Blood demon. Tiger. Combat power value, is 310,000. A tiger-level invading monster with a combat power value of over 300,000. The blood demon took shape, and with one hand he clenched his fist. A blood sword emerged from his body and fell into his palm, and then he swung it forward with force. Boom, boom, boom. A circle of terrifying energy swept around like ripples, and then the sound of surrounding buildings exploding continued to ring out. Buildings one after another began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. After one attack, the blood demon stepped forward and slashed towards Ye Jin with a sword. Ye Jin was not afraid and simply raised his magic sword to meet the attack. With a bang, the two swords collided, making an even louder sound. The energy that had just dissipated reappeared, turning into ripple-like waves, invading all around. The ruins that had just been formed collapsed again at this moment. It may even be directly reduced to ashes and turned into a large cloud of flying sand. The two men's weapons collided and shook continuously. But at this moment, Ye Jin mobilized his awakened power again and increased his strength. Chapter 55, Despair Comes. Ye Jin roared angrily. Although Ye Jin is still rational at the moment, the magic sword has actually entered a demonic state, and its combat power has risen to 500,000. That blood demon, unstoppable. With a puff, the blood sword in the blood demon's hand was chopped into pieces. Ye Jin raised the magic sword in his hand, and the blood demon's arm flew up and was cut off by Ye Jin. The next moment, Ye Jin did not stop, but jumped up, raised the magic sword, and slashed forward again. Sword energy is flying. The second sound of water explosion occurred. The blood demon's body gradually split into two and finally fell to the ground, turning into a large pool of blood. You killed the tiger-level invasion monster, blood demon. You got two treasures. Blood crystal, formed from the crystal of the blood demon. It can strengthen the power of awakening after absorption, and the combat power value increases by 10,000. Blood demon seal, able to summon a blood demon to fight. The combat power of the summoned blood demon is 200,000. Ye Jin breathed a sigh of relief, finally resolving another crisis. He glanced around, and because the blood rain of the blood demon was extremely corrosive, there were no invading monsters along the way where the blood cloud passed. After all, those minions were stained by the blood rain and were instantly corroded until not even a bone was left. This is a good thing. While thinking about it, Ye Jin took out his mobile phone to check the information platform. A wolf-level monster, the 100-armed demon, has appeared at the Liwa Hotel on Lakeside Road in the east. Its combat power is 68,000. Requesting support. A large number of three-eyed wolves appeared in Dingen Bathhouse. The number is no less than 500. We are unable to resist them. Request for support. An insect-level monster named Shichi appeared in the Bailu Billiard Hall at number 22 Dongping Road. Its combat power is 42,000. Requesting support. The information platform is about to explode due to the subtitles. The field team entered the scene to intercept and hunt the invading monsters at various locations to prevent them from gathering. But things are not entirely smooth sailing, as many Special Forces teams have sent out requests for help, as the invading monsters they have encountered are beyond their capabilities to handle. Ye Jin quickly found a message asking for help. The number of the rescue team looked very familiar. It was Yin Ming, and they were not far from his location. Mounting his electric scooter again, Ye Jin sped away, stirring up a cloud of dust at the rear of the vehicle. After about a quarter of an hour, Ye Jin finally saw Yin Ming. There were many corpses lying on the street, and Yin Ming was leading his men to fight a wolf-level monster. Snow Ghost. Wolf level. 60,000. The invading monster was all white, like a huge white ball of meat. The moment it floated in the air, large flakes of flying snow kept falling, freezing the surroundings. Yin Ming and his companions were covered with ice chips, obviously freezing cold, but they were still struggling to hold on. Team leader. Ye Jin accelerated and then shouted. Yin Ming heard the voice and looked at it. Then a look of delight appeared on his face. Listen to my orders, make room for Ye Jin, and disperse. Yin Ming led everyone to scatter in all directions. Ye Jin also took the opportunity to rush over and slap Shui Yuan with a palm. Palm thunder. With a sizzling sound, there was a crackling sound from Ye Jin's hands. An electric current rushed out. A bolt of lightning flew out from his palm, and the moment it hit Shui Yuan's body was shattered. You killed the wolf-level invasion monster, Snow Ghost. This kind of ordinary wolf-level invading monster was not difficult for Ye Jin to deal with at the moment, and he could kill it easily alone. Unfortunately, I didn't get the treasure. With an emergency brake, Ye Jin stopped the small electric stove in front of Yen Ming, then raised his hand and cast a rejuvenation spell. As the green halo dissipated, the ice debris on Yen Ming and the others quickly melted, and their pale faces instantly turned rosy. Yen Ming patted Ye Jin on the shoulder. "Thanks to you." Ye Jin said, "Captain, if you really can't hold on any longer, retreat to the periphery and rest for a while." Yen Ming shook his head stubbornly. "Everyone else is fighting hard. You want me to rest? I can't do it." After Yen Ming finished speaking, Yin Xiao and the others nodded. "Don't worry, we can still fight. At least we can deal with some of the minions without any problem." Ye Jin nodded. "Don't force it." Boom! While Ye Jin was talking to Yen Ming, a loud noise was heard again in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and their eyes widened. "Not good." Yen Ming took a deep breath. "Those two big guys are moving." Among the invading monsters that have appeared now, the most terrifying ones are the dragon and the giant python that is coiled up like a mountain. Black Scale Dragon. Dragon. Combat Power 250-0000. Dragon Blood Python. Dragon. Combat Power 230-0000. The combat power of the dragon and the snake exceeded 2 million, reaching the dragon level disaster level. If I have to describe it in 4 words, it would be destruction of heaven and earth. The only thing to be thankful for was that the dragon and the snake seemed to dislike each other. After they appeared, they fought each other and destroyed all the buildings in the central area. But at least it did not move towards the periphery to attack the light shield of Bagua Cloud Light Pa. But at this moment, the dragon and the snake stopped for some reason. The black-scaled dragon soared into the air and flew towards the periphery. The dragon blood python also spread out its huge body, and with a flick of its tail, it knocked down several buildings, then crawled forward and crushed the ground. "It's over," Yen Ming said anxiously. If it's really the 8 trigrams cloud light pad, it was a treasure of Lady Shurji during the mythical conferred god period. It can stop the dragon-level invading monsters, but the 8 trigrams cloud light pad at our security bureau headquarters is damaged, and it has been used for so many days. It is definitely not able to stop it. Ye Jin frowned. The dragon and the snake have been fighting for such a long time, and they have torn off a lot of flesh and blood from each other. How could they put aside their past grudges and suddenly rush towards us? Can the invading monsters be controlled by humans? When Ye Jin thought of this, he couldn't help but feel terrified. It can control the large-scale appearance of dimensional cracks in a certain area, causing monster invasions. It can even control invading monsters. What kind of person can do this? If you have this ability, you can destroy a city with just a wave of your hand. That's too scary. Yen Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you still thinking about this now? We must not let these 2 guys break through the light shield, otherwise Wulin City will be finished, completely finished." Ye Jin was silent. Even if he took out the Sunshine Cannon and the Yellow Springs Lantern as his trump cards, he might not be able to kill these 2 huge monsters. After all, this is a dragon-level invading monster with a combat power value of over 2 million. What to do? What to do? Ye Jin felt powerless, but at this moment, a figure soared into the sky. Chapter 56, Mountain Dragon and Dark Phoenix. The figure was extremely familiar. It was Wang Yuanyang who spread his pair of 3-colored wings, flew into the air, and looked at the black-scaled dragon in the distance. But it's no use. Although Wang Yuanyang is known as the most capable commander in the field, he was once the captain of the Special Service Team. However, there was a dragon-level invading monster with a combat power of over 2 million. Even Wang Yuanyang would not be able to defeat him. No, it's no longer a question of victory or defeat. But, so, insignificant. Maybe. Yen Ming was silent for a moment, then said, "It's because someone has to stop it." Yes, this is not something that can be prevented. But someone has to stop it. If left unchecked, behind the light shield, behind everyone, that Wulin City will be destroyed. You can die in front of those 2 behemoths, but you can't just watch them pass by and destroy everything that belongs to mankind. This is belief. In the sky, Wang Yuanyang roared, then took out a silver spear and threw it forward with force. The silver spear broke through the air and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The light was so fast that when it passed through the sky, it turned into a silver line that seemed to cut the sky in half. With a strength like Wang Yuanyang, who knows how many dimensional rifts he has opened, how could he not have some hidden treasures in his hands? But when the silver light came in front of the black-scaled dragon, roar! The black-scaled dragon suddenly opened its mouth and let out a terrifying dragon roar. There were terrifying fluctuations all around. The wave pushed out in all directions, shattering the clouds in the sky. In an instant, the sky became extremely clear. However, the feeling of despair in everyone's hearts increased a little more. That silver spear clearly had the power to split the sky, but in front of the black-scaled dragon, it seemed vulnerable. Along with the roar of the black-scaled dragon, the silver light wrapped around the silver spear was shattered in an instant. And then, snap! Fine cracks appeared on the silver spear, and it was shattered in an instant. In the sky, Wang Yuanyang's body was trembling. He did not seek to kill the two huge monsters in front of him, because he knew he couldn't do it. Wang Yuanyang only hoped to be able to slightly slow down the speed of these two behemoths, even just a little bit. Retreat? No, you can't retreat. Absolutely not. Wang Yuanyang took out another treasure and held it in his hand. The treasure was like a small sun, shining with blazing light. However, before Wang Yuanyang could even throw out the treasure, the dragon blood python on the ground suddenly raised its head, and then a vortex of wind was spit out. In an instant, the blazing light shattered, and the treasure in Wang Yuanyang's hand turned into fragments again. Wang Yuanyang was thrown out and hit the outer wall of a building hard. He was embedded in it, and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. Fundamental. Unmatched. The dragon blood python raised its head and slowly approached Wang Yuanyang. Ye Jin felt like his whole body was shaking. It was really terrifying. Is this really something that humans can stop? However, if he didn't take action, Wang Yuanyang would die. I'm really going to die. The huge snake's mouth had already opened towards Wang Yuanyang. Everyone could guess what the result would be. Wang Yuanyang would definitely be swallowed by that bloody mouth, with no possibility of survival. I must take action. I have to save Wang Yuanyang. I can't let the dragon and the snake in front of me break into Wulin City like this. This city will really be destroyed. Countless people will die. At that moment, Ye Jin seemed to see the entire Wulin City turned into a river of blood. It was as if I saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with no end in sight. But there is still hope. Destiny dice and wishing coins. I still have one final killer move, but Ye Jin soon discovered that he couldn't move. The feeling of terror made Ye Jin's heart tremble, and a feeling of despair instantly permeated his whole body. The pressure from a dragon-level monster is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Ye Jin wanted to move, but he couldn't move at all. Move. Ye Jin looked at his hands and couldn't help but grit his teeth and roared. Move! At the same time, the dragon blood python's bloody mouth has already opened, trying to swallow Wang Yuanyang and the building into its stomach. Wang Yuanyang couldn't help but close his eyes. But at this time, with a bang, the huge head of the dragon blood python suddenly exploded. Before everyone could understand what was happening, countless pieces of flesh mixed with blood kept falling down, forming a blood rain that covered a large area. Boom! The headless dragon blood python fell downwards and hit the ground heavily. At this time, everyone noticed that a man in a suit was standing on the top of the building. He was bathed in blood and rain, with a resolute face and cold eyes. Then, how can we allow monsters to wreak havoc in China? A hoarse voice sounded. The black-scaled dragon in the sky suddenly turned around and looked towards the street behind it. At the end of the street, a young woman in a sweatshirt took off her hood, revealing a beautiful face, with long black hair falling like a waterfall and flying in the air. Then, the woman raised her hand. Starburst. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions continued to ring out, and bright starlight continued to burst out from the body of the black-scaled dragon. Along with the starlight, the black-scaled dragon's body was blown into several pieces in an instant, falling from the air and hitting the surrounding buildings with a loud noise. There was silence all around, and it was only after a full half-minute that huge cheers broke out from all over the city. Dead! Those two terrifying dragon-level monsters are finally dead. They won! Humanity wins! Yin Ming held Ye Jin's arm and said excitedly, "It's Shan Long and Ming Feng. They are here. We are saved. Everything is saved." Yan Ming shouted loudly, and then noticed that Ye Jin had a confused look on his face. Then he remembered that although Ye Jin was now a special service member, he was actually just a newcomer in terms of time. Liang Yuanshan and Su Yu. Yan Ming had an admiring look on his face and a bit of envy. The two of them are called Shanlong Mingfeng. They are masters of Wulin City's elite mobile force, and they are also the last barrier of Wulin City. Shanlong's combat power exceeds 3 million, and Mingfeng is the captain of the elite mobile force with a combat power of 5 million. If the two of them arrive, we will be saved. At the same time, the hoarse voice of Mingfeng sounded again, and no one knew what means were used, but it spread in all directions. All field and special service members, retreat back behind the light shield of the Bagua Cloud Light Pa. Everything here will be taken over by the two of us. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately began to evacuate and retreat behind the light shield. After everyone left, Mingfeng looked up and gestured to Shanlong. Chapter 57, Welcoming the Angel Back. Shanlong jumped down from the building that was more than 10 stories high and landed on the ground. But he was fine. Then he raised his foot and stomped hard. Boom, boom, boom. After that kick, the entire city area was filled with loud noises and the ground was shaking. Huge stone spikes kept rising from all over the city. The invading monsters running around on the streets, one after another, were all pierced through the bodies by the huge stone spikes. Just one hit. Tens of thousands of invading monsters in the city were wiped out in an instant. Mingfeng waved his hand and said, "Let's go." As soon as the word go came out, Mingfeng grabbed Shanlong's shoulders, and then the two of them suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where they were. When many people were puzzled, boom! A loud noise erupted at the center of the city, where the Beauty World shopping mall is located. Then a large amount of sand and dust rushed into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Everyone looked on. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Then, I don't know who was the first to shout excitedly. It's gone. The light emitted by the secret realm has disappeared. The secret realm has been destroyed. The secret realm is destroyed. The dimensional rift that formed the secret realm has closed, which means that this incident is completely over. Peace at last. There will be no more large-scale monster invasions. And all this is just because the mountain dragon and the dark phoenix came. That terrifying strength makes it hard for people to look directly at it. Ye Jin looked around, and everyone was cheering wildly. Ye Jin couldn't help but ask, since the members of the elite mobile force are so strong, why didn't they take action when the secret realm appeared? If they had just closed the secret realm immediately, why would there be so many problems later, and why would so many people die? Yan Ming patted Ye Jin on the shoulder and said, if they can rush over to solve the secret realm as soon as possible, they will of course come, but you have to understand that with their strength, what kind of tasks do they usually perform? Their mission is more terrifying than this secret realm. The invading monsters they have to face are more terrifying than the ones we face. What they need to protect is also more important. The number of elite mobile forces is very small, no more than 20 in each city. They represent the last barrier, dignity, and hope of a city. So, have you ever thought that there are only sporadic monsters appearing in the city, and it is rare to see monsters above the ghost level invading? It is probably because they block everything. Of course. Yan Ming spread his hands. I don't know what the elite mobile force is doing. After all, not to mention me, even the field commander or the special service commander does not have enough authority. Ye Jin thought for a moment, then nodded to show his understanding. Okay, don't think too much. Yan Ming patted Ye Jin's shoulder and said with a smile, for now, we just need to enjoy the joy of victory. This time, humans won again. Ye Jin nodded, but was not happy. This battle once again made Ye Jin realize the cruelty of this world, and also made Ye Jin realize his own weakness. Especially after seeing those two dragon-level monsters and the mountain dragon and dark phoenix. By using the wishing coins and the destiny dice, there is actually hope of killing those two dragon-level monsters. However, Ye Jin's personal strength was still too weak, and he was oppressed by the two dragon-level monsters and could not move at all. This made Ye Jin further understand that treasures are always just external forces. If one is not strong enough, no matter how good the treasure is, it may not be useful. The scene of the mountain dragon and the dark phoenix killing two dragon-level monsters was also completely engraved in Ye Jin's mind. It's not that there are no strong people in this world, it's just that you are not strong enough. Well, since others can do it, Of course I could do it too. Elite Mobile Force. At this moment, Ye Jin has already memorized these 6 words firmly in his mind. Yan Ming patted Ye Jin's shoulder again. Let's go back and rest. You are tired too. Ye Jin did not refuse. He was indeed very tired at the moment. After continuous fighting, the awakened power in his body was obviously exhausted, and he felt his body was hollowed out. That feeling was just like when a beautiful aunt brought 7 or 8 young ladies to enjoy me many years ago, and then I went home and lay in bed, as if I was in the ICU. Just as Ye Jin was getting on his electric scooter and leaving with a tired look on his face. In the distance, the top of the ruins in the center of the city, a man in a tuxedo stood there and sighed, "We failed." Under the night sky, a vague figure suddenly appeared under the ruins, seeming to be swaying in the wind. The Chinese are more resilient than we thought, and this city is more difficult to break than we thought. This is not an excuse. We have received guidance from God, and we must welcome the angel back. It doesn't matter. If you fail this time, then try again next time. God said that every failure will allow you to climb higher. So this time you should take it as an opportunity to find out the opponent's strength. Next time, it won't be so easy to resolve the problem. It seems you have a new idea. Certainly. Well, let me wait and see. We will definitely welcome back the angels and complete God's great work. The night wind blew, blowing up the dust around the ruins. When the dust cleared, the 2 figures, one above and one below, in the ruins had disappeared without a trace, and their whereabouts were unknown. When Ye Jin woke up, it was already noon the next day. The continuous battles eventually exhausted all the awakening power. It was indeed too tiring. Even now, Ye Jin was still a little bit exhausted. He collapsed on the sofa, ordered some takeout, and turned on the TV. 2 dragon-level monsters appeared in Wulin City, causing extensive damage to Wulin City. The current preliminary estimate of property losses is over 30 billion. At present, the central urban area of Wulin City has been closed, and the monster invasion has subsided. According to incomplete statistics, the death toll of this battle exceeded 3,000, and the number of casualties exceeded 10,000. It is expected that a large-scale memorial service will be held at the Wulin City Security Bureau headquarters today. The TV news was dominated by Wulin City. Whether it was local news or Chinese news, they were all talking about the dragon-level invading monster that appeared in Wulin City. Ye Jin thought it was normal. Ever since that mysterious voice announced the start of the Game of the Gods, dimensional rifts have appeared. In the past 10 years, the number of dragon-level invading monsters that have appeared has been very limited, only a few dozen times at most. On average, there are only a few times a year, and this is calculated based on the entire China. As a result, not only did Wulin City show up, but 2 of them appeared at once, which naturally attracted special attention. Chapter 58 Aftermath. While thinking about it, Ye Jin took out his mobile phone and looked at the information platform. The information platform is also very busy, mostly dealing with aftermath matters. The commotion was too loud, and the aftermath could not be completed in a day or 2. Moreover, the Field Command Center had already begun to evacuate the intact field teams. The entire Wulin City needs people, and it is impossible to leave all the manpower in the destroyed urban area to clean up the aftermath. Therefore, the team members who are still intact will return to normal working conditions after the evacuation. And as for the team members who are incomplete, they will continue to deal with the aftermath. After all, these people probably have no intention of working for the time being. The fact that the team is incomplete means that some of their companions have died. Ye Jin read the news for a while, checked the information on the information platform, and after finishing the takeaway, he went out to look for dimensional rifts. If you want to become stronger, opening a dimensional rift is naturally the most direct method. Moreover, although the urban battle is over, the aftermath is not yet complete, and there is still a shortage of manpower. At this time, solving more dimensional cracks will only do good and no harm. Dimensional rift discovered. I have detected a violent aura in the dimensional crack, and there is also a smell of decay. Let's kill this guy quickly to avoid polluting the environment. Ye Jin opened the dimensional crack with ease, and then a giant claw appeared and slammed the ground hard. It was a giant bear that was over 3 meters tall, with a lot of decay on its body, and some wounds even revealed the bones. Corpse bear, bug level, combat power, 32,000. Ye Jin ignored the insect-level monster and let its claws hit his head. Then, with a bang, there was a sound of metal hitting each other on Ye Jin's head. Indestructible. After taking the blow from the corpse bear, Ye Jin didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hand and punched the opponent in the abdomen. The next moment, the corpse bear's abdomen exploded, and minced meat and blood splattered everywhere. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, corpse bear. You got a treasure, bear heart. This is the only organ in the corpse bear that has not been destroyed or corrupted. Taking it can increase the combat power by 300 points. Ye Jin's face lit up with joy. Compared to those powerful treasures, he preferred this kind of thing that could directly increase his combat power. After all, if one's personal strength is weak, even if the treasure in one's hand has tremendous power, it will be useless if one cannot use it. Ye Jin didn't want to be suppressed and unable to move by the monster's pressure again. After taking the bear heart, Ye Jin rushed to the next dimensional crack. This time luck was a bit bad. Dimensional rift discovered. It's empty inside, cleaner than your wallet. Ye Jin. Well, this situation does exist. Dimensional rifts may occasionally appear empty. Another situation is that the treasures inside have been taken away by someone first, and the dimensional rift is dissipating, but it has not completely dissipated, so it is naturally empty as well. It's okay, let's go to the next one. Ye Jin rode on his beloved little electric stove and continued on his journey. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional rift, which can be eaten. 2,000 years old golden ginseng. After taking it, it can strengthen the chi and blood, thereby improving the cultivation level. You have consumed 2,000-year-old golden ginseng, and your combat power has increased by 2,000 points. This carrot again? Ye Jin put the golden ginseng into his mouth and chewed it, then got back on the electric scooter. I opened the information platform to look for the next dimensional crack, but at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Ye Jin glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Yen Ming. Hello, Captain. Where are you? Get to work, cleaning up the dimensional cracks. Ye Jin chewed on the golden ginseng and said, I just found a radish. It tastes pretty good. How about you? I'm in the hospital. Wang Yuanyang just woke up. Ye Jin was stunned for a moment. His expression became more solemn. How is the commander? Yen Ming smiled and said, he was wrapped in gauze like a dumpling, with tubes inserted everywhere on his body, but he looked in good spirits. Ye Jin Song said, that's good. Yen Ming said, he asked me to tell you that he has already informed the special service for you. Now that the matter is settled, you can report to the special service at any time, and they will arrange a team for you. Ye Jin's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll go now. Finally, the child was no longer unattended. Ye Jin quickly rode his electric scooter back to the Security Bureau headquarters. The reporting process went more smoothly than Ye Jin had imagined. Wang Yuanyang had already prepared all the information for him and had completed the process for him. However, at that time, all the special service teams were busy conquering the secret realm, and no one took over. After the incident, there were casualties on the special forces side, and many teams were short of people, so Ye Jin could just be stuffed into any of these teams. The only thing Ye Jin didn't expect was that he actually ran into an acquaintance. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with an upright posture and delicate features that are envied by all women. He has the kind of appearance that you will remember vividly and find hard to forget after just one glance. Are you here to report? In the office, Nan Rong was also stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I remember your name is Ye Jin, right? Yes, Captain. The extremely handsome Special Forces captain in front of him was the special agent he met when he dealt with the Sun God Flame before. Ye Jin did not expect that it was such a coincidence that he was assigned to Nan Rong's team. You're welcome. You can call me Nan Rong or Captain Nan. Nan Rong said with a smile, let's go. We're going to have dinner. Let's go together. Okay, South Team. After going to the rest area, the two of them had their meal. Nan Rong sat down and said, first, let me tell you the situation. My team number is Special Service 7456, and there are only you and me in the team right now. Ye Jin remembered that the Special Forces should also consist of 5 people in a team. Nan Rong said, it is true that there are 5 people in a team, but currently 3 are in the hospital and 1 is in the box. Well, Ye Jin couldn't help but grit his teeth. This team sounded very unlucky. We should send people later, but the problem is not that big. Nan Rong explained. Special service is different from field service. The core of field service is team action, while special service is mostly single action. Only when there is a mission or special situation will they gather into a team. Ye Jin nodded, indicating that he was listening carefully. Nan Rong continued, The daily tasks of the special forces are not much different from those of the field forces, but because the special forces are much stronger than the field forces, they can kill insect-level invading monsters alone, and can also deal with most wolf-level monsters, so there is no need to form a team. The key lies in the tasks assigned by the information platform. The most common one is city support. You have been doing this before, so you should be familiar with it. In addition to this, there are some other assigned tasks, including bounty hunters, handling of dimensional rifts with abnormal or excessive fluctuations, etc. When these tasks are difficult for a single special agent to complete, a team will be formed. However, special service members do not have the authority to call a team. Only the special service captain can form a team. That's basically it. Do you understand? Chapter 59, Captain Nan. Ye Jin nodded. I usually act on my own, and you can call me when there is something. That's roughly what I mean, Nan Rong said with a smile. In the end, the special forces will have one more task than the field forces, and that is to control the cracks. A crack in the control? The Security Bureau does not prevent anyone from opening dimensional rifts, because that cannot prevent monster invasions. Dimensional rifts will open on their own, and monsters will appear in dimensional rifts that open on their own. Therefore, it is better to allow everyone to open dimensional rifts. The more awakened people there are, the more treasures they will get from the dimensional rifts, and the greater the power they will have to fight against invading monsters. However, anyone who opens a dimensional rift needs to do two things. The first thing is that if a monster appears, it needs to be hunted and reported. The second thing is that if it is defeated by the invading monster, it needs to seek support from the Security Bureau and report it. It is not allowed to abandon it without permission. This is the crack in the control, Nan Rong said. Those who violate the rules must pay the price. I looked through your information before. The instigator of this incident, the guy named Huang Xing, was arrested by you, right? Ye Jin nodded. Look, you've already done what a special forces member should do. In fact, this was also the reason why Huang Xing was treated as a little punk in the beginning. The malicious opening of dimensional rifts had always existed, and no one expected that the boy could make such a big fuss. Ye Jin nodded and said, I understand. There's nothing else to explain, Nan Rong said with a smile. Do you have any questions? Ye Jin thought for a moment and said, probably not for now. It's okay. We'll talk about it later if we run into any problems. Nan Rong glanced at his watch. That's it. Your information has been transferred to a formal member. You can move freely from now on. I'll contact you when there's a mission. Of course, there are only 2 members in our team right now, so we probably won't assign missions. Nan Rong said as he stood up. Sorry, I still have to go to the hospital. Goodbye, South Team. Finally, I became a formal member from a supplementary staff member. Ye Jin was also very satisfied with the special agent's freedom, as it would make it easier to open dimensional rifts. While thinking about this, Ye Jin left the Security Bureau headquarters and got on his electric scooter. Ye Jin still located the dimensional rift through the information platform and ran to open it. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which had a very strong fragrance and seemed to be able to be taken. 6-leaf herb, a magical herb that has existed since ancient times. It has a strong fragrance and will cause severe poisoning if consumed. If the poison cannot be removed within 3 hours, the person will die. Ye Jin. What bad luck! Ye Jin sighed and put the 6 leaves of vanilla away. Things in the dimensional rift cannot be eaten casually. Who knows whether it can increase your combat power or directly poison you to death. Usually they need to be sent for testing before they can be taken. Fortunately, Ye Jin was able to see the prompt, which saved him a lot of trouble. Continue to rush to the next dimensional rift address. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, and it seemed that there was a Zen meaning left by a monk hidden in it. Buddhist stuff? What a coincidence. Although Ye Jin has opened so many dimensional cracks, this is the first time he has encountered something Buddhist. While thinking, Ye Jin opened the dimensional rift, saving all living things. I, Tang Sanzang, bury the sky, bury the earth, and bury all living beings. If you are willing, I can use Buddhism to save you. If you're not interested in Buddhism, then I also know a little bit of boxing. After launching the mission of saving all living beings, the combat power value increases by 1 million. The duration of saving all living beings is 60 seconds. Ye Jin. Wow. It turns out that Tang Sanzang Zong means Zong. Could it be that this Tang monk is Fa Hai in disguise? Great and powerful heavenly dragon. However, The bonus of 1 million combat power points, even if it only lasts for 1 minute, is still very impressive. Ye Jin packed up his things and continued strolling on his electric scooter. Maybe after the rainstorm, there will be a rainbow. After the battle in the city ended, the number of messages seeking help on the information platform was significantly reduced. Of course, the fundamental reason was that the number of dimensional cracks in the city seemed to be much less than usual. This was not only something Ye Jin felt clearly about, but was also mentioned by many field teams on the information platform. Is there any connection between the two? Ye Jin suddenly had an idea. Perhaps the previous guess of the Security Bureau may not be correct. The other party is not able to hide the dimensional cracks and then open them all in a period of time, but can open the dimensional cracks that will be opened in the future in advance within a period of time. Ye Jin then shook his head again. How do we explain that all those dimensional cracks appeared in the lakeside city? Ye Jin was thinking, but was interrupted by a sudden reminder. Dimensional rift discovered. It has been detected that there is a resentful female ghost hidden in the dimensional crack. If you are willing to use your body to fulfill her last wish, maybe she will be willing to reincarnate. However, it is hard to say whether you will be squeezed dry by the human body. Ye Jin, damn it. Why are the things hidden in the dimensional rift we found today not serious at all? While thinking about this, Ye Jin got on his electric scooter and quickly rode away. I can sacrifice my life for the Security Bureau, but I want my virginity? Absolutely not. Ye Jin continued to ride his electric scooter. In one afternoon, Ye Jin dealt with 2 groups of invading monsters, but they were just minions. There were no support missions, and no more treasures worth mentioning were found. After looking at the sky, Ye Jin prepared to find a place to eat and then go home to sleep. But at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Hello, Ye Jin? I'm Nan Rong. I'm here at 772 Starlight Avenue. I have a mission. Ah, brother, you said before that there are only 2 people in the team, and you don't know how to assign tasks. Hurry up, Nan Rong said. There is a Yashin supermarket opposite number 772. I'll wait for you at the supermarket entrance. Okay, I'll be right there. Ye Jin glanced at the community in front of him. He was already at his doorstep, but he still had to work overtime. About an hour later, Ye Jin appeared staggeringly at number 772, Avenue of Stars. Number 772 on the Avenue of Stars is called Minglan Apartment, which is a very famous place in Wulin City. Minglan Apartment is a popular apartment on the internet. It doesn't mean that the apartment is a celebrity, but that all the people living here are celebrities. Minglan Apartment features excellent sound insulation. There are no other residential areas around it, and it only accepts internet celebrities and anchors, so it will not disturb others. As a result, this place became one of the wonders of Wulin City. It is brightly lit every night, and thousands of internet celebrities broadcast live there. Chapter 60, Skin Ghost. After Ye Jin arrived at the place, he quickly found the supermarket that Nan Rong mentioned, but did not see Nan Rong. But at this time, a Land Rover rolled down its window, and Nan Rong poked his head out and said, Here, Ye Jin. Okay, the Special Forces members are riding electric scooters, and the Special Forces captain is driving a Land Rover? Believe it or not, I will report you for embezzling public funds. Riding his electric donkey to the side of the car, Nan Rong said, Get in. I'll find a place to park my electric donkey. Just throw it on the side of the road. Is there anyone who wants to steal it? Ye Jin. Oh boy, double whammy. Ye Jin had no choice but to park the electric scooter on the side of the road and get into the passenger seat. Nan Rong didn't seem to like being polite or talking nonsense. After Ye Jin got on the passenger seat, he said directly, 6 people died in Minglan Apartment within 6 days. The flesh, bones, and internal organs in their bodies were all hollowed out. The headquarters suspected that it was the work of the skinning ghost. Flayed ghost. Does Painted Skin know? Of course I know that. Painted Skin is a skinning ghost. Initially, this guy is only at the insect level, with a combat power of only 10,000. But within 7 days, he will kill 7 people and exchange 7 skins. Every time he exchanges a skin, his combat power will skyrocket. According to the records in the database, there was once a skinning ghost that jumped directly to the ghost level after exchanging 7 skins. Wait, Ye Jin couldn't help but ask. You mean there are invading monsters running out from the dimensional cracks and then hiding to kill people? Ye Jin scratched his head. This was not the same as the invading monsters he had always known about. Ye Jin, not all invading monsters are brainless and only know how to kill and destroy indiscriminately. Some invading monsters are intelligent and are no dumber than humans. Nan Rong smiled and said, "Of course, you were in the field before, so it's normal that you haven't come into contact with them. These guys are far more troublesome than monsters that only know how to rush around, so they are all handed over to the special forces to deal with." Ye Jin nodded, feeling that he had learned something new. "Let's continue with the skin ghost." Nan Rong continued, 6 days, 6 murders. "Actually, we should have discovered the clues long ago, but you know that the secret realm has been very busy recently, and there are many tasks and events that have been piled up. Now it's the 6th day. If the skin ghost changes its last skin and becomes a ghost-level invading monster, how much trouble it will cause. You should know, right?" As Nan Rong spoke, he handed a stack of information to Ye Jin. "This is the list of the 5 people who died. Our mission is to find the skin-flaying ghost and kill him." "Wait a minute, didn't 6 people die in 6 days? 5 dead bodies have been confirmed, and the 6th person is now a skinning ghost. Her skin is being covered by the skinning ghost." Ye Jin showed an expression of realization and then looked through the information. "They are all anchors from Minglan apartment." Nan Rong nodded. "The only thing they have in common is that they all live in Minglan apartment. So, we can be sure that the skin ghost is definitely in Minglan apartment. But there are thousands of people in Minglan apartment. It is not easy to find the skin ghost. What are the characteristics of skin ghosts? Can we examine them one by one? There are still 4 hours until 12 o'clock. After that, it will be over the 7th day. The skinning ghost must have completed the last skin change within these 4 hours. There is not enough time to check it. Besides, even if we find time to investigate, it's easy to alert the enemy. The skinned ghost will definitely run away when he hears the noise." As for the characteristics of the skinned ghost, Nan Rong flipped through the information. "Before this guy has completed 7 skin changes, he will have a corpse odor on his body. Every time he changes his skin, the corpse odor will decrease by 1 degree. Other than that, the skinned ghost cannot feel pain." The characteristics are quite obvious. But the question remains. Nan Rong sighed. "The skinned ghost is quite intelligent. How can we find it? If we conduct a large-scale investigation, the skinned ghost will definitely run away." Ye Jin hesitated for a moment, then said, "Maybe. I have a way." Nan Rong asked curiously, "Do you have one?" "Yes." Ye Jin nodded. "The soul is out of the body." After Ye Jin finished speaking, he felt a wave of tiredness coming over him. His eyelids closed involuntarily, and he fell asleep on the passenger seat. Then, a wisp of smoke rose from Ye Jin's head. The smoke quickly turned into a human figure, and after gradually appearing, it transformed into the appearance of Ye Jin. This was also the first time for Ye Jin to use his soul to leave his body. He seemed a little curious. He twisted his body and spread his hands to take a look. A young couple was walking by the roadside looking affectionately, and Ye Jin stood directly in front of them. As a result, the young couple passed through Ye Jin's body and then shivered. "Why is it so cold all of a sudden?" "Yeah, I feel cold too. Is there anything dirty in this place?" The young couple couldn't help but look around. Ye Jin smiled as if he had succeeded in playing a prank, then flew into the air and floated towards Minglan's apartment. When his soul was out of his body in a normal state, Ye Jin felt that he was a bit like a ghost. He could see others, but others could not see him. At the same time, they cannot touch each other, but if they really touch each other, they can still feel some subtle sensation, as if someone is blowing on the back of your neck, and you feel a gust of cold wind. However, as long as one practices the 8-9 profound art, one can use the power of awakening to solidify the soul. In a solid state, you can touch others and fight. Of course, the opponent can also see you and attack you. Soon, Ye Jin floated into Minglan's apartment. The lights are bright all around. Ye Jin looked in the direction of the light and saw a female anchor in cool clothes standing in front of the camera, dancing to Subject 3. Then looking towards another room, the gorgeous female anchor was chatting and laughing elegantly in front of the camera, while under the table, the female anchor was picking between her toes with her fingers. Ye Jin turned to another room, where the beautiful anchor was sitting in front of a table, smiling and waving. The camera only captured her upper body above the table, while her lower body below the table. The female anchor was only wearing a pair of boxer briefs, and the boxer briefs were actually bulging. This guy actually has a stick. Ye Jin suddenly felt dizzy, and his inner world completely collapsed. What about the trust between people? I will never watch live broadcasts again. After wandering around for a while, Ye Jin quickly realized that this seemed not to be a good idea at the moment. Although his soul could explore without any worries, Minglan apartment was too large, with nearly 1,000 households. It would be impossible to finish checking each household before midnight. Oh, right. Ye Jin looked at the brilliant lights again, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. First of all, we don't need to check those that are being broadcast live. The skinning ghost probably doesn't have the time to do a live broadcast, right? This way, a large number of people can be eliminated. Chapter 61, Phantom Flame Claw. This period of time is when gentlemen go home after get off work to relax. And it is also the peak period for the number of people online for live broadcasts, so there are not many lights off in Minglin's apartment. Ye Jin immediately floated into the darkness and entered the rooms where no lights were on. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. Ye Jin kept going into the room. Most of the rooms with the lights off are unoccupied or the owners are not at home. Only a few rooms have people in them, but they are not live streaming and are sleeping. But after going through dozens of rooms, Ye Jin didn't find anything. Could it be that my speculation was wrong? While thinking, Ye Jin penetrated the wall again and entered the new room. What a strong taste. Ye Jin's eyebrows raised sharply. It's not the smell of a corpse, but the smell of various cosmetics and perfumes mixed together. But Ye Jin felt that he had found the right place. No matter how much makeup or perfume a normal person puts on, it is impossible for the smell to be so strong. This level of fragrance can already be called pungent. However, the strong fragrance can cover up the smell of a corpse, and even if the fragrance is too strong and drifts outside the house, at most someone will whisper a few words about it. But if the stench of a corpse spreads, that would be another story. Ye Jin quickly floated into the bedroom, where a very beautiful woman was lying on the bed. Willow-shaped eyebrows, cherry lips, fair skin, so she was wearing heavy makeup? That's okay. Ye Jin Pia watched from above in the air for a while, and the woman seemed to be asleep. Because of the strong smell of cosmetics and perfume, it was difficult for Ye Jin to judge whether the other person had the stench of a corpse. After all, the skin ghost had already changed its skin 6 times, so even if there was still a stench of corpse, it would not be too strong. Monitoring combat power is one way, but you can't carry a cell phone when you are in the spirit state. That's the only last resort. Ye Jin slowly landed on the bedside and then practiced the 8-9 profound art. Ye Jin could feel that the awakened power in his body had established a connection with his soul, and then his soul slowly solidified and took on a physical form. Then, Ye Jin glanced at the dressing table, picked up an eyebrow trimmer from it, and pointed it at the woman's ankle that was exposed from the quilt. The skin ghost has no sense of pain, so naturally it won't feel anything if it's scratched. As the blade got closer and closer to the woman's skin, the woman suddenly sat up from the bed and met Ye Jin's eyes. Ye Jin twitched his lips. Well, girl, I said I'm here to fix the water pipe. Do you believe me? As soon as Ye Jin finished speaking, a red light suddenly appeared in the woman's eyes, and then she opened her mouth and let out a shrill scream. Ye Jin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ears. The next moment, the woman raised her hand, and her nails grew visibly longer, turning into sharp claws in the blink of an eye and grabbing towards Ye Jin's head. Stop pretending, let's get real. Ye Jin felt that this was a good idea, as it actually saved him a lot of trouble. Seeing the sharp claws coming, Ye Jin suddenly leaped backwards and then blasted out with a palm. Palm thunder. Lightning flashed in the room, and a bolt of lightning struck, instantly splitting the bed in half. However, the skin-flaying ghost was very agile and had already flipped over to the other side of the bed when the palm thunder fell. The skinning ghost looked at Ye Jin and spoke in human language. I have no intention of causing trouble. As long as you don't cause me trouble, I will naturally hide in the world and live like an ordinary person. Hey, you killed 6 people? Ye Jin showed disdain on his face. You told me you had no intention of causing trouble? That is inevitable. If I cannot complete the 7-day skin change, I will vanish into thin air. The skinning ghost said, as long as I can kill one more person and take a skin, I will be no different from a human being. I will also live among humans and will no longer harm anyone. Do you believe this? Ye Jin showed disdain on his face. This statement is not even as credible as the one many years ago when that beautiful aunt lied to me that her cat could do backflips and she wanted to take me to see it. Then go to hell. The skin-peeling ghost showed a ferocious look on his face and stretched out a claw towards Ye Jin. It's just right to use your skin to exchange for another skin. Ye Jin was not afraid and reached out to explore directly. Ghost Claw of the Netherworld. A dark aura emerged all around, and then green ghost claws stretched out. Boom! The claws of the Netherworld ghost and the skinning ghost collided with each other, followed by a loud noise. The skinned ghost was blown away and vomited blood. Invisible waves appeared around, spreading in all directions. And then, snap! Horrible cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. And then they collapsed. Behind the wall, the beautiful woman who was broadcasting live was stunned for a few seconds. Then she screamed turned around, and ran away. The skinned ghost's eyes were bloodshot. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at the fleeing woman, and wanted to catch up with her. Last skin change. As long as it completes the final skin change, its strength will skyrocket, and it will be no problem to deal with Ye Jin. Moreover, the stench of corpse on its body will completely dissipate, and it will become exactly the same as a human. As long as it intends to hide, it will be extremely difficult to find it again. But just as the skinned ghost stood up, Ye Jin dodged and blocked his way again. Get out of the way! The skin-flaying ghost roared angrily and raised its sharp claws again to slap Ye Jin's head. Flame of the netherworld. Ye Jin let out a light shout, and then his whole body began to burn. The green flames covered Ye Jin's whole body, turning Ye Jin into a fireman. Then, your nether ghost claw resonates with the nether flame, and the nether aura of the two merges. Your nether ghost claw has been upgraded to nether flame ghost claw. Ghost claw. Call upon the awakening power in the body to transform into a ghost claw from the depths of the netherworld. After integrating the nether flame, the nether ghost claw will be wrapped in nether fire when attacking. The interval between each attack of the phantom flame claw is 0.5 seconds. The phantom attack of the phantom flame claw can create up to 6 claws at a time. When the phantom flame claw hits a target, it will cause a burning effect. The phantom claw's combat power is fixed at 200,000, plus a 25% bonus to the user's combat power. When using Ghost Claw at night, the user's combat power bonus is increased to 50%. Ye Jin's face lit up with joy. The Netherworld Ghost Claw had actually been upgraded. This was an unexpected surprise. The next moment, Ye Jin raised his hands suddenly. A flame spread forward, and then 6 burning ghost claws emerged from the flame and grabbed the skinning ghost. The joy on Ye Jin's face became even more intense. Not only has the combat power of this phantom flame ghost claw increased, the number of transformations it can make each time has also increased, and even the lead time for attack is shortened. Chapter 62. Those who drive Land Rover are lame. On the other side, the skinned ghost roared. A pair of sharp claws blasted forward, wanting to fight back. However, the skinning ghost could be dealt with before, but now it is completely unstoppable. With a bang, the moment the phantom flame ghost claw touched the skinning ghost, it exploded. The skinned ghost was blown away again, and the moment he landed, his body burst into flames. The skinned ghost kept struggling and screaming on the ground. The beautiful skin on her body was completely burned at this moment, revealing her true appearance. He had a green face and fangs, his body was as shriveled as a stick, and his appearance was extremely ugly. The skinning ghost endured the pain of being burned by the hellfire and did not forget to curse Ye Jin. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Please. Ye Jin raised his hand and said, You are a ghost. A palm-sized lightning bolt struck down, and the skinned ghost was finally beaten into a charred corpse with flesh and blood shattered. You killed the wolf-level invasion monster, Skin Ghost. You got a treasure. Human skin mask. You can record a face in advance, and then put on the human skin mask. You can become the recorded appearance, and it is difficult to distinguish by any means. Human skin mask can be used 3 times. Each time you pick it, it will be consumed once. If you don't pick it, it can last for 49 days at most. This thing, Ye Jin scratched his head, not knowing whether it was useful or not. If he had to say disguise is also a science. The sentence, it is difficult to distinguish by any means, proved that this thing was awesome. However, it seems like this thing is of little use in daily life, but you never know when it might be used. Ye Jin thought about it while putting away the human skin mask. At this time, Nan Rong rushed over and said, I saw the outer wall of the apartment was broken. Did it encounter a skinning ghost? Not only did we encounter it, we also solved it. Ye Jin pointed to the room behind him and said, Call the aftermath team. Go north. Those who drive Land Rover are lame. The one riding the electric donkey is the cow. I just finished my work before rushing over here. Ye Jin despised Nan Rong in his heart and swore that he was definitely not envious of the other person for driving a Land Rover. Nan Rong quickly made a phone call and notified the follow-up troops to come and handle the situation. As for the guy who's peeking in the corridor, you don't have to worry about him. People in this world are used to this kind of thing. He was somewhat scared, but not because Ye Jin killed the skin ghost, but because he thought that the invading monsters were right next to him, and he was glad that he was not skinned. After leaving Minglin's apartment, Ye Jin said, "Captain Nan, is this mission over?" Nan Rong nodded, took out the key, and handed it to Ye Jin. "This is the mission reward, keep it." Nan Rong is currently very satisfied with Ye Jin's abilities. He killed the skin ghost alone on his first mission. Although he did not complete the 7 skin changes, the skin ghost combat power was not very high. But being able to kill the skinning ghost easily alone is considered pretty good. At least it is certain that Ye Jin will not be easily put into the box. Ye Jin said, "Then I will go back first." Ye Jin rode on the electric scooter and glanced at the taillights of the Land Rover. "Humph, I don't want it." After saying goodbye to Nan Rong, Ye Jin returned home, but did not go to bed immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed. For Ye Jin, the biggest gain from this mission was not the human skin mask, but his soul leaving his body. Ye Jin suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. If I use my soul to leave my body, would I be able to stay awake for 24 hours and open a dimensional rift? Sleeping is a necessity, and awakened people also need it. It is a physiological need. Then you can just let your physical body sleep at home, and then let your soul leave the body to open the dimensional rift. Isn't that wonderful? If you have more time to open dimensional rifts, you will naturally become stronger faster. Ye Jin did what he said. He closed his eyes and activated the 8-9 profound art. His spirit left his body again and floated out of the room. Another benefit of using the Yuanshin is the ability to fly. Ye Jin even estimated that it was much faster than a small electric scooter. Soon, Ye Jin found a dimensional crack and used the power of awakening to solidify his soul. Dimensional rift discovered. It's empty inside, cleaner than your wallet. Ye Jin, why is it empty again? There are empty dimensional rifts, but the probability is actually quite small. I encountered them twice today. Ye Jin helplessly turned his body into virtual reality and continued to look for dimensional rifts. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was an ancient artifact sealed in it, which seemed to contain the remaining power of an ancient existence, but it was very weak. Isn't it another belly band or some 9,000-year-old underwear, or something like that? Xingxiu battle armor. The battle armor held by Gao Jun, forged by Tian and Lihua, is already in tatters and can no longer exert its power. The Sky Eye absorbed the immortal power from the Starry Sky armor, and its combat power increased by 50,000 points. The Sky Eye's combat power is 850,000. Gao Jun? It's the fire pig among the 28 constellations. Since he is a mythical god, the armor he holds must have magical powers, and his own divine eye has also been treated to a good meal. However, this is a mixed blessing. The higher the combat power of the Sky Eye, the greater the consumption of awakening power. Currently, after Ye Jin's combat power skyrocketed in the city battle, he can barely use the Sky Eye 3 times in a row. However, if Sky Eye's combat power continues to increase and one's own combat power value stagnates, the number of times it can be used will still drop back. A good blacksmith must be strong himself. Only by being more persistent can you keep the girl's heart. Ye Jin still hopes to improve his combat power. While thinking, he continued to rush to the next dimensional crack. The dimensional rift that was targeted this time was in a residential area. But as soon as he arrived nearby, Ye Jin suddenly felt something was wrong. There is a smell of blood. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Although it was not obvious, it could still be smelled. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out from the side, then tripped and fell to the ground. Ye Jin went forward and saw that it was a man in his 30s with a mustache and a short haircut. He had a knife wound in the chest and was bleeding profusely. Most importantly, he was wearing a field uniform. Ye Jin quickly helped him up. Hey, how are you?" The man opened his eyes dazedly. "Special forces? Quick, someone opened a dimensional rift maliciously. Catch them." As the field worker spoke, he raised his hand with difficulty and pointed in a direction. "Hold on." Ye Jin raised his hand and gave the field worker a rejuvenation spell, then ran in the direction the field worker pointed. After a moment, Ye Jin did not see the guy who maliciously opened the dimensional rift, but was blocked by a group of invading monsters. The body is a huge black mist, and you can faintly see a pair of blood-red eyes flashing in the mist. Black demon. No step. Combat Strength, 880. Chapter 63 Support. Ye Jin frowned, thinking that it should be released by the dimensional rift opened by the other party. When those black monsters saw Ye Jin, they immediately floated over from the air. At the same time, sharp spikes appeared in the black fog and pierced Ye Jin's face. "We can't delay here." Ye Jin frowned, then raised his hand, and a crystal stone appeared in his hand. Blood Demon Seal. Able to summon a blood demon to fight. The combat power of the summoned blood demon is 200,000. The red crystal continued to flash blood-red light, and then the crystal in Ye Jin's hand began to split into countless small crystals as of bone hyperplasia. In the blink of an eye, a demon formed of blood-red crystal appeared. He was 5 or 6 meters tall. He strode forward, raised his fist, and punched down hard. Boom! The moment the fist lands, the ground exploded with a loud bang, and a huge hole 2 meters deep was blasted out by the punch. Layer upon layer of air waves rolled up around. And the moment the black monsters were affected by the air waves, they immediately disappeared into smoke and were blown to pieces. Kill them for me? Although the black demons are just minions, there are still quite a lot of them. When you look up, they are densely packed, and there seem to be at least hundreds of them. Ye Jin didn't have time to engage in a slow fight, so he simply released the blood demon and let the blood demon deal with those black monsters, while he quickly headed forward. The black demon in front wanted to stop Ye Jin, but the blood demon simply raised his foot and stepped forward. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, blood-colored crystals rose from the ground, piercing the bodies of the black monsters and opening a path for Ye Jin. Ye Jin took advantage of the situation and continued to move forward. Soon, Ye Jin heard the sound of fighting. There were several figures at the back door of the community. By the way they were dressed, Ye Jin recognized that the 4 men were field staff members. 3 of them had already fallen to the ground, and the last one was holding onto the calf of a bald man tightly, trying to prevent him from leaving. The bald man gritted his teeth and said, "You only make a few $100s a month. Why are you playing with your life?" While shouting, the bald man raised his foot and stepped on the arm of the field worker. The arm broke with a crack. Even so, the field worker still used his remaining arm to tightly grasp the other person's ankle. The bald man raised his leg again to step on him, but at this moment, in the dark night, a swirling fire suddenly appeared. Puff! The sound of flesh being torn apart was heard. Blood splatters. The bald man looked at his right leg in disbelief. It just fell off and landed on the ground. Ah! The next moment, the bald man fell to the ground, hugging his right leg and wailing in pain. Not far away, Ye Jin raised his hand, caught the fire dragon flag that flew back, and stepped forward. Walking forward, Ye Jin grabbed the bald man's head as he looked at the man struggling to get up. "You make a lot of money?" "A lot." "How much?" "Ban, ban, ban." Ye Jin kept smashing the other man's head against the ground until the bald man completely fainted and was unable to struggle. Ye Jin let go of the other person, turned around, and cast a rejuvenation spell on the 4 field team members, then helped up the only one who was not unconscious. "How is it? Are you okay?" The man looked to be about 23 or 24, with many wounds on his body. It was obvious that he had fought a fierce battle with the opponent. Even with the rejuvenation technique, he was not able to fully recover. "We came here to explore the dimensional rift according to the information platform, and then we saw this person wanted to leave directly after opening the dimensional rift. We were not sure whether he opened the dimensional rift maliciously, so we wanted to ask him, but he suddenly attacked us." "Okay, got it. Let's take a rest first." Ye Jin took out his cell phone and dialed Nan Rong's number. "I told you to give me tasks for no reason. Now it's my turn to harass you." After the call was connected, Ye Jin gave a few instructions and then sat aside and waited for about half an hour. Nan Rong arrived with the aftermath team and the ambulance. Nan Rong was very decisive in his work. He waved his hand and said, "Get in the car. You take the people with me back to the headquarters. The field agents will be sent directly to the hospital." Ye Jin nodded and got into Nan Rong's Land Rover. "You won't rest after killing the skinning ghost?" "I can't sit still, just wander around." Ye Jin chatted casually with Nan Rong for a few words, and when they returned to the Security Bureau headquarters, Nan Rong gestured for Ye Jin to go to the rest area to rest, and he carried Baldy to the interrogation room. A quarter of an hour later, Nan Rong came back and said, "I confessed, but it's hard to say." Ye Jin looked puzzled. "What do you mean it's hard to say? Is it related to the battle in the war zone?" Wang Yuanyang said that Huang Zhun was just a pawn before, so this guy may not be one either. Nan Rong said, that guy's a bounty hunter, the kind of people who capture wanted criminals in exchange for rewards. He said someone gave them money and keys to open the dimensional rift and told them not to report to the security bureau after opening it. To be more direct, he wanted him to cause trouble. Can't that guy just say whatever he wants? Of course. So, I will be responsible for the follow-up investigation of this matter. Nan Rong smiled and took out the key. Your reward. Don't worry about the investigation. I will find you if I need anything. Good. Ye Jin nodded in agreement, left the security bureau, and went home, and opened another dimensional crack on the way. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack. This treasure was made of extraordinary materials and was rare in the world. Unfortunately, it was incomplete. The remains of the 12 lotus pedestals. When Pangu created the world, the chaos blue lotus was destroyed. 4 of its seeds transformed into 12 lotus pedestals, namely the 12-grade creation lotus pedestal, the 12-grade merit lotus pedestal, the 12-grade karma fire lotus pedestal, and the 12-grade destruction lotus pedestal. This leaf is from the lotus platform of extinction. It is incomplete and cannot be used. Collect the broken leaves and repair them to the 3rd grade before use. Ye Jin's eyes lit up. This thing was a good one of the most valuable items on the list of gods, and it was also a magical treasure from heaven left over from the creation of the world. Unfortunately, it can't be used. Otherwise, let alone the 12th level, even if the 9th level lotus platform came into the world, it would be considered earth-shattering. It's a bit regrettable. After all, it's not that easy to collect the broken leaves. Who knows in which dimensional crack they are hidden? But no matter what, I'll collect them first. Ye Jin collected the remaining leaves of the 12-petal lotus platform, then went home and returned to his spiritual state. Then, sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ye Jin sighed. My own flash of inspiration didn't seem to work. The soul leaving the body can indeed allow the physical body to sleep without consuming one's physical energy. But after returning to his senses, Ye Jin discovered something. Although you don't use your physical body and won't consume physical strength, you will consume awakening power by using your soul to fight. Ye Jin didn't know how to describe this feeling. His physical condition was good, but he felt empty inside. It's like a little virgin who has watched too many porn movies. Even though there is no actual action, he is still tired. Chapter 64, Everyone is waiting for dinner. The next day, Ye Jin got up and turned on the TV as usual. After conquering the secret realm of Wulin City, according to statistics from the Security Bureau, we have obtained 12 treasures, 2 of which are fragments of ancient treasures. In 5 days, Eliza, an expert from the Supernatural Research Bureau of the Eagle Sauce, will officially set off for Wulin City. The purpose of this visit is to invite Chinese researchers to jointly develop the latest equipment that can more accurately determine the degree of disaster or treasure level in the dimensional rift. A man in Huicheng opened a dimensional rift and found a beautiful woman. He imitated the gigolo and stole her clothes, but was beaten to a cripple. It has been confirmed that he is inhumane. The Wulin City Security Bureau headquarters has allocated 20,500,000 keys as the first phase of compensation. The memorial service will also be held in 3 days. The Queen of the Pop World opened a dimensional rift and obtained a set of diamond underwear. It has been confirmed that she will wear the diamond underwear at the concert next month. Ye Jin read the news for a while. Although there was some strange news in between, overall, Wulin City was still a prominent topic and occupied a large amount of news space. After all, the urban battle had just ended and the intensity was still high. What caught Ye Jin's attention the most was the news about the scientific researchers visiting Mi Li's home. But when he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to make any sense. Could the so-called equipment be more powerful than seeing the prompts directly? While thinking about it, Ye Jin went out to look for Dimensional Rift. Everything is fake. The only way is to improve your own strength. Flipping through the messages on the information platform, Ye Jin quickly locked on the target. Dimensional Rift discovered. It's empty inside, cleaner than your wallet. What the hell? Looking at the prompts that appeared, Ye Jin was puzzled. Why were there so many empty dimensional cracks in the past 2 days? Ye Jin didn't believe it and used the key to open the dimensional crack. However, the dimensional crack disappeared the moment it opened. There was really nothing there. It's really weird. Ye Jin muttered something and headed towards the next dimensional crack. Bloodthirsty Sword. A masterpiece forged by a master forger known as a swordsmith. It incorporates the blood of various monsters. This knife has a bloodthirsty effect. During combat, after causing damage to the target, it will absorb the opponent's blood and restore its own injuries and physical strength. Blood Demon Method. Condense the absorbed blood into a blood demon ball to attack, and gain an additional 10% of personal combat power. The combat power of the famous sword Bloodthirsty is 180,000. After the dimensional rift opened, a light of blood overflowed like liquid, passed through the air, fell into Ye Jin's hand, and then turned into a small knife as long as an arm. After seeing the effect clearly, Ye Jin immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet. How come the bloodthirsty effect of this famous swordsman doesn't restore the power of awakening? Combined with his own soul leaving his body, he will become a perpetual motion machine. By then, even if I have a dozen old ladies who are as fierce as wolves in their 30s and 40s and as fierce as tigers, I can still satisfy them. To recover from injuries, I have the rejuvenation technique. It cannot be said that restoring physical strength is useless, but most of the time, the power of awakening is always consumed before physical strength, and the health bar is always more durable than the blue bar. But with this effect, Ye Jin had no choice but to put away the knife and continue looking for new dimensional cracks. Dimensional rift discovered. A smell of gunpowder was detected in the dimensional crack. Fireworks for memorial. 3,600 fireworks are released into the sky, extremely gorgeous and beautiful. What are they for? Maybe they can be used to pick up girls? If you really want to pick up men, that's not impossible, right? Ye Jin. Ye Jin found that he seemed to be a little unlucky recently. He couldn't find anything useful. Is it because my red underwear is too old? It seems that I should buy new ones. While thinking about it, Ye Jin opened the information platform again and was immediately attracted by a message. Information from the main station. A broken formation has appeared in the area between number 112 and number 209 Qingyuan Road. 9 people have been injured so far. It has been confirmed that there is a handleless axe hidden in the center of the broken formation. The invading monster lurking in the broken formation has not been confirmed. Please ask the nearest Special Forces members to rush to support as soon as possible. Ye Jin's eyes suddenly widened like bells. A handleless axe? Wasn't the axe handle in his hand? How come the axe appeared? Although the information is limited, and it is impossible to completely determine that it is a mountain axe, but given the word handleless, Ye Jin feels that the probability is still very high. In that case, what else is there to think about? Go quickly. Ye Jin rode the electric scooter at its fastest speed, stirring up a cloud of dust, and headed straight for Qingyuan Road. This time, Ye Jin's luck was pretty good. Qingyuan Road was only a few blocks away from where Ye Jin was, and he arrived there in just over 10 minutes. When we arrived at the perimeter, the crowd had already been evacuated. Roadblocks had been set up outside, the entire area was blocked, and all entry and exit routes were guarded by field staff. Ye Jin parked the electric donkey aside, took out his ID, and said, "Special Service Team number 7456 Ye Jin. This is my ID." The other party looked at Ye Jin's ID, verified the identity number, and then returned the ID to Ye Jin. The situation is not good. The remaining formation has several layers. The first layer is the Golden Sword energy, which will continuously attack. The second layer is the humanoid Iron Mechanical Man, which will intercept. The field officer was halfway through his speech when he glanced at his injured companion sitting nearby. A total of 6 teams entered the remaining formation, but they were forced to retreat before they could even hold out on the first level. Only one field captain managed to reach the edge of the second level, but he was still defeated and had to retreat. Ye Jin asked, "Then how do you know there is a handleless axe?" The residual array was not formed immediately. After someone opened the dimensional rift, the axe appeared first. When they wanted to take it away, the residual array appeared and seriously injured the 2 people. Then they escaped and notified the Security Bureau. In addition, we cannot rule out the possibility that the remaining formation will continue to expand and then become a full formation. When we arrived, the remaining formation's coverage was still 50 meters ahead. Now the coverage has expanded, and the power has also increased. Ye Jin nodded. "Let me try." The field captain kindly reminded, "Be careful, this remnant is very powerful." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." As Ye Jin spoke, he stepped over the railings used to block the area and walked into the remaining formation. The next moment, a sword-like aura attacked from all directions. The field captain couldn't help but shout, "Be careful." Clank, clank, clank. The golden sword energy came from all directions, landed on Ye Jin's body, continuously creating golden sparks, and then was shattered. Ye Jin turned around and asked, "What did you say?" The field captain twitched his eyes. "I said hurry up, everyone is waiting for dinner." Chapter 65, Breaking Through the Formation. Ye Jin smiled and continued forward. Ye Jin didn't find it difficult to pass the first level of this remaining formation, because he had the Vajra indestructibility. The magical power of Vajra indestructibility is very extreme. As long as the combat power can be suppressed, it will be completely invulnerable. If the combat power value cannot be suppressed, then there will be no defensive effect. This also made Ye Jin want to become stronger as soon as possible. If his combat power value was increased, the most obvious change would be his indestructible strength. At the same time, the golden energy was dense and attacked from all directions with a whistling sound. It was indeed a bit terrifying. The number was too astonishing. It could be understood as facing the attack of hundreds of invading monsters at the same time. However, it would be meaningless if you can't break the indestructible defense. You can cut as much as you want, the breeze will blow over the hills. You can stab as much as you want, the bright moon will shine on the river. Ye Jin continued to move forward despite the swords that kept coming at him. Suddenly, dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which contained the power of the 5 elements and was extremely sharp. Ye Jin was stunned. There was an extra reward? Of course, he couldn't be polite. Ye Jin came to the dimensional crack, took out the key, and opened the dimensional crack. The next moment, a golden sword flew out, but it did not attack Ye Jin but fell into Ye Jin's hands. The spirit of the golden sword. It belongs to the metal element and is formed by the innate spiritual energy. It is extremely sharp and can cut hair. Release the golden sword energy to attack the target, ignoring any armor and causing penetrating damage. The maximum attack range of the golden sword chi is 150 meters. The combat power of the golden sword chi is 300,000. Remaining uses of golden sword chi 1. I picked up a golden sword energy for nothing, not bad. Ye Jin pinched it casually, and the golden sword energy continued to shrink and hide in Ye Jin's sleeves. Continuing forward, Ye Jin soon discovered that the golden sword energy attacking him was becoming less and less, and finally disappeared without a trace. Should we enter the second floor? Ye Jin thought about it and looked around. I also didn't see the so-called metal robot. And at this moment, a car parked on the side of the road actually started moving on its own, slowly approaching Ye Jin. Then the entire car broke apart, constantly reassembling itself, and soon turned into a human shape. Ye Jin also heard the noise at this time, turned around suddenly, and was stunned. Oh my god, Transformers? Before Ye Jin could finish his words, the Autobot punched Ye Jin. Ye Jin quickly jumped back to avoid the attack, while taking out his mobile phone to monitor his combat power value. Agency person. No step. Combat power. 5120. There was a hint of surprise on Ye Jin's face. Monsters without disaster levels are all minions, and for minions to have a combat power of over 5,000 is definitely very rare. At least this is the first time Ye Jin has seen it. At the same time, behind Ye Jin, a traffic light suddenly twisted. You know what? The twisting look is so charming. Immediately afterwards, 2 iron railings on the roadside flew up and turned into the arms of the traffic lights, and the 2 fire hydrants turned into the short legs of the traffic lights. The next moment, a huge traffic light fell towards Ye Jin. Ye Jin was dumbfounded. Brother, since your way of attack is to smash, why do you have to use your arms and legs? Looking at the fallen traffic light, Ye Jin leaped onto the roof on the side, then took out the magic sword and slashed forward. A sword energy flew across the sky, breaking through the air. The magic sword energy slashed at the street lamp, directly cutting it into 2 pieces. But at this moment, the Autobot arrived and punched forward with his huge fist. With a loud bang, the wall collapsed and the whole house fell down. Go! Ye Jin jumped down before the house collapsed and swung the magic sword, which turned into sword light and flew out. The next moment, the magic sword pierced through the Autobot's chest and went straight through him. Nothing more than that. As soon as Ye Jin finished speaking, there was another noise behind him, and 2 new mechanical men rose from the ground. Ye Jin couldn't help but grin. He had discovered that as long as it was made of metal, it could be assembled together to become a mechanical man. How many metal objects are there on a street? Street lights, traffic lights, vehicles, etc. There are simply countless of them. It never ends. Ye Jin didn't plan to get entangled with these guys, since this remaining formation was divided into areas. As long as he rushed through this area, these mechanical men should not chase him. While thinking, Ye Jin took out the blood crystal stone. In an instant, a blood-red light ripples. The blood crystal continued to expand and grow, and then turned into a towering blood demon. After the blood demon took shape, it beat its chest and roared towards the front. Click, click, click. The ground around them suddenly began to tremble, and blood crystal thorns rose from the ground and pierced into the bodies of those mechanical men. The old method. Ye Jin summoned the blood demon and let him deal with those mechanical men, while he ran away. In the blink of an eye, Ye Jin ran far away, and there was a constant roar coming from behind him. After a while, Ye Jin stopped and looked around. There were many metal objects around him, but they did not continue to transform into mechanical men. Should we have passed the second floor? Ye Jin walked forward while thinking, and then a dimensional crack appeared in front of him. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which contained the power of the 5 elements and was as solid as a barrier. Heart of steel, the core of the mechanism made of Xiantian Lingmin, which is very valuable. After activating the iron heart, it can absorb all metal objects within a 100-meter diameter circle to form a mechanical man. The combat power of the warlord is determined by the amount of metal objects it absorbs. The robot can continue to operate for 3 minutes. Heart of steel remaining uses 1. Ye Jin looked at the lump of iron in his hand and suddenly became thoughtful. The treasures in this dimensional rift seem to correspond to each level of the remaining formation. After passing the first level, the dimensional rift that opens is the golden sword aura. After passing the second level and avoiding those mechanical men, you will get the iron heart that can be used to create mechanical men. That's quite interesting. Ye Jin suddenly became a little curious about what the third level of this remaining formation was. Ye Jin thought as he walked forward. The surrounding streets were suddenly covered with a thin layer of mist, which floated and covered a large area. Then, Ye Jin suddenly stopped, because a person appeared in front of the mist, and a coffin. Chapter 66, Mahis Mechanical Man. One person, one coffin looks a bit weird, but upon closer inspection, it can be found that the man is not a living person, but an ancient mechanism. The man was wearing a black suit. Upon closer inspection, it was all made of metal. There were things like nails driven into his ribs. He wore a black hat on his head, but it was connected to his head. In addition, exposed gears can be seen at the joints. Of course, the most obvious thing is the face, which looks like the word Jung. What decent person looks like this? Even so, Ye Jin still felt that the thing in front of him was a masterpiece of nature. If he was 10 meters away and the other person didn't raise his head or show an embarrassed look on his face, it would really look like a real person. While thinking, Ye Jin walked forward and took out his mobile phone to monitor his combat power. Mahis Mechanical Man, Tiger. Combat power value is 180,000. Ye Jin showed a bit of surprise. It was actually Tiger level. At the same time, there was a sudden flash of light in the eyes of the MO family's mechanical man, and he suddenly moved. Bang! The Mahis Mechanical Man slapped the bronze coffin beside him. The interior of the bronze coffin was obviously full of mechanisms. After a sound of springs, a piece of the top of the coffin popped open, and then countless insects crawled out and flew towards Ye Jin. Flame of the Netherworld. Ye Jin let out a low shout, and then the air around him suddenly became scorching hot. A purple-blue flame appeared on Ye Jin's body, burning fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, Ye Jin turned into a fireman. The swarm of insects fell at this moment, but Ye Jin was not afraid at all. He waved his hand, and the flames on his body spread wildly. The swarm of insects dispersed, and countless burning insects fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, the Mahis Mechanical Man pushed the coffin hard, and after opening it, a row of weapons appeared inside. Ye Jin was also convinced. Who had such a bad taste to make the weapon rack look like a coffin? At the same time, the Mahis Mechanical Man took out a bronze sword and attacked Ye Jin. Ye Jin was not in a panic and slapped forward with his palm. A large area of dark fire spread out. Phantom Flame, Ghost Claw. In the flames, 8 Phantom Flame, Ghost Claws took shape and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, continuously bombarding the MO family's mechanical man. Bang, bang, bang. The Phantom Flame Ghost Claws hit the MO family's mechanical man continuously, and then exploded. In an instant, the fireballs exploded one by one, and layers of heat waves appeared around them, continuously pushing out in all directions. Dust and sand billowed from the ground. But when the dust clears, Ye Jin was shocked. It was actually of no use at all. The MO family mechanical man actually withstood 8 phantom flame ghost claws without being hurt at all. Is this thing so hard? Isn't it very popular with old ladies? He watched as the MO family's mechanical man broke through the flames and continued to rush towards him. Suddenly, Ye Jin had an idea. The material of the Mahist mechanical man is extraordinary and is obviously not afraid of fire, but what if it is lightning? A metal thing that is so delicate should be afraid of lightning, right? While thinking, Ye Jin took out the Thunder Spirit Pearl, held it in his hand, and then punched into the air in front of him. Sizzle! A crisp sound of electric current was heard. The palm thunder broke through the air and hit the chest of the MO family's mechanical man. The MO family's mechanical man had already arrived in front of Ye Jin, and the bronze sword in his hand was slashing forward. The sword tip was only half a meter away from Ye Jin's head, but at this moment, countless electric arcs flowed through the body of the MO family's mechanical man, and the body of the MO family's mechanical man instantly stiffened there. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the exposed gear parts of the Mahist robot suddenly cracked, and then the Mahist robot shattered in front of Ye Jin and completely scattered into a pile of parts. You killed the tiger-level invading monster, Manga Mechanical Man. You got a treasure. Puppetry. You can use puppetry to manipulate any object. Its power value depends on the power value of the manipulated object. The puppet line cannot manipulate objects that are more than 75% of its own combat power. Remaining number of times the puppet line can be used, 1. Damn it, that's rubbish. Ye Jin had a look of disdain on his face. This thing looked quite awesome, but its combat power depended on the object it manipulated, and it could not manipulate objects with a combat power higher than 75% of its own. Why would you want to manipulate a target that is weaker than yourself? Ye Jin suddenly had an idea. If you control a girl and make her do difficult poses while having sex, then you will also be having sex. As Ye Jin thought about it, he chuckled evilly. After dealing with the MO family's mechanical man, Ye Jin continued to move forward. Sure enough, the dimensional rift appeared again. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional rift. Its exquisiteness is beyond belief. Ye Jin opened the dimensional rift and found something related to the Mahist robot. Or to be more direct, Ye Jin found a Mahist robot. Mahist mechanical man, according to legend, the mechanical man made by Mahist craftsmen. Turn on the Mahist robot and it will fight on its own. Mahist mechanical men can be equipped with various treasures, all of which can be used normally. The maximum number of treasures that a Mahist robot can carry at present, 6. Without treasures, the combat power of the Mahist mechanical man is 200,000. For every 10% decrease in the durability of the Mahist mechanical man, the combat power will drop by 20,000 and the number of treasures it carries will decrease by 1. When the durability of the Mahist mechanical man drops below 10%, it will be completely scrapped and cannot be used. The equipped treasures can be recycled. Ye Jin's face lit up. This thing looked good, but why a child? The MO family mechanical man that Ye Jin had killed before was tall, almost 2 meters tall. But the one that was dug out from the dimensional rift was actually a child version. It looked like a little boy wearing a red tang suit with a sky-high bun, and his height was only up to his waist. Ye Jin suddenly felt unwell. He had been so majestic before, but now he looked cute. Just make do with it. Ye Jin sighed. At least the combat power was intact. If not, he could exchange it for a key. While thinking about it, Ye Jin took the MO family's mechanical man and continued to move forward. After passing the third area of the remnant formation, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. The next moment, Ye Jin's eyes lit up. It was a crossroads, and in the center of the crossroads, a handleless axe was floating. At the same time, the moment the axe appeared, Ye Jin felt a slight pain in his palm. The sky eye actually responded. If that's the case, then the axe is most likely the axe that Guanko Erlang used to split Taosan Mountain. Chapter 67, Mountain Axe. Ye Jin quickly stepped forward and tried to take the axe. But the moment Ye Jin approached, the axe suddenly emitted a brilliant silver light. Ye Jin paused. The moment the axe emitted silver light, Ye Jin felt a hint of danger and a strong sense of oppression. Just like when we first saw that dragon and snake, 2 dragon-level monsters. However, in comparison, the pressure at this moment was not as obvious as it was then, and it was not enough to suppress Ye Jin to the point where he could not move. Then, in that light, an invading monster stepped out. The monster looked like a lion, but it was terrifyingly huge, at least 3 meters tall, grayish-white in color, and covered with large axe blades, like a hedgehog. Axe. Dragon. Combat power value is 120,000,000. Looking at the monitored data, Ye Jin couldn't help but be shocked, although not as horrifying as the dragon and snake in the Warzone battle, whose combat power value exceeded 2 million. But a combat power value of 1 million is the threshold for dragon-level invading monsters, which means that the guy in front of him is undoubtedly also dragon-level. At that moment, Ye Jin felt a little depressed. It was agreed that in the past 10 years, only dozens of dragon-level monsters have appeared in the whole of China. This is the third one. It felt like many years ago when I was poor and had to give myself to an old lady, but she was not fair and said that she would only serve one person. But that night, 1, 2, 3, it's so heartbreaking. And at the moment when Ye Jin was stunned, the axe spirit shook its body, and then a large amount of silver light spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The silver light fell to the ground, instantly shattering the ground, and hit the building, which was instantly cut in half. Even with a puff, a flash of silver light passed in front of the MO family robot, and then the MO family robot's head fell straight down. Holy crap, I just got this. Although Ye Jin felt that the MO family mechanical man was not as handsome as the one he killed, he did not deny that this thing looked quite useful. As a result, before Ye Jin could take away the other person's virginity, she was ruined. What a sin! Ye Jin cursed, then suddenly stretched out his hand forward. Open your eyes, heaven and earth. In an instant, the third eye in Ye Jin's palm opened, and a large amount of golden light overflowed. Countless beams of light swept out. Boom, boom, boom. The violent collision sound rang out again. The golden beams of light continued to collide with the silver light, and then exploded. A circle of terrifying waves spread out in all directions. And then, with the intersection as the center, the surrounding buildings were instantly shattered and collapsed into countless rubble. Everything around was being crushed and destroyed. A large number of spiderweb cracks appeared on the ground, densely packed and spreading in all directions. Ye Jin felt that everything around him was shaking and collapsing. It was an extremely terrifying feeling. But we cannot retreat. We absolutely cannot retreat. Ye Jin clenched his teeth. The axe spirit was so powerful that even heaven and earth could not suppress it. The flying golden beam of light was even pushed back little by little. Fortunately, there is still a backup plan. Ye Jin gritted his teeth and threw a green seed forward. Sunshine Cannon. Sun Cannon. Made from ancient plants, it can absorb sunlight for attack. Combat power value. 1 million and a half. The seed fell to the ground, quickly sprouted, grew branches, and then became a pea shooter. The appearance of this sunshine cannon is indeed a bit funny. It is completely like the pea shooter without the big eyes of Kiss Me, and it looks full of flaws. However, the combat power value is not false. And by coincidence, the sun is shining brightly today, which is a perfect time to use the sunshine cannon. In an instant, countless golden halos appeared in the air, and sunlight poured down from the sky, all of which was absorbed by the sunlight cannon. In front of the muzzle of the gun, a large area of incandescent light appeared and gradually condensed into a ball of light. Then, Ye Jin roared, "Fire!" Bang! The golden beam released by the sky, I was now at the end of its strength and completely unable to hold on. It was shattered by the scattered silver light. However, the sun cannon was already ready to go, and it suddenly fired with a low roar from Ye Jin. With a loud bang, a huge beam of incandescent light appeared and moved forward. Almost at the moment of contact, the scattered silver light was shattered, and then the sunlight cannon hit the axe spirit's body, instantly penetrating the huge body, and then hitting a ruin behind it. The ruins were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a large area of magma. The axe spirit's body shattered and turned into countless rays of light and dissipated. You killed the dragon-level invasion monster. Axe spirit. You got a treasure. Whether to merge the axe head and handle of the mountain axe. There was naturally no need to hesitate. Ye Jin immediately took out the axe handle that was like a fire stick. The next moment, the suspended axe fell down and connected with the axe handle. The mountain-splitting axe. It was originally an ordinary axe. In the past, Ye Jin, the immortal master of the Qingyuan Dao, used it to split the Peach Mountain to save his mother. Therefore, it was stained with immortal power and became an extraordinary immortal item. With one axe, the world is split apart, and the mountains are unmovable. If there is no road between heaven and earth, I will use this axe to carve a path through the mountains. Mountain axe power value 3800000. Each time the axe is used, it will sleep for 12 hours. The Sky Eye absorbed the power of the mountain-splitting axe. The combat power of Sky Eye is 1200000. The power of the mountain axe has been reduced to 3500000. Your awakening power resonates with the immortal power, increasing your combat power by 50,000. A screen of light appeared in front of Ye Jin's eyes. Name, Ye Jin. Combat power, 216190. Abilities, Heaven and Earth Eyes Opening, 1200000. 89 Mysterious Skills, Level 3. 4,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Flying Thunder God, Soul Out of Body, Nether Flame, 200,000 plus 35% of own combat power. Props, Saving All Living Beings, 1 million. Remaining times, 1 Sunlight Cannon, 1.5 million. Remaining times, 3 Yellow Springs Guiding Lamp, 2 million. Mountain Splitting Axe, 3.5 million. Ye Jin looked at the axe in his hand. It was really the axe that Guanko Erlang used to split Taosan. With a combat power value of 3.5 million, the Sky Eye and his own awakening power skyrocketed. At the same time, because Ye Jin had taken the mountain-splitting axe, the remaining formation naturally disappeared, and the mist floating around gradually disappeared. After a while, Ye Jin returned to the outer area and snapped his fingers at the field captain. Call it a day, dinner. Chapter 68 Encounter. After solving the trouble caused by the axe, it was time for lunch, so Ye Jin simply found a small stall on the roadside to eat lunch and then refreshed the news on the information platform, looking for the next dimensional crack. Then, so many empty cracks. Ye Jin suddenly saw a lot of information about space cracks on his information platform. So it turns out that I'm not the only one? Ye Jin looked puzzled. Why have so many empty dimensional cracks appeared in the past few days? Yes. At this time, a voice appeared behind Ye Jin. It was the field captain he had met before. What a coincidence. We are here to deal with the stutterer as well. The field team leader smiled at Ye Jin and then said, yesterday and today, we opened 3 empty dimensional cracks. There was nothing inside. Moreover, it's not just us. I heard that other field teams have also encountered them. So, in total, there are almost 100 of them. Ye Jin pondered and said, aren't empty dimension cracks rare? Yeah, it's good to see them once a month. The field captain said, who knows why so many of them have appeared in the past few days. After the field team leader finished speaking, he gestured to Ye Jin while holding the wontons, then sat down at the next table. Ye Jin scratched his head. Does the empty dimensional rift have anything to do with the urban battle? Ye Jin thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up thinking about it. Anyway, the dimensional rift is empty, which may not be a good thing, but it is definitely not a bad thing. Although there are no treasures, at least there are no monsters. While thinking, Ye Jin stood up and shouted, Boss, check out. After paying, Ye Jin rode on his beloved electric donkey and continued to look for the next dimensional crack. And then, dimensional rift discovered. It's empty inside, cleaner than your wallet. Ye Jin decided to take back what he had just said. If you can't get the treasure from the dimensional rift, you'll be at a loss. I came all the way here, rode my electric scooter for 2 kilometers, and now you tell me there is nothing? Ye Jin had a look of resentment on his face. Then he silently opened the information platform and looked for the next dimensional crack. Half an hour later, Ye Jin arrived at the place. This time it was not empty, but the monster had been released, and a group of minions and 2 field teams were cleaning up. This situation is normal. How can I be the first one to arrive every time? But there is some sadness, just like finding out on the wedding night that the bride is not a virgin. I always feel like I have lost something and my heart is empty. Since the field team was able to handle it, Ye Jin decided not to join in the fun and went to the next dimensional rift location. Dimensional rift discovered. A fascinating aroma of wine was detected in the dimensional crack. The wine bottle of the kitchen god. The wine is clear and has a strong aroma. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. This wine is the most fragrant wine in the world, but it has no smell of alcohol. Ye Jin was convinced. Doesn't this kitchen god have something decent in his hands? Can wine without the taste of alcohol be considered wine? Just like a man without a penis must be a woman? Can't I be a eunuch? Ye Jin was also convinced. Could it be that his luck had run out after he got the axe? Either it's an empty dimensional rift, or someone got there first, or it's just a piece of junk. Ye Jin suddenly felt very uncomfortable. But at this time, Ye Jin, stop him. At this time, Ye Jin suddenly heard someone calling him and couldn't help but look back. What's going on? Not far away, Nan Rong stuck his head out of a Land Rover and shouted loudly, pointing at the man in a jacket on the other side. Catch him. The moment Nan Rong finished speaking, the man in the jacket ran into an alley. Ye Jin was immediately happy. If I let you drive a Land Rover, you won't be able to chase me now. Emule is the eternal god. Ye Jin rode his electric scooter quickly into the alley. The man who escaped was about 20 years old, wearing a jacket and jeans, with dyed blonde hair and a tattoo on his neck. Seeing Ye Jin chasing after him, he ran forward while grabbing all kinds of things in the alley and throwing them at Ye Jin. Ye Jin stood still and directly activated the Vajra indestructible power and charged forward. If you want to throw it, just do it. If you close your eyes, it's you who loses. Ye Jin chased the man all the way to the entrance of the alley and finally caught up with him. He raised his foot and kicked the man on the back, knocking him over. The man staggered to the ground, then turned around suddenly and slapped Ye Jin. There was a wave in the air, and then a huge handprint appeared and rushed towards Ye Jin. The awakened? Ye Jin was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and realized that how could the person being chased by a special forces captain of Nan Rong be an ordinary person? While he was thinking, the huge handprint had already arrived in front of Ye Jin. But at this moment, Ye Jin's body became golden and was wrapped in a golden light. Indestructible. With a bang, the handprint hit Ye Jin's body, making a loud noise, but it was of no use at all. The man gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, took out a copper stick, which should also be a treasure, and smashed it on Ye Jin's head. Bang! Another crisp sound. The stick turned into a U shape, but not a single hair fell off Ye Jin's head. Ye Jin smiled and said, "Have you had enough?" The man looked at the stick in disbelief, then looked at Ye Jin, then dropped the stick, turned around, and ran away. There was no way Ye Jin would let the other party succeed, so he just drove his electric scooter and rammed into the man, knocking him back to the ground. At this time, Nan Rong drove over, got out of the car, and directly dragged the man up. "Get up!" Nan Rong took the man into the car. Ye Jin asked curiously, "Captain Nan, what are you doing? Aren't you investigating the malicious opening of the dimensional rift?" "This matter is not simple. Last night, we arrested 6 people who maliciously opened dimensional rifts. They all said they were paid to do the job." Nan Rong pointed at the car and said, "I finally found this guy. He's an intermediary who specializes in finding jobs for bounty hunters. Half of those people were found by him." Nan Rong said as he opened the car door. "Let's go. I have to send this guy back to headquarters for questioning." Ye Jin nodded and said, "Okay." Ye Jin waved his hand, watched Nan Rong leave, and then fell into thought. Opening a dimensional rift maliciously? One Huangjun is not enough, so you find a bunch of Huangjun? But I always feel that this matter seems to be too direct, and it feels like it is blatantly making trouble. And there are those empty dimensional cracks? Ye Jin held up his chin, feeling that a storm was about to come. In that case, of course, it is to quickly open the dimensional rift. The only way is to open more dimensional cracks and become stronger quickly. As long as you have enough strength, any trouble can be dealt with. At the same time, Chapter 69 Prediction of the Secret Realm. Wulin City, Security Bureau Headquarters. A blonde woman walked through the corridor. Her face was not as tough as that of Western women. On the contrary, it was very petite and had an oriental charm. At this moment, the woman was wearing a small suit, and her high heels made a tapping sound as they stepped on the ground. Soon, the woman walked into a meeting room. The people sitting in that conference room were all commanders of the Security Bureau. There were field workers and special service personnel, and even the recovery troops and the head of the logistics department were there. A man stood up and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Eliza, the researcher from the Eagle Sauce Supernatural Research Institute." The Supernatural Research Institute is the equivalent of the Security Bureau in Mi Li's family. Both are institutions established to deal with invading monsters. Everyone stood up politely and greeted her. "Hello, Miss Eliza." Eliza smiled and said, "Everyone, the reason I came to China this time is to share the latest equipment with you." Eliza signaled to her assistant, and then the assistant began to play the slides. "Our latest device can use the fluctuations, frequency, and wavelength of the dimensional rifts to infer whether the dimensional rifts contain treasures or monsters, and can also roughly infer the disaster level of the invading monsters." Someone raised his hand and said, "You mean before the dimensional rift opened?" "Of course." Eliza smiled and said, "If it is after the dimensional rift is opened, then is there any point in this device? Everyone can confirm it directly with their own eyes. So, you just want to deliver the equipment? The operating cost of this equipment is very high, which is what we have been researching to see if we can reduce its operating cost." Everyone looked at each other and seemed to be in a daze. It turns out he wanted to make money. "Ms. Eliza, words are not enough. We have all read your research report, but a report is just a report after all." "Of course," Eliza said confidently. "I will speak with facts. In fact, I have used this device to detect the fluctuations of the dimensional cracks in the entire Wulin City. The final result is that Wulin City will be in big trouble in the near future." Eliza motioned for her assistant to bring the map over. "Between Xinhua Street and Yuelon Street, according to the monitoring of the fluctuations, there is a high possibility of a secret realm and a large-scale monster invasion." These words made everyone feel nervous, because the last secret realm had just been solved. Ye Jin saw Nan Rong off and continued his journey to find the dimensional rift. Climbing up an old building, Ye Jin found his target again. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which had a strong breath of life and could be taken. The three words "edible" made Ye Jin's eyes light up. He now wanted something that could strengthen his awakening power and increase his combat power. Since the breath of life is so strong, it shouldn't be poisonous, right? While thinking, Ye Jin took out the key and opened the crack. Ancient Moro fruit, a Buddha fruit that has existed since ancient times. After taking it, it can purify the power of awakening and strengthen cultivation. Ye Jin took a look at the thing in his hand. One word: ugly. Ye Jin had never seen such an uglier fruit in his life. Not only was it gray, but it was also full of pits on the surface. But since it can improve combat power, Ye Jin didn't mind it and ate it in one bite. "You have consumed the ancient Moro fruit, and your combat power has increased by 30,000 points." Ye Jin's eyes were sharp, a combat power value of 30,000. This thing is much better than the golden radish I ate before. Finally, my luck has turned. I haven't come across anything good all day except a pickaxe. Now that I'm about to finish my work, I finally came across a nice thing. We ordinary people are really happy today. Ye Jin's mood instantly improved a lot. He rode his electric scooter, humming a tune as he went home to sleep. However, as soon as Ye Jin arrived at the entrance of the resettlement area on his electric scooter, he began to feel bad. Because there was a phone call, and it was from Nan Rong. Ye Jin instantly had a bad feeling. As expected, "Ye Jin, gather at Xinhua Street. There is a mission." "Ye Jin, bro, are you kidding me? We agreed that there are only 2 people in our team, so why don't we have any missions for the time being? It's only been 2 days since I became an official member of the Special Forces, but I've been assigned 2 missions in 2 days. Moreover, having the task is fine, but you really have the task just at the time of getting off work. Can you be a human being? Believe it or not, I will go to labor arbitration." Ye Jin cursed in his heart, but he was still honest. "Okay, Captain Nan, I'll come right away." After hanging up the phone, Ye Jin sighed, then rode his electric scooter towards Xinhua Street. When they arrived near Xinhua Street, Ye Jin suddenly felt something was not right. Are there too many people? On the outskirts of Xinhua Street, many field teams have arrived and evacuated the crowd, including the surrounding residential communities. What is going on? A meteorite hit the earth? Or someone released Sudaji, and everyone ran over to watch the fox demon dance and clean the windows? Continuing to walk along the street, Ye Jin found that the matter seemed even more complicated. Not only did a large number of field teams gather, but there were also many special service teams, at least 4 or 5. Here, at this time, Nan Rong stood under a telephone pole in front and waved at Ye Jin. Ye Jin went forward and parked the electric scooter. "Captain Nan, what's going on?" Nan Rong said. "It is said that the secret realm is about to appear. The secret realm is a relatively rare situation after the dimensional rift is opened. To put it simply, after the dimensional rift is opened, a space will be formed. In this space, there are a large number of invading monsters, even countless. It is almost impossible to completely kill these invading monsters. Therefore, there is only one way to deal with the secret realm, and that is to go deep into the secret realm, break through the tide of monsters, find the core of the secret realm, and then destroy it so that the secret realm is closed and the dimensional rift disappears. This is the only way to prevent invading monsters from coming into this world. At the same time, there are many treasures in the secret realm. People like Ye Jin can always find treasures because they can see clues from dimensional cracks. For an average person, it takes about 20 to 30 dimensional rifts for a treasure to appear, and there is no guarantee that it is not useless junk. But the treasures hidden in the secret realm usually start from the double digits, and it is generally recognized that there is almost no garbage among the treasures hidden in the secret realm, only good things. However, Ye Jin soon realized that there was something wrong with Nan Rong's words. What does it mean that the secret realm is about to appear? Ye Jin was confused. Whether the secret realm will appear or not, can we still say it? There's a blonde from the Eagle Sauce who says she can tell if there's a secret realm hidden in a dimensional rift. Why doesn't she say she's God? Chapter 70, Secret Realm. The person who spoke was not Nan Rong, but a burly man. The man looked to be in his 30s, with a face full of flesh. He was incredibly tall, almost 2 meters tall. His Special Forces uniform was bulging out, and it couldn't hide the terrifying muscular edges at all. Ye Jin even thought of a more vivid description. All the fantasies about ancient warriors can be applied to the man in front of you. As long as he puts on ancient armor, he will be a warrior. At the same time, Brother Mengjiang hooked Ye Jin's shoulder and said, Nan Rong, is this the newcomer in your team? Yes. Nan Rong nodded, then said to Ye Jin, he is Lu Chung, the captain of the Special Service Team number 2112. Ye Jin said obediently, hello, Captain Lu. Lu Chung grabbed Ye Jin's hair and rubbed it twice. If someone bullies you, just tell me, and I will help you vent your anger. Ye Jin laughed dryly twice, then asked, who is the blonde woman you just mentioned? Who knows? Lu Chung spread his hands. Anyway, I think Chun Chun is sick. Ye Jin was completely confused and wanted to ask more questions, but at this moment, the three people's cell phones sounded alarms at the same time. Lu Chung picked up the phone and looked at it and said in surprise, that blonde foreign girl was right. There is a secret place. As soon as Lu Chung finished speaking, a large light suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a silver-white beam of light shot up into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. Ye Jin picked up the phone and took a look. Information from the main station. At the intersection of Xinhua Street and Yuelan Street, in front of Xinxin Bookstore, the dimensional rift has opened and transformed into a secret realm. Special agents who have arrived at the designated area are requested to enter the secret realm. The initial mission is to annihilate the invading monsters in the secret realm and prevent them from entering the city. Field members, please arrive at the designated area as soon as possible, blockade the city, and conduct a secondary search of the city area to ensure that the citizens have been evacuated in time, and be prepared to annihilate the invading monsters that emerge from the secret realm. Main station information. Repeat. Main station information. Repeat. The secret realm is truly opened. Before Ye Jin could come to his senses, Nan Rong patted Ye Jin on the shoulder and said, follow me. Ye Jin nodded and followed quickly. Nan Rong said as he walked, this is your first time entering the secret realm. Remember a few things. First, the secret realm is an independent dimensional space. Once you enter, it is hard to say where you will appear in the secret realm. Simply put, everyone will most likely be separated. At this time, everyone should contact each other and gather quickly. Second, there are dimensional cracks in the secret realm. The invading monsters hidden in these dimensional cracks are usually stronger. Do not open the dimensional cracks without authorization before the team is assembled. Third, there are a huge number of invading monsters in the secret realm. Don't be impulsive before the team gathers. You can let the invading monsters leave the secret realm appropriately. The field teams outside the secret realm will surround and kill them. At the same time, some special forces will guard the entrance to the secret realm and kill the invading monsters with disaster levels. Do you understand? I understand, Ye Jin said weakly. But Captain Nan, there are only 2 of us in our team. These words made Nan Rong suffocate. He forgot about his 4 team members. 3 of them were lying in the hospital. 1 had been put in a box, and only Ye Jin was the newcomer. We have to gather together. Don't act on your own, Nan Rong said seriously. The secret realm is far more dangerous than you think. Ye Jin nodded. Okay. As they were talking, Ye Jin and Nan Rong had already arrived at the secret place. This was the first time Ye Jin saw the secret realm up close, and he couldn't help but look up. The core of that secret realm is still the dimensional rift. At this moment, a large amount of silver-white light burst out from the dimensional crack, penetrating the heaven and earth. The dimensional crack itself was obviously much larger than ordinary dimensional cracks. Its height had reached about 3 meters, and its edge was constantly wriggling, like a giant beast with its mouth open and grinding its teeth. A lot of Special Forces teams have gathered around, about 20 or 30 of them, and are entering the secret realm in an orderly manner. And at least half of these Special Forces teams are incomplete. The last secret realm and large-scale monster invasion caused too much casualties. As a result, the special agents who entered the secret realm were also worried. If it was a secret realm of the same level as last time, it would not be an easy task to escape unscathed. Let's go. At this time, Nan Rong patted Ye Jin's shoulder and said, "Remember what I said. Once you enter the secret realm, when nothing is clear, you must be careful about everything." Nan Rong spoke seriously, and Ye Jin nodded seriously, then followed Nan Rong towards the light column of the dimensional rift. After entering the light column, Ye Jin felt a strong tearing sensation around his body. In a moment, looking outside along the beam of light, the surrounding scenery gradually became blurred and was constantly pulled. This feeling lasted for about half a minute. Ye Jin discovered that the beam of light surrounding him had disappeared, and the special forces and field members around him had also all disappeared. At the same time, the streets seemed to be changing. Xinhua Street is still Xinhua Street. The roadside shops, railings, traffic lights, and vehicles are all the same as Ye Jin remembers. However, the building has become extremely dilapidated, with numerous cracks all over it, as if it had suddenly experienced 100 years of wind and rain. Countless vegetation covered the dilapidated exterior walls. The vehicles parked on both sides of the street have also become rusty, and scratches can be seen all over the body of the vehicle. At the same time, in the sky, there was dust constantly floating and falling downwards. Ye Jin raised his hand and asked in confusion, "Volcanic ash?" Ye Jin was a little confused. Had he entered a secret realm? Although it seemed that everything around had changed, the streets were still the same streets, and the shops were still the same shops. It didn't feel like entering another space, but rather like the goddess of the past had become an old goddess after 50 years. Ye Jin now has a feeling of traveling to the future, as if he has arrived at Xinhua Street decades or even hundreds of years later. Ye Jin took out his cell phone and planned to call Nan Rong. Even if he couldn't figure it out, Nan Rong must have understood it. But at this time, boom, 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 a heavy sound suddenly rang out, and the ground began to shake continuously. Then a monkey at least 5 or 6 meters tall walked out from behind the building on the side. Besides being huge, the monkey also had a very strange face. It didn't look like a monkey at all, and its features and eyebrows were almost the same as those of a human. Abacus. Ghost. Combat power 800,000. It is recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas that on the Zhaoyao Mountain, which overlooks the Western Sea, there is a beast that looks like a monkey but has white ears. It will ambush people who are walking around. Its name is Cici. Chapter 71. The Invincible Supreme Divine Art of the 9 Heavens, 10 Earths, 8 Wastelands, and 6 Directions. Bridge Bean Sack. Ye Jin felt a little crazy looking at the huge monster in front of him. As soon as you enter the door, there is a ghost-level invading monster? Do you have to make it so exciting? It was Ye Jin's first time to enter the secret realm, and he had no idea what it was like, but the treatment of seeing a ghost as soon as he entered the door was indeed a bit high. At the same time, the Aboriginal also saw Ye Jin at this moment, and his face instantly became ferocious. Roar! The abacus opened its mouth and roared, and a strong wind blew out, attacking in all directions. Click, click! The dilapidated building suffered another severe blow and could no longer hold on. It continued to break apart and then began to collapse. Countless pieces of gravel fell downwards and hit the ground, making loud noises. At this moment, Ye Jin felt like he was in the midst of a violent storm, or like a small boat swaying in the wind and rain, drifting in the sea. The next moment, Ye Jin raised his hand. A bloody crack appeared in Ye Jin's palm, and then a large amount of golden light rippled out from the crack. Around Ye Jin, the golden light seemed to condense into a circle of light shield, blocking the strong wind. Roar! The Agba roared again and took a step forward. The ground instantly collapsed and left a huge footprint. The huge fist was raised and then smashed down. Ye Jin looked solemn and said in a low voice, "Open your eyes, heaven and earth." In an instant, the third eye in Ye Jin's palm opened. The drifting golden halo gathered together in an instant, turning into a terrifying golden beam of light, rising straight up and colliding with the Aboriginal's giant fist. Puff! The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out at this moment. Time seems to stand still. The Adba still maintained the posture of raising its fist and striking downwards, and was frozen for a few seconds. Suddenly, the huge arm fell down and hit the ground. Then, a horrible crack appeared on the ape's chest, and large amounts of blood kept splashing out and scattering in all directions, causing a bloody rain to fall on the area. One hit. The golden beam of light penetrated the opponent's body. You killed the ghost-level invading monster. Ape, you got a treasure. Fairy peach, a fairy fruit passed down from ancient times. After taking it, it can strengthen the body and increase cultivation. A dazzling light floated by, and a peach appeared in Ye Jin's hand. It was extremely huge, almost as big as Ye Jin's head. Good stuff, it looks sweet. Ye Jin wiped the peach and took a bite. Then his expression instantly twisted. What the hell? Not only was it not sweet, it was the first time in my life that I had tasted spicy peaches. Is this a real peach? Produced in Shuzhou? However, whether it tastes good or not, as long as it is useful, it's fine. You took the fairy peaches, your combat power increased by 20,000 points, and you absorb a little fairy power. After eating the peaches, Ye Jin took out his cell phone and looked at it. There were 3 missed calls, all from Nan Rong. Ye Jin called back, and soon, Nan Rong's voice rang out. "You didn't answer the phone, are you in trouble?" "It's a minor problem, but it's been solved." "Yeah," Nan Rong said, "this secret realm is not as good as the last one. It is indeed easier to deal with." "Yeah, then?" "Bro, I said it was just a minor inconvenience. I was just being polite. As soon as you enter the door, there are ghost-level invading monsters. You call this easy?" Nan Rong continued. There are many types of secret realms, which are roughly divided into 4 levels. The first level is called the Covered Secret Realm. It uses the area where the dimensional rift appears as a sample to construct an independent space. Although there are some changes, they are basically the same. The second level is called the Strange Scenery Secret Realm. It also uses the area where the dimensional rift appears as a sample to construct an independent space, but there are changes in it that are difficult to understand with common sense, such as objects hanging upside down, buildings misplaced, space distortion, etc. There is no strange change in this secret realm at the moment. It should be just the lowest level of Covered Secret Realm. Ye Jin asked curiously, "Aren't there 3rd and 4th levels? What are they like?" Nan Rong said, "Then you have to ask the elite mobile forces. The first 2 levels are beyond the ability of the special forces to deal with. However, I heard that the 3rd level and onwards is a completely different space, which is completely separated from our world and exists independently." "Oh," Ye Jin agreed, and then said, "What should I do now?" "Subway Line 1, Huaxin Road Station, we will gather there." Nan Rong said, "Kill any invading monsters that you can deal with on the road, and don't let them rush out of the secret realm. If you can't deal with them, avoid them. The rest will be discussed after we gather together." "Okay, South Team." Ye Jin agreed again, then hung up the phone and took a look at the body of the Ababa. The lowest level secret realm? Ye Jin wondered why he was so unconvinced. As soon as you enter the door, you see a ghost-level invading monster. How can this be the lowest level secret realm? Am I the only one who ran into this? Ye Jin scratched his head. So, I am particularly unlucky? While thinking, Ye Jin looked for the road sign and headed towards the platform that Nan Rong mentioned. After walking forward for a while, suddenly, Dimensional Rift discovered. An ancient book was detected hidden in the Dimensional Rift, which seemed to be left by a person who had reached the pinnacle of success. Ye Jin's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the key to open the Dimensional Rift. Although Nan Rong had warned Ye Jin not to open the dimensional rifts in the secret realm casually, as there might be dangers that were difficult to deal with. But this is not a problem for Ye Jin. After all, Ye Jin can see the clues of dimensional cracks. The invincible supreme divine art of the 9 heavens, 10 earths, 8 wastelands, and 6 directions. A secret book left behind by a legendary figure who has reached the pinnacle of success. After learning it, one can defeat all opponents in the world and become the best in the world. Ye Jin looked at the ancient book in his hand and couldn't help showing a look of horror. Are you so arrogant? If it's true, then I'll be rich. Ye Jin thought as he opened the booklet. Half a pound of ribs, 2 shallots, a piece of ginger, half a clove of garlic. Ye Jin looked at the contents in the booklet, feeling completely confused, and then he found a line of small words at the bottom. The chef's cooking skills are at the pinnacle of the world, unprecedented and unrivaled. Once you learn them, your cooking skills will be unmatched. Fuck your grandpa. Ye Jin couldn't help but swear. Who wants to defeat everyone in the world with cooking skills? Ye Jin had a look of resentment on his face and continued to walk forward. However, after only 10 steps, Ye Jin saw another dimensional crack. Dimensional rift discovered. I have detected a violent aura hidden in the dimensional rift. As a kind person, why don't you teach it how to resolve the violent aura? Ye Jin opened the dimensional crack with ease, and then a giant wolf suddenly jumped out from the dimensional crack. Chapter 72. One axe opens the world. Silver Moon Wolf. Bug level. Combat power value is 19,000. The Silver Moon Wolf was extremely fast, and it rushed to Ye Jin in an instant, then bit Ye Jin, and then a mouth full of broken teeth. The best way to resolve the hostility is... Ye Jin clenched his fists. That is to go to the west. Ye Jin's knuckle snapped, and then he threw a punch fiercely. The next moment, the Silver Moon Wolf's head exploded and large amounts of blood spurted out. Since the hint has allowed Ye Jin to teach the other party, it naturally won't be an invading monster that Ye Jin cannot deal with. Then Ye Jin naturally solved it easily. After killing the Silver Moon Wolf, Ye Jin continued to move forward. At the same time, the sound of fighting gradually came from the surroundings, with occasional roars, and then large amounts of dust flew up and spread across the sky. Obviously, many Special Forces members around have joined the battle. Ye Jin still walked at his own pace. The commander had already issued orders in the Special Forces exclusive channel. The first command is to assemble in squad mode. This is the usual method used by the Special Forces team to deal with secret realms. First, the team gathers together to clear out the monster invasion while turning to regional integration. Then, they find the core of the secret realm through search, and then gather personnel to destroy the core of the secret realm and close the dimensional rift. It was Ye Jin's first time entering the secret realm, and he was not familiar with the entire process, so he just followed the orders obediently. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the front, and then dust appeared at the end of the street. Soon, a group of rampaging, invading monsters appeared in front of Ye Jin. Ye Jin raised his head and took a look. There were about 40 or 50 of them. He could handle them himself, so he would just clean them up. With a flick of his wrist, the fire dragon flag slipped off Ye Jin's sleeve. Then Ye Jin exerted force suddenly and threw the fire dragon flag forward. The burning breath spread, and a blazing flame ignited on the fire dragon mark. The moment it flew forward, a dragon roar was heard, resounding throughout the heaven and earth. The burning flames turned into a fire dragon and fell towards the group of monsters. Boom! There was a sound of explosion. Flames rolled into the sky, and rocks flew through the air. Amidst the thick black smoke, Ye Jin walked past, leaving behind a pile of charred corpses. The first time he entered the secret realm, Ye Jin didn't think the secret realm was very dangerous except for the ghost-level monster Abacus. That's all. Ye Jin just finished speaking. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a broken sword array hidden in the dimensional crack. If you can break out of the array, you may get a good flying sword. If you can't break out of the array, what else can you say? Because you're already dead. A dimensional crack suddenly appeared in front of him and opened on its own, leaving Ye Jin no chance to react. In an instant, a flash of light flashed by. A large array pattern appeared on the ground, covering an area. Within the range covered by the hidden sword formation, the temperature of the air dropped sharply, and then fine rain suddenly fell from the sky. The air becomes a little cooler. Ye Jin stretched out his hand to hold back the raindrops. But at this moment, the sound of a sword rang out into the sky. Ye Jin suddenly felt something was wrong. There was actually a hint of solemnity in the raindrops falling around him. At that moment, Ye Jin felt a sharp sense. Ye Jin really wanted to slap himself in the face. Look at his bad mouth. Trouble is coming. The falling raindrops turned into swords. Looking up, it was extremely shocking. There were thousands of swords covering the sky and ready to be launched. The wind blows, the rain falls, and the sword comes. Thousands of rain swords kept falling towards the ground, so densely packed that just looking at them was captivating. Indestructible. Ye Jin did not dare to delay and quickly activated his Vajra indestructibility. His whole body was covered in gold, making him look like a little golden man. Clank, clank, clank. As the rain of swords fell and pierced Ye Jin's body, the sound of metal clashing continued to ring out. Ye Jin-song breathed a sigh of relief and said he could handle it. It was just like that beautiful Andy who brought herself into the small hotel and managed to withstand the strong wind and rain relying on her youth. However, the rain and the swords don't stop, which is not a solution after all. Hide the sword. Hide the sword. The sword is hidden in the formation. If you want to break this formation, you must find the sword in the formation before you can break the formation. But although the continuous rain of swords could not break the indestructible defense, it was indeed extraordinary. Ye Jin wanted to raise his foot forward, but found that he could not take a step at all. The impact of the rain sword was really too strong. However, it was raining heavily and the wind was blowing hard. If we didn't move forward, it would be impossible to find the sword hidden in the formation. Ye Jin gritted his teeth. This heavy rain must be stopped first. Axe! Ye Jin gritted his teeth and then roared loudly. A silver light exploded in front of Ye Jin. In the silver light, the axe wrapped in a ball of light was suspended in the air, then slowly fell down and landed in Ye Jin's hands. Ah! Holding the axe in both hands, Ye Jin roared and chopped towards the sky with force. With one axe, the world opens up. As the splitting axe was swung towards the sky, a silver light rose straight up. The falling rain curtain was shattered in an instant. At the same time, the silver light grew higher and higher and became bigger and bigger. Soon, it expanded to dozens of feet in length, looking like a long silver dragon. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. The rain falling from the sky suddenly exploded completely at this moment. In an instant, the sky became clear. As the rain dissipated, the center of the sword-hiding formation became apparent. A water sword condensed from liquid rose and fell in the center of the sword-hiding formation. Ye Jin quickly stepped forward and grabbed the rain sword in his hand. At this point, the formation was broken. The sword of wind and rain in other mountains. In the past, a peerless master used the most unique water in the world to condense a sword, which contained a magical power of water. When his sword of mountain wind and rain came out, the wind moved, the clouds moved, the thunder moved, and the rain moved. The power of a sword changes the world. His mountain wind and rain sword has a combat power of 2 million. After the storm subsided, his sword shattered, and dust returned to dust. The remaining number of times the Hashan Fengyu sword can be used. 1. Ye Jin weighed the water sword in his hand. It was indeed a good thing. Unfortunately, although it was powerful, it was a consumable and could only be used once. While thinking, Ye Jin put away the water sword and continued moving forward. About a quarter of an hour later, Ye Jin finally arrived at the Huaxin Road subway station that Nan Rong mentioned. However, when he looked around, he could not find any trace of Nan Rong. It's not here yet, is it? Ye Jin scratched his head, then picked up his phone and called Nan Rong. But at this time, at the bottom of the stairs in the subway station, a cell phone rang. Ye Jin was stunned and quickly ran towards the subway station, all the way to the bottom of the stairs. Then, Ye Jin picked up a ringing cell phone from the ground. The name on the caller ID is Ye Jin. Chapter 73, The Demonic Tree. Something happened. The dedicated mobile phone, given by the security department, is a very important item for both special agents and field agents. Not only can it maintain communication with a high probability in any environment and check information on the information platform, but even for secret missions like the current one, the commander also issues orders through the exclusive channel on the information platform. Therefore, there is absolutely no way this thing could fall down. Since it wasn't dropped accidentally, something must have happened. Ye Jin didn't dare to delay, took Nan Rong's cell phone, and ran inside. The subway station was empty, and the surrounding walls and floors were covered with several similar plants. There were neither people nor monsters to be seen. As for the dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which contained a strong breath of life and could be taken. Ye Jin was just thinking about the dimensional rift and didn't see it, but then a prompt appeared. The dimensional crack was hidden quite secretly. Although there was a hint, it was not seen nearby. Ye Jin walked around and discovered that the elevator of the subway station was actually growing inside a tree trunk, and the dimensional crack was inside the elevator. Squeezing through the narrow tree hole, Ye Jin climbed into the elevator and then opened the dimensional rift. Fruit of the Tree of Life. The fruit of the Tree of Life. After taking it, you can prolong your life and improve your cultivation. A green fruit that looks a bit like an avocado. Ye Jin threw the fruit of the Tree of Life into his mouth. After chewing it twice, it tasted pretty good. Among all the food found in the dimensional rift, this thing tastes the best, sour and sweet. You have taken the fruit of the Tree of Life. Your vitality has been strengthened. Your self-healing ability has been enhanced to a certain extent, and your combat power has increased by 20,000. Vitality enhanced? Ye Jin looked puzzled, not quite understanding what strengthening vitality meant. Could I live longer? But no matter what, the increase in combat power by 20,000 points is real. While thinking about it, Ye Jin was trying to get out of the elevator. But at this moment, the elevator suddenly shook violently, and before Ye Jin could react, a vine suddenly pierced through the elevator and stabbed towards Ye Jin. Ye Jin reacted very quickly. He quickly fell backwards and instinctively avoided the attack. The vine went straight through the elevator, leaving a big hole in it with a creaking sound. Ye Jin was surprised. The vines, roots, and trunks entrenched in this subway station are actually invading monsters? Ye Jin quickly took out his cell phone. The Devil Tree. Ghost. Combat power. 950,000. It's another ghost-level invading monster. It was at this time, the attack came again. A vine pierced the elevator from the back, suddenly wrapped around Ye Jin's neck, and kept tightening. The feeling of suffocation continued to come, and Ye Jin soon felt dizzy. At the same time, the vines continued to tighten, as if trying to strangle Ye Jin to death. But in the next moment, the air around him suddenly heated up, and green flames ignited on Ye Jin's body. Then the vines wrapped around Ye Jin's neck were instantly burned to ashes. Ye Jin broke free from the vines, drew out the magic sword, and slashed forward, chopping the elevator into pieces, then quickly got out. But at this moment, the surrounding tree roots suddenly moved and attacked Ye Jin from all directions. Ye Jin raised his hand and raised the magic sword to chop. Then a sword energy went forward and all the vines in front of him were chopped into pieces. However, there were too many vines in this subway station, and they were so dense that Ye Jin cut off 7 or 8 vines, and then 7 or 8 more attacked from behind. Ye Jin quickly turned around, swung the sharp sword in his hand, cut off the vines, and then quickly retreated to the rear. Soon, Ye Jin retreated to the corner. The magic sword in his hand became restless again, trying to lure Ye Jin into becoming a demon. It felt like a brothel owner soliciting customers at the door of Yehanyuan. Behave yourself. Ye Jin cursed. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Believe it or not, I will put that 9,000-year-old underwear on my head and become a demon. The magic sword suddenly stopped moving. I have never seen such a shameless person. If it had a mouth, the magic sword would really like to smash Ye Jin's face with spit. At the same time, the surrounding vines attacked again. Ye Jin didn't waste any time. He raised his hand and slapped forward. Phantom Flame, Ghost Claw. Amidst the raging flames, 8 burning ghost claws blasted forward. The surrounding vines suddenly stopped moving in the air, but they did not retreat. Instead, they kept moving around like poisonous snakes. Although the Heavenly Demon Tree is a ghost-level invading monster, trees are afraid of fire, and Ye Jin's netherworld flame can just restrain it. However, there were too many vines of the Heavenly Demon Tree. Even if some of them were burned, it would not be a big deal. Moreover, Ye Jin could see that burning the vines alone would not kill the Heavenly Demon Tree. The problem is, where's the main body of the demonic tree? While Ye Jin was thinking, the vines roaming around launched an attack again. 2 vines cleared a path, even at the risk of being burned, and the remaining vines immediately rushed in, heading straight for Ye Jin. Ye Jin quickly swung his sword and cut off the attacking vines. But no matter how Ye Jin chopped, there were always more vines coming. Countless. Although he was fighting against the Heavenly Demon Tree, Ye Jin felt that he was besieged by hundreds of invading monsters, and these invading monsters were endless. This is not a solution. Ye Jin had a headache. Even if it was a ghost-level invading monster, he had the means to kill it, but how could he find the main body of the heavenly demon tree? But at this time, boom! There was a sudden roar ahead. The floor suddenly collapsed, revealing a big hole. Ye Jin was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. Nan Rong. Ye Jin immediately shook his wrist, and the fire dragon emblem slipped off his sleeve, and then Ye Jin threw it forward. The blazing flames burned again. The moment the fire dragon flag flew forward, the burning flames turned into a fire dragon. The moment it flew forward, the vines in the straight line were burned to ashes. Ye Jin ran forward and then jumped into the huge hole. After falling down, Ye Jin finally found the real body of the heavenly demon tree. That demon tree was so cunning that it actually hid its body in the subway passage. At the same time, Ye Jin also saw Nan Rong. Nan Rong was holding 2 silver pistols at this moment. His body was entangled by countless vines and was dragged towards the depths of the subway tunnel. While struggling, Nan Rong pulled the trigger, and what was fired from the silver gun was not a bullet, but a beam of white light that spurted out and shattered the wall on the side. I guess that's how the big hole came about. Chapter 74, Killing the Demonic Tree. Get down! Ye Jin shouted at Nan Rong, then took out a seed from his inner pocket and threw it forward. The seed fell to the ground, took root, and sprouted instantly, and then continued to grow. Sunshine Cannon. Ye Jin wanted to laugh when he saw the pea-shooter look of the Sunshine Cannon, but it was undeniable that this thing was awesome. It is impossible to absorb sunlight and store energy in the subway tunnel. However, in order to be able to use it at any time, Ye Jin had already exposed this thing to enough sunlight. Soon, a ball of hot light appeared at the muzzle of the gun and gradually condensed. Then, Ye Jin raised his hand and waved it. Emission! With a loud bang, an extremely terrifying beam of light shot forward. When the beam of the sun cannon rushed into the subway tunnel, it was just a scattered wave, and the walls on both sides of the tunnel began to crack and then collapsed. The next moment, the beam of the sunlight cannon shot into the tunnel and hit the demonic tree hidden in the tunnel. Boom! The sound of an explosion suddenly rang out, and the entire tunnel began to collapse. On the ground, the streets began to collapse. If you look down from the air, you can see countless cracks surging forward and then huge rocks falling downwards one by one. Between the gaps, the scorching sun rose from the sky, spread across the sky, and the golden halo turned into rain. Even the special agents around were attracted. That rain of light is so beautiful. You killed the demon-level invading monster, the sky demon tree. You got 2 treasures. The gift of life. The life force of the ancient tree is the purest force in the world. As long as there is breath left, the gift of life can prevent people from seeing their grandma. The gift of life can cover a radius of 300 meters. The remaining number of times the gift of life can be used. 1. Demonic vine. The vine of the demonic tree, which contains the remaining power of the demonic tree. The demon vines can stretch freely, with a maximum attack distance of 150 meters. The demon vine's combat power is 1 million. The remaining number of times the sky demon vine can be used. 6 times. Ye Jin didn't care what treasure he had obtained, but rushed forward immediately, grabbed Nan Rong's clothes, and dragged him backwards until he was dragged out of the collapsed area. Only then did Ye Jin sit down on the ground and look at the 2 treasures he had obtained. The gift of life is a ball of light only the size of a thumb. As for the heavenly demon vine, it is really a vine, only the length and thickness of a finger. It can grow quickly when planted in the ground, similar to a sun cannon. There are 6 in total, so they can naturally be used 6 times. Thank you. At this time, Nan Rong got up from the ground, leaned against a huge rock, and gasped. Ye Jin smiled and teased. Captain Nan, didn't you say that this time the trouble wasn't that big? Ye Jin was teasing, but Nan Rong was very serious about this question and said in a deep voice, the covering type of secret realm is also the lowest level of secret realm. So far, there have only been 3 ghost-level invading monsters in the Security Bureau's archives. However, in these 3 times, without exception, they all appeared as the guardians of the secret realm core. In other words, if we kill them, we can destroy the secret realm core and close the dimensional rift. This is the first time that a ghost-level monster that appears as a non-guardian has invaded. I feel like something is wrong with this secret realm. Ye Jin really wanted to say that there were actually not just 1, but 2, and he even killed a ghost-level invading monster called Aborigine. But seeing Nan Rong being so serious, Ye Jin was too lazy to say anything. It's already been done. Why are you still arguing about it? Ye Jin said, it's useless to think about this now. We have already entered the secret realm. Is there any way back? Let's think about what to do next. Nan Rong thought about it and nodded. That makes sense. Let's check the information platform to see if there are any orders. Ye Jin casually handed Nan Rong's phone over, and the two of them looked at the information platform together, and there was indeed an order. Information from the main station. After the secret agents have assembled, please integrate the area and go to the exit C of Tainshwikyo Station on Metro Line 1, 50 meters southwest. We have found the core of the secret realm. Main station information. Repeat. Main station information. Repeat. Nan Rong showed a surprised look. We found the core of the secret realm so quickly? So? Ye Jin said, it looks like it's already dawn. Usually it takes 3 to 5 days, and sometimes it can take a month. Nan Rong thought for a moment and said, however, there are many factors involved in this matter, and luck also plays a big role. I can only say that I was lucky this time. Nan Rong said as he stood up. Let's go. I remember Tainshwikyo Station is 1 stop away from here. Let's hurry up. Would you like to rest for a while? No need. Nan Rong shook his head. They're just minor injuries. They won't cause any trouble. When we get back to the location of the order, there should be more fighting. The closer we get to the core of the secret realm, the more invading monsters will appear and the stronger they will be. That's when the real battle will begin. When Nan Rong said this, he was somewhat worried. They actually encountered a ghost-level invading monster. Then, the invading monster guarding the core of the secret realm must be a dragon level 1, right? Nan Rong climbed onto the platform while thinking. Ye Jin glanced at the subway tunnel on the other side of the platform. Why don't we just go from here? It should be faster through the subway tunnel. Okay. The two reached a consensus, jumped off the platform on the other side, and then walked forward along the subway tunnel. After walking for about 10 minutes, a dimensional crack appeared in front of the two. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which exuded a faint fragrance and could be taken. Nan Rong said, don't open the dimensional crack. It's hard to say whether there is danger inside. Anyway, as long as we find the core of the secret realm and close the dimensional crack that opens the secret realm, the dimensional cracks inside the secret realm will disappear. Oh! Ye Jin agreed obediently, then waited for Nan Rong to move forward and open the dimensional rift. The hint says it's a treasure, so where's the danger? Wouldn't it be stupid not to open it? Soon, a small brocade box appeared in Ye Jin's hand. Western Region Ring Pattern Pill. A pill made by a great power in ancient times, which can cleanse the meridians and improve cultivation. Ye Jin opened the brocade box and threw the black pill into his mouth. It tastes bitter and is terrible to eat. But you have taken the Western Region Ring Pattern Pill, and your combat power has increased by 10,000. Even if it tastes bad, it is a good thing if it can increase your combat power. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter, and a big rabbit has no brains. Hurry up, follow closely. At this time, Nan Rong's voice came from the front. Ye Jin quickly agreed and trotted to catch up with Nan Rong. Chapter 75, Reunion. Ye Jin and Nan Rong walked along the subway tunnel for a long time, but did not encounter any invading monsters. Nan Rong explained, as long as the Sky Demon Tree is standing there, other invading monsters dare not enter the subway station. As for the Sky Demon Tree's followers, it is very likely that it has no followers. It will just take root there and will not move. It is useless to have followers. Ye Jin was about to nod when a sound suddenly came from the dark tunnel. Ye Jin couldn't help but glance at Nan Rong. Captain, do you want to slap me in the face? Nan Rong didn't think there was anything embarrassing, but listened carefully and then pointed to the wall on the side. It came from the subway tunnel next door. Ye Jinbi made a gesture to take action. Nan Rong shook his head. Be careful. Nan Rong wanted to be cautious, but the other party did not want to be cautious. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the wall in front suddenly exploded and large pieces of rubble fell down. It was obvious that the other party also heard the noise from Nan Rong and Ye Jin and rushed over first. Ye Jin and Nan Rong immediately adopted fighting stances, but in the next moment, both sides were stunned. The person coming was not an invading monster, but a special forces member, and an acquaintance at that. It was Lu Cheng whom he met outside the secret realm. Isn't this Lao Nan? Lu Cheng signaled the team members behind him to collect their weapons. Why are you here? Nan Rong said. If you come from the Line 1 platform, you can reach the Tianshui Bridge platform from here. Subway Line 4 and Line 1 intersect at the platform ahead. I turned in from the subway tunnel of Line 4. Lu Cheng smiled and said, "Let's go together." Ye Jin looked behind Lu Cheng curiously and saw that he was pushing a cart covered with cloth and tied tightly with ropes. Lu Cheng noticed Ye Jin's gaze and said with a smile, "The commander assigned me to escort something." Nan Rong asked, "What are you escorting?" "Vajra." Nan Rong showed a look of surprise. "Azura formation?" Lu Cheng nodded. Ye Jin was confused. What the hell was this? Nan Rong explained. In the warehouse of the Security Bureau, there are some incredible treasures, such as the 8 trigrams Cloud Light Pa from last time and 16 Vajra Pestle that can form the Azura formation. After this thing forms a formation, even dragon-level invading monsters can be easily killed, but... Ye Jin asked curiously. But? A turn at this time is usually not a good thing, Nan Rong said. The power of the Azura formation is terrifying, but it has some disadvantages. The first is that it takes time to deploy the 16 Vajra Pestles, and the area covered by the Azura formation is not very large, so it cannot deal with invading monsters that are too large. Lu Cheng smiled and said, "Just think about the last time 2 dragon-level monsters invaded the secret realm. Why do we have to use the elite mobile force to take action instead of using the Azura formation? First, under the circumstances at the time, could the other party give us time to set up the Vajra? Second, the size of the dragon and the snake far exceeded the coverage of the Azura formation." Nan Rong asked in confusion. "So, why did the commander ask you to transport this thing over here?" The Azura formation is very powerful, but due to its usage conditions, it can only be used under special circumstances and is not a conventional weapon. The core location of the secret realm has just been determined, and the number of invading monsters around it has not yet been determined, nor the disaster level and size of the invading monsters guarding the secret realm. It is obviously unreasonable to directly transport the Vajra over. Lu Cheng spread his hands. It's that foreign girl who looks like an eagle. She said that she can determine the core of the secret realm and the location of the hidden monsters guarding the core of the secret realm. She can also set up the Azura formation in advance. She really thinks she is God and can predict everything. Ye Jin looked suddenly enlightened, remembering that he seemed to have read the news a while ago. It is said that scientific researchers from the Eagle Sauce Supernatural Research Institute visited Wulin City to jointly develop equipment. Lu Cheng said, "We are here to do our job. Since the commander asked for escort, then we will escort them." Nan Rong nodded. "Let's meet up at the designated location first." The people on both sides merged into one and continued to move forward along the subway tunnel. Lu Cheng is very generous. They are both captains, but not as serious as Nan Rong. He hooked his arm around Ye Jin's shoulder as they walked. "Little Yi, how are you? This is your first time participating in a secret operation. Can you handle it?" Ye Jin smiled. "Not bad. Tell me if you can't hold it anymore. As a newcomer, there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Lu Cheng said with a smile. "Turn back and follow me. I'll lead you in a battle." Nan Rong said lightly, "He is mine. I will take him with me. We are all family, so why differentiate between us? Besides, you are short of help right now, so it is only right that I lend a hand." They walked and talked for about a quarter of an hour before the Tianshui Bridge subway station platform finally appeared in front of everyone. After getting on the platform and walking out of the subway station, before they even went up the stairs, everyone heard shouting and killing. Everyone looked at each other and realized that a fight had already started. Everyone immediately quickened their pace, and after leaving the subway station, they couldn't help but gasp. The exit of the Tianshuikyo subway battle was a city square. At this moment, the square was densely packed with invading monsters. And on the periphery, there were several special forces teams that had arrived earlier and were now engaged in combat with the invading monsters. Nan Rong said decisively, "Go." Without any unnecessary nonsense, everyone joined the battle directly. Nan Rong held 2 silver guns. The pair of guns were obviously extraordinary treasures. After pulling the trigger, a silver-white beam of light would shoot out with a very strong penetrating effect. A beam of light blasted forward, capable of penetrating more than a dozen invading monsters. As Nan Rong continued to pull the trigger, invading monsters in front of him kept falling. On the other side, Lu Cheng was even more powerful. This guy pulled out a Fong Tianhua Ji from under the cover of the cart and rushed forward. "Kill, kill, kill." Lu Cheng waved his Fong Tianhua Ji and laughed loudly. Not enough killing, not enough killing. The Fong Tianhua Ji swept across, and in an instant, broken limbs and arms flew everywhere, and countless blood was splashed. Although the speed of killing invading monsters may not be faster than Nan Rong, it has a different kind of violent beauty. If Lu Cheng were really given a set of ancient armor, judging from his physique and the weapons he used, he would really feel like the rebirth of Wenho Lu Bu, the most powerful general of the Three Kingdoms. I just don't know if Lu Cheng has the habit of recognizing his father. Ye Jin was not idle either. He practiced the 8-9 profound art, and then activated the Vajra indestructibility. With the magic sword in his right hand and the famous bloodthirsty sword in his left hand, he rushed into the group of monsters. The sword flashed, the famous bloodthirsty sword slashed forward, and a head flew up. The next moment, Ye Jin twisted his ankle, drew a circle, and swept the magic sword in all directions. A circle of purple-black sword energy spread out, killing all the invading monsters around him. Chapter 76, Fighting All the Way. Ouch! Lu Cheng laughed out loud. Lu Yi, you're quite capable. Ye Jin smiled and said, just make do with it. The minimum combat power of special service personnel starts at 100,000. Generally, for special forces members, killing minions that are not at a disaster level is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Of course, if the number of invading monsters is too large, that's another story. The problem is that there are quite a few special service personnel at the moment. Although there are constantly invading monsters rushing out of the square, there are also constantly special service teams arriving and joining the battle. The current situation is that it is not easy for the Special Forces team to advance into the square, but they can also resist the invading monsters rushing out of the square. With a puff, Lu Cheng raised his spear and swept across again, directly chopping several invading monsters in front of him into two pieces. Then he put down the Fong Tianhua Ji to rest for a while and said to Nan Rong, the number of these invading monsters is surprisingly large. Judging from the scale, the core of the secret realm may really be here. Nan Rong nodded. They could all see this from their experience. Fuck you. Lu Cheng said so. That foreign girl is really capable? Isn't she right? Nan Rong said, don't think about these things now, just deal with the things in front of you first. Lu Cheng nodded and suddenly felt a vibration in his trouser pocket, so he took out his mobile phone. I have a mission, Lu Cheng said. There are 4 teams escorting the Vajra. We need to move towards the fountain in the center of the square and deliver the Vajra. Nan Rong said, I'll help you. Lu Cheng nodded. Okay. Nan Rong didn't waste any words and directly clasped the 2 silver pistols together. A silvery white light flashed by, and the 2 silver guns merged into one, turning into a pistol. No, to be precise, this thing can be called a hand cannon. It's terrifyingly big. The next moment, Nan Rong pulled the trigger. An extremely terrifying huge beam of light spurted out from the muzzle of the gun and advanced madly towards the front. Any monsters covered by the beam of light were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of their bodies. Lu Cheng roared and took the opportunity to charge forward, with the Fong Tianhua Ji in his hand flying. The team members following him quickly pushed the cart forward. Flanks! Nan Rong shouted to Ye Jin. I'll go left, you go right. Intercept the invading monsters on the flanks and let them pass. Ye Jin nodded, then raised the magic sword and swung it forward. In an instant, a crescent-shaped sword energy appeared and flew forward, cutting the bodies of the invading monsters into 2 pieces. Flame of the Netherworld. After one sword strike, Ye Jin roared again. His whole body was burning, and then he punched forward. Large green flames surrounded Ye Jin's body, madly gathering and dispersing. And as Ye Jin's fist blasted forward, it turned into a pillar of fire and rushed forward, burning all the invading monsters in front of him. Lu Cheng was equally brave, wielding his Fong Tianhua Ji with great power as he moved forward. Soon, the central fountain became faintly visible. But at this moment, boom! The ground suddenly exploded. There was unexpectedly a commotion among the group of monsters right in front. One invading monster after another was thrown out, tumbling in the air. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of several people, and they looked forward. Among the group of monsters, a golem suddenly stood up. Earth Golem. Tiger. Combat power value is 280,000. Tiger level invading monsters. However, Lu Cheng did not stop because of this. After a roar, he raised the Fong Tianhua Ji, unparalleled. Along with the roar, three colored streams of light continued to bloom on the Fong Tianhuaji in Lu Cheng's hand. The light gathered behind Lu Cheng and then turned into a phantom. The shadow was that of an ancient general, mighty and majestic, holding a huge halberd in his hand and slashing forward. With a loud bang, after the attack, the body of the earth golem continued to shatter. Countless cracks appeared, densely packed together, and then the body collapsed and turned into countless pieces of rubble. But at this moment, an eagle's cry suddenly sounded in the sky. A giant eagle hovered from the sky and swooped down. When it fell, the giant eagle's body even burned with flames, like a falling meteorite. White feathered eagle. Tiger level. The combat power value is 325,000. Lu Cheng cursed. It's endless. Lu Cheng raised Fong Tian's painted halberd to attack. But at this moment, boom! A white beam of light struck from behind. The beam of light pierced the sky, as if it had split a piece of the sky and seemed to tear the entire space apart. Immediately afterwards, the beam of light hit the wings of the white-feathered eagle, and the wings exploded with a boom. Then, the white-feathered eagle fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. Lu Cheng looked back and saw that it was Nan Rong who took action. "Thank you," Lu Cheng shouted loudly and continued to charge forward. Because of the sudden appearance of the two tiger-level monsters, the surrounding invading monsters gathered again. Lu Cheng roared and wanted to charge again. However, Ye Jin took the initiative and took action first. A vine of the heavenly demon tree was thrown out by Ye Jin. The demon vine took root and grew thicker and thicker, splitting into dozens of vines before smashing forward. Boom, boom, boom. The huge vines kept falling down, and the ground exploded instantly. At the same time, the invading monsters were hit by the vines of the heavenly demon vines and instantly turned into pools of meat paste. Lu Cheng turned around and gave Ye Jin a thumbs up, then asked his team members to speed up and push the cart forward. Nan Rong looked at Ye Jin and asked, "Demon tree?" Ye Jin smiled and nodded. "It's a nice treasure, but it should be a consumable item." "What a pity." After Nan Rong finished speaking, he didn't stop. He raised his two guns and shot around again, killing the invading monsters that wanted to pounce on him. At the same time, with the help of Nan Rong and Ye Jin, Lu Cheng finally pushed the cart to the designated location. The covering cloth was lifted with force, and the Vajra was revealed. The Vajra was extremely heavy. According to the order issued by the commander, Lu Cheng stood up 4 Vajra in different positions. But it doesn't end there. There are 4 teams escorting the Vajra. They will enter the square from 4 directions and then place the Vajra at different locations in the 4 directions. At present, in addition to Lu Cheng, another escort team has arrived at the designated location. Before the remaining 2 escort teams arrive, they must guard the placed Vajra. Chapter 77, Ashura Formation. "Brothers, listen to me," Lu Cheng shouted loudly. "Whoever takes a step back is a grandson." Lu Cheng swept the Fong Tianhuaji and immediately held his sword in front of the Vajra to resist the invading monster. On the other side, Ye Jin and Nan Rong were also fighting, surrounded by densely packed invading monsters. As they were escorting Lu Cheng forward, their current position was somewhat disconnected from the Special Forces team outside, and they were surrounded. The demonic vine is very ferocious, but as a consumable, it has a limited number of uses and a limited time of use. After the awakening power that Ye Jin infused into the heavenly demon vine was consumed, the heavenly demon vine naturally withered. Without the rampage of the demonic vine, the surrounding invading monsters began to counterattack. Nan Rong looked serious and grabbed a small bag from his pocket. Ye Jin took a quick look and found that his captain was quite childish. In his pocket were actually soldier toys that were very common in childhood. But in the next moment, Nan Rong poured all the soldier toys into his palm and threw them out with force. The soldier toy fell into the group of monsters, but was not crushed. Instead, it emitted light and continued to grow larger, and soon became the same size as a normal person. Then, all those soldiers came back to life. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of machine gun fire rang out. The soldiers kept shooting around. That bullet was obviously not an ordinary bullet. The invading monsters had thick skin and flesh, and ordinary bullets could not cause much damage. However, the bullets of those soldiers could penetrate the bodies of several soldiers in succession. A soldier stood at the back with a rocket launcher on his shoulder. He raised it and pulled the trigger hard. With a loud bang, the rocket shot out and landed among the monsters. A raging flame shot up into the sky, and black smoke rolled up and turned into a huge mushroom cloud. Ye Jin saw everything and couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. It seems that I have to show some real skills. The next moment, Ye Jin took out the 9,000-year-old underwear and put it directly on his head. The sour and refreshing taste made Ye Jin think of the 9-word mantra at that moment. No matter how big or how good it feels, call me daddy. Nan Rong was also shocked. It seemed that his teammates were not mentally normal. After putting the 9,000-year-old underwear on his head, Ye Jin drew out the magic sword at the first opportunity. Possessed by the devil. In an instant, the blade of the magic sword continued to emit a bluish-purple light. One after another, snake-like black smoke appeared, lingering around the sword and dancing continuously. The next moment, Ye Jin took a step forward, raised the magic sword, and slashed forward. With a loud bang, sword energy is flying. However, the crescent-shaped sword energy was at least 10 times larger than before, and it swept forward like a bulldozer, crushing the invading monsters in front of it. At the same time, the remaining 2 escort teams also arrived at the center of the square. After taking out the Vajra, they placed it in the designated location. Lu Cheng took out his phone and took a look at it with a puzzled look on his face. Start the Azura formation now? It's no wonder that Lu Cheng was confused. Although there were many invading monsters around, they were all just minions. Did he have to use the Azura formation to deal with a group of minions? Lu Cheng was confused, but he still put the Vajra in place as soon as possible. At the same time, the information platform released the information on the mobile phones of all special agents. Information from the main station. All special agents except the escort team. Please evacuate to an area 300 meters away within 3 minutes. Main station information. Repeat. Main station information. Repeat. After reading the message, Nan Rong called out to Ye Jin, "Let's go." Ye Jin didn't waste any words. He turned around and swept out a sword energy, killing all the invading monsters around him, and then continued to retreat. 300 meters is not a far distance. After clearing a path, the special agents evacuated quickly. But the 4 escort teams were under great pressure. However, the teams selected to be responsible for the escort are all elite teams among the special forces. Their overall strength ranks among the top 10 in the special forces. They are still brave in the face of the horde of monsters. At the same time, countless golden lines appeared on the 16 Vajra. Those golden lines first appeared at the top of the Vajra, then spread from top to bottom. After covering the entire Vajra, they began to spread along the ground. This is why 4 escort teams are needed to continue guarding. It takes time to form a formation. Time passed by little, and on the ground, golden lines flowed, constantly splitting and connecting. Soon, a large area of array patterns covered the center of the square. The next moment, the array patterns on the ground began to flicker at the same time. The golden lines gradually turned into bright red. That's the color of blood. Suddenly, a strong murderous intent emerged all around, and the air was filled with solemnity. The invading monsters around suddenly stopped charging, as if they were frightened by the murderous intent and were forced to stop. Then, the sound of flesh being torn apart continued to ring out. The invading monsters within the coverage of the formation exploded in an instant, and countless pieces of flesh scattered into the air. Large amounts of blood splashed onto the ground, making the blood-colored array pattern even brighter red. A thin blood mist appeared at this moment, spreading in all directions, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The next moment, a huge phantom appeared in the center of the Azura formation. The phantom had 9 heads, 1,000 eyes, fire coming out of its mouth, and 990 hands. Azura King. After the phantom appeared, Sanskrit sounds suddenly rang out all around. The moment the Sanskrit sounds appeared, the surrounding invading monsters fell to their knees one after another, struggling in pain. In the blink of an eye, they exploded and died one after another. Lu Cheng took a look at the phantom. This is the horror of the Azura formation. But what is the use of activating the Azura formation at this time? There is no point in just killing some minions. Moreover, the invading monsters in the secret realm are almost impossible to kill. At least when they faced the secret realm, they had never killed all the invading monsters in the secret realm. The only way is to shatter the core of the secret realm and close the dimensional rift that created the secret realm. Although it seems fierce now, it has no meaning in Liu Cheng's eyes. But at this moment, in the fountain pool in the center of the square, bubbles suddenly appeared one by one in the water, and countless steam came out, and finally the color of the water turned into scarlet red. In the blink of an eye, the water in the fountain pool turned into magma. Countless volcanic ashes were floating everywhere. A shocking roar of a beast sounded at this moment. Chapter 78 Kill. An extremely heavy feeling of oppression. Lu Ben instinctively wanted to retreat, but found that his legs were constantly moving and trembling slightly, and he could not run away at all. This kind of pressure, this feeling, was experienced by many people not long ago. Dragon-level invading monsters. The next moment, the magma slowly surged up and turned into a human figure more than 3 meters tall. Magma Demon. Dragon. Combat power value is 220,000. It was truly a dragon-level invading monster, and the moment the Magma Demon stood up, a faint light could be seen seeping out from under the fountain pool. This place is obviously the core of the secret realm, and the Magma Demon is the last monster guarding the core of the secret realm. Then, the moment the Lava Demon stood up, the Phantom of King Azura suddenly made a move, grabbed the Magma Demon's head, and pressed the Magma Demon to the ground with force. Bang! The body of the Magma Demon fell to the ground and was held down firmly. Although he struggled desperately, it was of no use. Then, boom! The shadow of King Ashura suddenly exerted force, and then the head of the Magma Demon exploded instantly, and the body that had just condensed was shattered in an instant. The Magma Demon died just like that. The dragon-level monster was completely vulnerable in front of the shadow of King Ashura and was killed easily. The special agents around also looked shocked. It's not that I'm surprised by the strength of the Ashura King's Phantom. After all, it is one of the most valuable treasures in the Security Bureau's warehouse. It's not surprising that it can kill a dragon-level invading monster. What was surprising was that the location was really the core of the secret realm, and the Azura formation had been set up in advance before the dragon-level monster launched an attack. How is this done? It's so amazing. Information from the main station. Special agents should launch an attack immediately to destroy the core of the secret realm and evacuate within 30 minutes to avoid being trapped in the dimensional rift. Main station information. Repeat. At this time, information appeared on the information platform again, and the Special Forces members reacted immediately and rushed forward again. The 4 escort teams were right next to the fountain, so naturally they would destroy the core of the secret realm as soon as possible. The light emerging from the fountain shattered, revealing a huge dimensional crack. Boom, boom, boom. There were constant rumbling sounds all around, and buildings began to crumble and collapse. The ground shook, large cracks appeared, and the ground began to collapse. The sky was like a broken mirror, falling piece by piece. The destruction of the core of the secret realm means that this small space is about to collapse. If you don't leave in time, you will be annihilated along with this space, and nothing will be left of your body. The dimensional cracks revealed by destroying the secret realm are the exit. Soon, the surrounding invading monsters were cleared, and the Special Forces members began to retreat in an orderly manner and leave the secret realm. Nan Rong called out to Ye Jin, "Let's go." Ye Jin nodded and followed Nan Rong, stepping into the dimensional crack in the fountain pool. The tearing feeling appeared again, and the surrounding scenery felt dizzy and was quickly torn apart. This feeling lasted for half a minute. When everything in front of him became clear again, Ye Jin found that he had returned to his original world. The surrounding damaged buildings are intact, the ground has not collapsed, and there is a field team standing guard outside. Information platform. The crisis in this secret realm has been completely resolved. The incident is over. Special Forces members can evacuate on their own. The field team will cooperate with the aftermath team to enter the scene. Information platform. Repeat. Ye Jin looked at Nan Rong and said, "Are you done with work?" Nan Rong nodded. Ye Jin touched his chin, feeling that something was missing. That terrifying secret place. That's it? In fact, Ye Jin was not the only one who felt a little awkward. Nan Rong, an old special agent who had been involved in battles many times, also felt awkward. Is the secret realm dangerous? Very dangerous. At the last moment, a dragon-level invading monster even appeared. When faced with a guy of this disaster level, either the elite mobile forces have to be dispatched, or be prepared for large-scale sacrifices and let the special forces sacrifice their lives to kill the opponent. But the command center's clever operation made everything simple. They arranged the Azura formation in advance and easily captured the dragon-level invading monster, the Magma Demon. How is this done? Many people have this question in their minds. Wulin City, Security Bureau Headquarters. It's simple. I can do this because of this whole set of equipment. Eliza spoke confidently as she stood in front of the huge projection screen. The footage showed the situation outside the secret realm, which was taken using an aerial drone. The Special Forces team had already evacuated and were currently counting the casualties. As of now, the result is perfect. There are still some casualties, but the number of deaths is 0. And all this was because Eliza had predicted the secret realm in advance and predicted the location of the core of the secret realm, as well as the location of the final dragon-level invading monster, and arranged the Azura formation in advance, which made everything easy. Everyone, you need to make up your mind. Eliza smiled and said, I have proven my value and the effectiveness of the equipment I developed. So do you want to cooperate? A field commander asked. I want to know what the accuracy rate is. Eliza said, I can't say it's 100%, but an overall calculation rate of 80% is still acceptable. What does the whole mean? The stronger the invading monster, the higher the accuracy. Eliza smiled and said, after the dimensional rift appears, it will produce certain unique fluctuations. I think everyone knows this. The method used by the Security Bureau to locate the dimensional rift is also based on the detection of fluctuations, right? Everyone in the conference room nodded. The fluctuations are strong and weak. Those dimensional cracks with stronger fluctuations are easier to accurately locate. Is that right? Everyone nodded again. Eliza spread her hands and said, the principle is the same. The higher the disaster level of the invading monster, the stronger the fluctuation and the higher the accuracy. On the contrary, the accuracy is not that high. Everyone fell into deep thought. This is a shortcoming of Eliza's equipment. But is it really a shortcoming? If the invading monsters that appear in the dimensional rifts are just minions, there is actually nothing to be afraid of because everyone is capable of dealing with them. The key point is those things with a very high disaster level. Even if you can deal with them, the price to pay is not small. But being able to predict in advance is another matter. As long as we are prepared in advance, casualties will inevitably be sharply reduced, just like this time. Everything was easily solved without any special service members dying. After a moment of silence, a man stood up and said, Ms. Eliza, we are very willing to cooperate with you. If the effect is good, we can even help you promote this equipment throughout China. Chapter 79 Aftermath. The early morning sun shines in through the window, bringing a little warmth. Ye Jin slowly opened his eyes. After the secret realm incident was over and the team disbanded, there was nothing more comfortable than going home and having a good sleep. As Ye Jin was thinking, a screen of light appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Ye Jin. Combat power, 296190. Abilities, Rejuvenation, Time Rewind, Ghost Flame Claw, 200,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Palm Thunder, 30,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Heaven and Earth Eyes, 1,200,000. 8-9 Mysterious Skills, Level 3. 4,000 plus 25% of own combat power. Flying Thunder God, Soul Out of Body, Nether Flame. 200,000 plus 35% of own combat power. Items. Heavenly Demon Vine, 1000000. Remaining times, 5. Save All Living Things, 1000000. Remaining times, 1. Sunlight Cannon, 1500000. Remaining times, 1. Other Mountain Wind and Rain Sword, 2000000. Yellow Spring Guiding Lamp, 2000000. Mountain Splitting Axe, 3500000. My combat power value is almost 300,000. Ye Jin was quite satisfied with this trip to the secret realm. He obtained the Heavenly Demon Vine and the Mountain Wind and Rain Sword, all of which were treasures worth millions. In the end, my personal combat power value increased significantly. But that's not enough. Not to mention the elite mobile forces, there are many masters with a combat power of over 300,000 among the special forces. People like Nan Rong and Lu Chung can kill tiger-level invading monsters alone. Obviously, a combat power value of 300,000 is definitely not weak among special service members, but almost all captains can reach this level. Therefore, Ye Jin felt that he still needed to work harder. As he thought about it, He threw back the quilt and stood up. Ye Jin heated a cup of milk for himself and turned on the TV. A citizen of the Magic City opened a dimensional rift, and a ghost-level killer clown appeared. After killing the citizen who opened the dimensional rift, he hid among humans and carried out massive destruction and killing. Just last night, the killer clown even blew up a hospital. So far, the casualties have exceeded 1,000. A citizen of Tiandu City found the Peerless Martial Arts Manual Sunflower Manual in a dimensional rift. The first page of the manual said that one could castrate oneself in order to practice this martial art. After much hesitation, the citizen finally decided to give up the happiness of the rest of his life. Unfortunately, when he turned to the second page, he found that it said that one could succeed even if he did not want to castrate himself. A secret realm has appeared in Wulin City again. Thanks to the efforts of the Special Forces, we have finally succeeded in killing the invading monsters and closing the secret realm. China is mighty. The Wulin City Security Bureau headquarters has reached an agreement with Eliza, a researcher at the Eagle Saw Supernatural Research Institute, and is currently working on equipping all field personnel with new equipment. The special agents of the Imperial Capital Security Bureau headquarters successfully killed the ghost-level invading monster, the Azure Dragon. China is mighty. A magical secret realm appeared in Nandu, and a large number of male Khans were trapped in it. After being rescued by the Security Bureau, these men have become stupid and can only mutter "Queen, black silk stockings, long legs, slightly fat goddess, tank, spare my life." Ye Jin drank milk and read the news. He eliminated those funny news and found that today's news was quite interesting. The killer clown in Magic City caught Ye Jin's attention, not because he had any obsession with the killer clown. After all, the affairs of Magic City were not something that he, a special agent from Wulin City, needed to worry about. Ye Jin felt something in his heart because he thought of the skin ghost. The appearance of the killer clown made Ye Jin realize once again that, as Nan Rong said, in addition to the disaster level, the intelligence of the invading monsters is also very important. This kind of guy who has brains and knows how to hide and cause trouble is far more troublesome than the guy who just knows how to rush around. Of course, it is fortunate that the number of such invading monsters is still very small, and they are not seen often. After all, having intelligence is often equivalent to being powerful. The skinning ghost is a low-probability event among low-probability events. In addition, Wulin City seems to be stuck in the position of the conspicuous bag. Among every 5 news items, at least 2 are related to Wulin City, which has also attracted a lot of attention to Wulin City. The second appearance of the Secret Realm is very interesting, and successfully solving the Secret Realm is also very exciting. The citizens of Wulin City were, of course, very happy. But in fact, the current situation of Wulin City has attracted great attention from the whole of China. In recent months, dimensional cracks have appeared in Wulin City at a very high frequency. In addition to the citizens of Wulin City, citizens of other cities are also not indifferent. After all, who knows if the situation might just be the beginning? I don't know when it will be my city's turn. This worry is not groundless. Most people understand that a single spark can start a prairie fire. As for Elisa, the researcher at the Eagle Saw Supernatural Research Institute, Ye Jin had also heard from Lu Cheng that it was she who predicted the opening of the Secret Realm, predicted the core of the Secret Realm, and even predicted the monster guarding the core of the Secret Realm. To be honest, it's unbelievable. Just like Lu Cheng didn't believe it, Ye Jin didn't believe it even more. I only saw the clues of the dimensional rift, but this foreign girl is so capable. It felt just like many years ago when I was young and ignorant and accidentally killed someone, but I refused to believe that I was a father. However, putting aside the fact that it is incredible, this is definitely a good thing, and it will definitely make it much easier to carry out tasks in the future. While thinking about it, Ye Jin took out his mobile phone and looked at the information platform. Sure enough, almost all the field teams were talking about this matter. After all, the trial of new equipment starts with the field teams. Although it is impossible to equip them all at once, more than 50 field teams have received the equipment and are trying it out. After looking at the information platform for a while, Ye Jin got up, changed his clothes, and went out. No matter what, improving one's own strength is the bottom line. As long as you are strong enough, even without the so-called equipment, you will not be afraid of the monsters hiding in the dimensional cracks. And if you want to become stronger, of course, you have to keep looking for dimensional cracks. This is the simplest, most direct, and fastest way to improve your strength. Moreover, if the so-called equipment is useful, Ye Jin feels that he will have more time to look for dimensional rifts. After all, a very important task of the special service is urban support. Since the equipment can predict dimensional rifts, does it mean that the frequency of support missions will be reduced? With less workload, will there be more time to look for dimensional rifts? The more Ye Jin thought about it, the happier he felt. Chapter 80: Beware of Flowers and Willows. Dimensional rift discovered. It's empty inside, cleaner than your wallet. Dimensional rift discovered. It's empty inside, cleaner than your wallet. Ye Jin went out to look for dimensional rifts, and his originally happy mood suddenly turned bad. Just like many years ago, the goddess finally agreed to let you go to a small hotel. But after it was over, at the moment when you were most satisfied, you said, "Shigo, you can't do it either." 2 consecutive dimensional cracks were actually empty. Ye Jin was also puzzled. What was going on? Why were there so many dimensional cracks in the sky recently? I've never seen this before. You know, the probability of an empty dimensional rift appearing is not necessarily much higher than seeing a ghost-level invading monster. You may find useless junk in a dimensional rift, but it is unlikely to be empty. Ye Jin scratched his head, unable to figure out why, and could only continue to move on to the next dimensional rift. Finally, the 3rd dimensional rift is no longer empty. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which was stained with an extremely mysterious ancient aura. The 4 words "ancient atmosphere" instantly made Ye Jin excited, just like discovering that his female roommate forgot to close the door when taking a shower. Dunlong's a projection. The magic weapon held by Ganlu Mingwang. It looks like a wooden stick with 3 iron rings on the top. When it is deployed, it has infinite power. Holding the dragon pillar projection, one can transform into a huge dragon pillar to smash the target. This object can go up to the sky or down to the ground. The target chosen by it has no way to escape. The dragon pillar projection will disappear after use. The combat power of the dragon pillar projection is 250-0000. Ye Jin was immediately happy. Not many people may know about Ganlu Hades, but if he were to change his name, I think many people would know him. Nez has to call this guy Big Brother. His secular name is Jinja. Ye Jin had obtained the projection of the fire spear before, and now he got the projection of the eldest brother's magic weapon. Ye Jin suddenly felt that he had a strong affinity with this family. Moreover, Jinja's magic weapon has more than just high combat power. How could a projection of a magical weapon of immortals with such combat power not have immortal power? Sure enough, a crack appeared in Ye Jin's palm, and his 3rd eye opened involuntarily, like a child seeing snacks, cheering with joy. Sure enough, a trace of colorful immortal power emerged from the projection of the dragon pillar, slowly flowed into the sky eye, and was absorbed cleanly by the sky eye. The sky eye absorbed the immortal power from the projection of the dragon pillar. The combat power of sky eye increases by 100,000. The combat power of sky eye is 130,000. After the sky eye absorbed the immortal power, the combat power of the dragon pillar projection also dropped from 2.5 million to 2.2 million. Naturally, there is a price to pay for feeding the sky eye. But Ye Jin knew that this deal would definitely not be a loss. Watching the heavenly eye in his palm close and putting away the projection of the dragon pillar, Ye Jin's mood instantly became better again. Just like the goddess many years ago, after saying, "Xiaogo, can you do it?" She suddenly hugged your neck and said, "Whether you can do it or not, I like it." Riding on his beloved electric scooter, Ye Jin headed to the next dimensional rift. This time, the dimensional rift was actually near the Security Bureau headquarters. Ye Jin didn't want to open this dimensional crack in the first place. The dimensional crack near the Security Bureau headquarters would definitely be dealt with soon. However, Ye Jin stared at the dimensional crack in the Special Forces exclusive channel and did not have many choices. After all, the number of dimensional cracks with fluctuations strong enough to be placed in the Special Forces exclusive channel must be relatively small. What Ye Jin didn't expect was that when he arrived at the place, the dimensional rift was still there. However, Ye Jin would rather let someone open the dimensional rift this time. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which contained a strong, noble aura. Dragon underwear. The dragon underwear worn by an ancient emperor is very noble. However, it seems that the emperor died of syphilis. Wearing dragon underwear, you will look noble and majestic with the aura of a royal dragon on you. Ordinary monsters will never dare to approach you. Friendly reminder, Be careful of flowers and willows. Ye Jin was convinced. This thing sounded pretty awesome, but the so-called ordinary monsters are those minions without disaster levels. Does Ye Jin need these guys to stay away from him now? Just raise your hand, and you can finish a piece. Of course, nothing is absolute in this world. If thousands of invading monsters attack in a secret realm, the level of terror may not be less than that of a tiger-level monster or even a ghost-level monster. Even if the number is large enough, for example, 100,000 monsters appear together to form a monster tide, the dragon-level monsters may not be enough to deal with them. As for the dragon underwear, ordinary monsters would never dare to approach, and there is no limit on the number. Then, its value is terrifying. But the problem is, wearing this might give you syphilis. Ye Jin suddenly felt unwell, but after thinking it over, he folded the thing carefully and ran to the supermarket to buy a plastic bag to put it in. When your life is in danger one day, you probably won't care whether you will be infected with syphilis. After putting away the dragon underwear, Ye Jin thought about it and decided to go to the Security Bureau headquarters. Anyway, I'm not far from the door, so I might as well stop by to have a meal and clean out some treasures that I don't need and put them on consignment. Ye Jin made up his mind and rode his electric donkey towards the Security Bureau headquarters. But just when he arrived at the door, Ye Jin heard someone calling his name, and when he turned around, he saw Yin Ming leading his team. Ye Jin smiled and said, "Captain, you are a special agent now. Why are you calling me Captain?" "Captain for one day, Captain for life." Ye Jin replied jokingly, and then said, "Are you not busy today?" "No hurry." Yin Ming suddenly got a little excited, took out a square-shaped small machine that looked a bit like a Walkman and said, "This thing is quite useful." Ye Jin asked in confusion, "What is this?" "I can't explain it clearly," Yin Ming said. "The new equipment sent this morning can roughly determine whether the invading monsters hidden in the dimensional cracks are minions or have a disaster level based on the numerical value. With this thing, the efficiency has increased sharply. This morning we dealt with 9 dimensional cracks, which is twice as many as usual." Ye Jin touched his chin. This should be what the American female researcher mentioned in the news came up with. Is the accuracy rate high? Not bad. Yin Ming thought for a moment and said, "It's about 60 to 70% accurate. Besides, in addition to predicting the monsters in the dimensional rift based on the numerical values, it can also predict whether it is a treasure." Chapter 81 Ghost. This thing is pretty awesome. There was a hint of surprise on Ye Jin's face. Not only can it predict the level of monsters in dimensional rifts, but it can also distinguish between monsters and treasures. Isn't this even more powerful than being able to see the dimensional rift clues yourself? Let's go. Yin Ming patted Ye Jin's shoulder. "Let's go eat." A few people entered the Security Bureau headquarters, ate something in the rest area, and had a small gathering with old friends. Then Ye Jin went to the trading area and consigned small items such as the Thunder Wing Feather, the 100-slash sword, and the famous Bloodthirsty sword. With Ye Jin's strength, this kind of little thing is almost useless. What's more, many treasures overlap with each other. For example, the 100-cut sword and the famous sword Bloodthirsty. What use are they to Ye Jin? The magic sword is enough. Consignment is very convenient. Ye Jin sets a number of keys. For example, the consignment price of Baijian Dao is 12 keys. If someone takes a fancy to the 100 cutting blades, they can bid for the 12 keys. But this is not the end. The consignment period is 48 hours. And if someone else takes a fancy to it after that, they must bid a higher price. After 48 hours, whoever offers the highest price will get the item. The process is very convenient, and Ye Jin doesn't need to worry about anything. So, Ye Jin ran off happily to look for the dimensional rift again. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which exuded the fragrance of gardenia and could be taken. Zhixiang Ningxin pill. This is a pill made by ancient alchemists. After taking it, one can improve one's cultivation to a certain extent. There was a porcelain bottle hidden in the dimensional crack, and inside it were 6 pills that looked like chocolate beans. Ye Jin casually threw one into his mouth. You took the Zhixiang Ningxin pill, and your combat power increased by 2,000. 1 Gardenia Ningxin pill can increase the combat power by 2,000, and 6 pills would be 12,000. Ye Jin thinks it's not bad. Treating the bottle of pills as a snack, Ye Jin rode his electric scooter and continued to wander around. Dimensional rift discovered. It's empty inside, cleaner than your wallet. Another Sora's dimensional rift? Ye Jin was stunned when he found a new dimensional crack again. This was the third empty dimensional crack today. Ye Jin even suspected for a moment that there might be something wrong with the dimensional crack prompt. I wasted a key to open the dimensional rift. And sure enough, the dimensional rift was empty. There was nothing inside. It's really weird. Ye Jin was also speechless. Are there really so many empty dimensional cracks? While thinking about this, Ye Jin rode his electric scooter to the next dimensional crack. Dimensional rift discovered. There is a fierce aura and strong murderous intent in the dimensional crack. If you don't want to cause trouble, remember to kill the other party. There are monsters in the dimensional rift. Ye Jin frowned. Generally, if Ye Jin can deal with monsters in dimensional rifts, he will kill them. Anyway, there will be others to deal with them if he leaves them. Instead of letting others take risks, it is better for Ye Jin to do it himself. Anyway, you can take photos for record and the keys will be reimbursed. But right now, the clues about this dimensional rift are somewhat ambiguous, and it is not certain whether Ye Jin can easily deal with the invading monsters in the dimensional rift. However, judging from the description, it is indeed quite dangerous. Just when Ye Jin was struggling, the dimensional crack suddenly emitted a layer of purple light and spread in all directions. Immediately afterwards, the edge of the dimensional rift began to wriggle violently. Ye Jin was stunned, then quickly drew out the magic sword. Ye Jin didn't need to worry about it anymore, because it was no longer up to him whether the dimensional rift was opened or not. That dimensional rift is about to open on its own. The moment Ye Jin entered a state of alert, a large amount of purple mist suddenly gushed out from the dimensional rift and spread wildly in all directions. Ye Jin didn't waste any words. He raised the magic sword and slashed forward. A sword energy flew across the sky, and the moment it passed forward, the drifting purple mist was cut through by the sword. The next moment, the purple mist drifted to both sides, past Ye Jin, floated towards the sky, and then condensed into a ball again. Ye Jin was on full alert, holding the magic sword in one hand and taking out his mobile phone in the other to monitor the opponent's combat power. But at this moment, the drifting purple mist actually flew over the side wall and floated away so suddenly. Ye Jin was stunned for a moment, then said to himself that something was wrong. This guy is going to run. The hint of that dimensional rift included words like violent aura and strong murderous intent. So Ye Jin naturally thought that a brutal guy would appear. Who would have thought he was so cowardly that he ran away directly after being hit by the sword? Ye Jin quickly turned around and chased after him. After turning the corner, Ye Jin quickly saw purple mist floating in the air. At that moment, Ye Jin felt a hint of fierce aura. Scatter! Ye Jin shouted to the pedestrians on the street. Stay away from the area covered by smoke. When the pedestrians on the street saw Ye Jin's uniform, they instinctively scattered in all directions. And at this moment, suddenly, countless spikes appeared in the smoke and shot downwards. Boom, boom, boom. The spike fell to the ground, and the sound of explosions continued to be heard, and a piece of the ground was instantly shattered. At the same time, a message appeared on Ye Jin's mobile phone screen. Ghost. Wolf level. Combat power value is 120,000. Ye Jin breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a wolf-level invading monster, and he was capable of killing it alone. While thinking, Ye Jin threw the magic sword into the air. Go! Accompanied by Ye Jin's light shout. The magic sword flew out of his hand and entered the sword-controlling form, transforming into a sword light that broke through the air and slashed towards the purple mist in the air. The wolf-level invading monster should not be able to withstand the power of the magic sword. However, when the sword light transformed by the magic sword fell, the purple mist was instantly split into two halves, but it did not suffer any damage. It squirmed in the air and quickly condensed again. Ye Jin couldn't help but be surprised. His attack was ineffective. At this time, a ghost face appeared on the purple mist and laughed strangely towards Ye Jin, as if mocking Ye Jin. Ye Jin was instantly furious. He was actually despised by a monster. With the point of his fingertips, the magic sword flew into the air again and pierced into the purple smoke, passing through it, but it still had no effect. The ghost was not afraid of Ye Jin's attack at all. But at this moment, bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out, and then a beam of white light shot across the sky and hit the smoke, causing the smoke to make a muffled sound. The ghost face twisted instantly, struggled continuously, and then exploded. In the blink of an eye, the sky became clear and the ghost was deader than dead. Ye Jin looked toward the shop on the street and happened to see Nan Rong putting the pistol back into the holster at his waist. Chapter 82, Why Is It Empty? Nan Rong jumped down from the roof and walked towards Ye Jin and said, "The ghost is an evil ghost that was formed by the accumulated resentment of the dead souls. This guy ignores physical attacks." Ye Jin nodded. "Remember, Nan Rong's words are based on experience and are very valuable. Ye Jin's strength is higher than Ming Gui's, but he is unable to defeat Ming Gui in a short time because of his lack of experience. Of course, it's good to suffer this kind of loss so that something similar won't happen next time. Also, remember to kill a ghost with all your strength the first time you encounter one. This thing is very troublesome. It can transform into a human form with smoke and has intelligence. It can hide and cause destruction, which is very harmful." Ye Jin showed an expression of realization. No wonder the word trouble appeared in the prompt. It seems that he should pay attention to this kind of prompt in the future. On the other side, Nan Rong said as he motioned Ye Jin to follow him, "Let's go on a mission." "Another mission?" "Well, testing a few dimensional cracks." "Testing dimensional rifts? Didn't you watch the news?" Nan Rong said, "There's a researcher from the Eagle's Sauce." "Oh, I know about that news." Ye Jin interrupted. "I ran into some old teammates this morning, and they said the other team's equipment is pretty good." Nan Rong nodded. "It was thanks to this equipment that we found it in the secret realm. However, the data from a one-time event cannot be standardized. The current order from the General Security Bureau is to test the equipment." As Nan Rong spoke, he took Ye Jin into an underground garage. A field team member was waiting at the door and saluted Nan Rong. "The crowd evacuation has been completed." Nan Rong nodded and continued to say to Ye Jin, "Some teams in the field have received the equipment, but the Security Bureau needs more data, so they have selected some dimensional cracks and asked special agents to conduct special tests. I have also received a mission, and when I came here, I happened to see you dealing with a ghost." Ye Jin nodded and quickly followed Nan Rong to the depths of the underground garage. In a parking space not far away, there was a dimensional crack floating. Nan Rong stepped forward and pulled out a small square device, the same one Ye Jin had seen in Yan Ming's hands before. Nan Rong was obviously not familiar with this thing. While fiddling with the device, he took out a manual from his pocket and started reading it. Ye Jin curled his lips at the side, thinking that there was no need to go through so much trouble. Dimensional rift discovered. There is a foul smell coming from the dimensional crack. You should be able to kill the opponent easily, but be careful that the foul smell will not get on your clothes. Bolino is a branded product. At the same time, the fluctuation value is 112, and the displayed color is red. It should be a wolf-level invading monster. Nan Rong finally fiddled with the equipment and then gestured to Ye Jin. Ye Jin stepped forward, took out the key, and opened the crack. The next moment, a foul smell came from the dimensional crack, and then two rotten arms suddenly stretched out. Carrion King, wolf level. Combat power value is 130,000. Ye Jin quickly retreated, and at the moment the corpse emerged from the dimensional crack, he drew out his magic sword and swept it across. The magic sword trembled, and a buzzing sound was heard in the air. A sword energy broke through the air and slashed towards the Corpse King. With a puff, half of the Corpse King's body had not yet walked out of the dimensional crack, but with the sound of flesh and blood being torn, its head had already flown into the air, where it kept rolling. You killed the wolf-level invasion monster, Carrion King. You got a treasure. Rotten bait. After cutting this thing open and throwing it out, it will emit a foul smell, attracting monsters within a radius of 300 meters. Watching Ye Jin kill the Corpse King, Nan Rong was a little surprised and said, "It really is a wolf-level invading monster." Although the other party had demonstrated in the previous secret realm that their equipment was quite useful, most people still did not quite believe it because it was too incredible. But seeing is believing, and Nan Rong was filled with surprise and excitement. If this device could really measure so accurately, it would definitely be much more convenient to resolve dimensional rifts, and casualties would drop sharply. Wah! Nan Rong waved towards Ye Jin and headed towards the next dimensional crack. Dimensional rift discovered. There were roars coming from the dimensional cracks, as if there were ferocious beasts in it. Nan Rong fiddled with the device and murmured, "The fluctuation value is 98, and it is still displayed in red. It should still be a wolf-level monster." Ye Jin waited until Nan Rong finished recording, then took out the key to open the dimensional rift. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded, and then a leopard with 3 tails suddenly jumped out. 3-tailed golden leopard. Wolf level. Combat power value is 85,000. It really is another wolf-level invading monster. Ye Jin and Nan Rong couldn't help but look at each other. The next moment, the three-tailed golden leopard suddenly jumped up from the ground and pounced towards Ye Jin. Ye Jin didn't waste any words and directly entered the state of indestructibility. Ding! The three-tailed golden leopard's sharp claws scratched Ye Jin's body, making a crisp sound of metallic clashing. Then the sharp claws suddenly broke. Ye Jin clenched his fist at this moment and smashed it towards the head of the three-tailed golden leopard. With a bang, Ye Jin punched the three-tailed golden leopard on the head, and a fist mark appeared on the head, with a dent. The three-tailed golden leopard fell to the ground, twitched once, and then became motionless. You killed the wolf-level invading monster, the three-tailed golden leopard. Unfortunately, there is no treasure this time. Both predictions were correct. Nan Rong took out his phone and looked at it, saying, "Is your dormitory in resettlement area number 3? Yes. Ye Jin nodded, wondering why Nan Rong suddenly cared about where he lived. As luck would have it, there's one dimensional rift left, and it happens to be near your dorm. Once you've dealt with it, you can go home on the way." Ye Jin felt like crying. Nan Rong finally stopped forcing him to work overtime. "So, what are you waiting for? Let's go." Ye Jin waved his hand and rushed to the next dimensional crack with Nan Rong again. This time, the dimensional rift appeared in a small shop, and the owner and the people nearby had been evacuated. As usual, Ye Jin secretly took a look at the clues of the dimensional rift. Dimensional rift discovered. It has been detected that there is a sword with intelligence hidden in the dimensional crack. You cannot subdue it. After years of killing, it has been tainted by blood and murderous intent, and has become a monster that only knows how to kill. It is very strong, but the magic sword in your hand may not obey. Being unconquerable means that it can only be considered an invading monster. As for the demon's sword's dissatisfaction, it is highly likely that the combat power value will not exceed 200,000. It should still be a wolf-level invading monster. But the value is 0, and the displayed color is white. Nan Rong glanced at the device. This dimensional rift should be empty. Chapter 83 tonight, destined to be sleepless. Ye Jin's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Nan Rong in disbelief. How could it be an empty crack? There should be a deadly weapon inside. Nan Rong did not notice the change in Ye Jin's expression, but picked up the key and walked towards the dimensional rift. "Don't want," Ye Jin blurted out instinctively. Nan Rong opened the dimensional rift in this unguarded state. If the fierce weapon in the dimensional rift attacked by surprise, Nan Rong would be seriously injured or even dead. However, Ye Jin was obviously too late. By the time he shouted, Nan Rong had already sent the key into the dimensional crack. The next moment, the dimensional rift opened, but it was empty with nothing inside. Nan Rong looked at Ye Jin strangely and asked, "What's wrong?" Ye Jin was shocked that the hint of the dimensional rift had actually changed. Dimensional rift discovered. It's empty inside, cleaner than your wallet. Nan Rong stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Ye Jin. "Hey, I'm asking you what's wrong?" Ye Jin came back to his senses, shook his head woodenly, and said, "That crack. It's okay, nothing happened." Ye Jin originally wanted to blurt out that there were evil soldiers in the dimensional rift, but the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. After all, he didn't know how to start. Is there something inside the dimensional rift? How did Ye Jin see it? This matter is simply difficult to explain. Besides, the fact is that the dimensional rift was opened, but there was nothing inside. Even if Ye Jin said that he could see clues of the dimensional rift, facts speak louder than words at the moment. Nan Rong would only suspect whether Ye Jin was mentally ill or had hallucinations. Nan Rong said, "This equipment is more useful than expected. If we can achieve this kind of prediction effect through in-depth testing of the fluctuations of the dimensional rift, we will have fewer troubles when carrying out missions in the future." Ye Jin forced a smile. The problem now is that either there is something wrong with you, or there is something wrong with the device. Nan Rong looked at the sky and said, "I have to go back to the headquarters to report. You should go back and rest first. Your dormitory is nearby anyway." "Good." Ye Jin agreed somewhat dazedly, then walked towards the dormitory complex. This matter made Ye Jin feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why. "I clearly saw the hint that there were dangerous soldiers hidden in the dimensional rift, so how come it was empty after the dimensional rift was opened? Where did the evil soldier in the hint go? It can't be that the thing has a built-in stealth function, right?" Ye Jin didn't believe that the prompts he saw could be wrong. The fact was that ever since he had the ability to see prompts, the prompts had never been wrong. But the dimensional rift was indeed empty after it was opened. Because when the dimensional rift opened, the prompt that he saw also changed, and the prompt displayed showed that the dimensional rift had indeed become empty. So, what went wrong between the time the prompt appeared and the time Nan Rong opened the crack? But it only took half a minute. What could go wrong? In fact, there were only Ye Jin and Nan Rong at the time. The crowd had already dispersed, and there was no third party at all. Why is this happening? Until I opened the door, entered the house, and lay down on the bed. Ye Jin couldn't figure out what went wrong and could only stare at the ceiling in a daze. The sun sets and night falls. On the helipad on the top floor of the hotel, a man sat on the edge, looking out at the brightly lit Wulin city. The night wind made the man's hair a little messy. At this time, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground was heard on the rooftop. The blonde woman in a white coat walked across the rooftop onto the tarmac and came behind the man. The light from the distance shone on the woman's face. The woman was Eliza, the researcher from the Supernatural Research Institute. The two were silent for a moment, and the man was the first to speak with a smile. I really didn't expect that you would come up with such a method, directly asking the Security Bureau to help you collect energy. It's an honor for stupid humans to be used. Eliza put her hands in her pockets. But they will soon find out that this thing is not done perfectly. So, what's next? Of course, we should wait one day at a time and let them devote more efforts to the return of the angels. Eliza smiled and said, they definitely plan to check on me, but what if they are too busy to check on me? After all, I have gained a certain degree of their trust so far. If any trouble arises at this time, they will not prioritize me. So, you found a bunch of people to maliciously open the dimensional rift to cover up your energy collection while causing some trouble for the Security Bureau and diverting its attention. Yes, but this is only a minor inconvenience. It would take a major inconvenience to keep the Security Bureau busy. It seems that I have to do this. When do you plan to start? Now. The man smiled, stood up, and looked into the distance. As you wish. A white light suddenly emanated from the man's body, revealing a sense of holiness and peace. The next moment, the man raised his hand, and a silver angel halo appeared in his palm. The halo slowly floated up and drifted above the man's head. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth. The man muttered to himself in a low voice, and the angel ring above his head emitted an incandescent glow. The next moment, the man looked forward with a far-reaching gaze. The city shrouded in the night was quiet and peaceful, and then, boom, an extremely terrifying loud noise occurred. In the city, a large cloud of dust rose up, and then a huge black centipede raised its body in the dust. Its body was nearly a kilometer long and unimaginably terrifying. When its body was arched, it was even taller than the surrounding buildings. Pedestrians on the street looked up, screamed in fear, and then fled in all directions. Then, the huge body of the black centipede crashed into the building next to it. The more than 10-story building was instantly broken and collapsed downwards. The huge rubble hit a jeep, instantly turning it into a pile of scrap metal. Soon, emergency evacuation alarms sounded over the city. On the tarmac, the man took a deep breath, and the angel ring on his head gradually lost its luster and fell back into the man's hand. Eliza said, "A ghost-level invading monster. This is not enough." "Don't worry," the man smiled. "This is just an appetizer." Eliza nodded and turned to leave the tarmac. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. Chapter 84, Alarms Whistling. It's so noisy. Ye Jin woke up slowly, then threw back the quilt and started cursing. It's normal to be grumpy when you wake up. It's like you take your beloved goddess to a hotel to book a room, and the two of you have already been honest with each other and are about to start research on software hardening engineering. But at this time, someone is so tactless and knocks on the door. Would you not be angry? Ye Jin got up cursing, looked at the dark bedroom, and listened to the alarm coming from outside the window, and he became a little more sober. Then he was startled. Wait, the sirens? Ye Jin hurriedly put on his clothes, got up, drew open the curtains, and opened the window. The alarm sounded particularly harsh. Looking into the distance, in the pitch-black night, an extremely huge black centipede was tumbling there, rushing around and crushing all the surrounding buildings. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the sky. The light spread in all directions, forming a huge light shield that enveloped a large area of the city. Ye Jin was very familiar with this thing, and the Security Bureau headquarters directly used the Bagua Cloud Light Handkerchief. But, faced with the light shield of the Bagua Cloud Light Pa, the giant centipede had no intention of retreating and directly crashed into it fiercely. Boom! The heavy impact caused the light shield of the Bagua Cloud Light Pa to tremble continuously, and layers of waves spread out to the surroundings. Even through the light shield, large cracks appeared on the buildings in the outer circle. Ye Jin quickly took the phone from the bedside table. Information from the main station. A ghost-level invading monster, the Death Black Centipede, has appeared in Jinhua Community, Shanqing District. Its combat power is 750,000, and it is followed by a large number of invading monsters, numbering more than 3,000. Please ask the nearest field team to rush to the outer area to evacuate the crowd and build a defense line as soon as possible. Information from the main station. A ghost-level invading monster, the Death Black Centipede, has appeared in Jinhua Community, Shanqing District. Its combat power is 750,000, and it is followed by a large number of invading monsters, numbering more than 3,000. Please ask the nearest special service team to enter the disaster area, annihilate the invading monsters, and wait for orders to prepare to fight the Death Black Centipede. Main station information. Repeat. Main station information. Repeat. Ye Jin cursed. Something really happened. Ye Jin put on his pants while running out. When he got out of the corridor, he found a group of people leaving. After all, Resettlement Area Number 3 is a dormitory assigned by the Security Bureau, and those who live here are either field agents or special agents. Ye Jin quickly got on his electric scooter and rushed out of the community. As he rushed to the scene of the incident, Ye Jin was also worried. Is this Wulin City cursed? That dragon-level invading monster has only appeared in dozens in the past 10 years since the Dimensional Rift appeared, but it has appeared 3 times in the past month. It usually takes 10,000 dimensional cracks to open up a ghost-level invading monster to encounter one. We've been seeing them a lot recently, and the noise is getting bigger and bigger each time. It's really weird. Soon, Ye Jin rushed to the vicinity of the light shield. On the other side of the light shield, a large group of invading monsters were crashing into the light shield, making bang-bang sounds. No one is in charge right now. After all, the appearance of the Death Black Centipede was too sudden, and the Security Bureau has just issued an order, so it will take time to gather them together. Ye Jin didn't waste any words, and the electric scooter did not slow down. After a flick of his wrist, the fire dragon emblem emerged from his sleeve and fell into Ye Jin's hand. The next moment, Ye Jin threw the fire dragon flag forward with force. Large flames appeared and billowing heat waves rolled in the air. A fire dragon gradually took shape, baring its fangs and claws, showing off its might. At night, the blazing fire dragon looks particularly dazzling. Roar! With a dragon roar, the fire dragon rushed behind the light shield. The invading monster that was hitting the light shield suddenly caught fire and turned into fireballs. The burning pain made them howl and rush around continuously until they were burned to ashes. Ye Jin rode on his electric scooter, rushed into the light shield, and continued to move forward on the electric stove. On the street ahead, invading monsters kept appearing on both sides and rushed towards Ye Jin. Ye Jin didn't waste any words and raised his hand to support it. Ice Red Lotus. Click, click, click. The sound of ice freezing continued. Large patches of ice lotus blossomed and spread in all directions. A large cold wave appeared, surging and spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the invading monsters were constantly frozen, turned into ice sculptures, and then shattered. Ye Jin rode his electric scooter across the ice, then looked up at the deadly black centipede. The ghost-level invading monsters are terrifying and a big trouble, but not an unsolvable one. When we were in the secret realm, the combat power of the heavenly demon tree was higher than that of the Death Black Centipede, but he still killed it. Moreover, the number of ghost-level invading monsters has not reached the 1,000,000 level. Usually, several special forces captains working together can kill him. The trouble right now is that everything is a sudden incident. This guy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, leaving no one a chance to react. Therefore, Ye Jin wanted to kill the Death Black Centipede, but he couldn't do it for the time being because it's too far away. Ye Jin observed the position between himself and the Black Centipede of Death. At this distance, no means of attack could touch the Black Centipede of Death. If you want to kill the Death Black Centipede, you must first get within attack range. But Ye Jin withdrew his gaze from the black centipede of death and looked forward. A large number of invading monsters appear again. It never ends. Ye Jin couldn't help but curse. Those invading monsters with high disaster levels, in addition to being extremely powerful and destructive, always appear with a large group of minions, which is also a huge trouble. The sudden appearance of the death black centipede left no chance for reaction. Its little brothers instantly occupied a large area of the urban area. Therefore, it is not easy to get close to the death black centipede. While thinking, Ye Jin slapped forward with his palm. Phantom Flame, Ghost Claw. A large piece of green underworld flame burned on Ye Jin's body, and the surrounding air instantly became scorching hot. As Ye Jin pushed out his palm, 8 burning ghost claws quickly shot out to the front. The next moment, blue flames burned and built a wall of fire, blocking the invading monsters in front. Ye Jin suddenly turned into a small alley and stopped the electric scooter. After observing the surroundings, Ye Jin's eyes quickly locked onto an external fire escape staircase. His eyes lit up and he ran over with big strides. There are so many invading monsters on the streets that you will bump into them no matter how you ride your electric scooter, making it difficult to get close to the death black centipede. So, Ye Jin plans to take a shortcut. Chapter 85 Qingyun Sword. Jinhua Community, where the deadly black centipede appeared, is the old city area. There are few high-rise buildings here. The tallest one has been knocked down by the black centipede of death. The low-rise buildings are very close to each other, so some areas can be traveled directly within the buildings. Going up all the way, Ye Jin soon reached the top of the building and was about to find the way, but at this moment, Dimensional Rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, which was stained with an extremely mysterious ancient aura. The hint of the dimensional crack suddenly appeared, and then Ye Jin discovered that there was a dimensional crack on the edge of the roof. Since it was a treasure, Ye Jin naturally opened it. Qingyun Sword. Incomplete, the sword of one of the 4 generals of the Mo family, Mo Liqing, the king of growth. The Qingyun sword has a seal on it, and waving it can summon a black wind and fire snake. The black wind contains a spear, which can destroy everything in its path. The fire snake produces billowing black smoke and blazing flames. The Qingyun sword has a combat power of 2.3 million. Each time the Qingyun sword is used, it needs to sleep for 48 hours. Ye Jin's eyes lit up, knowing that every time he encountered the ancient breath hint, good things would always appear. In addition, as the sword of the 4 heavenly kings, this thing is naturally a treasure with magical powers. The heavenly eye in Ye Jin's palm, like a child seeing snacks, instantly became active. The sky eye absorbed the immortal power from the Qingyun sword. Increase the combat power of sky eye by 50,000. The combat power of Tianyan is 1.35 million. Your awakening power is fused with a weak immortal power. Your combat power increases by 20,000. After being absorbed by the sky eye, the combat power of the Qingyun sword dropped to 2.2 million, but it is still a rare treasure. As soon as this thing came out, the magic sword instantly dropped to a lower level. However, the magic sword still had to be kept. The Qingyun sword would have to fall into a dormant state for 48 hours after being used once. Therefore, the magic sword had to be used, the magic sword had to be possessed, and the underwear had to be put on the head. Ye Jin did not remain happy for too long. After putting away the Qingyun sword, he quickly found a passage. He could jump from the billboard on the side to the roof next door. He climbed up the billboard, jumped with all his might, and then rolled over to release the force. After standing up, Ye Jin quickly locked onto the roof on the other side, took a few steps back, and then took a running start and jumped up again. After several consecutive leaps over the roof and experiencing the feeling of parkour, Ye Jin also advanced a considerable distance in the direction of the death black centipede. But after reaching the roof of a building again, Ye Jin could no longer continue flying over the roof, as there was a wide street between the buildings. It's almost within the attack range of the sunlight cannon. Ye Jin stood on the edge of the roof and looked down. He didn't plan to take the stairs as that was too slow, so he just flipped over and jumped out. With a bang, Ye Jin landed on an air conditioning unit below. After standing firmly, he looked around and jumped again, landing on the air conditioning unit on the next floor. This process repeats until it falls to the ground. Once on the street, the invading monster appeared in front of Ye Jin again. There aren't many invading monsters in the buildings right now, but they're almost everywhere on the streets. Ye Jin didn't waste any words. Looking at a zombie jumping towards him, he immediately drew out his magic sword and chopped it down. With a puff, a purple sword light flashed across the sky, and the zombie's head flew up instantly, tumbling in the air. After one sword strike, Ye Jin took a step forward and raised his sword to strike again. The blade of the magic sword was surrounded by black smoke. The moment it was chopped out, sword energy flew across and advanced forward, killing more than a dozen monsters in succession. Ye Jin ran quickly across the street, but at this moment, Ye Jin suddenly felt something was wrong and stopped abruptly. As Ye Jin stopped, a street lamp flew directly in front of Ye Jin and hit the ground heavily. Ye Jin looked sideways and saw that it was a tall, humanoid invading monster. Corpse King. Bug level. Combat power value is 41,000. An insect-level invading monster with a terrifyingly strong body missed its first attack. Then the Corpse King walked forward, stretched out his hand, pulled up a street lamp from the ground, and threw it towards Ye Jin. Ye Jin immediately swung his sword. The magic sword cut through iron like mud and cut off the street lamp in an instant. Then Ye Jin slapped forward with one palm. Palm thunder. Ye Jin shouted, "Die!" accompanied by Ye Jin's roar. There was a sizzling sound from Ye Jin's palm, and a palm thunder appeared and hit the Corpse King's head. With a bang, the Corpse King's head exploded like a smashed watermelon, and his brain mixed with blood was scattered everywhere. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, Zombie King. You got a corpse poison bottle. Poison bottle. A bottle filled with poison can be thrown and broken into pieces, which will spread the poison and infect creatures within a radius of 100 meters, turning them into zombies after 5 minutes. The combat power of the corpse poison bottle is 15,000. After Ye Jin picked up the small gadget, he went into the alley on the other side of the street. After walking through the alley, Ye Jin couldn't help but slap his forehead. There are more invading monsters on the streets here. The moment Ye Jin appeared, the roaming invading monsters instantly locked onto Ye Jin and then surrounded him. Ye Jin looked up at the death black centipede that was about to hit the light shield again, and couldn't help but have a headache. It was clearly very close, and he could launch an attack as long as he got a little closer. I don't have time to waste here. Ye Jin couldn't help but curse. Then he remembered something. Oh, there's this thing too. Rotten bait. After cutting this thing open and throwing it out, it will emit a foul smell, attracting monsters within a radius of 300 meters. This is the treasure you get after killing the Zombie King. However, rather than being a treasure, this thing is actually a piece of flesh from the Corpse King. After Ye Jin used the magic sword to cut open the rotten flesh, large amounts of dirty blood immediately flowed out, emitting a foul odor. Then Ye Jin raised his hand and threw the piece of rotten meat out with force. Although Ye Jin felt disgusted, the invading monsters around him seemed to be attracted by the stench. When Ye Jin threw the rotten meat out, all the invading monsters chased after the rotten meat. Unfortunately, the effective range is only 300 meters in radius. Otherwise, Ye Jin could do parkour. Then the rotten bait attracted the surrounding invading monsters. Ye Jin trotted towards the direction of the death black centipede and finally stopped at the intersection at the end of the street. After estimating the distance between himself and the black centipede of death, Ye Jin decisively threw a seed forward. The last shot of Sunshine Cannon. The seed fell to the ground, quickly grew roots, and went straight into the ground, then began to grow continuously and soon turned into the appearance of a pea shooter. Ye Jin took a deep breath, looked in the direction of the black centipede of death, and shouted angrily, "Fire!" Chapter 86 Blue Ghost, Red Ghost. The muzzle of the sun cannon continuously accumulates halos of light, which continuously converge and merge. Then, with a loud bang, the pea shooter raised its head and spurted out an extremely terrifying beam of light. The beam of light was incandescent and bright, passing across the sky and illuminating the dark night. A scorching breath appeared along with the beam of light, and terrifying waves spread out in all directions. The surrounding buildings continued to break apart, and large cracks appeared. Perhaps the noise attracted the attention of the death black centipede. Its huge body gradually twisted and looked in the direction of the sunlight cannon, and then, boom, the second violent loud noise appeared. The sunlight cannon hit the body of the death black centipede and passed through it instantly. The scorching sun even made the body of the death black centipede burn. In severe pain, the black centipede of death struggled frantically, twisting its body and crashing into a building on the side. In almost an instant, the building was crushed into ruins by the black centipede of death. Immediately afterwards, the place that was hit by the sunlight cannon suddenly broke. The huge body of the death black centipede broke into two pieces and kept wriggling and twitching on the ground. You killed the ghost-level invading monster, Death Black Centipede. You got two treasures. Death. When you face death, the death can make you explode in fear and despair. After using the source of death, your combat power value doubles. The maximum combat power value that Death Doom can increase is no more than 2 million. The duration of the Death Doom is 600 seconds. The remaining number of times the source of death can be used. 1. Centipede Sickle Blade. A sickle blade made in the shape of a centipede, a work of ancient masters. The centipede blade is made up of countless blades, which can be freely retracted to attack with a maximum distance of 80 meters. If you want to break the centipede blade, you can disassemble it and eject all the blades at once. After the attack, the blades cannot be reassembled and the centipede blade will be completely destroyed. The combat power of the centipede sickle blade is 350,000. When the centipede blade is decomposed to attack, the centipede blade's combat power is 2 million. The black centipede of death cannot die anymore. Ye Jin looked at the two treasures in his hands and was quite satisfied. They were both good things that he could use. At the same time, several special forces captains who were rushing towards the direction of the death black centipede also stopped at this time. Lu Cheng raised his head and murmured, "Who did this? So fierce." Behind Lu Cheng stood another special forces captain, who was already quite old, probably in his early 60s, with graying hair at the temples. "Who cares who attacks? Just kill them. It's over. Why would an old man like me get up in the middle of the night to fight and kill? Is that easy?" On the other side of the building, there was also a special forces captain standing. Seeing the death black centipede falling down, he was stunned for a moment and then picked up his cell phone. "The black centipede is dead. Should we use the second plan to eliminate the invading monsters?" Nan Rong had just arrived at the periphery at this moment. Looking at the beam of light flashing in the night sky and the fallen black centipede of death, he couldn't help but lift his chin. The beam of light seemed familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere. But whether he had met her or not was no longer important at the moment. The death black centipede is dead, the most troublesome guy is gone, and the remaining group of minions are naturally nothing to be afraid of. It only takes some time to clear them out, and the field team can also come in to help. But at this moment, an incredible scene suddenly appeared. The body of the dead black centipede, which was broken into two pieces, suddenly began to wriggle. Everyone was shocked. The black centipede was not completely dead. The next moment, the deathly black centipede's body, which was broken into two pieces, suddenly exploded, and countless pieces of flesh mixed with sticky green blood were scattered everywhere. Under the broken bodies, the two invading monsters were covered in blood and slowly stood up. Blue Ghost. Ghost. Combat power value is 800,000. Red Ghost. Ghost. Combat power value is 800,000. The two invading monsters that crawled out of the belly of the black centipede of death were actually two huge evil spirits. A creature with a green face and fangs. Its skin is green, and there is green smoke swirling around its body. The other one was covered in red, with flames burning under his feet. Everyone was stunned when they saw the two evil ghosts standing up. There are actually two ghost-level invading monsters? Just as he was stunned, the red ghost suddenly opened his mouth, revealing two ferocious fangs, and roared at the ground with his head down. The next moment, a large amount of flames were spewed out of the red ghost's mouth, falling to the ground and constantly rolling, pushing in all directions like a wave. The surrounding buildings suddenly caught fire, and the raging fire formed a sea of fire. On the other side, the green ghost stepped forward and stomped down, instantly crushing a house to pieces. Every step like this will leave behind a large area of ruins. Ye Jin was also confused. How come two more ghost-level invading monsters appeared? It's late at night, and I can't sleep. When Ye Jin was stunned, he suddenly found that his cell phone was ringing. He took it out and saw that it was a new message on the information platform. Information from the main station. New ghost-level monsters, the Blue Ghost and the Red Ghost, have appeared in Jinhua Community, Shanqing District. Their combat power is 800,000 each. The nearest Special Forces team is rushing to destroy the Blue Ghost and the Red Ghost. Main station information. Repeat. The message released by the information platform was similar to the previous one, except that the death black centipede was replaced by a green ghost and a red ghost. All the Special Forces captains were also convinced. Damn it, who could have thought that there were two ghost-level invading monsters hidden in the belly of the death black centipede? Ye Jin now really wants to fire a sun cannon at the two guys in front of him. Unfortunately, Ye Jin only had 3 sun cannons in his hand, and he had just used the last one. As for other means, Ye Jin naturally has others. However, this distance is only enough for the attack range of the sun cannon. In that case, what else can we do? Just keep running forward. Ye Jin sighed and ran forward again. After crossing the alley, a prompt sound suddenly came. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a book hidden in the dimensional rift, which seemed to be a very ancient secret technique. The art of falling from a horse. The strange art practiced by the general of Qinglong Pass. Calling the other person's name can make him lose his mind. The horse falling technique can only make people fall off horses, no matter if it is a stallion or a mare, only horses. Friendly reminder, the wind doesn't count. Ye Jin looked at the booklet in his hand with a confused look on his face. Isn't this the magic used by Zhang Guifang in Romance of the Gods? Actually, this move is quite good. Zhang Guifang even used it to defeat Huang Feihu, the king of Wuqing. But the problem is, what era is this? Who rides a horse? Chapter 87 Dual Swords. Ye Jin was also convinced. This move could be considered a miraculous skill in ancient times, but what use is it in modern times? I wonder if a Hummer is considered a horse? If that doesn't work, then what about the Ford Mustang? Ye Jin scratched his head, feeling that this so-called secret technique was just for fun. So he stuffed it in his arms and continued running forward. Soon, Ye Jin ran 300 meters, and invading monsters appeared around him again. There is no way. After 300 meters, the rotten bait will no longer be effective. Ye Jin raised his hand, and the centipede's sickle blade was in his hand. The magic sword suddenly became unhappy and kept shaking there, appearing very dissatisfied. You scumbag, when you used to watch the stars and the moon with others, you called yourself Xiao Jianjian, but now that you have a new love, you are not willing to touch me. Behave yourself, or I'll stuff you into the toilet and use you as a toilet plunger. The magic sword stopped struggling immediately. Ye Jin snorted. This kind of intelligent weapon is troublesome. Of course, apart from the fact that the magic sword is always causing trouble and always trying to trick him into becoming a demon, the magic sword is still very useful. However, without being possessed by a demon, the combat power of the magic sword is only 200,000, and the centipede sickle blade is 350,000. It is a man's nature to get tired of the old and love the new. So, he has to take it out to practice. The centipede sickle blade looked very strange, like countless slightly curved blades spliced together, like a giant centipede held in the hand. Then, Ye Jin raised his arm and exerted force suddenly, and then a green light emanated from the centipede's sickle blade. As Ye Jin swung vigorously, the blade of the centipede's sickle continued to grow longer in the light, and in the blink of an eye it grew to about 20 or 30 meters. Puff, puff, puff! The next moment, the centipede's sickle blade swept across, and the invading monster in front was instantly cut off, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Ye Jin was delighted. This thing was more useful for long-range attacks than the magic sword. It had a longer range and a larger coverage. Ye Jin continued to move forward while thinking. When he turned the corner, a dimensional crack appeared in front of him. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, with the breath of thunder and a sense of destruction. Dimensional rift discovered. It was detected that there was a treasure hidden in the dimensional crack, with a burning flame and full of tyranny. Ye Jin was stunned. There were actually overlapping dimensional cracks, and both dimensional cracks contained treasures. In addition, judging from the hint of the dimensional rift, the two treasures seemed to be closely related. Ye Jin quickly took out the key and opened the two dimensional cracks. Shocking purple thunder. Shocking thunder. Lightning that breaks through the air, forged from the essence of 9 heavens thunder. It forms a pair with a flaming flying fire. Yin Huang Feihua. The fire that burns the world. The fire that burns the sky. Forged from the origin of the heavenly fire above the 9 heavens. It forms a pair with Jinglei Zidian. Thunder and purple lightning. Blazing fire. Collected February 2nd. Use thunder and purple lightning to deploy the 9 Imperial Divine Thundersword formation. Within the coverage area, the power of lightning attribute attacks is enhanced by 100%, and absorbing lightning can continuously restore physical strength and injuries. Use the flame of flying fire to set up a heaven-burning sword formation. Within the coverage area, the power of fire attribute attacks is enhanced by 100%, and absorbing flames can continuously restore physical strength and injuries. The 9 Imperial Divine Thunder Sword Formation and the Fire of Heaven Sword Formation can be used in an overlapping manner. When the two sword formations overlap, they can summon thunder and fire to continuously strike at the area covered by the sword formations. When you have one of the two swords, your combat power is 300,000. When you have both Thunder Purple Lightning and Flame Flying Fire, your combat power is 800,000. When Ye Jin opened the dimensional crack, a blue light appeared in the first dimensional crack, and then a blue flying sword wrapped in electric current suddenly flew out and landed on Ye Jin's left side, with the electric current making a sizzling sound. A red light appeared in the second dimensional crack, and then a flying fire appeared in the red light and landed on Ye Jin's right side, burning fiercely, and turned into a flaming sword, burning fiercely. Ye Jin showed a look of joy. These two flying swords were great things. As Ye Jin thought about it, he pointed forward and said, "Go." The next moment, the thundering purple lightning and the flaming flying fire flew forward, turned into thunder and flying fire, and fell into the group of monsters in front. Boom, boom. Two explosions suddenly sounded. Flames mixed with electric arcs exploded, and the invading monsters were instantly blown to pieces. Sharp! Ye Jin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Poor centipede blade, it had to be laid off just after taking up its post. As for the demon's sword, go play wherever it's cool. At the same time, boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the distance. Ye Jin was attracted by the loud noise. He looked up and found that someone was fighting with the green ghost. A huge phantom emerged, wearing a purple-gold ancient armor, holding a Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand, and slashed towards the direction of the green ghost. With a puff, a horrible gash was made on the green ghost's chest, and then the huge body fell backwards, hitting the ground with a loud noise. Ye Jin scratched his head. The shadow looked a little familiar, and then he showed an expression of realization. Lu Cheng is here. Lu Cheng is a master among the Special Forces and one of the most capable Special Forces captains. It is said that his combat power has exceeded 500,000. Although it is not as good as the Green Ghost and the Red Ghost, with the treasures in his hands, it is also enough to fight hard. While Lu Cheng was dealing with the Green Ghost, the old Special Forces captain, who was over 50 years old and had gray hair, stood in front of the Red Ghost. Lu Cheng shouted, "Old Liang, can you do this? When I joined the security bureau, you were still drinking milk? Bullshit, I was already in my 20s 10 years ago." The two of them were still able to chat and laugh easily, but in the next moment, the Red Ghost suddenly clenched his fist and punched down. The Red Ghost's fist was burning, and when it fell, it was like a huge meteorite, exuding a scorching breath, and was extremely terrifying. Old Man Liang directly took out a bagua plate, looked at the falling fist, and growled. The next moment, a pattern of yin and yang fish appeared on the bagua plate, constantly spinning in front of Old Man Liang. Boom! The Red Ghost's fist hit the yin-yang bagua diagram with a loud bang, but was actually caught by force. Old Man Liang held the bagua plate in one hand and pointed at the Red Ghost with the other. A ring on Old Man Liang's fingertips glowed with light, and then countless silver threads flew into the air and quickly wrapped around one of the Red Ghost's arms. Crack! Along with a light shout from Old Man Liang, one of the Red Ghost's arms was cut off and fell to the ground. Old Man Liang's strength is also quite extraordinary. There are actually not many Special Forces captains who can face ghost-level invading monsters alone, but unfortunately, Old Man Liang is one of them. Chapter 88 Fusion. Seeing this, Lu Cheng was unwilling to fall behind. The huge shadow in front of him raised the Fong Tian Hua Ji and was glowing all over. Kill him! With a roar, the phantom swung the Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand and slashed across the green ghost chest, leaving a large amount of blood. The wound was extremely horrific, spreading from the shoulder to the waist. The green ghost roared continuously, then raised his hand and grabbed hard. After a grab from the void, a building on the side was directly cut open, and a huge scratch was left there. Bang! After one strike, the green ghost took a step and walked forward. But at this time, a beam of white light suddenly streaked across the dark night, coming from the side at high speed and hitting the side of the green ghost. With a bang, The green ghost's huge body fell down and hit the ground. Lu Cheng looked in the direction where the light column appeared and smiled with the corners of his mouth curled up. He knew who did it. Nan Rong's men haven't arrived yet, but his attack has already arrived. On the other side, Old Man Liang cut off one of the red ghost's arms. The intense pain made the red ghost roar continuously. The blood from the wound fell to the ground, constantly igniting a raging flame. The red ghost roared, raised his remaining arm, and clenched his fist again to strike down. But at this moment, puff! The arm that had just been raised fell from the air again and hit the ground. On the rooftop next to him, a Special Forces captain stood there. He was tall and had one eye. He raised his hand and slowly put a golden long sword back into the scabbard. And at the moment when the golden sword was sheathed, puff! The sound of flesh being torn apart was heard again. At the feet of the red ghost, there was actually a Special Services captain standing. The Special Forces captain was actually a woman with a high ponytail, delicate features, and a cold face. There was no weapon in her hand, but when she walked past the red ghost's feet, a flash of silver light appeared. After the silver light flashed, a large amount of blood burst out from the red ghost's ankle. The red ghost's huge body fell backwards and hit the ground heavily. Old Man Liang said dissatisfiedly, "One Eye and Xiaoyi, you two are here to take advantage of an old man like me?" Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Grandpa Liang, we are worried that you might hurt your back at your age. Can you guys stop talking so much?" Lu Cheng cursed. "What are you all doing over there? Take care of me," Joey said disdainfully. "Don't you call yourself a tough guy? Do you still need our help?" Joey said as he gestured with his hand. These two people did not come alone, but arrived at the same time with their own teams. Almost in an instant, several special agents behind Joey attacked the blue ghost at the same time. At the same time, Ye Jin withdrew his gaze. Several Special Forces captains had arrived, so he shouldn't have to join in the fun. But just when Ye Jin was thinking this, the green ghost, who had suffered continuous heavy blows, suddenly pounded his chest and roared, then suddenly pounced forward. Everyone around immediately moved aside, but what was unexpected was that the green ghost did not pounce on anyone, but pounced on the red ghost lying on the ground. The next moment, the bodies of the green ghost and the red ghost overlapped. Red and blue, two kinds of light burst out at the same time, constantly flowing and blending in the air. In the end, the bodies of the green ghost and the red ghost actually merged together. Roar! A terrifying ghost howl sounded. The green ghost and the red ghost stood up again, and their bodies completely merged together. One side was the green ghost, the other side was the red ghost. The red ghost chopped off arms, and right leg also grew back at this moment. 2 heads, for arms, for legs. The aura of the green ghost and the red ghost increased noticeably, and a very strong sense of oppression emerged, causing several Special Forces captains around them to feel uneasy at the same time. Old Man Liang took out his cell phone and then looked surprised. Blue ghost and red ghost. Dragon. Combat power value is 1.6 million. Millions of invading monsters. After the blue ghost and the red ghost merged, their combat power skyrocketed, and even directly broke through the percentile level, becoming a dragon-level invading monster. Old Man Liang took a deep breath and shouted, "Retreat!" Unfortunately, it's too late. The blue ghost and the red ghost roared and swept their huge arms to the side. The phantom of the ancient general, who had been fighting the green ghost to a standstill, was now facing another attack and had no power to resist at all. The Fong Tian Huaji in his hand was hit and directly broke into 2 pieces. Then, the phantom shattered. With a puff, Lu Cheng felt a tightness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, the green ghost and the red ghost raised their feet and stomped down hard. Boom! The ground collapsed and buildings broke apart. The terrifying air waves spread out in all directions like circles of ripples, carrying extremely terrifying fluctuations, constantly pushing forward. Before Joey and One Eye could react, their chests felt like they were hit by a sledgehammer and they flew backwards. Old Man Liang reacted very quickly. He pushed the bagua plate forward quickly, and the bagua seal appeared again, trying to resist the green ghost and the red ghost. But it was only a moment. Snap! The bagua seal made a crisp sound and shattered directly. Old Man Liang was also spitting blood and was blown aside. In the blink of an eye, several Special Forces captains were all injured. They can still deal with the ghost-level invading monsters if they work together. But a dragon-level invasion is really not something they can handle. Ye Jin was watching from a distance and was also dumbfounded. I have clearly already taken down these two things, so how come it suddenly became dragon level? At the same time, the green ghost and the red ghost stepped forward. With every step they took, flames rose from the ground and the surrounding buildings continued to shatter. The next moment, they arrived in front of the light shield, and the green ghost and the red ghost raised their fists and punched out hard. With a loud bang, the light shield of the Bagua cloud light handkerchief continued to vibrate, and even a crack appeared. The blue ghost and the red ghost didn't hesitate at all, raised their fists and threw the second punch. The light shield continued to vibrate again, and the cracks were obviously expanding. Outside the light shield, the Special Forces team responsible for guarding were also surprised when they saw the huge monster in front of them. If this thing breaks through the light shield, what will they do? The guy in front of them was not someone they could deal with at all, but if they retreated, the entire Wulin city would be doomed. At this time, Ye Jin also came back to his senses from his trance. The heavy pressure made Ye Jin feel familiar. It was an extremely terrifying feeling of oppression, as if a huge hand was grabbing Ye Jin tightly. Ye Jin looked up at the green ghost and the red ghost. They were indeed dragon-level invading monsters. As Ye Jin thought about it, he pinched his thigh hard. I once collapsed under this pressure and could only watch. This time, never compromise. Ye Jin suddenly raised his head, gritted his teeth, and roared. Chapter 89, Get Moving. The veins on his neck were throbbing, and Ye Jin's voice became hoarse as he shouted. Under this kind of pressure, Ye Jin once succumbed to despair and fear. At that time, Ye Jin could only watch. That feeling of powerlessness made Ye Jin feel painful, but it also became the motivation for Ye Jin to work hard to become stronger. I keep opening dimensional rifts and making myself stronger, not to be unable to move again at a time like this. Move! Ye Jin screamed heartbreakingly. The next moment, Ye Jin suddenly raised his leg and took a step forward. Ye Jin's eyes lit up instantly. If there is a first step, there will be a second step, a third step. Ye Jin's speed was getting faster and faster. He resisted the oppressive feeling coming from the green ghost and the red ghost, and withstood the pressure from the dragon-level invading monster. Ye Jin ran faster and faster. At this time, the green ghost and the red ghost raised their fists again and threw out the third punch. The huge fist slammed into the light shield, making a terrifying loud noise. Even when the fist fell, red-hot flames suddenly burned between the fists of the green ghost and the red ghost. Boom! The raging flames exploded, and the violent impact caused a secondary impact on the light shield. Snap! The light shield of the Bagua cloud light handkerchief not only cracked, but at this moment a piece of it actually peeled off and turned into a halo, and then dissipated. The green ghost and the red ghost showed ferocious looks, and then their two huge hands grabbed the big hole in the light shield and tore it hard, trying to tear the light shield off completely. But at this time, hey, two old ghosts! Suddenly, a shout was heard, attracting the attention of the green ghost and the red ghost. The green ghost and the red ghost couldn't help but look down, and then they saw Ye Jin standing not far from their feet, holding an axe in his hand. The green ghost and the red ghost raised their giant feet and then stepped downwards. Just a little bug. Just trample it to death. With just one kick, he could easily crush someone into meat paste. But at this moment, Ye Jin also raised the axe in his hand. A ball of silver light burst out from the axe. Incredibly heavy and terrifying. There was something about that light that was hard to match and impossible to look directly at. The eyes of the green ghost and the red ghost were pierced by the light, and they could not help but retreat backwards, and then bumped into the light shield of the Bagua cloud light handkerchief. Then, Ye Jin swung the axe forward with all his strength. With one axe, the world opens up. D. Ye Jin roared angrily. The silver light wrapped around the axe rose straight up and rushed towards the sky. The dark night was illuminated brightly in an instant. The silver light seemed to completely cut through the night, which was amazing. The surrounding space was shaking at this moment. The earth was constantly collapsing, and countless cracks spread out in all directions like a huge spider web. The clouds in the sky were shattered at some point, revealing the moon. The moonlight shining from the sky seemed a little cold. Time and space seemed to stop at this moment. For a moment, everything around seemed to be silent. Then, hiss. A line of blood suddenly appeared on the bodies of the green ghost and the red ghost, and the bright red blood kept spraying out, making a hissing sound. The huge bodies of the blue ghost and the red ghost slowly knelt forward, and then split in two. The huge, evil ghost fell down. Blood covered the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood that continued to drift away. You killed the dragon-level invading monsters, blue ghost and red ghost. You got two treasures. Ghost core. The blue ghost and the red ghost can manifest the core of the world, which contains the ghost power of the blue ghost and the red ghost. You have absorbed the ghost core. Your soul has been strengthened to a certain extent. Your awakening power has been strengthened to a certain extent, and your combat power value has increased by 100,000. The call of the devil, the demon stone that seals the souls of the blue and red demons. When you break the seal of the demon stone, the blue ghost and the red ghost will be released, forming a phantom to fight for you. The combat power of the blue ghost and the red ghost is 1.5 million. The duration of the blue ghost and red ghost phantom is 300 seconds. The remaining number of times you can use the ghost call: 1. As the green ghost and the red ghost were killed, the light lingering on the axe of creation disappeared, and it fell from the sky and landed back in Ye Jin's hands. Ye Jin caught the axe, then sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. The mountain-splitting axe is different from Ye Jin's other trump cards. Those treasures that are consumable once have terrifying power sealed in them and do not need to draw on Ye Jin's awakening power. However, the splitting axe is different. It is not a consumable item, but a real weapon and treasure. In fact, because it was once used by Guanko Erlang to split Peach Mountain, it is imbued with a mortal spirit. Although it is an ordinary axe, it can also be called a fairy item. In order to activate the mountain-splitting axe, Ye Jin would consume a huge amount of his awakening power. Although Ye Jin would not be crippled by just one use with his current strength, he could only chop once with the axe, and then he would feel tired. Of course, the axe can only chop once, and then it needs to sleep for 12 hours. If you think in this way, you don't have to worry too much. If you want to chop with an axe, you have to use a mountain axe. Ye Jin let out a long sigh and couldn't help but sigh. How can I be so tired after just chopping with an axe? What if after the blue ghost and the red ghost, there are other terrifying invading monsters? Moreover, compared to the previous dragon and snake, although the green ghost and the red ghost are dragon-level invading monsters, their combat power values are still a certain distance away from 2 million, let alone breaking 2 million. They can only be said to be entry-level dragon-level invading monsters. You need to continue to get stronger. We need to open more dimensional cracks. As Ye Jin was thinking, a screen of light appeared before his eyes. Name: Ye Jin. Combat power: 436190. Abilities: Rejuvenation, Time Rewind, Ghost Claw, 200,000 plus 25% of own power. Palm Thunder, 30,000 plus 25% of own power. Heaven and Earth Eyes, 1.35 million. 8-9 Mysterious Skills, Level 3, 4,000 plus 25% of own power. Flying Thunder God, Soul Out of Body, Nether Flame, 200,000 plus 35% of own power. Items: Heavenly Demon Vine, 1 million, remaining times 5. Save All Living Things, 1 million, remaining times 1. Call of Ghosts and Gods, 1.5 million, remaining times 1. Qingyun Sword, 2.2 million. Other Mountain Wind and Rain Sword, 2 million. Yellow Spring Lamp, 2 million. Escape Dragon Pillar, 2.2 million. Centipede Sickle Blade, 350,000/2 million. Mountain Axe, 3.5 million. Chapter 90, Conspicuous Bag. Because of absorbing the ghost cores of the green ghost and the red ghost, Ye Jin's combat power value directly soared by 100,000 and exceeded 400,000. One cannot help but marvel at the power of dragon-level monsters, and their improvement in strength is also quite terrifying. The third Gene Gate level with a combat power value of 500,000 is not far away. Ye Jin believed that as long as he could open the third genetic gate, his performance would definitely be much better, and he would not be exhausted to death after chopping with the axe. As for now, Ye Jin raised his head and looked around. There are still invading monsters, but they are just minions. The black centipede of death, the blue ghost, the red ghost, and the fusion of the blue ghost and the red ghost. Ye Jin found a secluded place to rest and waited for a while. Finally, those troublesome guys did not show up. Then he found his electric scooter and left. It is easy for the special forces to eliminate those ordinary minions. Moreover, as long as there are no terrifying existences, the field team can also enter and assist the special forces members in the elimination. In this situation, Ye Jin knew that one more person wouldn't make much difference, and one less person wouldn't make much difference either, so there was no need to endure it. He might as well go home and sleep. Others are 18-year-old girls, but right now, it seems like he has fought with 18 girls. After returning home, Ye Jin lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep without even taking off his clothes. Soon, snoring sounds were heard in the room. The next day at noon, Ye Jin was woken up by Nan Rong's call. I answered the phone dazedly, and Nan Rong's voice came. "Where are you?" Ye Jin said weakly. "Sleep at home." "Sure enough, you also participated in the battle yesterday." Nan Rong said. "You killed the Death Black Centipede. That beam of light is very similar to the one you used to kill the Sky Demon Tree last time." "Yeah." Ye Jin knew that Nan Rong was talking about the Sunshine Cannon and agreed. "After killing that guy, I was too tired to fight anymore, so I withdrew." Ye Jin did not mention the matter of using the axe of creation to kill the green ghost and the red ghost, although the rewards for killing the dragon-level invading monsters would definitely be huge. But that thing was his trump card, and Ye Jin didn't plan to show it to others easily. Besides, Ye Jin didn't have all the keys for the time being. Nan Rong said, "Then you can continue to sleep. That's why you called me. After a large-scale monster invasion like this, you need to write a report. Since you participated in the battle, you also need to write a report." Nan Rong explained, and then said, "Of course, it's not a very important matter. If you're tired, just go back to sleep. I will write your report for you, and then give you the reward of the Death Black Centipede and the reward for participating in the Secret Realm battle." "Okay, thanks." Nan Rong is a very serious person, so it is rather boring to have such a captain, but it cannot be denied that he is also a good captain who cares about his subordinates. However, after being woken up, it was difficult to fall asleep. So Ye Jin simply got up and turned on the TV. Wulin City has once again been attacked by a large-scale invading monster. This is the 4th time this month that a dragon-level invading monster has appeared. So, what exactly happened to Wulin City? The city is in ruins. Wulin City has been invaded by large-scale monsters many times in the past 6 months. Ghost-level and dragon-level invading monsters appear frequently. The people of Wulin City are in a state of panic. Currently, some residents of Wulin City have moved to other cities. The Wulin City Security Bureau headquarters will further cooperate with Eliza, a researcher at the Eagle Sauce Supernatural Research Institute. It has been confirmed that the equipment provided by the other party can predict the monsters in the dimensional rift to a certain extent. If the cooperation can develop effectively, it may become a profound part of human history. Ye Jin was watching the news on TV and found that Wulin City had become conspicuous again. Being a conspicuous bag may not be a good thing, but at the moment, even if Wulincheng doesn't want to be a conspicuous bag, he can't. After all, 2 secret realms in 1 month for dragon-level invading monsters. The Security Bureau's Chinese headquarters was in an uproar. What does this situation mean? Judging from the frequency of dimensional rifts opening in previous years, the secret realm can appear twice a year, and 4 dragon-level invading monsters are the worst bad luck for the people of this city. Not to mention that so many things happened in just 1 month. It was definitely a dimensional rift that brought out the god of misfortune. So much so that everyone has been paying attention to what's happening in Wulin City recently. Even the dimensional rift gossip that everyone loves to watch has no schedule recently. I don't know when it will end. Ye Jin sighed and wondered if he could move there himself. This Wulin City always feels miserable, as if the city is about to be destroyed. However, even if you go to other cities, you still have to face invading monsters. These damn things are almost everywhere in the blue planet, and you can even see these guys in the South Pole and the North Pole. Moreover, after staying in Wulin City for so long, Ye Jin has become accustomed to the life here and has gotten to know many people. Just like I love Yujia, and suddenly one day I am asked to go with JK. Well, it seems that it is not impossible. Ye Jin scratched his head, then got out of bed, changed his clothes, and went out. The distance to opening the 3rd genetic gate is less than 100,000 combat power points. Ye Jin certainly hopes to work hard and quickly cross this threshold. You know, every time a gene gate is opened, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this leapfrog growth will become more obvious as more gene gates are opened. Soon after Ye Jin left the dormitory complex, he locked onto a nearby dimensional crack. Dimensional rift discovered. An evil thought is detected in the dimensional crack, which symbolizes disease, pain, death, and sorrow. So please hold your sword. Early in the morning, the first dimensional crack had to be worked on. Ye Jin sighed, took a photo for record, and took out the key to open the dimensional rift. The next moment, an evil smoke surged out from the dimensional crack and quickly transformed into an evil ghost covered in black smoke. Ghost Plague, Bug Level. Combat Power Value is 39,000. Ye Jin glanced at the screen and found out it was a ghost plague. No wonder it symbolized disease, pain, death, and sorrow. It was said that this thing was born due to people's negative emotions when the plague occurred. Moreover, the ghost plague is a monster that requires special attention. The basic personnel precautions for the field team members also specifically mention the ghost plague because this thing can collect negative emotions and become infinitely stronger, which means that the disaster level will increase infinitely. Early in the morning, no treasure was found in the first dimensional crack, but being able to kill a ghost plague was still very valuable. This thing posed a huge potential threat. While Ye Jin was thinking about it, the ghost plague had already pounced towards Ye Jin with its fangs and claws bared. Chapter 91 Good Things Happen. Ye Jin glanced at the ghost plague, and then flames suddenly ignited beside him. When the ghost plague approached Ye Jin, Yin Huang Feihua suddenly appeared, and the blazing flames instantly engulfed the ghost plague. You killed the insect-level invasion monster, Ghost Plague. The ghost plague screamed as it was burned to ashes, but unfortunately, it did not get the treasure. Ye Jin took another photo, uploaded it to the information platform, then turned and left. Number 112, Songhuang Road, Xiaoqing District. Ye Jin rode on his electric scooter and continued to rush to the next dimensional rift. This time, the dimensional rift is a little hard to find because number 112 Songhuang Road is an office building. The Security Bureau's location of dimensional rifts is limited to the area, so it is not so bad if you encounter it on the street or even in a dark alley. The most annoying thing is inside a building, especially a public building. Ye Jin searched for a long time and finally found the dimensional crack in the mother and baby room. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected hidden in the dimensional rift, which seemed to contain the power of nature. Good persimmon occurrence. After taking it, you can increase your cultivation to a certain extent and randomly improve an existing ability or item. A light burst out from the dimensional crack, and then a golden persimmon fell into Ye Jin's hands. Good things happen? Ye Jin tasted it carefully. This is a good thing. First of all, it can improve cultivation, which means it can improve the power of awakening and also increase combat power. Ye Jin wants to open the third genetic gate, and what he needs most right now is this kind of item. However, a good thing can also randomly improve an existing ability or item, which is a bit uncomfortable. If it improves the third eye, Ye Jin will naturally laugh. But if it improves miscellaneous things, it will be very uncomfortable. Forget it. Why think so much? At least I can increase my combat power a little bit. While thinking about it, Ye Jin took a big bite of the persimmon in his hand. It's true, this thing is the most delicious food Ye Jin found in the dimensional rift. It is sweet but not greasy, has a fresh fragrance, and is quite juicy. You took good persimmon, your combat power increased by 20,000. You have taken good persimmon, and the power of your Thunder Spirit Orb for lightning attribute attacks has increased to 75%. Your Thunder Spirit Pearl's combat power is increased to 500,000. This? Ye Jin scratched his head and thought of good things like the Sky Eye and the 8-9 Profound Art. He also thought of those consumables that would disappear after use, but he never expected that it would actually enhance the effect of the Thunder Spirit Pearl. After all, this feels a bit like neither good nor bad, neither up nor down. The results weren't terrible, but they weren't fantastic either. Just like in every man's life, there is always a girlfriend who is not good-looking but has many charms. He feels a little disgusted with her, but can't bear to leave her. Anyway, the result is not bad. Ye Jin walked out of the office building while thinking. Get out of the way, make way. Everyone move to the sides, don't move forward. This area has been blocked, please take a detour. Ye Jin stood at the door of the office building, looking at the busy field team in front of him, and was suddenly dumbfounded. What happened? Ye Jin couldn't help but step forward. What's going on here? A field member saw Ye Jin's special service uniform and immediately said, Report to the commander. We have received an order to temporarily block the area ahead and not allow anyone to enter or leave. Are you in trouble? Ye Jin said, I'll go in and take a look. Sorry, sir. You can't come in either. The field member explained. The dimensional rift has opened, and a butterfly demon has appeared. This butterfly demon can create illusions, confuse people, and then kill them. The headquarters has issued a rescue message, and special agents with illusion-breaking abilities or treasures are needed to provide support. Before that, no one can go there lest they fall into the illusion. Oh! Ye Jin pondered the treasure in his hand and his own abilities. Logically speaking, the third, I should be able to see through everything and dispel illusions. However, the third eye is still incomplete, and I may not have such ability. In that case, slipped away. Ye Jin changed his route and left, and simply changed a dimensional crack, and then dimensional rift discovered. It's empty inside, cleaner than your wallet. Ye Jin was also convinced. Why were there so many dimensional cracks in the sky recently? Then, Ye Jin couldn't help but think of the last time he went with Nan Rong to open a dimensional rift. As a result, the dimensional rift clearly contained a deadly weapon, but it turned into an empty dimensional rift for no reason. Ye Jin had a bad feeling about this, always feeling that these empty dimensional cracks did not appear out of thin air. But at the moment, this matter was beyond comprehension, so Ye Jin had no choice but to give up for the time being. Leaving the alley, I searched for the next dimensional crack again, and then Ye Jin found that the road was blocked again. Ye Jin approached the field team that was blocking the road and asked in confusion, "What's going on here?" The field captain sighed and said, "There's a troublesome thing. It's a monster in the shape of clothes. It can control the person by putting it on. Its combat power is not high. We are evacuating the crowd now. If the monster in the shape of clothes has no target to control, it will be dealt with naturally." "I see." Ye Jin agreed and stopped interfering in other people's business and just slipped away. First of all, it's not that the field team can't deal with this kind of troublesome invading monster. It's just more troublesome. Secondly, Ye Jin was also afraid of trouble. Come to think of it, I always feel like today is particularly busy. While thinking, Ye Jin turned around and rode away on his electric scooter. After about an hour, Ye Jin found another dimensional crack. "Gods and Buddhas of heaven, Lord Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, please don't be empty again." Ye Jin begged and pleaded with everyone and bowed in 4 directions before he managed to open the dimensional rift. Dimensional rift discovered. A treasure was detected in the dimensional crack, but it exudes a disgusting stench. If you use this thing, you will be disliked by women for the rest of your life. Ye Jin was confused. What was this? Ye Jin took out the key with a curious look on his face and opened the dimensional rift. Goblin horn. Blow the horn, and you can summon dozens of goblins to help you fight. The condition is that after the battle, you sacrifice women to them and give birth to children for them. Goblin horn has a combat power of 6,000. The remaining number of times the goblin horn can be used. 1. Ye Jin was confused. It turned out to be a goblin. No wonder he would be disliked by women all his life. And what a piece of rubbish this thing is. With a combat power of only 6,000, it actually has the nerve to let me offer myself as a sacrifice. Ye Jin sighed, turned, and left. I feel like the good things happening I found are not accurate at all. It's early in the morning. How could anything good happen?